Chapter 401, Fish in the Pond. Who would have thought that human named Tien would actually rush up here? It's quite unexpected, the celestial beauty said in surprise, watching Lin Shen climb upwards. Xiao Liuzi, your judgment is good, the heavenly emperor commented. Just luck, a fluke, Xiao Liuzi quickly responded. Haha, lose and you're punished. Win and you're still punished. Win and you're still punished. Go to the city of no light and reflect behind closed doors. Without my command, you are not allowed to return to Sky Pinnacle Star, the heavenly emperor declared. Thanks, your majesty. Xiao Liuzi's expression revealed no change. He merely performed a salute in gratitude. The heavenly emperor picked up the item Xiao Liuzi had placed on the table and casually threw it back to him. Items given to you by others should be treasured. How could you casually use them as stakes in a bet? Isn't that disrespecting their kind intentions? Xiao Liuzi realizes his mistake. Xiao Liuzi saluted again. All right, I'm a bit tired. You can go now. The heavenly emperor yawned and reclined in his chair, putting on sunglasses to rest. Xiao Liuzi hurriedly stood up, controlling a cloud to leave the ascension pool, heading towards the imperial palace. Your majesty, aren't you going to watch the outcome? The celestial beauty seemed to still be interested in seeing the result. A few little things, what's there to see? The heavenly emperor stretched out a hand, pulling the celestial beauty into his embrace, and said with a smile, My love, you caused me to lose, and now I must punish you. Lin Shen, braving the waterfall, had no choice but to activate his super base form. The truly terrifying aspect of the waterfall wasn't the impact force of the water itself. If it were just a matter of withstanding the impact force, Lin Shen could have managed even without activating the super base form. But the dreadful strange forces within the water's flow were not so easily withstood by the spiritual sense. Climbing just 8 or 9 meters upwards, Lin Shen felt as if his soul had been frozen, his brain chilling intensely, as if even his thoughts could scarcely continue. Lin Shen now understood why Tian Xin had only managed to surge a few meters upwards before falling down. With the brain unable to think and the body and strength difficult to control, how could one possibly surge upwards? He nearly lost his grip and was swept down several times, not due to lack of strength, but because his thoughts were almost frozen, his body becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Once in the superbase form, Lin Shen immediately felt a great reduction in pressure. The strange force's impact on his spiritual sense was minimized, barely feeling that cold sensation anymore. The superbase form has such benefits too. Lin Shen was overjoyed, continuing to climb up against the waterfall. This time, his movements became extraordinarily swift. Braving the waterfall, he climbed faster and faster, soon reaching the midway point of the mountain. Tian Xin, watching Lin Shen climb from inside the pool, initially thought Lin Shen would soon fall as well, but saw that Lin Shen suddenly started climbing faster. Judging by this trend, reaching the mountaintop didn't seem like an issue at all. Damn it, it's not fair that he can do it and I can't. Tian Xin gritted his teeth and once again swam towards the waterfall. This time he did not forcefully fly upwards against the waterfall. He also grasped onto the rocks to climb. However, after climbing 7 or 8 meters, his brain felt as if frozen and unresponsive. He slipped and fell down again. I'll be damned. Tian Xin still wouldn't accept defeat, rested for a while and tried to climb up once more. When Lin Shen reached the mountain summit, the contrarian had reached the 4th turn, and the inheritance fan also reached the 5th turn. It was much lower than he had expected. It was said that those who had previously been able to reach the summit, some were able to reach the 10th turn, and if not the 10th, then at least the 9th turn was to be expected. His 2 life bases, one at 4th turn and the other at 5th turn, made Lin Shen realize that the resources needed for his life bases to evolve might be much more than those required for ordinary life bases, hence the slow progression. Atop the mountain, all around was a sea of clouds, and the bottom of the mountain was not visible. What was strange was that the source of this terrifying water flow was actually a spring at the top of the mountain. Top such a massive mountain, it was miraculous that a spring could surge upward, a phenomenon beyond comprehension. Lin Shen couldn't help but wonder if there might be a super high-powered pump installed within the mountain that was drawing water up from below to create this spring. The spring formed a pool, from which water continuously overflowed, cascading down the mountainside as a waterfall. In the middle of that pool, there were 2 koi fish, one white and one black, swimming idly. What was more bizarre was that these 2 koi fish were made of flesh and blood and looked no different from the common carp found in the rivers of the human mother planet, with a size of only about 1 foot long. Are these the 2 fish? Lin Shen had heard of them and, crouching by the poolside to take a closer look, found no noticeable differences from ordinary koi. According to Tian Sun, these 2 fish had always lived in the Ascension Pool, which had existed before it was moved to the Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen dipped a finger into the pool only to feel a bone-chilling cold the moment he made contact with the water, causing him to shiver and quickly withdraw his finger. Even so, Lin Shen still felt an intense cold throughout his body, as if his brain had been frozen stiff, shaking uncontrollably, and this was in his superbase form. This is terrifying. Lin Shen was secretly shocked by the intensity of the strange energy in the pool, many times stronger than that of the waterfall. These two flesh-and-blood koi fish that could survive in the pool were certainly extremely powerful creatures. It took quite a while before he no longer felt so cold, as if his brain, which had felt like it was submerged in icy water, was gradually warming up. The strange energy here is too strong, impossible to absorb and digest. Once Lin Shen felt a bit better, he discovered that his life base hadn't grown, and all the strange energy that had seeped into his body had dissipated. Even evolution theory, which could cause bodily mutations and enhancements, was difficult to operate in such conditions, causing Lin Shen a slight disappointment. No wonder Tian Shen said that, although the energy in this pool is potent, it is hard to absorb, so that's how it is. Lin Shen had to give up the idea of using the pool to increase his life base's transmigration count. Spurt. While Lin Shen was deep in thought, the black koi in the pool suddenly surfaced, and with a puff, sprayed a mouthful of water at him. The jet of water came fast and fierce, and before Lin Shen could even think to dodge, it hit him like a water arrow, drenching him thoroughly. Immediately, Lin Shen felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his soul seemed frozen, and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Shen was a distance away from the pool and didn't fall in. If he had, there would have been no chance of coming out alive. While Lin Shen's very consciousness seemed frozen and evolution theory struggled to operate, the immortality scripture slowly began to work without any directive from his consciousness. Lin Shen appeared as if he were dead, yet his consciousness gradually woke up. His body still felt frozen, but his mind was slowly clearing. As his consciousness grew clearer, evolution theory finally started working again, slowly absorbing and digesting the strange energy in his body. After a while, Lin Shen gradually regained control over his body. Contrarian and Inheritance Fan, having absorbed a significant amount of strange energy, underwent another transmigration. Contrarian reached the 5th turn, and Inheritance Fan entered the 6th turn. After recovering, Lin Shen lay still, employing the feign death ability of the immortality scripture to deceive the blackfish in the water to avoid another attack. Only when the strange energy inside his body was fully absorbed did Lin Shen suddenly leap up and flee from the pool, flying down the mountain. The black koi was an extremely terrifying creature, and since it was hostile to Lin Shen, he dared not linger in that place any longer. Chapter 402, Mr. and Six's Gift. As I descended, I saw Tian Shen being washed down by the waterfall again. Wei Wufu had not reached the side of the pool yet and seemed to need a bit more time. Lin Shen wanted to make another attempt, but after diving in, he found that the mysterious force had disappeared. Climbing up alongside the waterfall, he felt nothing but the impact of the water, with no sign of the mysterious force. Strange, why is it gone? Lin Shen watched Tian Shen struggling to climb up again. Given his difficulty, the mysterious force should be there, so why couldn't he feel it anymore? Without the enhancement of that mysterious force, it was meaningless for Lin Shen to continue climbing up, so he left the water flow and flew towards Wei Wufu's position. Wei, should I get in the water and push you across? Lin Shen knew Wei was afraid of water. Back in the mushroom forest when they were poisoned by the mushrooms, the illusion Wei experienced must have been related to water, and that's when Lin Shen knew Wei feared it. Thus, when it came to visiting the Sea of Flames, Lin Shen was against Wei going, but Wei insisted on going. During their time at the undersea city in the Sea of Flames, Wei had taken a significant risk by grasping onto the chains to descend. No, Wei replied with just one word before gulping down several mouthfuls of water. Lin Shen didn't dare to disturb him any further and flew back to the shore, watching Wei from a distance as he swam upstream so as not to affect him again. Fortunately, although Wei's swimming was slow and exhausting, he was still making progress toward the direction of the pool. After such a long time, he had already covered much of the distance and was not very far from the pool. Tian Shen was still trying, and although he couldn't climb up, each attempt lasted longer than the last, and he managed to climb up 20 or 30 meters. While Lin Shen was watching them struggle upward, he suddenly noticed a celestial flying over from afar. Looking closely, it turned out to be Mr. Ain 6. Mr. and 6 clearly came for Lin Shen and landed beside him, asking with a smile, "Little brother, did you manage to climb to the mountaintop?" "I was lucky. I made it up by chance. Thanks for your concern, Mr. and 6, Lin Shen said. "What you did has nothing to do with luck or chance." Mr. and 6 shook his head, took out something resembling a remote control from his pocket, pressed a few buttons, and the flow of the Ascension waterfall suddenly decreased significantly. Tian Shen, who was struggling to climb upward, suddenly felt the pressure easing and his climbing speed increased considerably. Mr. and 6 shook his head. "And 6, helping like this, won't it have any adverse effects on you?" Lin Shen asked seriously. "This little matter is still within my control." Mr. and 6 put away the remote control and looked at Lin Shen. "I'll be leaving Sky Pinnacle Star for a while. Before I go, I have a few words I want to share with you, little brother." "Mr. and 6, where are you going?" Lin Shen asked, taken aback. Mr. and 6 didn't answer him, but continued smiling and said, "The work at the Celestial Master Institute is indeed tough. Are you trying to delay taking office as long as possible?" "Not going to lie to you, Mr. An 6, that is indeed my plan," Lin Shen answered frankly. Mr. An 6 seemed to appreciate Lin Shen's attitude. "If you trust this older brother, then go take your position at the Celestial Master Institute as soon as possible." The work there is indeed tough, but if you remember one thing and can implement it, I guarantee you will come out unscathed. I hope for some guidance, Mr. N6, Lin Shen said respectfully as he bowed to Mr. N6. Mr. N6 quickly supported Lin Shen. Since you've called me Mr. N6, naturally I can't let you do that in vain. Between us brothers, there's no need for such pleasantries and formalities. After a pause, Mr. N6 said earnestly, you just need to remember that suffering losses is a blessing, and that'll suffice. Mr. N6, I'm a bit slow to catch on. Can you clarify that a bit? Lin Shen didn't quite grasp the meaning of Mr. N6's words. The statement was too general, and Lin Shen did not know exactly what Mr. N6 meant by suffering losses is a blessing. You just need to remember this phrase. Think about it whenever you encounter anything, and it will always be to no harm. Mr. N6 did not explain, but simply looked up at the sky and said, people are watching what you do, and the Celestial is watching too. Do what you ought to do. Be honest and upright. Don't be too clever. Admit your mistakes, and take the losses you should. In the end, the heavens will be good to you. Mr. N6, I will remember that. Lin Shen seemed to understand a bit, but not completely. Mr. N6 laughed. However, since you're the head of one of the divisions at the Celestial Master Institute, you should also take the benefits you're entitled to. After all, you have people under you who need to provide for their families. You can't let them go hungry while they work for you. Take the losses you should, but don't give up any benefit that is due. N6, you've confused me again. Lin Shen initially thought he had understood a bit, but Mr. N6's words made him uncertain once more. Haha, a little confusion is quite fine. Learn slowly, said Mr. N6 as he handed over a piece of paper that had been folded. I've got some connections in the Celestial Master Institute too. If needed, you can contact them using the method on this paper. You can entrust them with matters, no need to worry about anything else. But whether to use it and when, you'll have to weigh that decision yourself. Mr. N6, you truly are my savior. Lin Shen immediately understood his meaning. These people must be the spies Mr. N6 has planted in the Celestial Master Institute, surely with secret identities. If Lin Shen were to use them, their identities would likely be exposed, which is something he'd have to consider carefully on his own. Whether he used them or not, having these contacts that Mr. N6 had provided meant that he wouldn't be without support in the Celestial Master Institute, a significant favor indeed. Haha, younger brother, it's our fate that has brought us together. There's another thing I'd like to give you, though I'm not sure if you'll think much of it. Mr. N6 laughed heartily. With the care you've taken of me, Mr. N6, I won't stand on ceremony. What's this wonderful thing? Lin Shen asked eagerly. Mr. N6 handed over a book to Lin Shen. I've seen that you're not very good with water, so here's a skill for underwater that I've figured out myself. It's just something I play with during practice. It's nothing serious. You can practice it too. It should be of some help with your ability in the water. This is wonderful. I've been worrying about this very issue, Mr. N6. You've been so considerate toward me. I really need this, and I won't be polite about accepting it. Lin Shen took the book, then spoke with some distress. Mr. N6, you've been so considerate to me, I really don't know how to repay you. The only thing I have that might be worthy is this, but I'm not sure if you'll find it appealing. Lin Shen took out the reincarnation ashes and handed them to Mr. N6. Neither he nor Wei Wufu had any intention to use the reincarnation ashes for nirvana, nor did Ouyang Yu do. By offering them to Mr. N6 now, Lin Shen was putting them to good use. As someone by the Heavenly Emperor's side, Lin Shen would surely need to consult with Mr. N6 on matters at the Celestial Master Institute, how to handle certain issues, and the urgency and importance of different tasks. The reincarnation ashes, these reincarnation ashes, Mr. N6 initially appeared unconcerned when he first saw the reincarnation ashes, but upon closer inspection his expression changed somewhat. Chapter 403, Mr. 103, Mr. 103, Mr. Rhine. N6. Is there something wrong with this reincarnation ash? Lin Shen asked. Where did you get this reincarnation ash? Mr. N6's expression grew solemn. I found it when I went to the Sea of Flames, Lin Shen said, a bit puzzled. From Mr. N6's expression, it seemed this reincarnation ash had quite a history. The Sea of Flames? First Fire Star? No, that's not right. How could that person possibly die on First Fire Star? Mr. N6's expression became increasingly odd. Mr. N6, you're killing me with suspense here. What exactly is the origin of this thing? Lin Shen felt his curiosity being ground into the dust by Mr. N6's hesitance. Mr. N6 held the reincarnation ash, examining it over and over before finally saying, if this reincarnation ash truly belongs to the person I suspect, little brother, you're in for good fortune. This time, Mr. N6 didn't wait for Lin Shen to ask any further and continued, if I'm not mistaken, the nirvana attribute that formed this reincarnation ash should be the true extreme slaying evil divine light. When mastered, this light can break anything and is an extremely terrifying power of nirvana. To my knowledge, within the universe only one person has achieved it, Zhang Zixuan from the mysterious clan, the Eastern Extreme Emperor. The mysterious clan? Never heard of them. Among the cosmic rankings of the powerful races, there shouldn't be this clan, right? Lin Shen had familiarized himself with the rankings of various races in the universe not long ago and did not recall the mysterious clan. During the era of the Ancient Realm King, the mysterious clan was also among the top 10 mighty races in the universe, only that they have declined since then. Mr. and Six said, the Ancient Realm King fought across the universe, annihilating powerful clans from all directions, making billions of stars tremble and countless races bow in submission. The mysterious clan was one of the enemies of the Ancient Realm King and was nearly exterminated back then. Later, because Zhang Zixuan emerged with a nirvana body, he extended the mysterious clan's lifespan by 3,000 years, allowing them to stand tall among the 100 races of the universe. Unfortunately, after Zhang Zixuan disappeared, the mysterious clan never saw another extraordinary being like him emerge, and now they are probably not even ranked within 10,000. A race that can rank in the top 100 of the universe definitely has beings above nirvana. Zhang Zixuan managed to prolong the mysterious clan's lifespan by 3,000 years with a nirvana body, relying on the true extreme slaying evil divine light. Hence, you should be able to understand how domineering this power is. Even those existing above nirvana must show fear towards this nirvana power, Mr. An Six explained. So, you're saying that this ash is from Zhang Zixuan? Lin Shen was also surprised. He hadn't expected the reincarnation ash they picked up to have such a significant background. I do not know if this reincarnation ash is Zhang Zixuan's, but I can confirm that it is indeed the true extreme slaying evil divine light turned into reincarnation ash. Moreover, I haven't heard of anyone other than Zhang Zixuan who has cultivated such a nirvana power, Mr. and Six said as he handed the reincarnation ash to Lin Shen. Little brother, if you undergo nirvana with this reincarnation ash, your future achievements will be immeasurable, and you will definitely enter the ranks of the top nirvana beings. In that case, this reincarnation ash does have some value. With that settled, I can be at ease. Keep it, Mr. and Six, Lin Shen said without reaching out to take it. However strong the reincarnation ash may be, undergoing nirvana with it would ultimately not compare to its original owner's strength. Lin Shen had no intention of using the reincarnation ash for nirvana. Besides, there's no certainty that this reincarnation ash was even left by Zhang Zixuan. Moreover, being of double life base, a single reincarnation ash wouldn't solve the problem. Little brother, are you really giving me this reincarnation ash? Mr. and Six looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. Before, Lin Shen was unaware of the origins of this reincarnation ash and offered it out of gratitude, which could only mean he lacked insight and experience. But now that Lin Shen knew of its value and was still indifferent, as if he simply didn't care, insisting on giving it to him, the issue was no longer about insight or experience. Since I've said to give it to you, Mr. and Six, not to mention a reincarnation ash, even if it were the Ancient Realm King's treasure box, I wouldn't take it back, Lin Shen said with a smile. For him, regardless of how powerful a reincarnation ash may be, it was ultimately a useless item. If it could provide even a small advantage to Mr. and Six, it would be beneficial for him when establishing himself among the celestial race. Lin Shen knew in his heart that just a small favor like this would almost never be enough to make Mr. and Six genuinely join him on the same boat. However, since the other party had come here and granted him so many favors, speaking so many words, Lin Shen could hardly believe that the matter was completely unrelated to the Heavenly Emperor. Could it be simply on account of those few words and minor favors from Mr. An Six that he was willing to confide in him wholeheartedly? And to grant him such great benefits, Lin Shen wouldn't even dare to dream of such good fortune. Whether it was intentional or not, since the Heavenly Emperor had sent someone to him, Lin Shen would certainly not turn him away. It could be said that the reincarnation ashes were given to Mr. and Six less as a gift and more as Lin Shen expressing an attitude towards the Heavenly Emperor. He was a trustworthy and useful person who wouldn't be swayed by slight short-term gains. Mr. and Six watched Lin Shen, his gaze changing slightly. No matter what Lin Shen's motives were, such magnanimity wasn't something that just anyone could have. His initial interaction with Lin Shen had only occurred because Lin Shen was somewhat sensible and was also doing a favor for the Tianxun and Tianzhu lineages. Later on, it was only because Lin Shen had been appointed head of the Celestial Master Institute by the Heavenly Emperor that he had grown closer to him. The reason he met with Lin Shen today and granted him so many benefits was not because he truly regarded Lin Shen as a brother. He was purely doing what he was supposed to do. As one of the Heavenly Emperor's close ministers, he keenly sensed that the Heavenly Emperor might be planning to make significant use of this young man from the human race. The fact that the Heavenly Emperor had left without finishing earlier, while others might think that the Heavenly Emperor left in a fit of anger due to a loss of face from a miscalculation, Mr. and Six thought differently. He was more inclined to believe the Heavenly Emperor didn't want the imperial consort from the An family to see the final outcome. In Mr. and Six's view, this was the Heavenly Emperor's way of protecting Lin Shen. The previous speculations were just that, but what ultimately decided Mr. and Six to take a gamble on Lin Shen was what the Heavenly Emperor said after he returned, seemingly offhandedly instructing him to restore the normal flow of the Ascension Pool. Additionally, there were the words the Heavenly Emperor spoke when returning his winnings, which were none other than the favors Lin Shen first gave him when they met. It was because of the Heavenly Emperor's hints that Mr. N6 appeared to confide in Lin Shen, even giving up his personnel in the Celestial Master Institute to Lin Shen. He wasn't helping Lin Shen, but rather sharing the concerns of the Heavenly Emperor, hoping that Lin Shen could establish a foothold in the Celestial Master Institute. Mr. N6 had some doubts before as to why the Heavenly Emperor had appointed an ascender from an alien race to be the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute. No matter how you looked at it, it should have been a nirvana, being in that position. After witnessing Lin Shen's performance in the Ascension Pool today, Mr. N6 speculated whether Lin Shen could be someone secretly nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor, preparing for the future of the Celestial Master Institute. Now, seeing Lin Shen's magnanimity, Mr. N6 was even more certain of his own speculations. Otherwise, how could an ascender from a minor clan so easily renounce the reincarnation ashes offered by the Eastern Extreme Emperor? For the average ascender, such an ash was probably the ultimate pursuit they could never achieve in their lifetime. Chapter 404, Manager and Younger Brother. From now on, no matter where you are, you must call me Manager Ann. This is also the last time I call you Younger Brother. From now on, you are the Chief of the Heavenly Institute. Mr. N6 suddenly said seriously to Lin Shen. Mr. N6? Lin Shen said, slightly taken aback. Mr. N6 grabbed Lin Shen's hand, forcefully stuffed the reincarnation ashes back into his hand, and then said earnestly, "You and I are both servants of the Heavenly Emperor. We only need to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to serving the Heavenly Emperor. Let's dispense with these worldly formalities." While he said this, he was thinking, just by taking a small favor from you, I've been chastised by the Heavenly Emperor. If I took these reincarnation ashes, how would I ever be able to face the days to come? I am already a nirvana body. These reincarnation ashes are of no use to me, but of great use to you. There's no need for any more words. Once I return from the City of No Light, we can meet again, Manager Ann said, and then prepared to leave. As he was leaving, he turned back to Lin Shen and said, "Remember the old saying, loss is a blessing. Keep that in mind." "All right, Manager Ann, I've taken note of your words," Lin Shen replied, understanding his meaning and nodding. "That's good. When I return from the City of No Light, I hope you will already be the true Dean of the Celestial Master Institute." Having said this, Manager Ann directly flew away. Watching Manager Ann's retreating figure, Lin Shen was lost in thought. I've made it. At the summit of Mount Ascension, Tianxin's exhilarated roar could be heard. He had finally succeeded in reaching the top. Although Wei Wufu's endurance wasn't as strong as Lin Shen's, it was still much better than the average ascenders. Even with such strenuous exertion, he tenaciously powered through it. As the number of lifetimes reflected in his life base increased, both Wei Wufu's strength and speed were also enhanced. Adorned in a white robe, he forcefully broke through the turbulent currents and approached the waterfall and, after several attempts, finally managed to grab onto the rocks. After emerging from the water, despite the waterfall's stronger impact, it became easier for Wei Wufu to handle. Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief, knowing that Wei Wufu was most likely going to be alright. Only then did he have the time to check his own life base. As a fifth-turn contrarian, only his attribute and innate skill had been enhanced. No new skills had appeared. At the sixth turn, the Inheritance Fan already had 6 moves associated with its innate skill. The first was Open, the second Disperse, the third Merge, the fourth Spin, the fifth Lock, and the sixth Shake. Lin Shen was already very proficient with the first 2 moves. The third, Merge, was used to close the fan while either Open or Disperse was active. The closed fan bones did not simply return to their original state. Instead, they retained the feathery light tips, merged together to form something akin to a light sword. In the merged state, the Inheritance Fan's strength, speed, toughness, and hardness were all enhanced, representing the most powerful combat state. The fourth move, Spin, was a skilled technique that leveraged the rotation of the fan to increase its destructive power, or to deflect force. The specific application required skill and was highly technical. The fifth, Lock, was an even more enigmatic skill. It allowed the user to lock onto an opponent's life base or weapon, but its effectiveness needed to be tested in actual combat. And the sixth, Shake, was peculiar in that it was a supportive type skill. Strangely enough, a single shake of the fan could bring a hero to his knees. Lin Shen dared not test these new skills just yet, especially not near the Ascension Pool. He would have to wait until he returned to experiment with his new abilities. Although one life base was at the 5th turn and the other at the 6th, together they nearly bestowed upon Lin Shen a boost comparable to that of a single 10th turn life base. A 9th turn enhanced one's attributes by 80%, whereas a 10th turn could double them. The 10th turn was quite special in its own right. Tianxin flew back, landing beside Lin Shen, and casually asked, "Has your life base reached the 10th turn yet?" "The 6th turn," Lin Shen replied. "How can it only be the 6th turn?" Tianxin was taken aback for a moment. His life base had already reached the 8th turn. When Lin Shen surged upwards earlier, the water flow was even stronger than when he had ascended. He had thought Lin Shen must have reached the 10th turn by now. There must be some problem somewhere. I feel like there's something off about the ascension pool today, Lin Shen said. Indeed, Tian Shen thought about it, and indeed something seemed amiss. Then he quickly perked up again. You're merely at the pitiful 6th turn. I've already ascended to the 8th. From now on, if you follow me, I'll cover for you. Even if you ascend to nirvana right here and now, you'd still have to call me uncle as per the family hierarchy, Lin Shen said with a smile. Tian Shen was about to swear but held back, snorting coldly instead. I can't be bothered to argue with you today. The two watched as Wei Wufu ascended the mountain against the current without any apparent problem, much more easily than while in the water. After not too long, Wei Wufu disappeared into the mist, presumably close to reaching the summit. Sure enough, after a while, Wei Wufu flew back. Did you reach the top? Tian Shen eagerly asked. Wei Wufu nodded, which was somewhat expected. What turn? Tian Shen asked again. The 9th. Wei Wufu's response deflated Tian Shen immediately. When they had set off, he had more cycles of rebirth than Wei Wufu, but now Wei Wufu actually surpassed him by 1 turn. What a lousy ascension pool, it's all messed up, Tian Shen thought, but remembering that Lin Shen was only at the 6th turn, he felt better again. The three left the ascension pool and went back to the hotel. Tian Shen was waiting for them there. He was surprised to hear that Lin Shen had only reached the 6th turn. Judging by what you said, there really might be some issues with the ascension pool, but it's unknown whether they're man-made or due to some other reasons, Tian Shen said, frowning in thought. Tian Shen, you know that person who claims to be called Ch401, Manager An, right? Lin Shen asked, wanting to find out more about what kind of person Manager An was. Why are you asking about him? Tian Shen was surprised. He seemed to quite enjoy talking with me and even gave me some things. So I thought I'd ask, Lin Shen said, taking out the water skill book Manager An had given him and handing it to Tian Shen. Manager An is the head manager of the Imperial Palace, a pet official by the Heavenly Emperor's side. But aside from this role, he has another identity which you should know about, Tian Shen said. What do I know? What should I know? Lin Shen asked, somewhat puzzled. Since you know he calls himself Ch401 and his surname is An, don't you understand? On 6, the 6th strongest member of the Yin family, Lin Shen hadn't considered this before. Tian Shen spoke earnestly. His ranking as number 6 dates back to several decades ago. Over these decades, N6 has not initiated any challenges. Being in the Imperial Palace, no one from the An family challenges him either. Thus, how strong he is now is unknown to most. However, there are rumors that he has gone through 11 nirvanas without losing his humanity, almost making him an invincible existence among those at the nirvana level. If it weren't for his duty to serve the Heavenly Emperor, preventing him from leaving the Imperial Palace, he would likely have broken through already. Manager An is that strong? Lin Shen was taken aback. He had thought Manager An was just a favored official by the Heavenly Emperor's side, not expecting him to be so powerful. Chapter 405, Celestial Master Institute. Tian Shen flipped through the water skill book, and because there was no name written on it, he didn't pay much attention at first. But after reading a couple of pages, Tian Shen suddenly closed the book and returned it to Lin Shen, saying, "This skill book should not be shown to others casually in the future. What's wrong?" Lin Shen realized that this might not be just a simple underwater skill book. If I'm not mistaken, this is a skill called Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals created by Manager An himself. It's his unique skill. Tian Shen looked at Lin Shen with puzzlement. Previously, even when N16 wanted to obtain this skill for his son, Manager An did not agree, so why would he give it to you? Have you met him before? I don't know him, nor have I met him, Lin Shen shook his head. After contemplating for a moment upon hearing this, Tian Shen lifted his head and said, "You should go take up your post at the Celestial Master Institute as soon as possible. Don't delay any longer." That's what I was thinking as well, Lin Shen nodded. After resting at home for just one day, Lin Shen took his identity card and went to take up his post at the Celestial Master Institute. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, he had imagined that no matter what, the Celestial Master Institute, being a branch of the Heavenly Emperor's forces, would still have a very strong foundation, even though the previous dean had been executed. Before arriving, Lin Shen had been contemplating how he could manage to suppress the group of strong and fierce warriors at the Celestial Master Institute. But when Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, he discovered there were no fierce warriors there. The entire institute had less than 300 on its roster, with over 200 as field agents on alien worlds, almost never returning to Sky Pinnacle Star. The remaining 40-some people, more than half of them, had been put on unpaid leave, and those who were actually working in the Celestial Master Institute amounted to only about a dozen. Outrageously, among these dozen people, there were even those who manned the gates and cleaned, the uncles and aunties. When Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, he found people in the office either drinking tea, chatting, playing with communicators, gathered around playing cards, or even one lady knitting a sweater. Is this really the Celestial Master Institute? Could I have gone to the wrong place? The Heavenly Emperor's henchmen, the Empire's enforcers, look like this? Lin Shen suddenly understood why, as a minor ascender, he had been appointed dean by the Heavenly Emperor. After revealing his identity, it was an old celestial wearing glasses who took him to the dean's office and handed over some items and various documents associated with the dean's position. The others looked at Lin Shen with what could be described as a numbness in their eyes, no hostility, no fawning, giving Lin Shen the impression that they were a group of apathetic individuals. Lin Shen had no choice but to call a meeting of everyone. They were somewhat cooperative. Those who could come did, totaling just 17 people, with an average age just shy of 200 years. The youngest member was a Tiger Clan lad of 54, also the only member without a title in the Celestial Master Institute. Even the old Celestial managing the gates was the head of the security department. The rest had titles of this directors and that chief, with as many as 4 serving as deputy deans. Fuck this, how is this supposed to be the Celestial Master Institute? This is just a damn nursing home, isn't it? Lin Shen was utterly dumbfounded. He had thought he was coming here to make a name for himself and make some easy money, but now it seemed that was not the case at all. Dean, we haven't paid our utility and repair bills for a very long time, and even the fieldwork allowances haven't been distributed for many years. Our pensions have also been suspended for many years. Could you see if we can resolve these issues first? Anasai, the over 200-year-old celestial female secretary and officially the assistant to the dean, that is, the old lady who knits sweaters in the office, placed a stack of documents in front of Lin Shen. The utility bills haven't been paid for more than 340 years, and the repair funds have been overdue for over 400 years. Lin Shen was truly dumbstruck this time. He had no idea how this debt had accumulated, owing hundreds of years' worth of payments. He suspected that the secretary auntie might be messing with him. The secretary auntie saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and explained while knitting. Back when the Celestial Master Institute was in its prime, who would dare to ask for this money? They couldn't wait to offer us money instead, but ever since the institute fell apart, we have had to repay our debts. Over the years, the situation of the institute has deteriorated, and the debts have only grown. With no funds allocated from above and no income within the institute, we have been unable to repay, and it's led to the situation we are in now. Those who had connections managed to transfer out, those with some abilities have taken unpaid leave to seek other opportunities, leaving only us, the old, weak, sick, and disabled behind. We're hoping at least to weather it out until retirement. We were looking forward to your coming, hoping and praying. Finally, we have you here. Lord Heavenly Emperor chose you to be the dean. He must have meant to restore the prestige of the Celestial Master Institute. He must have allocated a considerable sum for you, right? Other stuff can wait. Debts only become a heavier burden if ignored. Maybe we can start by paying off the overdue pensions. After listening to what the secretary auntie said, Lin Shen cleared his throat and responded, Of course the Lord Heavenly Emperor is going to allocate funds, but he hasn't said when or how much. Let's just wait and see. Upon hearing this, the secretary auntie's face fell. So, Dean, you're just here to bide your time and retire too? But you don't look old enough for that. Sai, forget about this dean business. You can just call me Tian, Lin Shen said, pointing at the sweater she was knitting. You've done a good job with this sweater, though it's missing some fancy stitches. Lin Shen was broke and he couldn't fix this mess, but life had to go on. He wanted them to stop bugging him about money and just muddle through for now. Dean, you know about this too? And SI seemed surprised. A little, just a little. You see, if you pull back the needle like this, thread it through here, then pick it up like this. Lin Shen felt like the Heavenly Emperor had dug him a massive hole. This was no deanship, he was here to plug holes and balance the books. That pattern looks nice, show me again, I didn't catch it the first time, Anasai marveled as she watched. It was only Lin Shen's first day at the Celestial Master Institute, but he quickly integrated into the ranks of the laid-back crowd. Lin Shen might not have been good at many things, but he could handle eating, drinking, and having fun. He drank tea with one Vicadine, played Go with another, played cards with a few directors and ministers, and discussed the finer points of gardening with yet another Vic, Dean. Together with gossip sessions with Secretary Anna Sai, Lin Shen felt he was centuries ahead of his peers, entering retirement life early. As long as the conversations didn't revolve around money, he could chat about anything and enjoy himself. It didn't take long before he fully became a part of the Celestial Master Retirement Institute. Lu, these cards are boring. Try our hometown's mahjong. It's a lot more fun than what you're playing. Lin Shen had carved himself a set of mahjong tiles and coaxed several directors and ministers to play. Initially, they were reluctant, but soon they were more addicted than anyone else, and mahjong quickly became all the rage at the Celestial Master Institute. Chapter 406, Golden Star Tian Shun took Tian Shin back to Giant Ring Star first, as she was responsible for pioneering work there and couldn't stay on Sky Pinnacle Star for long. Wei Wufu followed Lin Shen and stayed on Sky Pinnacle Star. Every day he either went to Ring Mountain Planet to hunt supersource dragons or research the issues regarding Nirvana. However, Wei Wufu had no intention of undergoing Nirvana outside. As a member of the Wei family, he planned to return to the human mother planet for Nirvana, knowing that once he underwent the process, it would be impossible for him to come out again. Lin Shen once asked Wei Wufu about how the Wei family's Nirvana beings achieved Nirvana on the human mother planet. Wei Wufu said that they all took the path of minor Nirvana and only needed a Nirvana egg to complete the process. Since there was no true base variant land on the mother planet, they couldn't take the path of great Nirvana. Only nirvana on an alien world would allow that, but undergoing it there meant they couldn't return, so there was no choice. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen sat in the dean's office studying a book titled Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals that manager Anne had given him. Despite the book's unimpressive title, the tricks inside were incredibly sly. Lin Shen summarized that there were actually only two moves, one called Shrimp Slide and another called Crab Step. Lin Shen felt that manager Anne must have come up with the names while eating, and though they were odd, the two moves were indeed interesting. Normally, running forward is definitely faster than retreating, but the shrimp slide taught one how to retreat quickly and fiercely, resembling a shrimp flicking backwards in the water. Retreating faster than charging forward was probably unique to this move. The crab step, on the other hand, was a lateral movement technique, teaching one how to run sideways faster than running forward. These two techniques seemed ordinary but were incredibly useful. Lin Shen took a great interest and after practicing for a while found them not too difficult to pick up and quickly got the hang of it. If I could incorporate shrimp slide and crab step into my surfing fist, wouldn't I be able to create waves with my punches in reverse and sideways? The more Lin Shen practiced, the more he felt these techniques suited his taste perfectly. When Ouyang Yudu left Sky Pinnacle Star, he only sent a message to both him and Wei Wufu, roughly implying that he was going back to First Fire Star, and that they could find him there if needed in the future. Lin Shen had the intention of asking Ouyang Yudu to stay, but he himself was not faring well on Sky Pinnacle Star. As the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, he wasn't sure how long he could maintain the position, so he couldn't bring himself to say it. Ever since Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, the Heavenly Emperor seemed to have forgotten about it, neither providing funds nor assigning special missions. Every day, Lin Shen practiced his movement techniques and researched how to make money to buy mutated Ascension Liquid and mutated Spirit Base. On Sky Pinnacle Star, having money meant anything could be bought, and increasing the base mutation rate was far too simple. But making money wasn't easy. It wasn't difficult to say, yet it was not easy to do. At least Lin Shen hadn't yet thought of any way to make money. Sai, is this golden star one of the Celestial Master Institute's properties? Lin Shen asked while looking over the properties under the name of the Celestial Master Institute, surprised to find a planet listed. Golden Star, yes it is. The Celestial Master Institute used to have many planets under its name, but later they were either distributed elsewhere or used to pay off debts. No one wanted Golden Star though. Even though it's a base variant planet and not short on ascension resources, because of the harsh environment, most ascended creatures can't survive there. People didn't want it when offered as a large debt settlement, and we were unwilling to accept a smaller portion for it, so it was left in our hands, explained Sai, who was like an encyclopedia for the Celestial Master Institute and knew everything, especially all sorts of gossip and secrets. How severe is the environment of Golden Star? Lin Shen asked curiously. The gravity is too strong, the atmospheric composition isn't suitable for carbon-based life, and that's without mentioning the lack of oxygen. It also contains a type of metallic toxin. Ascended creatures staying there for a few hours would suffer severe bodily harm, even with protective carapaces, slowly becoming metallic. Sai detailed Golden Star's condition for Lin Shen. Lin Shen's eyes lit up after hearing that. The environment on that planet would indeed be challenging for an average ascender to survive, but with evolution theory and the immortality scripture at his disposal, he figured he wouldn't have any problems living there. The teleporter to Golden Star was kept inside the storehouse of the Celestial Master Institute. When Lin Shen arrived at the storehouse, he found the teleporter covered in a layer of dust, not knowing how many years it had been neglected. Fortunately, the teleporter was still operational, and Lin Shen used it to directly enter Golden Star. As soon as Lin Shen landed, he felt his body sink. Even with his physical condition, he nearly fell to the ground. What strong gravity? Lin Shen was startled. The gravity here was much stronger than that of Realm King Planet. Creatures below the level of an ascender probably wouldn't even be able to stand up. Their bodies would be crushed by the gravity. All that met his eyes was a vast expanse of gold. Of course, not real gold, but a metallic substance that resembled gold. The entire planet was made of this metal, with a density even greater than gold's. The ground looked barren. No vegetation was in sight, nor were there mountains, rivers, or the like. Most of the terrain was relatively flat with occasional undulations, and the ground was pockmarked with holes and depressions. Lin Shen held his breath and, with the filtering effect of his carapace, couldn't smell anything unusual in the air. However, evolution theory started to operate on its own as if it were combating something. In the distance, he spotted a golden bull wandering around. These golden bulls were much smaller than the cows on the human mother planet, only reaching up to Lin Shen's waist and appearing quite mini, like calves. Lin Shen summoned the inheritance fan and, with a flick of his wrist, dispersed it into streams of light swords that whirred toward one of the golden bull calves. Impacted by the terrifying gravity of the place, the light swords derived from the inheritance fan flew slowly, devoid of the speed and momentum deserving of an ascension-level attack. Moo! The golden bull let out a strange cry and spewed out a handful of golden bull diamond horn blades from its mouth. Clang, clang, clang. The golden bull's horn blades didn't block the sword light from the inheritance fan. Instead, they headed straight for Lin Shen. The streams of light swords struck the golden bull, only leaving scratches on its body, unable to inflict heavy damage. This guy has undergone quite a few rebirths. Lin Shen's heart sank, and he immediately unleashed the surfing triple punch, forcefully blasting the golden bullhorn blades flying away. Since he was alone, Lin Shen simply summoned the Contrarian and let her battle with the golden bull. A fifth-turn Contrarian, possessing all of Lin Shen's innate skills, immediately activated Super Base Form and Super Base Change, and with a single punch, she shattered the golden bull's head. Killed a mutated 9th turn Ascended Vajra Bull, discovered a mutated 9th turn Spirit Diamond Horn Blade. Lin Shen's eyes widened as he read the update on his watch. Damn, this creature was a mutated 9th turn. No wonder the attacks from the Inheritance fan could hardly damage it. Chapter 407. The golden calf. Lin Shen quickly collected the base mutation fluid from the Vajra Bull's body, which was even smaller in size and pitifully scant in quantity, barely filling half a bag, but it seemed particularly viscous, as if it were concentrated. In an environment like Golden Star, not even ascended creatures are able to survive here. I wonder what the mutation rate is like. To encounter a 9th turn mutation right away, the mutation rate must not be low. Lin Shen gave the spirit base of the Vajra Bull to the Contrarian, planning to first increase her number of rebirths. As Lin Shen's life base, the Inheritance fan was shown as having a slower rate of level ascension, which also served to befuddle others. Empowered by the Super Base Form and the strength of Super Base Change, the Contrarian actually managed to snap the Diamond Horn Blade in half. The broken Diamond Horn Blade released a golden spiritual glow, which the Contrarian absorbed into her body. The light around her grew stronger, and glimmers of spirituality enveloped her body like auroral light. The next moment, the Contrarian transformed into particles and returned inside Lin Shen's body to commence another cycle of rebirth. Using the spirit base for rebirth was clearly not as fast as the Ascension pool, and the Contrarian remained in a rebirth state, uncertain of how long it would take to completely digest the spiritual power of the 9th turn spirit base. Lin Shen himself searched for ascended creatures on Golden Star, but his flying speed was too slow. If it were considered a jet fighter in other places, here it was only comparable to a small drone, and after flying for a while, he had only covered a dozen miles. The evolution theory within him sped up, yet his body did not feel any abnormalities, suggesting that the metallic toxins were nearly dealt with by the evolution theory. Lin Shen profoundly understood what was meant by sparsely populated, having flown for over an hour without seeing a second ascended creature. In other planets, creatures often group together, but here, it was so difficult to find a single ascended creature with such strong gravity and peculiar metallic toxins in the air. No wonder people refused to accept Golden Star as payment for debts, and family's fourth mansion. Father, Lady Anne approached Anne 4, her expression somewhat troubled. Wronger, why have you returned? And 4 looked at Enrong and frowned slightly. His Majesty is with that despicable heavenly consort every day. There's nothing I can do by staying in the Imperial Palace, so I might as well come back to see Father and Mother, Enrong said irritably. Even so, you should have stayed in the Imperial Palace. As His Majesty's Imperial Consort, it is your duty, Enfor said. I understand, Father. I was just feeling upset earlier and spoke out of turn, Enrong sighed. Those aren't words you should be saying, Enfor reprimanded. If I can't speak these words to you, who else can I speak to? Enrong's face was full of distress. Enfor's expression softened significantly. He said gently, Wronger, you've suffered over these years. Enrong shook her head and did not continue the topic, as she knew in her heart that such words were of no use, and she could not escape what she had to endure, no matter what she said. Father, I have come back mainly to tell you something important. What matter is so important that you have come in person? Enfor asked Enrong, Does Father know of the human named Tien? Enrong pondered as he spoke. The newly appointed Dean of the Celestial Master Institute by His Majesty, an Ascension-level human who not long ago arrived on Giant Ringstar and caught the full attention of Tiansun for cultivation. I have investigated. This person has no connection with Tianju's lineage, Enfor said. I suspect he is secretly cultivated by His Majesty, possibly to restructure the Celestial Master Institute, Enrong said thoughtfully. On what grounds do you suspect this? Enfor frowned. Previously, when Tien went to the Ascension Pool, His Majesty personally went to see. Enrong recounted what happened at the Ascension Pool. That does seem possible, but restructuring the Celestial Master Institute won't be easy. Over 100 years ago, after the Dean was executed, the state of the Institute has been worsening. Even replacing him with a Nirvana. Being of status and position wouldn't likely reform the Institute, Enfor scoffed coldly. His Majesty must be short on funds again, capable of any idea just to raise money. Although that human is an ascender, he has quite the potential. If His Majesty's chess piece really plays its part, will it affect you or the Fourth Mansion? Don't worry, in these years our Fourth Mansion has worked tirelessly for His Majesty without much credit. Our efforts are enough. You just need to serve His Majesty well and not worry about other matters, nor should you do anything unnecessary, Enfor instructed before asking Enrong to quickly return to the Imperial Palace and not to stay outside for too long. After Enrong left, N4 pondered for a long time before summoning someone and ordering, "The Celestial Master Institute has a new dean, and they have a debt holder now. It's time to collect the debts." "Yes, Lord, I will handle it immediately," the person replied and took their leave. "I've been breaking my back these years, making so much money for you, doing so much dirty and tiring work, and offending so many people. Now you want to kick me aside just like that? It won't be that easy," N4 muttered to himself, his face filled with a cold expression. Lin Shen was searching for ascended creatures on Golden Star. It had already been more than 2 hours, yet he still hadn't found a second one. "This damned place has too few creatures." Lin Shen flew high into the sky, surveying the area. Within hundreds of miles, he couldn't see a single creature, which frustrated him greatly. He landed from the sky with the intention to drink some base mutation fluid before continuing his search. As soon as he landed, Lin Shen noticed something unusual. On the metallic ground not far away, there were many small holes. He noticed that something seemed to be moving in and out of those holes. Upon closer inspection, Lin Shen was quite surprised. The creatures moving in and out of the holes were small golden bulls the size of ants. These golden bulls emerged from honeycomb-like holes in the ground, wandered around nearby, used their horns to lift up a piece of metal scrap, and then returned to their holes. In this small area, there were several dozen golden bulls moving in and out. These golden bulls look very similar to the Vajra bull I killed earlier, but why are they so small? They're not even as big as ants. No wonder I couldn't find a single creature from the sky. Could all the creatures here be this small? What about that Vajra bull then? How did it get so big? Lin Shen wondered. All of a sudden, he felt something off about his body. Evolution theory was operating madly, and his body seemed to shrink, rapidly becoming smaller, while the golden bulls' bodies appeared to grow larger in his eyes. Chapter 408 is all mutations. What the hell is going on? In the blink of an eye, those little golden bulls, originally about the size of ants, now seemed to be the size of real oxen in his eyes, perhaps even larger. Due to his body shrinking, Lin Shen's distance from those little golden bulls in the cave became very far. The originally pitted ground turned into many mountain ranges and giant pits in his eyes. Wasn't it said that Golden Star only has metal toxins? How can it make someone's body shrink? Lin Shen was utterly puzzled. He didn't want to end up a mini-person. How would he continue the Yi family line then? Even if he could accept it, he couldn't find a mini-woman to match him. As he was worrying, he saw a golden bull running towards him in the distance. It noticed Lin Shen, let out a strange moo, and directly sprayed out a diamond horn blade, attacking Lin Shen. Lin Shen summoned the Inheritance Fan and used the merge skill. The Inheritance Fan turned into a light sword in his hand, and he struck the diamond horn blade with it. The hard diamond horn blade was notched by the light sword. In its merged state, the Inheritance Fan's attributes were top-notch. A regular base couldn't withstand the strike of the light sword. The fact that the diamond horn blade wasn't directly cut through suggested that it might have undergone quite a few turns of rebirth or possibly possessed a base talent for augmentation. After repelling the diamond horn blade with one strike, Lin Shen casually threw the light sword, turning it into a beam of light. Like a drill, it spun intensely and flew straight towards the golden bull. Clearly slower than the light sword, the golden bull couldn't dodge in time, and the diamond horn blade couldn't catch up with the light sword. The light sword directly impaled the golden bull's belly, drilling through its body as though it was a drill, and came out the other side. With a pitiful bellow, the golden bull struggled to fend off the light sword flying back at it again, but the blade was too fast and pierced through it once more from the other side, drilling through its body. After being hit a few times, the golden bull fell to the ground, lifeless. Killed a second turn. Mutated metal ox. Discovered a mutated spirit-based diamond horn blade. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't expected the metal ox to be only at second turn ascension, and he certainly didn't expect it to be mutated. Could all the Vajra bulls here be mutated? Lin Shen thought of those miniature Vajra bulls he saw earlier. If all of them were mutated ascension, then as long as he kept killing these mutated Vajra bulls here, reaching 10th turn for his base would not be difficult, and his base mutation rate could quickly reach 100%. Lin Shen hurriedly collected the ascension liquid and picked up the diamond horn blade, activating it with his own strength. Soon, Lin Shen saw the properties of the diamond horn blade. They were nothing special, just relatively high second-turn properties. But the diamond horn blade had a Vajra invincibility innate skill. Not only could it double the hardness and toughness of the diamond horn blade, but it also had an effect that made it less likely to get damaged. No wonder a second-turn diamond horn blade was able to clash with my 6th-turn Inheritance Fan and only get slightly damaged. This Vajra invincibility-based talent is quite impressive, Lin Shen thought. He had not looked at the attributes of that 9th-turn diamond horn blade before, but now he knew this base talent was quite powerful. Unfortunately, Vajra invincibility only enhanced hardness and toughness, with no boost to strength and speed, posing no significant threat to Lin Shen. This second-turn Vajra bull seems to have a problem with its body hardness, probably possessing a talent skill similar to Vajra invincibility. Such creatures would be pretty good as shields or mounts, Lin Shen commented after collecting the ascension liquid, and then stealthily moved towards the direction where he had found the group of Vajra bulls. That place should be the nest of the Vajra bulls, and Lin Shen wanted to see whether all the bulls there were mutant species. Just as he had crossed over a hill, he saw 3 Vajra bulls searching for metal fragments nearby. The entire planet is like a giant lump of golden metal. Why aren't they moving metal by the entrance of their nest? Why do they need to run around looking for metal fragments? And it looks like they're being picky. Not just any metal fragment will do, Lin Shen observed while hiding behind a large chunk of metal, quietly watching the 3 Vajra bulls. After a while, Lin Shen saw one of the metal oxen make an excited discovery and bellow before charging at a metal block with its head. Its horns shimmered with light, and after a few collisions, the metal block shattered into pieces. The metal of the golden star was dense and hard, but it seemed to have poor toughness, otherwise it wouldn't shatter like stone. Generally, metals tend to have high ductility and toughness, but the metals of the golden star seemed quite different. After breaking the metal block, the Vajra bull used its head to sift through the pieces and soon picked out a fragment with its mouth, separating it from the rest. Lin Shen looked closely from the shadows, noticing that the metal fragment held by the Vajra bull indeed appeared different from the others. Although also golden, this fragment seemed brighter in color and translucent, more like a piece of golden jade instead of metal. So, these Vajra bulls are looking for these kinds of metal fragments. What do they need them for? Lin Shen suddenly realized, but was immediately filled with new questions. Unable to come up with an answer, Lin Shen decided to take the fragment back to examine it. Once again, he summoned the inheritance fan, which transformed into the shape of a light sword, and flew toward the Vajra bull that had the metal fragment in its mouth. Because of its incredible speed, the Vajra bull had no time to react before the drill-like light sword pierced into its head, boring through its skull and causing the bull to drop to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. The light sword spun around in the air while the other 2 metal oxen spat out diamond horn blades in an attempt to intercept it, but unfortunately for them, they were too slow. In just a moment, they were both pierced through the head and fell dead to the ground. Alerts appeared in quick succession on his watch, indicating he had killed mutant Vajra bulls, 2 first turn and 1 second turn, all mutants. They really are all mutants. This is truly a windfall, Lin Shen cried out in joy, and hurriedly went to collect the Ascension liquid. He also collected the diamond horn blades, planning to wait until the contrarian had digested them and then feed her the metal horn blades to help her advance to 10th turn sooner. He temporarily refrained from feeding the inheritance fan since he still needed it for combat. If it were digesting the blade for rebirth, Lin Shen would have to join the fight himself, which was not his preferred style. At present, the Vajra bulls he encountered posed no threat, but there were so many of them. If he ran into one with some special innate skill, and if it trapped him, he would have to face the onslaught of thousands of Vajra bulls, and whether he could break through was uncertain. Chapter 409, Vajra Bull's Lair. As he advanced toward the location of the Vajra Bull's lair, he continued to hunt down any Vajra Bulls he could find. The closer he got to the lair, the more Vajra Bulls there were, and without exception, all the Vajra Bulls he killed were of the mutated ascension variety. Strangely enough, aside from the first large Vajra Bull, which was of the 9th turn, these mini-version Vajra Bulls were at most 3rd turn, and the majority were still 1st turn or 2nd turn. After killing more than a dozen Vajra Bulls, Lin Shen finally arrived near the lair of the Vajra Bull, hiding on the summit of a nearby mountain, peering into the den of the metal ox. Lin Shen discovered that the Vajra Bull's lair was a huge round pit, with many caves on the surrounding mountain walls, which were all what Lin Shen had seen before. However, at that time, from the perspective of a giant, he didn't feel anything special about those caves. But from the current perspective, creating so many caves on the mountain wall was a vast undertaking, and it looked tremendously spectacular. An astonishing number of Vajra Bulls moved in and out of those caves, heading in different directions in search of that particular type of metal fragment. Lin Shen had obtained several pieces of those metal fragments, but he still couldn't figure out the specifics, only knowing that this metal was much harder than the general metals found on Golden Star, and its toughness was also much improved. It looked somewhat like jade, but its properties were still those of metal. It was hard, yet its ductility was very good. There were too many Vajra Bulls below, and Lin Shen dared not venture down to hunt, as being surrounded by them would be a bit troublesome. Anyway, he had already obtained plenty of mutated ascension liquid and spirit base, enough to last him for a while, so there was no need to take risks at the moment. Lin Shen hid in the mountains, observing the Vajra Bull's lair, while continuously drinking mutated ascension liquid, hoping to achieve a 100% base mutation rate as soon as possible. Golden Star too had the sun as a source of light, but its days were much longer than those on the human mother planet. When night fell, Lin Shen felt the temperature around him plummet. Golden Star was scorching hot during the day, yet terrifyingly cold at night. The environment was just too extreme. Even Lin Shen found it somewhat hard to adapt, and it was extremely difficult for ascenders to survive here, let alone for an extended period. The Vajra Bulls actually followed the routine of rising with the sun and resting at sunset. When night came, the vast majority of Vajra Bulls returned to the confines of the lair. A few Vajra Bulls, having ventured too far from the lair, could not make it back before the arrival of nightfall, and their bodies slowly stiffened in the extreme cold until they seemed frozen in place, standing motionless. Although the temperature at night is very low, it's not low enough to freeze ascended creatures. There's something wrong here, Lin Shen thought, and he quietly descended the mountain, stealthily approaching the frozen Vajra bulls. Along the way, Lin Shen was cautiously probing and scouting, quickly confirming that indeed no Vajra bulls would come out of the lair, and those outside really had lost the ability to move. Lin Shen approached one of the Vajra bulls, and no matter how much he pushed it, there was no response. It was like a golden statue, not at all like a living creature. Strange, with such a powerful body, how could the Vajra bull not withstand this small degree of low temperature? Lin Shen's curiosity deepened. However, this discovery made Lin Shen much bolder. As the Vajra bulls couldn't move around at night, there was nothing to fear. Lin Shen did not kill any of the frozen Vajra bulls, lest the noise startle the Vajra bulls inside the lair. He quietly approached an entrance to the lair, wanting to see what was inside. The cave didn't extend very far before it turned. Thankfully, there was only one passage, and it wasn't a complicated structure. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen decided to go in and take a look. Since there was only one path, if there was any danger ahead, he could simply run straight out. Those Vajra bulls couldn't possibly block him outside. Lin Shen tiptoed to the bend in the cave corridor and peeked inside quietly. At that glance, he nearly lost his soul. His body reflexively employed the shrimp slide technique to spring backwards. The speed of his retreat was unbelievably fast, instantly moving back several meters. Around the corner of the passage was a Vajra bull staring at Lin Shen with its eyes wide. Just moments ago, Lin Shen had locked eyes with it, almost pressing his face against its own. Soon, Lin Shen realized that this Vajra bull was also frozen still, completely immobile and simply incapable of attacking him. You scared me. Lin Shen rubbed his wildly thumping little heart. He was almost scared into having a heart attack just then. The Vajra bulls returning to their nests are frozen stiff. What were they rushing back here for? Lin Shen felt increasingly that something was strange. Bypassing the Vajra bull, Lin Shen continued deeper into the cave, and along the way, he saw several more Vajra bulls frozen and immobilized. Clang. As Lin Shen was continuing further into the cave, he suddenly heard a dull metallic clanging from deep within. Lin Shen immediately stopped in his tracks, pressing his body against the cave wall, and stared intensely ahead. However, nothing appeared in front of him, but he heard another crisp metallic clang. This second clanging sound was much crisper and lighter than the first. Clang, ding, clang, ding, clang, ding. One heavy and one crisp, these two types of rhythmic sounds repeated, making Lin Shen think they sounded like iron forging. Before the era of mechanized forging, hammering iron required the cooperation of two people. It's usually the apprentice wielding the heavy hammer and the master with a smaller hammer. Wherever the small hammer struck, the large hammer would follow suit. The master's small hammer acted as the baton, while the apprentice's large hammer worked on forging the iron. They worked together, continually folding and hammering to eventually forge the iron into the desired shape. The sounds Lin Shen was hearing now resembled two people working together to forge iron. Both the rhythm and the sounds were very similar. How could someone be forging in a place like this? This is the den of Vajra bulls. It couldn't possibly be a human, right? Even if Vajra bulls were highly intelligent with their hooves, they surely couldn't use tools to forge iron. The more Lin Shen listened, the stranger he found it. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lin Shen continued towards the depths of the cave. On the way, he saw many more Vajra bulls frozen like statues, further piquing Lin Shen's curiosity about what could possibly be forging iron. The cave wound this way and that, but there were no branches in the middle. He followed the path to the end, where he discovered that the cave terminated in a stone chamber. Lin Shen peered into the stone chamber, and what he saw was a strange sight. Chapter 410, Red Bull Iron Forging In. In that stone cave, there was a blue flame erupting from the ground, akin to a blue pillar of fire, reaching 3 to 4 meters in height. Next to the blue column of flame stood a large bull, its entire body a fiery red. It resembled the Vajra bull, but was completely red, as if aflame. At the moment, the red diamond bull was lifting its forelimbs and placing them on a metal platform. On the metal platform was a piece of metal heated to redness. With each rhythmic lift and press of the bull's forelimbs, it produced the rhythmic hammering sound Lin Shen had heard. With every strike of the bull's hooves, the shape of the heated metal gradually changed. As the temperature of the metal decreased, the red diamond bull pushed it with its hooves back into the adjacent blue flame, where it hung within the pillar of fire. After forging in the flame for a while, the metal block within the blue column turned golden red. The red diamond bull then pushed it back onto the platform and lifted its hooves, rhythmically striking the metal block once again. A bull, forging metal. Lin Shen watched, a bit stunned, never having imagined such a scene. If it were the Minotaur from the Ultraburn tribe forging, Lin Shen could accept that without surprise. But the fact that ascended creatures would also engage in metalworking was truly astonishing. After watching for a while, Lin Shen was even more amazed to discover that the red diamond bull not only knew how to forge, but also how to fold the metal during the forging process. Once the metal block was shaped a certain way through the strikes, the red diamond bull stopped and pushed it to the side. There, neatly stacked, were many metal blocks of the same size. The red diamond bull pressed several blocks together and then thrust them into the blue flame. Once the stacked blocks were heated to red hot, the red diamond bull pushed them back onto the work platform and continued the rhythmic striking. This is miraculous. Listening to the clinking sounds, Lin Shen felt as if his entire worldview had been overturned. Lin Shen also realized that what the red diamond bull was forging were those special metal fragments. The diamond bull brings metal fragments here to forge, but what exactly is it trying to create? Weapons? They have diamond horn blades, so why forge weapons? Besides weapons, what else can they make? Armor? Lin Shen thought this was a bit far-fetched. After watching the diamond bull forge for most of the night, Lin Shen still couldn't figure out what it was trying to make. It seemed to repeatedly fold the material, as if only aiming to obtain better and purer material and not actually crafting any object. Lin Shen checked the time and felt that there wasn't much time left before dawn, so he decided to leave. Otherwise, once daylight came and the golden bulls regained their mobility, escaping would become much more difficult. He didn't plan on a killing spree. After all, he held the golden star in his own hands. He could come back to kill these mutated diamond bulls anytime. There was no need to kill them now. Just as he was about to leave, he heard strange noises again and took another look around the cave. The cave had many passageways that seemed to go in all directions. The strange noise seemed to be coming from one of those passageways. Lin Shen listened closely and felt that the sound was very close, likely coming in his direction. Sure enough, after a short while, he saw a metallic ox cart emerge from one of the passageways below. Pulling the metallic ox cart was a golden diamond bull that hadn't lost its ability to move. Holy cow, these metal oxen can actually make ox carts. Lin Shen was even more astonished. The ox cart stopped next to the workbench, and the red metal ox pushed the crafted metal block into the cart, and then the golden diamond bull pulled the cart towards another passage. Lin Shen saw that there were still quite a few metal blocks inside the ox cart. This red metal ox only put one block in, and there were so many more inside, which made Lin Shen suspect that there must be many more Vajra bulls like this red one in the Vajra bull lair, skilled in metal forging. This really is a strange place. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here any longer and decided to leave the Vajra bull lair first. He followed the passage out of the lair, and just as he was about to exit, Lin Shen suddenly stopped, quickly pressed his body against the cave wall, and stealthily peeked outside. In the cloak of night, a monstrous figure was ripping apart a Vajra bull that hadn't managed to make it back into the cave before nightfall. What on earth is that thing? Lin Shen squinted, trying to make out the details, but it was too dark outside to see clearly. He could just about make out that it was a creature several times larger than the Vajra bull, with a body shape similar to a unicorn beetle. The paralyzed Vajra bull was dismembered and devoured by the creature. A single Vajra bull was completely swallowed up within half an hour. Originally, there were several Vajra bulls outside that had not managed to return to the lair in time, but now there was only one left uneaten. As the sky gradually lightened, Lin Shen could see the creature's form more clearly. It indeed resembled a unicorn beetle with a golden carapace all over its body and a bifurcated horn on the front, but it also had wings on its back. After eating one Vajra bull, it then pounced on the remaining Vajra bull, seemingly determined not to spare any of them. The ground outside was littered with heaps of remnants and residue, presumably the remains of the Vajra bulls eaten by the golden unicorn beetle. Lin Shen watched for a while, then upon hearing the sound of hooves deep in the cave, he knew that the Vajra bulls were regaining their ability to move. He no longer hesitated and flew straight out of the cave entrance. He didn't approach the golden unicorn beetle, but flew in a different direction to avoid a conflict with it. Lin Shen still didn't know what kind of abilities or level the golden unicorn beetle had and didn't want to risk fighting it. However, seeing it effortlessly dismember the Vajra bulls with its serrated claws, it was clearly very powerful. If it were just an ascended creature, Lin Shen wouldn't fear it, but if it turned out to be a nirvana creature, he might not be a match for it, so he didn't take the risk. Besides, the Vajra bulls had already regained their mobility, and Lin Shen expected they would soon be rushing out of the cave. Engaging with the golden unicorn beetle now would likely result in being surrounded. Lin Shen didn't want to provoke the golden unicorn beetle, but the golden unicorn beetle had set its sights on him instead. The golden unicorn beetle, which was in the midst of feeding, noticed Lin Shen flying out of the cave. Its blood-red eyes watched Lin Shen for a while, then it took to the wings and flew up. It abandoned the unfinished Vajra bull carcass and chased directly after Lin Shen, who was flying in the air. "What's the deal with you? You leave the food that's right in front of you and instead come after me. Are you intent on courting death?" Seeing its flight speed, Lin Shen knew this creature probably wasn't a nirvana creature, which made him feel much more at ease. Chapter 411. Golden Unicorn Beetle. Although it wasn't a nirvana creature, its flight speed was quite fast, and it ranked at the top among ascended creatures. Of course, its wings definitely bestowed an enhancement to its flight speed. However, to be able to catch up with Lin Shen, it was certainly a high-turn ascended creature without a doubt. Lin Shen didn't look back and simply tried to distance himself from the Vajra bull's nest before solving the issue with the golden unicorn beetle alone. Lin Shen now knew why those Vajra bulls had to return to their nests before nightfall. It was likely to fend off this golden unicorn beetle. Given its size, it definitely couldn't squeeze in, so as long as they returned to the nest, even if they lost the ability to move, they didn't need to worry about being eaten. The golden unicorn beetle's eyes were emitting a bloody light as it flapped its wings and kept accelerating, drawing closer and closer to Lin Shen. Lin Shen had to activate his super base form, boosting his speed and once again increasing the distance between them. To Lin Shen's surprise, the golden unicorn beetle caught up again after a while. Its speed had also increased. Looking back, he saw the golden unicorn beetle radiating golden light. It had used some skill, and its speed was growing faster. Estimating that he was a significant distance from the Vajra bull's nest, a battle here would probably not be discovered, so Lin Shen decided not to flee anymore and directly brought out his inheritance fan. Disperse! With a light shout from Lin Shen, the fan turned into myriad light swords, sweeping through the air like a meteor shower toward the golden unicorn. The golden unicorn paid no mind to those light swords and continued its fierce charge at Lin Shen. One after another, the light swords struck its body, only to be repelled by a golden halo, each one bouncing off. Does that skill also provide defensive capabilities? Lin Shen frowned slightly, coiled his fists, and stepped forward, unleashing the surfing triple punch. Perhaps sensing the threat of the surfing triple punch, the beetle's bifurcated horn shone with golden brilliance, actually splitting the punch wave formed by the surfing triple punch. Seeing the golden unicorn beetle continue its charge, a sudden shock went through Lin Shen. This creature's skills are quite formidable. As the golden unicorn beetle came at him, Lin Shen had to sidestep like a crab moving sideways to dodge its charge, entering his super base form and counterattacking with a surfing triple strike. He had thought that this time he would at least manage to repel the golden unicorn beetle, or even severely injure it. But when the beetle's bifurcated horn clashed, it once again split the fierce punch wave from Lin Shen. What kind of skill is this that can counter my surfing fist? Lin Shen was secretly astonished, dodged another charge by the golden unicorn beetle with his movement technique, and controlled the fan to execute the merge and spin moves. The myriad light swords instantly converged into one, forming a single spinning light sword that surged toward the golden unicorn beetle. This time, the golden unicorn beetle didn't ignore the attack of the light sword, turning instead to strike the light sword with its horn. The collision created a terrifying shockwave, and to Lin Shen's dismay, the light sword was overpowered by the horn and repelled. Impressive, Lin Shen slightly frowned. The light sword itself had an attribute, doubling enhancement, coupled with strength from the 6th turn power boost and the destructive force enhancement from the spin. Normally, even 10-stage ascendant creatures couldn't withstand a strike from the light sword. That the golden unicorn beetle could repel the light sword indicated an incredibly formidable strength. With its halo's defensive ability and the horn's offensive power, this guy is strong on both offense and defense. Lin Shen was preparing to use strengthened base power to forcibly kill off the golden unicorn beetle when he suddenly felt a power spreading throughout his body, making him feel as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, indescribably comfortable. The contrarian has completed its rebirth. With a thought from Lin Shen, the details about the contrarian became clear. The previously 5th turn contrarian had reached the 7th turn, augmenting Lin Shen's attributes by an additional 20%. With a motion of his mind, Lin Shen summoned the contrarian forth. Hovering in midair, the contrarian stood radiantly, with silver hair and silver armor, as holy as a light elf. The contrarian immediately activated its super base form and various skills, charging at the golden unicorn beetle without hesitation. Lin Shen beckoned with his hand, and the inheritance fan returned to his grasp, its radiance dimming as if it were an ordinary folding fan. Boom! The unicorn horn of the golden unicorn beetle met the fist of the contrarian, and the collision unleashed a terrifying explosion. Both the golden unicorn beetle and the contrarian were forced back, neither gaining the upper hand. Even when going all out, the contrarian was unable to gain an advantage, which Lin Shen had not anticipated. He knew the golden unicorn beetle was strong, but had not expected it to be this formidable. Thwarted by the attack, the golden unicorn beetle opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. The light expanded in the air and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a massive golden mountain that bore down on the contrarian. Boom! With a forceful punch, the contrarian struck the golden mountain and was overpowered, falling toward the ground like a shooting star and creating a crater in the gold-like earth. The contrarian wasn't injured, however, and shot up from the ground like a cannonball, once again targeting the golden mountain. Although the contrarian was powerful, it fought like a berserker with no tactics or strategy, just pure aggressive assault. Luckily, Lin Shen was merely testing the contrarian's capabilities, making this head-on clash not an issue. However, in future adversities or disadvantages, such a direct approach was clearly unfeasible for the contrarian. Lin Shen slightly waved the folding fan in his hand, and the hieroglyphics on the fan suddenly ignited with brilliance. As Lin Shen waved the fan, the glowing hieroglyphs seemed to drift with the wind, landing on the golden mountain. As the mystic glyphs fell upon the golden mountain, its own golden light abruptly dimmed, while the mysterious inscriptions began to shine brightly. With another head-on clash with the golden mountain, a thunderous explosion was heard, and the contrarian's fist impressively shattered a corner of the mountain. The sixth Mu shaking of the fan dance, quite an effective result. Lin Shen's formerly uneasy mood immediately brightened. Shaking was a support skill designed to provide augmentation, albeit of a negative kind. Looking at the negative effects, they indeed were formidable. Seeing its life base damaged, the golden unicorn beetle turned to flee. Lin Shen was not about to let it escape, shaking the folding fan again, casting out trails of mysterious glyphs that landed on the golden unicorn beetle. The golden aura around the golden unicorn beetle surged, attempting to repel the mystic glyphs, but upon contact the aura significantly dulled, while the glyphs grew even more dazzling, piercing through the aura and directly imprinting onto the body of the golden unicorn beetle. Chapter 412. The Legend of the White Bird. The skill of the inheritance fan is quite impressive. Lin Shen watched the contrarian brutally beating the golden unicorn beetle, feeling secretly delighted. Just moments ago, the golden unicorn beetle could still exchange blows with the contrarian, but now it was being completely dominated. Because of the negative effects, the once mighty bodies of Golden Mountain and the golden unicorn beetle had become much more fragile, hardly able to withstand the fierce attacks from the contrarian. When the super base change finished its final cooldown and took shape, the contrarian landed a punch that blasted apart the already damaged Golden Mountain, scattering the life essence within, which the contrarian absorbed into his body. With the life base shattered, the golden unicorn beetle was like struck by lightning, completely unable to fend off the offensive of the contrarian, who smashed its head with a few punches. Killing a 10th turn, mutated ascension. Gold-devouring unicorn, Lin Shen saw the prompt just as the contrarian turned into particles and retreated back into his body. The spiritual power of a 10th turn life base had entered her, causing her to re-enter a rebirth state. So it was a 10th turn mutation. No wonder it was so hard to kill. Lin Shen felt a twinge of regret. He had wanted to see what kind of base talent Golden Mountain had, but the contrarian had simply blasted it apart. Without any time to think further, he pulled out his water bag to collect the ascension liquid from the gold-devouring unicorn. After all, this was 10th turn mutated ascension liquid, incomparable in boosting the base mutation rate. Evolution theory within Lin Shen's body kept running wildly, but his body showed no sign of reverting, which made him somewhat worried. If he had to spend the rest of his life like this, wouldn't it be utterly depressing? As he collected the ascension liquid, Lin Shen suddenly noticed that the gold-devouring unicorn's belly was slightly swollen, as if something was there. Could it be that it's eaten too many Vajra bowls and its stomach has swelled? Wondered Lin Shen. He reached out to feel it, but couldn't determine what it was. After thinking for a moment, he transformed the fan into a light sword, sliced open the abdomen of the golden unicorn beetle, and a pet egg rolled out from the incision. Pet eggs. Lin Shen was overjoyed. This was a 10th turn mutated ascension pet egg. The creature that hatched from it would at least be a mutated ascension. Thinking about the innate skills of the gold-devouring unicorn, which were quite formidable, having such a pet by his side could serve as a main battle pet or a mount, the compatibility was quite strong. Lost in fantasies about his bright future, imagining himself making a stunning entrance riding the gold-devouring unicorn and garnering everyone's attention, suddenly he felt a lightness in his hand. Oh, come on, you wasteful thing. Spit it out. Lin Shen saw that Fei Zai had somehow crawled out of the backpack and had snatched the gold-devouring unicorn egg from his hands and gulped it down. Lin Shen grabbed Fei Zai by the neck with one hand and tried to fish the pet egg out of its mouth with his fingers with the other, but it was too late. It had already been swallowed into its belly. You wasteful thing. Lin Shen's frustration peaked, feeling the urge to strangle Fei Zai. Before hitting the ground, Fei Zai's body suddenly burst into a strong white light, slender threads of light enveloping it, forming a light cocoon about the height of a person, completely encasing Fei Zai's form. The next second, Lin Shen saw the space around the light cocoon visibly warping, with odd and extravagant ribbons of light extending from the twisted space. Cosmic rainbow light. Lin Shen was both shocked and elated, never expecting Fei Zai to also attract the cosmic rainbow light. Looking at its condition, it seemed to be undergoing ascension. However, according to what Lin Shen knew, ascension should begin with the condensation of the life base, so why did it attract the cosmic rainbow light before condensing the life base? No, this isn't ascension, it's nirvana. Lin Shen saw that atop the light cocoon, flames had started to burn fiercely. The cosmic rainbow light from all around was drawn in, as though it had become fuel for the flames, being absorbed into the fire, which grew increasingly intense. Lin Shen stood beside the flames, but he didn't feel any abnormal temperature, nor could he discern what kind of flames these were. If this is nirvana, it should require a nirvana egg. Just a 10th turn mutated ascension egg, it shouldn't be possible to trigger nirvana. Lin Shen watched the light cocoon enveloped in the raging white flames with a complex expression, many thoughts flashing through his mind, unable to determine if this was indeed nirvana. Fei Zai had eaten so many pet eggs without any reaction, never showing a sign of evolution, and yet its first evolution created such a spectacle. Theoretically speaking, once the cosmic rainbow light appears, it should spread through the void, letting the entire universe witness its existence. However, the cosmic rainbow light attracted by Fei Zai was all absorbed into the flames, becoming fuel for the fire, and naturally, it couldn't spread through the void. As the cosmic rainbow light flowed in, the white flames gradually transformed into dazzling light flames, burning more and more fiercely, almost like an erupting volcano. Lin Shen had to keep retreating to avoid touching the light flames, to prevent any issues with Fei Zai's evolution. Fei Zai's evolution spectacle grew more and more magnificent, but in a shrunken state it looked terrifying, yet was actually just a small fire pile. But this small fire pile burned brighter and higher, and gradually truly seemed like a beam of light flames piercing the sky, illuminating half the planet with a kaleidoscope of colors. Even though the sun had risen, its brilliance was hard to compare with that of the light flames. Lin Shen desperately flew backward, again and again, not letting himself get caught in the light flames. Fei Zai is really stirring things up. Lin Shen looked at the sky-reaching light flames, which had broken through the clouds, scattering the clouds in the sky. From a distance, it resembled a radiant mountain of lights piercing the heavens. All the cosmic rainbow light was absorbed into it, continuously contributing to the mountain of light. Suddenly, a clear chirp echoed through the sky. From within the mountain of light surged snow-white radiance, shooting straight into the void, transforming into the silhouette of a snow-white light bird, roaming through the void while emitting a phoenix cry that resonated throughout the cosmos. That phoenix cry lasted endlessly, as if it would never cease. Lin Shen listened to that sound, gazing at the white bird's silhouette in the void, his expression turning somewhat strange. This was no dove, it was clearly a white phoenix, its long feathers and trailing tail flame bearing no resemblance to a dove. In that moment, the white bird's silhouette streaked across the void, seen by onlookers in every corner of the universe. Hearing the phoenix cry, all felt astonished. Because the cosmic rainbow light was unseen, many thought it was a superior life form passing through the starry sky. But when they learned that this white bird's silhouette could be seen on many planets throughout the universe, they were all incredibly surprised, unclear about the situation. Various incredible legends about the White Phoenix started to circulate, with some saying the White Phoenix broke through nirvana to achieve an immortal status, which allowed it to manifest its silhouette in the universe. Others said the born immortal White Phoenix moved the universe so much with its birth that its silhouette was spread across the entire starry sky. Chapter 4113, The Person in the Cave. The fiery glow on Golden Star, similar to that of a volcano, vanished, along with the cosmic rainbow light and the twisted space. The phoenix silhouette in the starry sky also dimmed, and after its light dissipated, a white dove emerged and fluttered down from the sky, landing perfectly in Lin Shen's outstretched palm. Lin Shen cradled Fei Zai, inspecting him from left to right. The creature seemed the same as before, without any apparent change. Fei Zai, what level are you exactly? Lin Shen asked, eyeing Fei Zai. Fei Zai acted as if he couldn't understand a word Lin Shen was saying and simply nuzzled his little head against Lin Shen's palm. Here we go with this act again. Acting cute won't work on me. Off you go to kill some monsters. We don't keep freeloaders, not even idle birds, Lin Shen said, picking up Fei Zai and heading toward the den of the Vajra Bull. From a distance, he spotted a Vajra Bull and tossed Fei Zai toward it. However, Fei Zai flapped its wings in mid-air, circled around, and flew back toward Lin Shen, landing on his shoulder, then burrowed into his backpack. Sigh, why did I end up raising such a lazy thing? Lin Shen muttered dejectedly. Still, he figured if he could, he would also avoid fighting and leveling up, preferring to buy everything instead. It was hard to blame Fei Zai. Knowing that the creature had strength, Lin Shen decided that if Fei Zai didn't put in any effort in future troubles, he'd just throw it like a meat bomb. The contrarian continued digesting and reincarnating the spirit base. With so much ascension liquid and spirit bases at his disposal, Lin Shen was too lazy to kill more Vajra Bulls. Instead, he waited for nightfall to explore the Vajra Bull den and see what kind of metal forging was happening. Unable to return before his body had recovered, he found a nearby spot and practiced shrimp soldiers and crab generals and Thousand Men's Pointer. Thousand Men's Pointer was the complete or upgraded version of Demon Heart Finger. With the foundation of Demon Heart Finger, Lin Shen found it relatively easy to get started. Demon Heart Finger was all about unpredictable deceit and trickery, fooling others. Thousand Men's Pointer, on the other hand, was even sneakier. The path of illusion was just a basic requirement. Further practice led to an intangible and invisible level of expertise. The skill didn't let you see it coming, and you wouldn't know how you got hit. This finger skill truly suited Lin Shen's tastes. He thought to himself, if I could combine the long-range fist power of 28 fists with Thousand Men's Pointer, releasing intangible and invisible finger force, striking unseen enemies from a distance, and using acupoint sealing without anyone noticing, that would be so cool. Lin Shen practiced the shrimp soldiers and crab generals over and over, shifting his steps and springing backward, keeping his hands busy practicing various skills of Thousand Men's Pointer. His moves became more ethereal, and the wind from his finger strikes grew weaker and weaker. However, merging the fierce fist power of 28 fists with Thousand Men's Pointer proved impossible. One was aggressive, the other soft, and the two extremes simply could not be merged. After practicing for a while and resting for half a day, Lin Shen finally made it to nightfall and stealthily approached the den of the Vajra bull again. Now with previous experience, Lin Shen sped up his pace and quickly arrived at the red Vajra bull's iron forging cave. Lin Shen found an angle out of the red Vajra bull's view and quietly flew into the cave. The red Vajra bull seemed to sense something, turned its head to look, but saw nothing. It then turned back and continued to forge metal materials. Lin Shen moved like a wandering spirit, using the movement technique Yun had taught him to consistently stay out of the red Vajra bull's line of sight. Luckily, the red Vajra bull was focused on forging iron and didn't pay attention to anything else. Lin Shen took this opportunity to sneak into a passage and followed it inward. The temperature inside the cave suddenly rose significantly, and it was also high within the passage. Lin Shen guessed that this was probably why the Vajra bull didn't lose their mobility here. The passages inside were interconnected in all directions, unlike the outside where there was only a single path. Fortunately, there were the ruts of a cart on the ground, which must have been left behind by the countless years of friction between cartwheels and the metallic ground. After walking for not so long, Lin Shen spotted a golden bull pulling a cart and quickly found a hidden trail to take cover. It was only after the golden bull passed that he emerged and continued to follow the wheel tracks deeper inside. Soon, Lin Shen arrived at another cavern where, just as before, there was a red Vajra bull forged of iron and a blue pillar of fire. There were no telling how many such caverns were inside the nest of Vajra diamonds. Thankfully, there weren't many Vajra bulls here. It seemed that most of them were in the caves outside. Inside, there were only the red Vajra bulls forged of iron and the metal oxen collecting forging materials, and their numbers were relatively few. As he walked, Lin Shen left markings on the cave walls. He couldn't remember such a complex route, and it wouldn't be good if he got lost. Besides the cart he encountered at the beginning, he didn't come across any more carts afterward. While keeping track of time, Lin Shen explored carefully. This place truly resembled a giant labyrinth. If there weren't any cart tracks, he wouldn't have known where to go. Junk, all junk, Lin Shen was walking when he suddenly heard a human voice up ahead. "There's someone here." Lin Shen was startled. He had never expected to find someone else here. The Vajra bulls were clearly not pets but wild creatures. How could a human survive in the dens of so many wild Vajra bulls? Moreover, that person seemed to make no effort to be quiet. Their curses echoed through the cave, nearly bursting Lin Shen's eardrums. Listening closely, he realized the voice wasn't coming from the direction of the cart tracks. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Shen decided to check out the passage from where the voice was coming. With the inheritance fan in hand and hugging the cave wall, he moved carefully forward. After turning 2 corners, he saw that the passage ended in another cavern. From a distance, Lin Shen could only see the rocky walls of the cavern. He guessed that this passage was not located beneath the cavern but possibly in the middle or top part. Lin Shen lay on the ground and crawled toward the entrance of the passage, still hearing the person's curses all the while. Occasionally, he could also hear the sound of metal clashing, though it sounded less like forging and more like the noise of metal being broken. Eventually, he made it to the end of the passage and indeed found that it was situated near the top of the cavern, almost reaching the ceiling. Peeking stealthily into the cavern, once Lin Shen got a clear view of the interior, his face was a picture of astonishment. Inside the cavern, there was a huge furnace with blue flames rising within, melting various metal blocks. Next to that furnace, there stood a black workbench with various casting tools laid out, tools that were clearly used by intelligent beings. Beside that workbench, a robust celestial with his upper body bare, muscles bulging, standing over 2 meters tall, and with angel's wings on his back, was holding a red blade and cursing away. A celestial? There's a celestial here? Lin Shen's astonishment grew even stronger. Chapter 414, Strange Person Forges a Sword. This celestial was unlike the celestials in Lin Shen's impression, who thought of celestials as synonyms for the grace and elegance of someone like Tian Xun. At worst, they were the refined but decadent type like Tian Xin, good-looking regardless of their character, with hardly any robust and bulky specimens among them. Yet, this celestial seemed to have deliberately taken the opposite path. With bulging muscles and reddish skin, his facial features harsh, his square face exuding dominance, but totally devoid of classical handsomeness or elegance. His white hair was carelessly tied on top of his head, giving him an extravagantly wild look. At this moment, he was holding the handle with one hand and the blade with the other, forcefully snapping the red sword in half and tossing it into the melting furnace as if throwing kindling into a fire. All around him on the floor and walls were various swords, each differing in style, but all bearing red blades. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the sword's color wasn't purely red. Instead, they had red patterns. On some swords, the red patterns were sparse, making the blades appear less red. Others were dense with red patterns, looking very red as if the entire blade was drenched in crimson. The white-haired, brawny angel randomly picked up another sword, broke it, and tossed it into the furnace. In short order, he had snapped several swords and flung them into the forge as if they were mere firewood. Full of confusion, Lin Shen wondered how a celestial could be forging swords in the lair of Vajra bulls. How was he even surviving here? While pondering, he suddenly heard the sound of a cart being dragged below. Soon after, a cart filled with materials that had been processed by the red Vajra bulls entered the cave through the passage below and stopped in front of the celestial. The white-haired celestial casually took the materials from the cart and tossed them into a corner, where a pile of metal supplies, seemingly worked on by the red Vajra bulls, had already accumulated. My god, those Vajra bulls are actually working for him. Who exactly is this guy? Lin Shen's forehead was plastered with question marks. After the materials were taken, the golden bull pulling the cart departed from the cave. The white-haired celestial grabbed a pair of large tongs and pulled out a glowing golden red metal block from the furnace, placing it on the anvil before taking a hammer and starting to pound the metal forcefully. Before long, the metal block took on the shape of a sword blank under his hammering. The white-haired celestial tossed the sword blank into a nearby pool, causing a burst of white steam that instantly filled the cave. Trash. All trash. As the steam cleared, Lin Shen saw the white-haired celestial examining the sword blank. Seemingly infuriated for some reason, he cursed aloud, then broke the blank in half and tossed it back into the furnace. Why is this happening? The method for refining blood-patterned gold essence is correct. The folding technique used in forging is also flawless. The quenching followed the ancient method. Why can't I forge a true 10 directions ghost god-slaying blade? Where did I go wrong? The white-haired celestial sat dejectedly on a metal block, clutching his hair and muttering to himself like a madman. Talking to himself until he approached madness, the white-haired celestial casually grabbed a knife next to him and wildly chopped at the metal materials nearby, venting the frustration in his heart. Lin Shen didn't know how hard those materials forged by the red Vajra bull were, but he had a few pieces of unforged metal shards on him. The hardness of those metal shards was such that even the light sword form combined with the inheritance fan could only leave marks on them, and it would take a great deal of effort to cut through them. The strength of these materials, having been forged by the red Vajra bull, must have been significantly increased, but it was unknown just how tenacious they were. Yet under the swings of the red knife in the white-haired celestial's hand, those metal materials were like tofu, being directly sliced into pieces with smooth, even cuts. What an amazing knife! Lin Shen watched open-mouthed. The destructive power of that knife probably meant that even the 10th turn life base would have a hard time contending with it. It might even be easily sliced through. Such an amazing knife, however, seemed like worthless trash in the eyes of the white-haired celestial. After chopping a few times and venting most of his frustration, he snapped the knife in his hand and threw it into the furnace. The Archangel's sword, although powerful, was unlikely to cut through a 10th turn life base easily. All those knives in the stone cave, they can't all be like this, right? If they're all like this, how much would these knives be worth? If I could take these knives and sell them, the money the Celestial Master Institute owes should be able to be paid off, right? Lin Shen estimated the value of those knives in his mind. Of course, that was just a thought. Not to say that the knives weren't his to take, it was impossible for him to even think of taking them away. Even if these knives were his, he would not use his personal wealth to cover the deficit at the Celestial Master Institute, unless he had gone mad. With such a vast fortune, what need was there to be the dean of the Celestial Master Institute? Just selling the knives for resources would probably be more than enough to reach the pinnacle of nirvana, maybe even challenging higher levels. Listening to the white-haired celestial, these knives should all be rejects. If the rejects are already this powerful, how amazing would the real thing be if he really succeeded in forging one? Right, what did he say the name of the knife he was trying to forge was? I remember now, it seemed to be called something like 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade. With such a strange name, what kind of knife could it be? And I don't even know how you would tell if it's successfully forged, Lin Shen pondered to himself. The white-haired celestial opened a lid at the bottom of the furnace, and the metal that had been melted into liquid flowed out of a square hole and into a stone trough beneath it, gradually cooling into a flat, rectangular metal block. Repeating the same process, the celestial soon filled more than a dozen stone troughs with metal liquid, and the blocks of metal took shape as they cooled down. After removing the metal blocks, he surprisingly selected 10 of them, stacked and pressed them together, and put them into the heating port of the furnace for forging. The metal was forged to a golden red color, then taken out to be hammered on the workbench. He hammered the 10 blocks into a long rectangle, cut them into 10 pieces again, stacked and pressed them together once more, heated them up in the heating port, and then took them out for more hammering. Lin Shen watched as the blood patterns on the metal became heavier and denser until almost the entire block of metal turned a blood-red color. Only then did the white-haired celestial reheat it and start forging it into a knife billet. Chapter 415, The Swordsmith. The blade embryo gradually took shape, thin yet sharp, narrow and slightly curved, looking immensely impactful. Although not yet sharpened or polished, one could already sense its ferocity. The white-haired celestial dipped the hot blade embryo into the nearby pool, instantly triggering steam to fill the cavern once more. When the blade embryo was lifted from the pool, a strange scene unfolded. The blade embryo seemed to come to life, the hammer marks on it automatically smoothing out. The once rough blade quickly became as shiny as a mirror, except the blood-red patterns branded into it grew even more vivid. Above the blade edge, a streak of bloody light like a bead of blood flowed along the blade's edge. Wherever the bloody light passed, the previously edgeless blade embryo naturally developed an edge, its chilling gleam downright spine-tingling. Has this sword come alive? Lin Shen stared, dumbfounded, having never seen sword forging like this before. After the blood knife was edged, the white-haired celestial casually swung it a few times. The blade didn't even touch the materials, but just a flicker of light from the blade tip split the incredibly tough materials as easily as cutting through tofu, leaving a cut surface smooth as a mirror. Back in my base mutation level, if I had such a blade, who could rival me among my peers? Taking down ascenders would have been no difficult feat. This blade, it should be considered forged, right? Lin Shen thought to himself. But the white-haired celestial tossed the blade carelessly to the ground while cursing. Trash. Another piece of trash. Garbage. All garbage. Holy shit. Such a sword is still trash. What kind of sword is he trying to forge? Lin Shen was shocked. The trash in the other's eyes was an unparalleled divine blade in his view. Then he thought it made some sense. This white-haired celestial could command so many modified Vajra bowls. How could this be the work of an ordinary person? He was like a deity, and naturally the sword a deity wished to create would be beyond a mortal's imagination. The 10 directions. Ghost god-slaying blade. What kind of sword would that be? Although Lin Shen was eager to keep watching, he calculated the time until dawn, realizing there wasn't much of it left, and it would take him time to leave this place. Lin Shen turned quietly, preparing to leave. I mean no offense, and I ask for forgiveness for inadvertently intruding. Lin Shen hastily explained his position, hoping for a peaceful resolution, as the Celestial's power was unfathomable. What race are you? The white-haired Celestial asked coldly, eyeing Lin Shen. There are some humans in the Celestial race. This Celestial doesn't know that. I wonder if he has stayed here too long or simply never paid attention to small races such as humans. Lin Shen quickly said, human race, working on Sky Pinnacle Star, currently in charge of developing Golden Star. Not knowing the details about this Celestial, Lin Shen dared not mention he worked at the Celestial Master Institute. The Celestial Master Institute had made plenty of enemies before. If the Celestial had been wronged by the institution, and Lin Shen revealed his position as dean, he could end up in serious trouble. A person from the Celestial Master Institute? The white-haired Celestial furrowed his brows slightly. Yes. Since the other party mentioned the Celestial Master Institute, Lin Shen couldn't deny it without exposing himself, which would make things even more difficult. After admitting his affiliation with the Celestial Master Institute, the white-haired Celestial's expression seemed to soften a bit. What position do you hold in the Institute? Do you work under that minister? Why were you sent to develop Golden Star? How many others have come with you? Lin Shen's thoughts churned as he slowly spoke. I am the current Dean Tian of the Celestial Master Institute. May I ask how you are addressed? The head of the Celestial Master Institute. The white-haired Celestial was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. Boy, you, a mere ascender, dare to impersonate the head of the Celestial Master Institute. You certainly have some nerve. If you say I'm an imposter, then so be it. But may I know your name? Lin Shen said indifferently. Hearing Lin Shen speak thus, the white-haired Celestial seemed to harbor some doubts as he sized him up and said, that can't be right. If you are from the Celestial Master Institute, how dare you impersonate the Dean? If you are not from the Celestial Master Institute, how could you have made it to Golden Star? I have no need to impersonate anyone. Seeing that the white-haired Celestial kept his identity a secret, Lin Shen also refrained from asking further. However, from the tone of the white-haired Celestial, it seemed he bore no hostility towards the Celestial Master Institute. Are you truly the head of the Celestial Master Institute? The white-haired Celestial asked, frowning. This is my identity card. It shouldn't be fake. Lin Shen took out his identity card, holding it up for the white-haired Celestial to inspect. It really is. How could you, an other race and merely at ascension level, become the head of the Celestial Master Institute? The white-haired Celestial glanced at the identity card with a look that suddenly became subtle. You have been here quite some time, haven't you? The Celestial Master Institute is no longer the glorious place it once was. Lin Shen put away his identity card and recounted the current state of the Celestial Master Institute without the need to exaggerate. The bleak situation was dire enough. Haha, the Celestial Master Institute has actually fallen to such depths. Truly, what goes around comes around. After listening, the white-haired Celestial laughed heartily, seemingly pleased. Lin Shen initially thought the white-haired Celestial might be a member of the Celestial Master Institute or have a very good relationship with it. Yet seeing his reaction made him seem otherwise, and Lin Shen couldn't help but become more cautious. Fortunately, he had Fei Zai Fatty in his backpack, throwing him out to fend off trouble first, making his own escape should not be difficult. If it really came to a desperate situation, he could always use the watch to teleport away. After all, the countdown had already ended and he could leave at any time. Lin Shen had yet to teleport away because he was searching for a way to enlarge himself. Now, although he had not found a method to grow, if his life was indeed in danger, he would have no choice but to teleport back. You can't teleport out from here, save yourself the effort. Besides, if you teleport out in your current state, you'll never return to normal again. The white-haired Celestial saw through Lin Shen's thoughts. However, he showed no intent to attack and turned to walk into the cavern, saying as he went, "Come in and sit. It's been so long since I've seen anyone. Tell me about the outside world." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Shen followed him in. The temperature inside the cavern was very high, and even someone with Lin Shen's physique felt somewhat overwhelmed. Thankfully, the carapace provided protection, otherwise he might have been baked dry by the intense heat. "Who exactly are you? Why are you here?" Lin Shen asked. "I am merely a blacksmith. My name and such have long been forgotten." "Feel free to call me anything," the white-haired Celestial responded, and then proceeded to inquire about the outside world from Lin Shen. The questions he asked were mostly about the Celestial race, and what Lin Shen knew was not very comprehensive. He shared all that he knew with him. Chapter 416, Micro-Immortal Realm. Since you find it inconvenient to reveal your identity, I'll just call you Dao. Lin Shen told the white-haired Celestial everything he knew, then asked, "Dao, what's with my body, and can it ever return to normal?" "I quite like the name Dao. Let's stick with that," the white-haired Celestial said. "You're quite unfortunate. With Golden Star being so vast, you could have landed anywhere, but you just had to end up in the micro-immortal realm. This place has been shrunk down to a mere inch by an immortal being using supreme power, forming this micro-immortal realm. Any creature that steps into this place will be affected by the power of the micro-immortal realm and become miniature. To return to normal, you must remove the miniaturizing power from your body." "How can I remove this miniaturizing power?" Lin Shen felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, but did not show it. After hearing what Dao had said, Lin Shen already had an idea in his mind. The power of miniaturization only exists within this area of the micro-immortal realm. The reason evolution theory has been unable to restore his body to its original state is probably due to the overwhelming power here that continues to exert its influence, preventing evolution theory from truly taking effect in a short period of time. However, as long as he leaves the boundary of the micro-immortal realm and is no longer under the influence of its power, evolution theory might slowly begin to work, allowing his body to return to normal. Of course, this was a last resort. If there were other viable methods, there would be no need to take such a risk. It's difficult if you say it's difficult, easy if you say it's easy. You just need to find someone who can break the power of the micro-immortal realm, and naturally you can rid yourself of the miniaturization. Dao said with a smile. "Where can I find such a person?" Lin Shen asked with a wry smile. Dao had said the power of miniaturization was left by an immortal being. Where could Lin Shen find another such immortal being when he didn't know any such important figures yet? "If you can't find one, I might be able to think of a way to help you, but since we're strangers and have no friendship, I naturally can't help you for nothing. How about this? You stay and help me forge for 100 days, and I have a way to help you get rid of the miniaturization from your body. What do you think?" Dao said. "I'm just afraid that if I vanish for 100 days, the people from the Celestial Master Institute will think I've died on Golden Star and send someone else to find my body," Lin Shen said. "Don't worry about that. The miniaturized realm doesn't just shrink the vast mountains and rivers. If you stay here for 100 days, only a few days will have passed on the outside," Dao said. "Is the micro-immortal realm really that magical? Then why does the day and night cycle here match the one outside?" Lin Shen felt Dao was deceiving him. "I can't explain that either. If you don't believe it, you are free to leave and see how much time has passed once you're outside the realm. You'll know whether it's true or false." Dao clearly had no intention of explaining. Lin Shen hesitated, as Dao seemed to have no reason to lie to him with something that could be so easily disproved. "All right, it's settled then. I'll help you forge, and in return, you help me get rid of the miniaturization on my body." Lin Shen pondered for a moment and decided to stay and see what would happen, rather than risk antagonizing Dao on the spot. It's settled. Dao didn't care whether Lin Shen was truly willing, he was quite pleased. "Come on, start by moving that material into the furnace." Dao pointed to the red-colored materials of the Vajra bowl beside him, and then pointed to the smelting port of the furnace. The furnace was highly functional, capable of both melting metals and heating up metals for forging. Dao wanted him to move the materials into the furnace first, which meant melting and refining them to extract the metal embryo. Only then could the materials be forged, and finally, a sword could be made. Lin Shen had originally thought that the materials forged by the red metal ox would only be roughly refined and not too heavy. However, when he reached out to grab a piece of material that Dao had cut open, he put in some effort but couldn't lift it up. "How can it be so heavy?" Lin Shen wondered in surprise, rushing to exert more strength. Only then was he able to lift the half-cut material, somewhat laboriously making his way to the furnace to toss it in. Although he didn't use the super base form, the weight was still shocking enough. Lin Shen's own strength was considerable, much stronger than the average ascender, and if he found it difficult, this revealed just how heavy the material was. Not using a skill and yet able to move it, for an ascender to have such strength is indeed a bit impressive. No wonder Tianshu has appointed you as the dean, it seems not without reason. Even Dao seemed slightly surprised by Lin Shen's formidable strength. "Strong muscles, great endurance, these are pretty much the only advantages I have," said Lin Shen. With these two advantages, a man is sure to lead a comfortable life. Try this hammer and see if you can lift it up. Let me see just how strong you are, suggested Dao, pointing to a large hammer by the side. Lin Shen approached the hammer and saw that its material was the same as the blades, with the hammerhead being forged from blood vein metal. However, the mass of the hammer should be less than that of the blades. Because those blades were forged entirely from blood vein metal, even the handles were made of the same material. This hammer, on the other hand, had only its head made of blood vein metal, with the handle being wooden, creating a top-heavy balance more suitable for swinging and hammering. Lin Shen gripped the handle of the hammer, finding the wooden texture extremely comfortable to hold, not knowing what kind of wood it was. It had been used for so long that it was already polished smooth with use. The wooden handle indeed felt light, but when Lin Shen tried to lift the hammer, it felt significantly heavier, more so than the materials he had handled before. The hammerhead, although similar in size, was many times heavier than the materials. Lin Shen suddenly thought he might have been too naive. The blades were probably heavier than the hammer, and at the base mutation level, he feared he might not even be able to lift them, let alone wield them against enemies. Although he barely managed to lift the hammerhead, swinging it was another matter entirely. He really couldn't handle it. Use your skill. Try and see if you can swing it. Dao took out a glowing golden red piece of metal from the furnace and placed it on the workbench, indicating for Lin Shen to strike it with the hammer. Lin Shen, unable to swing it on his own, had to activate the super base form. Then he swung the hammer and smashed it down on the metal block, sending dark red slag flying in all directions. Not bad. Give it a few more hits. Let's see if your endurance is as strong as you claim, Dao said with a smile. Lin Shen swung the hammer several more times, and since Dao didn't say stop, he kept on swinging. The hammer was heavy, but it was still manageable under the super base form. Additionally, the power from the super base pattern's extraction of the world's force supplemented the effort, and as long as he didn't swing too quickly, he could continue indefinitely. At first, Dao did not pay much attention when Lin Shen swung the hammer a few times, but after Lin Shen had swung it over a dozen times, severely deforming the metal block, Dao started to look on with a trace of astonishment. That endurance is actually quite something. Chapter 417, The Three Reverences Sword Skill. When Lin Shen swung the hammer dozens of times, Dao was already a bit surprised. This kid's endurance and skill durability are truly extraordinary. It seems the material isn't hot enough anymore, can't hammer it. Lin Shen stopped and Dao thought he couldn't hold up anymore, but Lin Shen said this. Dao had been so focused on watching Lin Shen swing the hammer that he hadn't noticed the metal had cooled down significantly, no longer red enough, and had become too cool to effectively forge. The piece of material that Lin Shen hammered was uneven, probably needing to be remelted and reforged. Not bad, really not bad, but you're swinging the hammer all wrong. You should swing it like this. Dao took the hammer, placed another heated piece of metal for demonstration, and showed Lin Shen how to swing, how to exert force, and how to control the strength and accuracy. Lin Shen tried several times but always missed the crucial point. Although Dao's temper was fiery, he didn't lose his temper but was actually very patient, letting Lin Shen continue to try. Of course, it wasn't that Dao's temper had suddenly improved, but because he had noticed that Lin Shen's stamina was stronger than he had imagined. Dao's eyes were not blind, of course. He could see that Lin Shen's carapace had been maintained in that skill state, without ever stopping, for such a long time now. Skills that add such powerful enhancements to strength, to be continuously active like this, must consume a significant amount, and not everyone can keep such skills activated indefinitely. Dao himself couldn't have kept such a skill active continuously while he was at the ascension level, just like Lin Shen. Moreover, the strength of Lin Shen was surprisingly great. Even a top 10 stage ascendant with a strength doubling skill might not be able to match his strength, nor could they likely have his endurance. Although Lin Shen kept making mistakes, he was still able to continuously swing the hammer, which was quite impressive. It was precisely because of Lin Shen's exceptional performance that Dao was patient enough to wait for him to correct his mistakes. Had it been anyone else, Dao would have lost his patience long ago. Lin Shen tried for quite some time, but still didn't grasp it. During one hammer swing, a sudden inspiration struck in his mind. Swinging the hammer like this seems a bit similar to a fisherman's casting technique. With this thought, Lin Shen didn't bother with how Dao was teaching, but attempted to swing the hammer with the fisherman's casting method. This attempt produced a surprisingly effective result, and his control over the large hammer clearly leveled up. Following this method, Lin Shen tried several more times, each time getting smoother, each control better than the last. Dao watched Lin Shen in amazement. His hammer-swinging stance looked odd no matter how you looked at it, yet he swung more and more accurately and controlled the hammer better and better. Dao initially wanted to correct him, but after one attempt he found that Lin Shen's precision and control worsened, so he let him return to that odd way of swinging the hammer. I've been forging iron for half my life and have seen many people swing hammers, but I've never seen anyone swing it like you do, Dao said with a strange expression. Lin Shen's way of swinging the hammer was obviously harder and more difficult to control than the method Dao taught, and looked somewhat strenuous, yet Lin Shen was controlling it better and better. Seeing this, Dao didn't bother with it anymore. As long as Lin Shen could meet his criteria, he could swing it any way he liked. As for Lin Shen's stamina, Dao was quite satisfied, even far exceeding his expectations. Lin Shen seemed like a tireless machine, hammering continuously whenever Dao needed it. Seeing that Lin Shen's aim and control were about up to par, Dao taught him how to coordinate. Taking a small hammer, he struck wherever Dao hammered, and Lin Shen had to judge the force with which to bring down the large hammer based on the speed and strength of Dao's small hammer. This time, Lin Shen learned quickly and was soon able to cooperate with Dao normally. Dao worked with Lin Shen on the blacksmithing and sword crafting, occasionally advising on why certain strikes were executed, why specific techniques were used, as well as on issues regarding the forge's temperature. It wasn't that he wanted to teach Lin Shen, but without this knowledge, Lin Shen often struggled to grasp his intentions. Incorrect force and angle could mar the quality of his work. Nevertheless, Lin Shen found sword crafting quite fascinating. Although not wholly engrossed, he was quite happy to learn. For several consecutive days, Lin Shen toiled away in the stone cave, swinging the heavy hammer to assist Dao in forging materials. Lin Shen's endurance increasingly surprised Dao. He seemed never to tire, and sometimes, when Dao himself felt a bit weary, seeing Lin Shen's vigor made him question his own age and confidence. Could this youngster be a machine cloaked in human skin? Dao wondered out loud, astonished by Lin Shen's superhuman performance, and decided to teach him how to fold materials. While he rested, he had Lin Shen take over the folding of materials. At first, Lin Shen naturally wasted quite a bit of material, but Dao wasn't concerned about that. He had intended for Lin Shen to practice with materials destined to be reforged anyway, deeming it fine to simply reforge them once more if necessary. There were two types of materials in the forge, one being the refined new material, and the other being the failed material destined for reforging. Most of the time, Dao experimented with reforged materials, only using new materials after a new inspiration or successful experience emerged. However, ultimately, all of the materials ended up as waste. Dao spent his days cursing, though never at anyone, only at the failed blades, which could be considered his sole virtue. Over time, Lin Shen came to understand why those blades Dao deemed as wasted were kept and not reforged anew. Mainly because these preserved blades contained sparks of successful ingenuity and virtues. Despite being failures, they held points of reference, which was why Dao did not send them back to the forge. During his downtime, Lin Shen tried handling a few scrapped blades and found them to be much heavier than the large hammer he was accustomed to. Even in his super base form, wielding them proved a struggle. These wastes carry a form but no spirit. They are nothing but trash, Dao said indifferently. Then, what would be an ideal blade according to you? Lin Shen asked, his curiosity piqued. Have you ever heard of the Three Reverences sword skill? Dao asked with a suddenly straightened back and a faint hint of pride on his face. Seeing his expression, Lin Shen was tempted to claim he had heard of it, but he genuinely had not and simply shook his head, saying, I haven't been away from my home planet for long and know very little about the top techniques in the universe. A look of disappointment couldn't be hidden on Dao's face as he said, It's normal for you not to have heard of it. There probably aren't many who know this skill nowadays. The so-called Three Reverences, the first is to revere the spirits and ghosts of the 10 directions, the second is to revere all demons and Buddhas, and the third is to revere all beings of heaven and earth. With one strike you cut down spirits and ghosts, with the second you cut down demons and Buddhas, and with the third you cut down all beings. There is nothing in the world that cannot be cut, revere first and then cut, for this is the norm of manners. That is, the Three Reverences sword skill. Chapter 418, Peerless Blade Guest. First to pay respect, and then to strike, truly a courtesy as complete as can be, reflected Lin Shen upon hearing Dao speak of the Three Reverences sword skill, which seemed to coincide with the mysterious charm of the 28 fists he had learnt. When killing, the 28 fists only required 2 strikes, the first punch to warn, the second to kill. Unfortunately, the version of the 28 fists that Lin Shen had learned was corrupted, failing to embody the essence of killing with 2 punches. For him, the more punches, the better. Dao chuckled, complete courtesy? Maybe not, it's just that I find it troublesome. I'd rather not take action if it's not necessary. The blade I intend to forge must be able to match the realm of the Three Reverences sword skill. The method of forging comes from the Xuanling forging skill of the mysterious clan, capable of forging a blade that can slash through all matter in the world, possessing spirit and nature, invincible to all. At this point, Dao sighed. It's just that I've forged countless blades here, yet I've never been able to forge one with spirit. As he spoke, Dao picked up a blade he had forged earlier and casually said, This scrap of a blade may form its body and edge on its own, but it ultimately lacks spirit, and it does not possess the concept of the Three Reverences sword skill. Dao inserted the blade to one side and picked up another long sword, saying, This blade, though peerlessly sharp and able to feed on blood, seems spirited yet has veered into the path of evil, succumbed to inferiority, still a failed product. Dao inserted it aside as well and took yet another blade, introducing each to Lin Shen in turn. To Lin Shen, each blade seemed extraordinary, but in Dao's words, they were all mere scrap, none were the blade he sought. The blade he sought was not only to have spirit, but also to embody the ethos of the Three Reverences sword skill. A blade needed to have the bravery to slay the ghosts and gods of the 10 directions, the demons and Buddhas across the sky, and everything under heaven and earth, or else it was ultimately just rubbish. The so-called 10 directions ghost god-slaying blade was actually just a casual name coined by Tao, and even the order of the words in this name was mistaken. If arranged according to his preference, the blade should be called the Soul Slayer blade that slays the ghosts and gods of the 10 directions, which was not quite convenient to say. Lin Shen, puzzled, then asked, "Creating a spirited blade is already an extremely difficult task, yet you seek to imbue it with the ethos of your own blade technique. Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Surely you don't intend to perform a blade technique before forging it, hoping it will comprehend the blade's ethos and then craft it into a blade, do you?" "Who said I wanted to imbue it with the ethos of my own blade technique?" replied Tao. No, that's not it. The 3 Reverences sword skill is not my own creation, but rather the work of a peerless blade guest from the mysterious clan in ancient times. With a strange expression, Lin Shen said, "Not your own blade technique, and one you don't even know how to execute. How can you possibly infuse its ethos into a blade?" Tao explained, "Even though I do not know the 3 Reverences sword skill, I have seen the recordings of that blade guest's technique. Despite countless generations having passed, I can still feel the unmatched heroism and peerless ethos of that blade guest from those recordings. Hence, I am determined to forge a divine blade worthy of the 3 Reverences sword skill." "Really? Just like that?" Lin Shen was dumbfounded, thinking it audacious that just by watching someone else's blade technique recordings, Tao was intent on forging a divine blade worthy of it. "Why not? I've spent half my life forging blades. Even though I don't know the blade techniques, I can empathize with any kind of blade spirit just by a glance. It doesn't matter that I haven't met him, even if countless generations have passed. I can know him, understand him, know what kind of blade he needs, and know what kind of blade is worthy of his technique. That's enough." "Even if you manage to forge that blade, is there anyone in this world still worthy of wielding it?" Lin Shen retorted. He had heard from Manager An about the decline of the mysterious clan. It was doubtful that such a blade guest would emerge from them again. If there were still blade masters like that, they wouldn't have failed to even rank amongst the 10,000 cosmic clans. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, Tao immediately shook his head and said, "It's precisely because there are no longer such blade masters in the world that I am even more eager to forge that blade. As long as this blade exists, people will know there were once such blade masters and such blade techniques in the world." Lin Shen stared at Tao, suddenly feeling that what Tao said actually made a hell of a lot of sense. "Alright, since you want to cast such a blade, I'll help you. But first we need to clarify what the 3 Reverences sword skill is really like. Can you tell me about it, or show me that section of the blade technique recording?" Lin Shen said. "The recording was something I chanced upon, not a recording that was made, but rather the blade intent of a blade master during a terrifying great battle. The blade intent was so strong it left an imprint in the flow of time, and at a certain time and place it was activated by some special reason and appeared once again after countless generations. It would be difficult for it to appear a second time, even if I wished to see it again. It would be impossible," Tao said with a shake of his head and a wry smile. "Sigh, then tell me about that blade master's story." Lin Shen wanted to know what kind of existence that blade master was, to make a weapon forger of later generations willing to dedicate half of his life to creating an unmatched blade for a deceased person and a lost blade technique. As soon as the topic was raised, Tao became animated, spraying saliva as he recounted the deeds related to that blade master. The era of the Ancient Realm King could be considered a rare glittering golden age in the universe, where countless clans gave birth to heavenly prideful beings akin to gods. Heroes of unparalleled strength emerged, fighting across the starry sky, competing for that supreme title of king. It was an incredibly brilliant era, with geniuses from many races who, in any other era, might have been able to draw lines in the sky, punch through the cosmos, and be crowned kings among the peerless powerful ones. Yet in that era, in the end, only the Ancient Realm King suppressed all the peerless individuals and attained the title of king. The most exceptional talent within the mysterious clan was that unnamed blade master whose the 3 Reverences sword skill had hardly faced defeat since its advent. Countless immortal sages from various clans fell beneath the 3 Reverences sword skill. Alas, he ultimately could not withstand the Ancient Realm King, and even the peerless blade guest met with a fate of obscure demise, gradually forgotten in the endless river of time. Legend has it that in that final battle against the Ancient Realm King, a single swing of his blade cleaved through the eternity of the cosmos, causing the Ancient Realm King to yield ground, daring not to forcibly receive that blade which could slay all life in the world. Regrettably, that strike was the pinnacle work of the peerless blade guest, and after that single strike failed to slay the Ancient Realm King, he could no longer match the Ancient Realm King, and ultimately he was vanquished and perished amidst the boundless starry sky. Now, there are not many in the world who still remember the name of this blade technique, Tao lamented. What a pity, Lin Shen also sighed. With his spirits lifted, Tao casually picked up a blade and began to wield it. As he swung the blade, Lin Shen suddenly felt as if there was nothing left between heaven and earth but that blade. Where the blade's edge passed, it seemed as though it split heaven and earth itself, and Lin Shen actually had the sensation that he had nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape, as if he himself would be cleaved to death by that blade. Lin Shen stood on the spot, motionless, as cold sweat instantly soaked his body. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but under that blade he simply couldn't move, nor did he know how to move. With heaven and earth split asunder, how could a mere human withstand the might of that strike? To block or not to block made no difference whatsoever. Couldn't block it, had no time to block, and didn't know how to block. Chapter 419, Better to listen to the scenery than to see it. Dao's blade swooped down beside Lin Shen, startling his soul to near escape. Only then did he realize Dao had merely waved his hand casually, demonstrating the blade technique without actually exerting force or aiming at him. Just a demonstration, and not even directed at me, already possessed such divine majesty. I can't begin to imagine how terrifying it would be if the peerless blade guest were to execute that move. Lin Shen marveled in his heart. Dao, you said you don't know the Three Reverences sword skill, so what's the deal with that blade move? Lin Shen pressed, gazing intently at Dao. It was just a feeling inspired by that projection. I'm not within a 10,000th of that blade guest's skill, Dao said dismissively, tossing his blade aside as if it had lost its charm, sighing, I heard that blade guest has a descendant who survived. After the ancient dynasty fell apart, he extended the mysterious clan's existence for 3,000 years using something called the true extreme slaying evil divine light, a power of nirvana. I suspect that part of that true extreme slaying evil divine light may originate from the legacy of the Three Reverences blade technique. Sadly, that person also vanished into the river of history, and the true extreme slaying evil divine light failed to be passed down. Otherwise, taking a look might provide some inspiration, greatly benefiting my sword crafting. True extreme slaying evil divine light. Lin Shen gasped softly, thinking to himself, could it be such a coincidence? Manager Ann mentioned the reincarnation ashes I received were condensed from true extreme slaying evil divine light, didn't he? As Lin Shen hesitated whether to show the reincarnation ashes to Dao, Dao had already risen to his feet, urging Lin Shen to continue forging materials. Isn't the Three Reverences sword skill supposed to consist of 3 moves? Why did you only execute 1 blade move just now? What about the other 2? Lin Shen asked while swinging the hammer, in tune with Dao's blacksmithing. The Three Reverences is only a concept, not literally 3 blade moves, Dao explained. Focus on forging, don't get distracted. Lin Shen had no choice but to swallow the words he had on the tip of his tongue and concentrate on helping Dao forge the materials. The work Lin Shen had done in over 20 years combined didn't amount to as much as what he had done in the few days with Dao. I'm just someone who wanted to level up by paying, and here I am toiling away. This is practically killing me. Lin Shen somewhat regretted showing off his extraordinary stamina. If he had held back earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been squeezed dry by Dao to this extent. However, at that time, Lin Shen wasn't sure whether Dao would kill him or not. Naturally, he needed to appear more useful. It's just that fate works in strange ways. The thing you least want to do may very well be the thing you end up having to do in the end. Luckily, Lin Shen's efforts of the last few days weren't wasted. Constantly forging at a high intensity strengthened his digestion capability, allowing him to quickly convert the mutated ascension liquid into base mutation. His base mutation rate had risen to 63 over these days. If it hadn't been for such relentless labor allowing his body to make the conversion naturally, achieving even half of that would have been good. Dao ruined 1 blade after another, never satisfied. Lin Shen felt that if Dao kept going like this, even a few hundred years more wouldn't yield the blade he envisioned. Dao, I think, perhaps you could try infusing your own understanding of blade intent into the sword you're crafting, Lin Shen tentatively communicated. He felt Dao might have idolized that blade guest too much. From his own perspective, Dao's grasp of the blade's essence already astounded him as something celestial. Lin Shen had never met that peerless blade guest from the mysterious clan nor seen his blade technique, but he could genuinely sense Dao's understanding of the blade. Sometimes, Lin Shen would entertain the thought that often, it might be more poignant not to see but to hear a scene. Before visiting a place, you would hear about how beautiful and wonderful it is and imagine it as the most beautiful and perfect scene in your heart. But if you really went there, you might be greatly disappointed, for the real scenery might not live up to the imagination in your mind. Lin Shen felt that Dao might have idealized that blade guest and the Three Reverences sword skill too much, to the point where he might not even realize that his own understanding of the blade technique could be very close, or even superior to that of the blade guest. For years, Dao had been forging the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade with the imagined ideal of that blade guest, which might have been a mistake. Humans' pursuit of perfection is endless. How could one possibly create a blade as flawless as one imagines? No, my understanding of the Three Reverences sword skill is far from that of the peerless blade guest. Using my understanding of blade technique to forge a blade would be an utter mismatch for the Three Reverences sword skill. Dao shook his head firmly, completely disregarding Lin Shen's suggestion. Dao, how about we make a deal? Lin Shen put down the hammer and stopped helping Dao with the blacksmithing. If you want to leave, I can remove the base mutation from your body and we need not speak further, Dao said with a cold face. That's not what I mean. Lin Shen stretched lazily and said, I've helped you with the forge for so many days. You making me a sword wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Just pick one of the swords over there that you find handy and take it with you, Dao said. With your word, the hard work of these days is not in vain. Lin Shen smiled and suddenly said in earnest, However, I don't want those swords. I'd like to ask you to make a custom sword for me. I don't have the time. Before I forge the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blade, I have no intention of making any other sword, Dao refused bluntly. What if I told you I would trade the true extreme slaying evil divine light for you to custom, make me a sword? Lin Shen looked straight at Dao, speaking each word slowly and deliberately. What kind of joke is that? You, a human, practicing evolution theory, where would you get the true extreme slaying evil divine light? Dao snorted coldly. If you won't help, then just grab a sword and get lost. I'll remove the base mutation from your body, don't waste my time here. Just as Dao finished speaking and was going to grab the hammer to forge the materials himself, his gaze swept over Lin Shen and suddenly his pupils dilated, fixating on a purple glowing bead in Lin Shen's hand. Take a look at this. Lin Shen casually tossed the reincarnation ashes to Dao. After spending so many days together, plus Dao's just now display, Lin Shen decided to take a gamble. He wanted a sword that Dao would forge especially for him, not one of the 10 Directions Ghost God Slaying Blades, be it defective or authentic, he didn't want them. This is really the reincarnation ashes, formed from the true extreme slaying evil divine light. Dao observed closely for a while, both shocked and delighted, almost incredulous. With your ability, you should be able to activate it, right? Give it a try and you'll know, Lin Shen said with a smile. Without any hesitation, Dao clasped the reincarnation ashes with his fingers and pressed them against his forehead. The reincarnation ashes seemed to be activated by some power, its inner radiance growing stronger and stronger, turning the entire cave a dark purple hue. In that dark purple glow, Lin Shen felt a strange power affecting his thoughts, making him feel as though he had become a beam of light. Chapter 420. True Extreme Slaying Evil. Divine Light. Lin Shen's first sensation was one of crowding, a feeling that left him somewhat suffocated. He felt as if he had arrived in an exceptionally crowded world, as though his surroundings were filled with items of every hue that seemed like light, yet also not. Within this sensation, Lin Shen's vision gradually receded, making those crowded things before his eyes appear more and more distant. The once immensely crowded feeling slowly faded, and he himself became a streak of light, as did the crowded things around him, resembling meteor-like lights, uniformly shuttling through the starry sky. The entire universe seemed filled with such lights, which gathered together, initially almost airtight. However, as Lin Shen's vision drifted further away, the other lights gradually distanced themselves from him, the gaps between them widening increasingly, sprawling like meteor showers, endlessly traversing the universe. This distance kept on expanding, causing Lin Shen, who had felt cramped and choked, to now feel as if it were all too vast. Everything was moving away from him, becoming unreachable, as distant as if there were an entire universe between them. Suddenly, nebulae appeared in Lin Shen's field of view, countless streams of light like his own descending into the nebulae like a rain of meteors. As one of these lights, Lin Shen also fell toward the nebula, and as countless lights like his surged toward it, the nebula also magnified continuously in his view. What seemed an intensely dense nebula became more and more loose as they drew close, with gaps emerging that grew increasingly larger. Once a certain distance was reached, Lin Shen realized that the seemingly wispy nebula was actually made up of many stars. As he drew closer, the distance between these stars widened ever more. At first, he could still see the other stars, but gradually, Lin Shen could only see some stars in front of him, then just a few, and finally only one, which became too distant to reach, even invisible to the naked eye. The star magnified in Lin Shen's vision, and then he saw galaxies, and as the galaxies enlarged, he saw individual stars, which gradually became clearer, enough to discern the shapes of the planets. With the planets growing larger, he could see the mountains and rivers on their surfaces. The mountains and rivers too became gradually larger in Lin Shen's eyes, and he saw a fish leap out of the water. The light that Lin Shen had become was heading straight for that jumping fish, surrounded by many similar streams of light, close and yet far, like a ubiquitous meteor shower, all converging on the fish. As the streams of light drew closer, Lin Shen saw the scales on the fish and gradually the gaps between the scales, his perspective magnifying again and again. Eventually, Lin Shen could no longer see the fish or its scales. All that remained in his vision was an assortment of not so tightly arranged matter, and this loosely arranged matter kept magnifying in Lin Shen's eyes, continuously enlarging. Thus, Lin Shen saw a scene similar to the one he'd seen with the nebula before. What should have been a consistent fish body became, upon entering the microworld, a myriad of bizarre nebulae. The gaps between the nebulae kept widening, and then the same process repeated itself. All of a sudden, Lin Shen realized that despite having flown like a meteor for so long, he had not been able to touch anything at all, not even a fish. The fish was not an illusion, it was a tangible entity. The reason he could not touch it was because the light he had become was far too small, so tiny that the fish appeared before him just like a vast nebula in the empty universe, filled with enormous gaps. To him, these gaps seemed manifold times larger than an ocean. He simply could not touch anything at all. The perspective suddenly withdrew, and Lin Shen saw countless light streams like his own passing through the body of the fish without inflicting any harm. Lin Shen saw countless lights passing through trees, rivers, rocks, the earth, traversing the entire planet, continuing toward the distant, endless space, as if there would never be an end, nor would they encounter anything. Just when Lin Shen thought the streak of light he had become would also fly infinitely, he suddenly felt a throbbing within his body. This streak of light, just as it was about to pass through the body of the fish, corrected its own direction, heading toward a target. That target seemed like a planet, yet also seemed like just a point. In the instant that the light passed through that point, Lin Shen felt the meaning of life's existence. He finally felt the sensation of materials making contact, no longer feeling the emptiness of having nowhere to land, no longer feeling that everything was in vain. The point was directly pierced by the light transformed from Lin Shen, exploding like a firework. Then, Lin Shen saw a terrifying scene. The explosion from that point triggered a chain reaction in the nearby points, and in an instant, explosions filled the entire world. Perhaps because of the change in the streak of light Lin Shen had become, those lights that should have passed through the body of the fish, through the planets, also underwent a change, hitting those points with unbelievable precision inside the starry void, like finding a needle in a haystack. The body of the fish exploded like a nuclear bomb. Forests, rocks, animals, even water vapor, all underwent a huge explosion after being pierced by the light streams. In just an instant, the entire planet was set off. Lin Shen's view didn't zoom out further. Countless planets under the assault of the celestial light streams experienced inconceivable massive explosions. The entire nebula was destroyed by the inexhaustible light piercing the universe, leaving nothing but the nebula engulfed by the light explosion in front of Lin Shen's eyes, with nothing but light left in his sight. It was only then that Lin Shen came back to his senses. The vision of the nebula exploding disappeared, and he was still in that stone cavern, with no stellar explosions at all. Dao seemed to have regained his senses even earlier, appearing delirious as he frantically hammered the red-hot materials on the workbench. Lin Shen wanted to help, but was pushed away by the crazed-looking Dao. "Go, put the materials into the furnace. The more the better, the more the better," Dao shouted loudly, his face distorted and eyes bloodshot, looking more terrifying than any ghastly spirit. Lin Shen hurriedly picked up the materials piled on the ground and threw them into the furnace. Dao completely ignored him, continuing to hammer on his own, repeatedly withdrawing the materials and folding them together. Although the materials seemed like a large pile, they became smaller and redder as Dao repeatedly folded them. The reddish patterns on it had become so numerous that Lin Shen could no longer discern them as patterns. The whole material looked as if it had turned to blood. Chapter 421. Not enough, still not enough, still not enough, need more materials. Give me more materials. Dao was roaring like a demon, as though he would devour Lin Shen alive if he was any slower. Lin Shen had already put all the new materials into the smelting furnace and could only say helplessly to Dao, "There are no new materials left." "Throw those scraps in, melt them down," Dao snarled viciously. Lin Shen had no choice but to grab those scrap knives, but because the knives were too heavy, he could only drag one at a time into the furnace. Dao kept on folding and forging the materials, and after hammering out pieces of blood-red material, he would stack them together and hammer again. This process was extremely dull and particularly lengthy. Lin Shen opened the mouth of the furnace, allowing the metal to flow out, cool down into blocks, and then transported each block to Dao's side. These were all remelted materials as there were no new materials left. Dao didn't care about that, hammering and forging those remelted materials into blood-red pieces. Days went by, with Dao working relentlessly, day and night, as if a demon had possessed him, furiously forging the materials. The materials in the cave were getting fewer and fewer, and the daily delivery from the ox cart wasn't even enough to pick one's teeth with. Even the scrapped knives had all been thrown into the furnace by Lin Shen for remaking. The Dao hammered and refined the materials over and over again, compressing and forging the materials multiple times, but the resulting product became less and less. "That's it, there is really nothing left," Lin Shen shouted at Dao. But Dao seemed deaf to his calls and paid no attention, continuing to work the forge on his own. Lin Shen looked at Dao, and it seemed as if a purple-black aura was rising around him, but upon closer inspection, it appeared as though there was nothing at all. "There's nothing more I can do to help you." Lin Shen could only stand by and watch. He was powerless to do anything more. Dao no longer needed his help with the forging. Clearly, he wanted to complete this work alone. With each passing day, the mountainous pile of materials, under Dao's continuous forging, day and night, had now dwindled to the size of a human head. The whole block of material looked like a blood-red crystal, seemingly transparent yet opaque, mysteriously eerie in appearance. What was even stranger was that although the material was clearly red, it emitted a purple-black light, and the same purple-black aura was present around Dao's body. It's enough. It's enough. It must work this time. It must work. Dao had become obsessed, putting the material back into the smelting furnace to forge. But this time, the furnace couldn't even heat the material red hot. It became more like fresh blood, as if the blood inside was about to spill out. Dao clamped the material out, placed it on the workbench, and started hammering it blow by blow. Strangely enough, the material that the furnace couldn't heat turned malleable under Dao's not-so-forceful hammer, slowly deforming and taking the shape of a blade embryo. As Dao hammered away, the purple-black aura on him and the blade embryo became more pronounced, like flames fiercely burning around them. Lin Shen watched as Dao formed the blade embryo into the shape of an ancient broadsword, broad and thick, wider at the front and tapering towards the back, like the fangs of an evil ghost. That must be the ghost head knife, right? Lin Shen observed as Dao continued to hammer the metal, and the shape of the knife grew clearer. It was a ghost head blade. The ghost head blade was used in ancient times for beheading convicted criminals, and because of its heavy murderous aura, executioners would enshrine it before deities to suppress its fierce energy with divine power. It was only during the execution of death row inmates that the blade would be retrieved. At this moment, the ghost head knife forged by Dao had a malevolence that could no longer be described as mere weight. As the ghost head knife was nearing completion, Lin Shen suddenly felt the entire stone cave shake as if it were about to crumble. Dao, it seems like there's an earthquake, Lin Shen shouted at Dao, but Dao completely ignored him, still hammering away at the ghost head knife as if there was nothing else in his eyes except for that knife. Whether the sky fell or the universe was destroyed, nothing could stop him from completing that blade. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and turned to run outside the stone cave. He wanted to see what had actually happened outside. The metal oxen were all fleeing around as if they had broken free from some restraints and were no longer bound. They had absolutely no interest in attacking Lin Shen, just single-mindedly running to escape. After Lin Shen dashed out of the stone cave, he saw an astonishing sight. The stone mountain in front of him was actually growing larger, and the distance between the mountains was also expanding. The mountain range that had once been close at hand was now rapidly moving away from his sight, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed to be thousands of miles away. Lin Shen was overjoyed in his heart. He finally realized what had happened. The micro-immortal realm seemed to be collapsing. The vast mountain ranges and rivers once miniaturized within this region were restoring to their original state. But compared to the restoration scale of these vast mountains and rivers, their body sizes were naturally much smaller. Therefore, his body recovered more quickly. While the vast mountains and rivers grew bigger and farther away, some of the previously visible nearby landscapes had now disappeared without a trace. Why is the micro-immortal realm suddenly collapsing? Does it have anything to do with the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade? Lin Shen flew into the sky, and when he looked at the planet again, he realized he must have returned to his original form. Everything he could see had returned to the normal visual effect. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a purple-black breath shooting up from within the Vajra bull nest, condensing into a smoke-like and light-like purple-black strange spirit body. As that bizarre spirit appeared, the collapse of the micro-immortal realm became more severe, with spatial distortions faintly visible in the surroundings. Lin Shen suddenly realized why the micro-immortal realm had suddenly collapsed. The 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade forged by Dao had reached the level that could trigger the cosmic rainbow light. But due to the suppression of the micro-immortal realm, the cosmic rainbow light had not appeared. The micro-immortal mirror also collapsed due to this power. Once the micro-immortal realm had collapsed, there was no longer any power to suppress the aura of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, and the cosmic rainbow light was about to be summoned. However, before the cosmic rainbow light could be stirred, the bizarre spirit body that loomed over the nest suddenly vanished into thin air. The space that had begun to distort returned to normal, and the trembling earth quieted down. The Vajra bulls fled in every direction, charging into the mountain ranges without looking back, and not a single one was left behind. The blade is finished. Dao emerged from the cave, cradling a purple-red ghost head knife in his hands, trembling with excitement. However, he was too sturdy, and the ghost head knife seemed just right in his hands without seeming overly cumbersome. Chapter 422, Scrap Sword. Congratulations, your wish has finally been fulfilled, Lin Shen said with a smile. I should be thanking you for your reincarnation ashes. You really are my lucky star. Without you, I'm afraid I would never have been able to forge this 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade in my lifetime. Dao laughed heartily, stretching out his hand to toss the reincarnation ashes back to Lin Shen. Here you go. I owe you a favor. Just name your request. Forge me a blade, not the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, but one crafted from your own insights, Lin Shen said. Sure, that's no problem at all, Dao replied cheerfully, agreeing immediately. However, Dao soon faced a difficulty. But I'd used up all the blood pattern gold essence. Not even a bit of scrap is left. Now that the micro-immortal realm has lost its effect, it's not going to be easy to mine blood pattern gold essence from those vast mountains and rivers. Moreover, I've nearly exhausted the blood pattern gold essence seams after all these years. Even if I could find some more, it certainly wouldn't be enough to forge another blade comparable to the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade. I don't need such a powerful blade. If you really gave me one like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to lift it now. Lin Shen thought of something and ran into the cave. Back in Dao's blade forging cave, Lin Shen opened the furnace gate to find that not a single drop of metal could flow out. I don't need much. Just enough to forge a spear will do. If not, even a dagger would suffice. Lin Shen picked up the iron hook staff beside him and started poking inside the furnace, hoping to scoop out some more metal. Lin Shen had witnessed the forging of the 10 Directions ghost god slaying blade and knew how much material had melted into it. The weight of that blade was not something he could handle. Lifting it was a question in itself. He just wanted a regular blood-patterned gold essence blade, nothing too strong, usable was good enough, and at least something he could lift. After rummaging for a while, Lin Shen managed to scrape out only a small amount of metal, which was not even enough to forge a spoon, let alone a blade. Stop wasting your efforts. The materials inside have been completely drained. Dao came over and said, don't worry, let me figure out a way to mine some more blood-patterned gold essence, and then I'll forge you a blade. Lin Shen rummaged a few more times. Just as he thought it was hopeless, he seemed to have hit something. It wasn't metal, it felt solid yet somewhat soft. Full of curiosity, Lin Shen quickly pulled the thing out. It fell into the stone trough, and Lin Shen saw that it was a lump of material that had been heated red hot but had not fully melted. This material was different from the blood-patterned gold essence. In its red-hot state, specks of gold could be seen within it, as if it contained countless grains of gold sand. Dao, is this blood-patterned gold essence? Lin Shen asked uncertainly, looking back at Dao. Well, sort of. This is the residue that couldn't completely melt after smelting blood-patterned gold essence. You can call it impurities within the blood-patterned gold essence. The residue itself is rather hard, even harder than the blood-patterned gold essence, but it contains too many impurities and is unstable with poor ductility, making it almost impossible to forge into a blade, so it's unsuitable for sword casting, Dao explained. Unstable doesn't matter. As long as it's hard enough, that's fine with me. Use this to forge me a blade, Lin Shen said. He didn't really need a very strong blade. Hardness was a good enough feature. No, I can't use this scrap to forge a blade for you. It has to be high-quality blood-patterned gold essence, Dao refused outright. Let's talk about that later. First help me forge a blade for now. I will start using that one, Lin Shen said with a smile. All right then. Dao placed the lump of blood-patterned gold essence scrap on the workbench and, as he worked, asked Lin Shen, what kind of blade do you want? Actually, I don't know how to use a blade. Can you forge spears or lances? Help me forge one of those, Lin Shen pondered and replied. Spears, lances, and such weapons are not suitable for using blood-patterned gold essence because it's too hard and lacks flexibility. Those kinds of weapons require some elasticity, not sheer hardness. Dao shook his head as he spoke. Then go ahead and forge as you see fit, but don't make me a 10 Directions ghost god-slaying blade. Just use your understanding of swords to make me a blade, Lin Shen said casually. All right. Hearing Lin Shen say this, Dao said no more and began swinging the hammer to forge a blade for Lin Shen. He had just completed the 10 Directions ghost god-slaying blade, fulfilling a long-held wish, and he felt clear-headed and exhilarated, with no more concerns in his heart. Forging casually as if it were second nature, he quickly hammered out the rough shape of a blade. It wasn't as fierce as the 10 Directions ghost god-slaying blade. It looked extremely delicate, resembling a ring-headed knife about 5 feet long. The hilt was 1 foot long and the blade 4 feet. The blade was straight and not very wide. In fact, it could be considered quite narrow, a type of sword with a thick side and a sloped side, with the tip forming an angle. The top of the handle featured a ring, similar to a ring on a finger, which is the namesake of the ring-headed knife. Dao even used the leftover materials to forge a scabbard of the same material for Lin Shen, quenching them together at the end. Upon seeing the finished product, even Dao was momentarily stunned. The sword and scabbard were snow-white and crystalline, flickering with specks of gold light within, as if reflecting a river of stars. This sword and scabbard were exceedingly ornate, not seeming like weapons meant for battle, but rather like ceremonial artifacts used for rituals. The blade hadn't been sharpened on its own, so Dao took it to the grindstone, intending to manually sharpen it, but after a few swipes he uttered a sound of surprised doubt. This sword? I'm afraid it can't be sharpened. What's wrong? Lin Shen asked in puzzlement, walking over to take a look. He saw that a layer had been ground off the stone, yet the blade in Dao's hand appeared utterly undamaged. Dao tried using several different grindstones to sharpen the blade, but no matter how much he ground, only the stones were damaged. The blade itself wouldn't be worn down. Dao said with a wry smile, "This sword is a failure. The remnants of blood-patterned gold essence are too hard. It can only be used to grind other things. Nothing can grind it." As he spoke, he tried to break the sword, intending to melt it down and start over. Lin Shen wanted to stop him, but was too late. However, when Dao exerted force, the sword blade didn't budge an inch, showing no signs of breaking. Not believing the situation, Dao exerted force again. This time the blade did react, slowly bending a bit. But by the look on Dao's face, he had only managed to slightly bend the blade, seemingly having used all his strength and still couldn't break it. As soon as Dao let go, the slightly bent blade immediately sprang back, still perfectly straight. "This blade is so hard," Dao said, looking at the sword with a hint of amazement, his face filled with confusion as if the blade wasn't crafted by his own hands. Chapter 423, Creditor Comes Knocking. Stop fussing, I'll just take this blade as it is. Lin Shen tried to prevent Dao from ruining the sword. Absolutely not. How could I forge a blade that can't even be sharpened? What would that do to my reputation? Dao completely ignored Lin Shen's opinion and threw both the sword and its scabbard into the furnace, determined to melt them down and forge a new one. It really isn't necessary. I think this sword is quite good, said Lin Shen weakly. Its high durability was perfect for self-defense, and he didn't really need a sharp edge since he wasn't adept with swords to begin with. Whether stabbing or bludgeoning someone, a sharp edge made little difference. However, Lin Shen also knew that if Dao were the type to listen to others, he wouldn't have stayed in this godforsaken place for so many years forging a sword for a swordsman who was no longer of this world. While Dao was set on melting down the sword and reforging it, the sword and scabbard showed no signs of melting despite being in the furnace for a long time. They hadn't even begun to glow red. How can this be? Dao stared blankly at the sword and scabbard, filled with confusion. Maybe this is fate. The heavens had you create a sword like this for a reason. Why insist on destroying it? Lin Shen said as he used tongs to extract the sword and scabbard from the furnace. Besides, I quite like this sword, so it's settled. Dao remained silent and did not stop Lin Shen. Though Lin Shen expected them to be extremely hot, even if not glowing red, as he brought his hand close to the sword and scabbard, he felt no scorching heat. Quickly touching them, he found they were not the high temperature he had imagined. The blade and scabbard remained cool to the touch. Truly a fine sword, said Lin Shen, holding the hilt and scabbard in his hands, feeling their substantial weight, yet not so heavy that he couldn't handle it. The combined weight of the sword and scabbard was about the same as the automatically sharpening scrap sword that Dao had forged before, perhaps even lighter. The sword is your creation, so you should name it, Lin Shen said as he sheathed the sword, playing with it in his hands, drawing it several times and finding it very smooth. While the sword didn't hold the terrifying intent of the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade, every inch of it was the culmination of Dao's peak understanding of sword forging. It might not be the strongest blade, but it was certainly suitable for use. Even for someone like Lin Shen, who never trained with swords, it felt incredibly smooth to wield, and it offered little resistance cutting through the air despite its unsharpened edge. You name it, said Dao, shaking his head. In the realm of sword-making, he was an extreme perfectionist. A blade forged from impure material that could not be sharpened, no matter how special it was hard for him to accept, and he had no desire to name it. I've never been good at anything, and was always considered the dregs among people, so being a scum with a scrap sword seems fitting. Let's call it scrap sword, Lin Shen said, fondly fiddling with the scrap sword. As you wish, said Dao, uninterested in what Lin Shen named it. He carefully placed the 10 Directions Ghost God-slaying blade into a prepared box, strapped it on his back, and said to Lin Shen, You're the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute now, right? That's right, Lin Shen nodded. Good, let's head back to the Celestial Master Institute together then. It seemed that Dao remembered something and said to Lin Shen, Don't call me Dao all the time. My name is Tian Jixia, and from now on, you are my brother. You can call me by my name or Big Bro or whatever you like. I owe you a favor. Feel free to ask me for help anytime. Okay, Big Bro. Lin Shen tried several ways of addressing him, but none felt quite right, so he simply settled on Big Bro. Let's forget about the favor. You've already helped me forge the scrap sword, which I really like. We're even. That's your business if you like it, Tian Jixia said as he packed up his things, preparing to leave. Today, the Celestial Master Institute was particularly lively, not just today, but for the past several days. The Celestial Master Institute had amassed a considerable amount of debt, and in the past, without anyone responsible at the helm, there weren't many people coming to collect. But now that the Celestial Master Institute had a dean, a figurehead had emerged, and creditors had been knocking at the door these past few days, each waving their IOUs and insisting on seeing the dean, they weren't willing to leave without meeting him or getting their money back. And SI and the others paid them no mind, letting them do whatever they wanted, move whatever they wished, since there was nothing of value left in the Celestial Master Institute. They had seen this scenario before many times. Thank goodness the dean went out, otherwise being cornered by them would really be troublesome. You can say that again. These guys seem to have conspired together, coming to our institute to demand payment. It doesn't affect us, but if they were to corner the dean, he'd really be in for it. What good would cornering him do? The dean doesn't have a penny. He would be seeing ghosts before he could pay up. Maybe they're not actually here for the money. Sect leaders and vice deans chatted while playing cards, not minding the situation at all as long as the creditors didn't flip their table. While knitting on the side, an SI chimed in, I hope the dean doesn't come back now. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Shen pushed the door open and walked in. And SI's face instantly changed. She dropped her knitting and quickly walked up to Lin Shen, pulling him outside while whispering quietly, My little ancestor, why didn't you come earlier or later? You had to come back right now, when the creditors nearly trampled the Celestial Master Institute flat. Hurry up and leave, hide outside for a while, and come back after they have gone. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Some sharp-eyed person had already spotted Lin Shen, and without waiting for them to leave, a swarm of them surrounded him. Dean of the Institute, right? You're the chief of the Celestial Master Institute. Our electrical department is owed over 300 years of electricity bills by you. Now our electrical department can barely issue salaries. There are hundreds of people in the department counting on this money to support their families. Dean, please show some compassion and pay the overdue electricity bills. We in the water department haven't been paid for several months. Dean, you must resolve this issue with our money no matter what. Dean, over the years, your Celestial Master Institute has taken so much equipment and materials from the warehouse. We've been shouldering this deficit for over 200 years, and we can't bear it any longer. If you don't resolve this today, then we'll take our complaint to the Celestial Court. Seeing himself surrounded by aging creditors, both old men and women, Lin Shen felt utterly overwhelmed. The Heavenly Emperor hadn't allocated any funds to him, nor had he provided any opportunities to raise money. Where was he supposed to find the money to fill this pit? Chapter 424, Tianjixia. Well, I've just arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, and am not quite clear about the situation yet. First, make a record and wait for me to verify the details. As long as the debt is truly owed by the Celestial Master Institute, I will certainly acknowledge it. Lin Shen wanted to send them away first. They definitely knew he had no money, and pressuring him further would be pointless. They should give him some time to figure something out. But to Lin Shen's surprise, as soon as he made his proposal, a celestial lady from the crowd burst out, "We don't care about that. The accounts are clear. You must pay back the money today, or else we will take our dispute to the Celestial Court." As she spoke, someone grabbed Lin Shen, intending to drag him off to the Celestial Court. Lin Shen immediately realized that they weren't here to collect a debt, they were here to intimidate him. If the matter were to escalate to the Celestial Court, even if they did not make him repay the debt immediately, his reputation as the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute would still be tarnished. How would anyone show him respect when conducting affairs outdoors? With creditors everywhere who would take his position as dean seriously. The ministers, directors, and vice deans of the Celestial Master Institute were merely spectating from the side, with none stepping forward to help him. They had no personal ties to Lin Shen, and while they had gotten along fairly well recently, it was clear that no one wanted to step in and take the hit for him in such a situation. Lin Shen frowned slightly, pondering how to resolve the issue, when suddenly he heard a cold snort. "You want money? Is that it? Whoever wants money, come and get it from me." This voice quieted the previously noisy crowd for a moment, and everyone involuntarily turned to look toward its source. They saw a robust, white-haired celestial draped in a battlesuit and white robe, with a long box slung across his back, standing at the doorway, staring at them coldly. "You're going to pay on behalf of the Celestial Master Institute?" "The Celestial Master Institute owes our electricity department 346 years and 7 months worth of electric bills, which is a total of—" The Vice Minister of the Electricity Department, the Celestial Lady in Hui, confidently stepped forward, her voice rising as she pointed at Tianjixia and began to shout. But mid-rant, she sensed something amiss, as none of the other debt collectors seemed to be supporting her bold stance. Hui turned around only to see that, far from following her lead, the debt collectors had actually stepped back, distancing themselves as if they were worried about being associated with her, their expressions quite peculiar. "What's the total amount?" Tianjixia asked Hui coldly. The total is, who are you? I am here to collect the electricity bill from the Celestial Master Institute. Are you from the Celestial Master Institute? Hui, seeing that something was not quite right, began to waver. "I asked you what's the total amount," Tianjixia persisted, his gaze fixed on her. "What do you care about the total? I'm not asking you for the money. Why do you care so much?" Hui responded through clenched teeth, already guessing that this man must have some significant background, or else the other departmental old-timers wouldn't be silent. But she felt confident since she had backing, so what if the other party had some background? Smack! Tianjixia slapped Hui across the face, sending her spinning several times in place before she collapsed onto the ground, with one side of her face swelling, blood smeared all over, and several teeth missing. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Before she could finish her sentence, the other side of her face was struck by Tianjixia's palm, swelling up, and all her teeth flew out of her mouth. "I don't know who you are, but you asked them who I am," Tianjixia said as he walked over to the main seat and sat down authoritatively, not sparing the lady another glance, addressing the other creditors. "This is the little imperial uncle Tianjixia, Lord Heavenly Emperor's own uncle and a dignitary of our celestial race," gloated an old man. Upon hearing this, the auntie was struck dumb, her cries and commotion ceased, and she scrambled to her feet, kowtowing incessantly to Tianjixia, her mouth full of blood as she muttered unclearly, "Unaware it was little imperial uncle gracing us with his presence. I have offended little imperial uncle, it's my fault to die. Do you still want the money?" Tianjixia asked indifferently. "No more, the auntie stammered repeatedly. She had never seen this long-absent little imperial uncle, but she had heard of his reputation and the deeds he had done, and she dared not be stubborn anymore. If you don't want it, then scram, Tianjixia said coldly. The auntie, as if pardoned from a death sentence, scurried away from the Celestial Master Institute with a mix of rolling and crawling. Do any of you still want the money? Tianjixia's gaze then swept over the other debtors. Everyone shook their heads in unison, no one daring to provoke this harbinger of doom. The money wasn't theirs to begin with, and at this time, no one was willing to bring up the subject of money. It would be like gambling with their own lives. Since you no longer want the money, what are you still doing here? As soon as Tianjixia's words fell, everyone hastened to take their leave, not daring to utter any unnecessary remarks. Lin Shen watched on, dumbfounded. He knew Tianjixia must be an important figure, but he didn't realize he was actually the Heavenly Emperor's own uncle. The staff of the Celestial Master Institute looked at Lin Shen and Tianjixia with complicated expressions, some puzzled as to how their new dean came to be acquainted with Tianjixia. The long-unseen Tianjixia unexpectedly came to help him. Younger brother, if you have any troubles in the future, come to find me. Just ask anyone, and they should be able to locate my residence. After Tianjixia finished speaking, he too stood up and left the Celestial Master Institute. Hearing Tianjixia address Lin Shen in such a manner, everyone's expressions grew even stranger, including NSI's look of astonishment. If Tianjixia addresses Lin Shen as younger brother, does that mean the Heavenly Emperor would also have to call this dean uncle? Of course, that certainly wouldn't be the case, and nobody dared to make such an assumption. After Tianjixia left, Ensai pulled Lin Shen into the office, saying with a strange look, Tian, how did you come to know the little imperial uncle? Are you close? It was an accidental meeting, and we've just gotten acquainted recently. Is there a problem, Auntie Sai? Lin Shen was puzzled. Seeing Anasai's strange expression, it seemed that having a good relationship with Tianjixia was not a good thing at all. Tian, Auntie Sai is giving you this advice because she finds you to be a good person, and you are all alone. Just listen to what I have to say, but once you leave this room, I never said anything. Our little imperial uncle is actually about the same age as Lord Heavenly Emperor, perhaps even a bit younger. He grew up together with Lord Heavenly Emperor. Although they are called uncle and nephew, they are more like brothers and friends. The little imperial uncle is deeply favored by Lord Heavenly Emperor. He used to come and go with the emperor and had free access to the imperial palace without any need to report. But what can I say? He is an emotional person, prone to acting impulsively. In your dealings with him, if one day you displease him, you might incur great disaster. You must be cautious, Lin Shen understood. An Ai's implication, she was essentially saying that both Tianjixia and the Heavenly Emperor are unpredictable and capricious characters. No wonder those people are so afraid of him, Lin Shen thought with a shiver. An Ai was correct. His association with Tianjixia was not deep. It was merely due to forging a blade that they had developed some sort of connection. To claim their acquaintance was deep would certainly be nonsense. Tianjixia helped him fend off the debt collectors this time, and Lin Shen was exceedingly grateful. However, if Lin Shen were to take this help as a form of capital, it would be hard to say whether their slight connection would still be considered a bond. Chapter 425, Tian Kongyun, little imperial uncle, has returned, and he even helped Tian drive away the debt collectors. The Heavenly Emperor, wearing a cotton robe with his chest exposed, leaned against the bedhead while having lunch. Upon hearing the report from the Celestial beside him, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yes, Your Majesty. The Celestial replied. Little Imperial Uncle also hit the Vice Minister from the Power Supply Department who came to collect debts, An Hui. He slapped her twice, swelling both sides of her face, and even knocked out all her teeth. That An Hui, she's from the An family's third mansion, isn't she? The Heavenly Emperor said coldly. Reporting back to Your Majesty, Vice Minister An Hui is the cousin of An 3, the Celestial answered. Little Imperial Uncle's slaps. Well done, thoroughly satisfying. The Heavenly Emperor burst into laughter as if greatly pleased. But that's a bargain for the lad. In the short term, it seems unlikely anyone would dare to collect debts from the Celestial Master Institute again. Should we put more pressure on him? The Celestial asked. No need. He's well aware of the difficulties of the Celestial Master Institute, said the Heavenly Emperor indifferently. Let the Celestial Master Institute handle that matter. Those folks there have been idle for so many years, it's about time they did some work and earned enough money to pay off their debts. Understood. I will go find the chief of the Heavenly Institute, the Celestial acknowledged, bowed, and withdrew. Little Imperial Uncle has been gone for so many years without a word. Why did he return at this moment, and how did he get involved with that boy? The Heavenly Emperor's eyes flickered, pondering unknown thoughts. The little Imperial Uncle, Tianjixia, who had been missing for years, had unexpectedly returned to the Sky Pinnacle Star, and he even helped the new head of the Celestial Master Institute deal with the debt collectors. News of this spread quickly, as if it had legs, throughout the entire Sky Pinnacle Star. So, that human is Little Imperial Uncle's man. No wonder he was able to become the head of the Celestial Master Institute. Little Imperial Uncle's return at this time is quite a delicate moment. Having one troublemaker in the family is bad enough. Now there's another, and the life of the Celestial Court may not be easy. With the return of Little Imperial Uncle, the peaceful days of Sky Pinnacle Star might be coming to an end. Upon hearing the news of Tianjixia's return, the big shots from various families all had different expressions. After receiving the news, Enfora's face turned extremely unsightly, knowing that with Tianjixia protecting the Celestial Master Institute, any moves against it wouldn't be so easy. Lin Shen returned to his own residence with Scrap Sword. Wufu was not at home, likely gone to Ring Mountain Planet. Just as he was about to take a nap, he heard the doorbell ring. Who is it? Lin Shen opened the door to see an unfamiliar Celestial. Imperial Palace General Affairs Department Tian Kongyun, here to visit the head of the Heavenly Institute. The Celestial presented his ID card with both hands to Lin Shen, smiling as he spoke. Ah, Steward Yun, please come in and have a seat if you don't mind. Lin Shen invited Tian Kongyun into the house. The General Affairs Department typically handles logistical work, all sorts of material coordination need to go through it, and it's practically the department of the God of Wealth. However, Tian Kongyun was only the Minister of the Imperial Palace General Affairs Department, not the overall Celestial Race General Affairs Minister. This made a big difference. He was solely responsible for the logistical operations within the Imperial Palace, essentially the private resource manager for the Heavenly Emperor. Despite his ministerial title, it was somewhat honorary in nature. But for Lin Shen, this was also considered a bigwig. The Celestial Master Institute was the Heavenly Emperor's revenue-gathering department, and the resources they managed were supposed to be transferred to the Imperial Palace General Affairs Department. This Tian Kongyun, although nominally not in a superior subordinate relationship with the Celestial Master Institute, actually could be regarded as Lin Shen's half-boss. Any private matters of the Heavenly Emperor, I suppose, would have to be communicated through this head of the General Affairs Department. There's no need for such courtesy, Chief of the Heavenly Institute. I'm just a jack-of-all-trades in the Imperial Palace, at most a steward. Just call me Kongyun, Tian Kongyun said with a smile. Steward Yun is being overly modest, Lin Shen said without saying much else, simply inviting Tian Kongyun into the living room where they sat down as host and guest. After brewing him some tea, Lin Shen waited for Tian Kongyun to state his purpose. This tea is excellent. I haven't tasted such fine tea in many years, Tian Kongyun commented after taking a sip. It's a special product from my hometown, not worth much money. If Steward Yun likes it, I have some more here that you can take when you leave, Lin Shen thought. What a bunch of crap, jasmine tea that costs a few bucks per pack, and you haven't had it for years, quite the act. The Heavenly Emperor is frugal, promoting thrift and responsible household management, refusing to be extravagant and wasteful. The money saved is used for the development of our race, which is why the celestial race is thriving today. We, as servants of the Heavenly Emperor, naturally have to share His Majesty's worries. We can do without these luxuries, Tian Kongyun stated. Lin Shen inwardly cursed. Everyone on Sky Pinnacle Star knows that the Heavenly Emperor doesn't bat an eye when spending money. Everything regarding clothing, food, housing, and transport in the Imperial Palace is top-notch. You come to my place and call my few bucks a pack of jasmine tea a luxury item, have you no shame? Tian Kongyun continued with a sigh. Unfortunately, our abilities are limited, and there's little we can do for the Heavenly Emperor. Those below us fail to appreciate His Majesty's good intentions. A portion of the people are insatiable, living lives of extreme luxury, and heaven knows how much they've embezzled of the resources that should have been used for the development and construction of our race. They are a group of utterly disgusting parasites. Luckily, now that you are in charge of the Celestial Masters Institution, we can work together to share the Heavenly Emperor's concerns, oversee all quarters, and no longer allow them to do as they please. You're right, Lin Shen finally understood after listening for a while. The Heavenly Emperor intended to put them to work at the Celestial Masters Institution. To put it plainly, he wanted them to help the Heavenly Emperor make money. Seeing Lin Shen not continue the conversation, Tian Kongyun had to keep talking. Our race is now strongly expanding, having developed many planets, but the input and output are severely imbalanced. There must be an issue, and this is something that will need the Chief of the Heavenly Institute's attention. Is this your idea, or the Heavenly Emperor's? Lin Shen asked. The Heavenly Emperor's orders will arrive at the Celestial Master Institute tomorrow. My visit today is simply to have a heart-to-heart. After all, we will be working closely together for a long time and could be considered the closest of comrades. There are things I need to let you know in advance, so you can be prepared, Tian Kongyun replied. Please speak, Steward Yun. I'm duty-bound to alleviate the Heavenly Emperor's concerns. Lin Shen knew that the orders arriving at the Celestial Master Institute would likely differ from what the Heavenly Emperor really wanted him to do. Tian Kongyun was here to convey the true intentions of the Heavenly Emperor. Good, with that statement from you, Chief of the Heavenly Institute, the Heavenly Emperor can rest assured he hasn't misjudged you, Tian Kongyun said with a relieved expression. The Heavenly Emperor has our people's welfare at heart, living too frugally himself, not willing to eat well or dress well. We, his subordinates, cannot bear to see the Heavenly Emperor suffer. Unfortunately, the General Affairs Department is currently short on funds and really unable to change anything, so we can only ask you to shoulder these concerns for the Heavenly Emperor. After talking with Tian Kongyun for a while, Lin Shen finally understood what the Heavenly Emperor meant. Lately, those bigwigs developing planets have been covertly consuming most of the resources obtained from the developments, contributing only a small portion back to the clan. Most of that ends up in the clan treasury, with only a small part reaching the Heavenly Emperor's hands. The Heavenly Emperor wants Lin Shen to visit those planets in order to devise a way to recover the resources embezzled by those bigwigs, which are not supposed to go to the clan treasury but directly to the Imperial Palace. Of course, Tian Kunyun also hinted that Lin Shen could keep a portion of the resources he reclaimed from those bigwigs, as long as it wasn't excessive. The Heavenly Emperor takes the cash during the good times, and I take the blame when things go south, with no connection to him at all. The Heavenly Emperor sure has a loud clack to his abacus. Lin Shen inwardly cursed the Heavenly Emperor for his shamelessness. Chapter 426, Lin Shen Who Wants to Carry Out Justice for Heaven. The next day, after Lin Shen arrived at the Celestial Master Institute, an SI came to him with a command from the Lord Heavenly Emperor. As Lin Shen took it and read through, the urge to curse his mother welled up inside him. The Heavenly Emperor's command was for him to inspect Giant Ring Star. Wasn't this just sending him to Giant Ring Star to make money? Wasn't that all about dealing with Tian Shun? Having originated from the Tian Shun sect, the first command from the Heavenly Emperor was for him to exploit Tian Shun. This was truly too vicious. Lin Shen was clear about the meaning of this command. It was both a test of his capabilities and his loyalty. This damn Heavenly Emperor, he's going to get what's coming to him sooner or later, Lin Shen cursed inwardly. Dean, this is both an opportunity and a huge challenge. You need to think it over carefully, an Asai said on the side. Sai, you have to give me some guidance, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. An SI walked to the door, locked it from the inside, and then drew the curtains before sitting down opposite Lin Shen and said seriously, the situation on Giant Ring Star is very complicated. The Tian Shun of the Tianzhu family, Ch401 of the third mansion of the Qi family, and N1117 of the fourth mansion of the An family, the interwoven interests are complex, and touching one thing affects everything else. If you handle it too harshly, you'll offend the Tian, Qi, and An families in one fell swoop. If you do it poorly, it'll be hard to explain to the Emperor. It's really difficult to find the right balance. As a mere woman, I lack the ability to handle these matters for you. However, having heard that you come from the Tianxin sect, there's something I must remind you. If you cannot manage this task, so be it. But if you do take it on, you should deal with Tianxin first and foremost, ensuring not to treat it less seriously than the other two families. In fact, you should take it even more seriously. Sai, I understand, Lin Shen sighed softly. He knew this principle all too well, yet Tianxin had given him so much, been so good to him, and the first thing he was supposed to do was to take action against Tianxin. Wasn't this like stabbing a loved one with the first sword as he climbed ashore? How could he face doing this? But now that things had come to this point, Lin Shen could only play it by ear and head to Giant Ring Star first. Sai, how many capable people do we still have in the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen pondered. If he was going to Giant Ring Star to gather resources, he certainly needed some experts for protection. In case people from the Chai and An families, agitated, attempt to take him down in secret, he needed someone who could protect him. He wasn't afraid of Ascenders, but those two families were of Nirvana level. Hearing Lin Shen's question, an SI's face showed difficulty. The Celestial Master Institute indeed had many talented individuals in the past, but most have scattered, leaving behind the old, weak, sick, and disabled. If this were over 100 years ago, there would still be a few capable fighters. Now, they're either injured or weakened by age. It has been years since they last took action, and it's hard to find anyone who could hold their ground. Lin Shen became even more frustrated. Here he was, a pawn of the Heavenly Emperor, tasked with the thankless job of acting as a villain to extract wealth, and yet he didn't have a single capable person under his command. Someone else can do this damn job, I refuse. Being a lackey still requires the power to bully others. What is this about, tossing me a big pie and telling me to risk my life by charging in alone? Lin Shen angrily plonked himself into a chair and spoke resentfully. We can't speak like that. In name, you are helping the Emperor, but in reality, you are also helping yourself and the Institute. Although the little imperial uncle has helped us drive away those demanding debt, the debts still have to be repaid sooner or later. You will need vast resources for your nirvana, all of which will require money. An II pondered for a moment before smiling and said, I remembered someone. He used to be quite a figure in our Celestial Master Institute and quite strong. I heard that after he stopped receiving a salary but remained employed, he didn't do well on his own and even ran into some trouble. You could seek him out, bring him back, and take him with you to Giant Ring Star. As long as you have someone to act openly, it's unlikely anyone would dare to touch you. Tell me more. Lin Shen had only muttered his reluctance earlier. After all, it was not feasible for him not to go. That man's name is Kong Chuan. He's a member of the Peacock clan, NSI said with a smiling face. He also has another identity. He's the elder brother of the Heavenly Consort. Having him accompany you, even if someone wants to harm you, they would at least have to think twice. The elder brother of the Heavenly Consort? Then how could he possibly be doing so poorly? Lin Shen was somewhat incredulous. The Heavenly Consort could be said to be the favorite consort showered with all the Emperor's affection. With the Heavenly Emperor's level of favoritism towards her, even if her elder brother was doing poorly, how bad could it be? This you do not know. Originally, the Peacock clan was vehemently against the Heavenly Consort entering the Imperial Palace. Among them, this Ch401 was the most arrogant, uttering words that should not have been spoken, and the words even reached the ears of Lord Heavenly Emperor. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor greatly dislikes him. If it were not for the favor the Heavenly Consort enjoys, this man would probably have died long ago. Being able to live safely to this date is already a great fortune, Ansai said with a laugh. I see. Lin Shen had a sudden realization. If it were him, he would certainly not want his sister to marry such a terrible old man either. Having offended the Heavenly Emperor and being of another race, it is imaginable how difficult it must be for him within the celestial race. It could only be said that it's fortunate he was the biological elder brother of the Heavenly Consort. Otherwise, his situation would be much worse than just doing poorly. Lin Shen planned to meet this Ch401. Perhaps he could learn some details related to the Heavenly Consort from him. Lately, Lin Shen had been pondering the pattern in which the heaven-defying bone emerges. So far, it was only known that heaven-defying bone always appears on women with extraordinary talent, and these women are all quite exceptional. As for the heaven-defying bone, Lin Shen had already been somewhat obsessed, and now he was even more determined. Seeing as that despicable old man, the Heavenly Emperor, is so heinous, Lin Shen felt that spending a night with the Heavenly Consort also counted as robbing the rich to aid the poor, carrying out justice on behalf of heaven. The old man deserved it. After taking down Ch401's address from Ansai, Lin Shen headed out to find him straight away. There wasn't much time left before his trip to Giant Ring Star, so he had to quickly bring Ch401 back. Knowing that Ch401's life was tough, he didn't expect it to be so rough, to the point of having to set up a stall in the market to sell items. Ansai told him that during the day, Ch401 would likely be at the market with his stall. Now, if Lin Shen wanted to find him, he could only go there. After Lin Shen arrived at the market, before finding Ch401, he saw the shaggy old celestial from the other day, still wearing that tattered cotton robe, sitting behind the stall with arms crossed, resting with closed eyes. Today, the shaggy old celestial surprisingly wasn't setting up any incomplete games. Instead, his stall displayed various odd and ancient-looking items. Elder, what are these things? Lin Shen squatted down, inspecting the goods laid out on the ground, and while looking, he asked. The reason he was interested in these items was that among them, there was something wrapped in thick mosaic. The discovery of mosaic on items from an alien world brought joy to Lin Shen's heart. Chapter 427, Conch Shell. It's you. The Heavenly Emperor glanced at Lin Shen and curled his lips, saying, These items are truly extraordinary, treasures from the Imperial Palace, all once used by Lord Heavenly Emperor himself. Treasures from the Imperial Palace? Once used by the Heavenly Emperor? You must be incredibly powerful. Lin Shen didn't believe a word this shaggy old celestial was saying, and thought he was certainly bragging. Believe it or not, the celestial said with an air of impatience, then closed his eyes to continue resting. Lin Shen felt like something was missing. He turned his head to look and realized the stall next to him seemed to have changed hands. The last time the stall owner who kept mocking the shaggy old celestial was gone, replaced by an auntie selling goods. Without him there to banter, Lin Shen found it quite unaccustomed. Believe? How could I not believe it? How much are you selling these things for? Lin Shen asked. Which one are you interested in? The celestial then opened his eyes again. These few, introduce them to me, will you? Anything used by the Heavenly Emperor must be remarkable. It'd be good to broaden my knowledge, said Lin Shen. You've got some insight, kid, recognizing these as quality items. The celestial's mood brightened a bit as he pointed to the objects on top and said, This is called the Sky Mirror, used by the Heavenly Emperor for grooming in the morning, crafted from pure crystal glaze. This is called the Ascension Steps, used by the Heavenly Emperor to ascend his chariot, carved from the wood of the 9 heavenly realms. This is the Divine King Comb, made from the power and horn of demons, able to subdue dragons and fix serpents, used by the Heavenly Emperor to comb his divine hair. Puff, old man, you're making all this sound so mystifying. Aren't these just a glass mirror, a mounting block, and a horn comb? A Gallic burly man strolling by found his descriptions amusing and couldn't help but laugh after listening for a while. What do you know? These are treasures used by the Heavenly Emperor. How can they be lumped with mundane items? The celestial rolled his eyes and huffed. It looks to me like a regular mirror, wooden stool, and horn comb. I don't see anything magical about them, the Gallic man said, unconvinced. That's because you lack depth and knowledge, the celestial responded indifferently. Lord, why bother talking so much with someone who isn't even buying? You haven't told us what the Heavenly Emperor used this for yet. Lin Shen pointed at the pixelated object and asked the shaggy old celestial. What he wanted was precisely that object. All the other questions were just a smokescreen. The interruption by the Gallic man left Lin Shen quite frustrated as the shaggy old celestial had stopped explaining. Hearing Lin Shen's words, the celestial then ignored the Gallic burly man and looked at Lin Shen, saying, You do have an eye for quality. This is called the Blue Sea Divine Conch, taken from an undying creature of the Blue Spiral Sea. With it, you can hear the sounds of the Blue Spiral Sea. Don't believe me? Try it yourself. Saying so, the celestial brought the Blue Sea Divine Conch up to Lin Shen's ear for him to listen to the sounds of the Blue Spiral Sea. Lin Shen listened carefully and indeed heard a whistling sound, like the wind blowing over the sea. Lin Shen looked baffled. If it wasn't for the fire seed within it, he would have surely cursed the merchant for being a swindler. What blue sea divine conch? What sound of the blue spiral sea? This was just an ordinary conch shell which, on the human mother planet, any common shell could produce such sounds due to its structure. How about that, young man? Did you hear the sound of the blue spiral sea? The Celestial took back the conch shell, asking with a smile. I heard it. It really is there, befitting of something Lord Heavenly Emperor once used. What did Lord Heavenly Emperor use it for again? Lin Shen asked, suppressing the urge to curse the charlatan, feigning great interest. He couldn't say it was all an act. He was indeed very interested in the conch shell, just not because it was an artifact the Heavenly Emperor had used. This blue spiral divine conch sometimes resonates with music from the blue spiral sea. That's the sound of nature, the music of the ocean. Whenever the Heavenly Emperor felt agitated, he used it to cleanse his soul, the Celestial described with an elaborate flourish. Is it really that miraculous? Let me listen. The Gallic person couldn't help but pick up the conch shell and put it to his ear. He quickly put it back, speaking disdainfully. Old man, you sure know how to bluff. All this talk about the sounds of nature and the music of the ocean, it's just the ordinary sound of a conch shell. If you can't hear it, that's because your fortune's too shallow to appreciate these refined sounds, said the Heavenly Emperor with a cold face. Lin Shen didn't want any further complications and swiftly asked, Lord, how much for this blue sea divine conch used by the Heavenly Emperor? Don't listen to his nonsense. Whatever Heavenly Emperor used blue sea divine conch, it's just a common conch shell. Go take a walk outside. You might even pick one up, said the Gallic person. Are you buying something or not? If you're not buying, go play somewhere else. What are you causing trouble here for? The Heavenly Emperor said with a roll of his eyes. I'll go then. Who cares about your junk anyway? The Gallic person said and turned to leave. He hadn't gone far, just turned a corner when suddenly he felt a pain in the back of his head, his vision went dark, and then he lost consciousness. A Celestial wearing a hat was leading the Gallic person away to a deserted place. 1 million heavenly currency, declared the Heavenly Emperor, astonishingly. Lord, we're like old friends here, give me a discount. Lin Shen felt this shaggy old Celestial was asking too much, wanting to sell a broken conch shell for 1 million heavenly currency. Nirvana creatures material, is 1 million heavenly currency too much? The Heavenly Emperor countered. Lin Shen laughed. If it really was material from Nirvana creatures, I wouldn't even buy it. Then why are you buying it? Asked the Heavenly Emperor, somewhat surprised by Lin Shen's response. Because it's something used by the Heavenly Emperor, I wanted to buy one to keep with me, to bask in the aura of a divine king, so that everything can go smoothly whenever I'm out doing things. Lin Shen didn't mind spending money, but the problem was that he didn't have that much on him. Smart young man, something used by the Heavenly Emperor is definitely imbued with the aura of a divine king. If you wear it, your endeavors will assuredly go without hindrance, the Heavenly Emperor cheerfully said. So, what do you say about the price? Lin Shen's most pressing concern was something the shaggy old Celestial didn't mention at all. Something used by the Heavenly Emperor, imbued with the aura of a divine king, is 1 million too expensive, said the Heavenly Emperor with a smile. Not expensive, but I don't have that much money on me. How about this? I'll leave my communicator with you. I bought this latest model for 500,000. For the remaining 500,000, I'll transfer it to you directly. What do you say? Lin Shen said, tired of negotiating with the shrewd Celestial. He just wanted to secure the fire seed first. You really want to buy it? The Heavenly Emperor was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Shen to actually be serious about the purchase. Of course I'm serious. Otherwise, why would I talk so much with you? Said Lin Shen. Do you really think this thing is worth 1 million? The Heavenly Emperor looked at Lin Shen with an odd expression. He couldn't believe Lin Shen was a fool. One could plainly see that this wasn't some immortal blue sea divine conch. I still have that much discernment. Something used by the Heavenly Emperor, no matter the level, is worth the 1 million. It's just that I really don't have that much money, Lin Shen said. He just wanted to take the conch shell and didn't want to cause any trouble or raise any suspicions. He had to come up with some excuse. Haha, alright, you have 500,000, right? Then let it be 500,000. The Heavenly Emperor laughed. Okay. Lin Shen promptly transferred the money and then carefully tucked the blue sea divine conch close to himself. He couldn't suppress the joy that was beaming across his face. Your next read is at Empire. The Heavenly Emperor saw this, and his expression grew even more peculiar. Watching Lin Shen's retreating figure, he thought to himself, this kid is interesting. Did he recognize me, or did he recognize that this thing really belonged to me? Chapter 428, Death Powder Ascension. Lin Shen wandered around the marketplace for quite a while before he finally saw a skinny man from the Peacock clan setting up a stall in a quiet corner. It was relatively easy to recognize the features of the Peacock clan. They all had a peacock pupil on their foreheads, usually closed, making it look like they had a blue mark between their brows. Are you Kong Chuan? Lin Shen asked, looking at the man from the Peacock clan. Everything has a price tag. Take whatever you want and leave the money behind, the man from the Peacock clan said expressionlessly. I am Tian, the new head of the Celestial Masters Institution. Are you interested in coming back to work at the institution? Lin Shen stated his purpose bluntly. Not going, Kong Chuan replied without even lifting his eyes, instantly refusing Lin Shen. All right, whenever you want to return to the Celestial Masters Institution, come find me. Lin Shen left right after speaking, without saying anything more. Ch401 was slightly surprised by Lin Shen's abrupt departure but didn't think much more about it. He had heard about the recent situation of the Celestial Masters Institution, and he didn't believe that an Ascension-level human could really revive the institution. Even backed by the Heavenly Emperor and Little Imperial Uncle, re-establishing the Celestial Masters Institution would still be as difficult as reaching the heavens. The Celestial Masters Institution occupied an awkward position between the Heavenly Emperor and the Celestial Academy, having to endure grievances from both sides. The previous head of the institution was already an experienced member of the Celestial race, with both status and influence, and strong connections within his race. Even so, he eventually met his end by the hand of the Celestial Academy Dean. How could a person without a foundation, ability, connections, and who was from another race possibly revive the Celestial Masters Institution? The final outcome seemed to be destined to be death. Whether at the hands of the Heavenly Emperor or the Celestial Academy, it was simply a dead end. Lin Shen didn't insist, aware that he had no leverage to persuade Ch401. To have someone risk their life for him, unless Ch401 had no choice and was willing to do so on his own, nothing he said would be useful. No one it is then. I wasn't planning on using force anyway. Lin Shen returned to his living quarters with the newly acquired conch shell, intending to awaken the fire seed first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got back to his place, he received good news. The pet egg he had won from the shaggy old celestial had been placed into an incubator, and now the incubator was indicating that the pet egg was about to hatch. Wonder what kind of pet it is? Lin Shen waited for the creature inside the egg to break out. After several hours, the pet still hadn't emerged from the shell when Wei Wufu walked out of his room. Death powder, ascension. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Wei Wufu, who rarely spoke on his own initiative, began to speak. Death powder has ascended? What ascension egg did you use to make it ascend? Lin Shen asked in surprise. No, ascension egg, fed, spirit base, ascended, Wei Wufu said and handed over the capsule and key belonging to death powder to Lin Shen. It ascended just by consuming a spirit base? Lin Shen asked in surprise, taking the capsule and checking death powder's attributes. Mutated death shredder, super base first turn, ascended creature, evolvable. Strength, 81, Speed, 81, Hardness, 81, Puffness, 81, Thirst Mary, Afterwall, Life Base, Super Base Crushing Diary, Base Change Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor, Piercing Spike, Super Base Instantaneous Speed, Super Base 100 Refinements, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Solidification, Super Base Soul Harvesting, Super Base Prison King's Eye, W2 Crushing Diary, First Turn Super Base Life Base, Strength 81, Speed 81, Toughness 81, W2 Tynan, Diary, Fog of Mutation, Crushing Diary, Fog of Mutation. Crushing Diary records the data of crushed creatures. By analyzing the data, one can discover the creature's weakness. Mutant can use the data recorded in the Crushing Diary to temporarily induce mutation in the host. The effects of the mutation are determined by the data of the crushed creature. Lin Shen was somewhat uncertain whether the death powder's double life-based talent was strong or weak. One must first devour a creature and then be able to find out the creature's weakness, which seemed to be of little use. After all, once it's devoured, what use is there in knowing its weakness? But on second thought, there are usually more than one of a kind of creature. For example, with the celestial race, if he let the death powder devour one of them first, he would know the weakness of the celestial race. Then, by facing other members of the celestial race, he could target their weaknesses. It seemed somewhat useful again, but Lin Shen had the acupoint sealing skill of Fire Seed, which was equivalent to being able to see the opponent's weakness, so this skill seemed to be of little use again. The mutant had some use though. The data analyzed from the Crushing Diary could be used for Death Powder's own mutations, but the actual effects of the mutation would require experimentation. In any case, the fact that Death Powder could ascend was a good thing for Lin Shen. He finally had an Ascension-level combatant by his side. Lin Shen asked in detail about Death Powder's ascension process, and Wei Wufu took quite an effort to explain it. He had been hunting Super Source dragons on Ring Mountain Planet with Death Powder. He could digest only a limited amount of Spirit Base himself, so he fed most of it to Death Powder. After feeding it some more today, Death Powder unexpectedly ascended. The whole process was very smooth and did not produce any special conditions, nor did it manage to trigger the cosmic rainbow light. Old Wei, we need to make a trip back to Giant Ring Star, Lin Shen relayed the details to Wei. Difficult, was all Wei said after listening. Isn't that the truth? I'm really having a hard time. If I'm not careful, the Heavenly Emperor will deal with me. If I do too well, the Celestial Academy will come looking for trouble with me. It's challenging on both fronts, Lin Shen sighed. Tianshun, tough, you, really dog, Wei Wufu added after him. Lin Shen immediately felt embarrassed. Old Wei, you know my situation. I really have no choice. If I don't go to Giant Ring Star, that old guy, the Heavenly Emperor, will not let me off. We could both end up dead. Tianshun, you, peace and chi, I help you, Wei Wufu said nonchalantly. All right, I'll figure out something for Tianshun's side myself. If there's no other way, I'll just consider it a loan from her, and I'll pay her back later. Lin Shen thought it over. If there really was no other solution, he could compensate Tian Shun with his share later. Whatever he could make up, he would. If that wasn't enough, he'd find another way to compensate her. Experienced tales at Empire Lin Shen also knew this was not a long-term plan. If this matter was really settled, then every time resources were turned over to Giant Ring Star, they would have to be handed over according to the standards of this time. Lin Shen couldn't possibly compensate Tian Shun every time, so he was also very troubled and could only say that the old man, the Heavenly Emperor, was truly too insidious. That old man, he deserves to be cuckolded. Lin Shen secretly cursed the Heavenly Emperor in his heart. Inside the Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Emperor, who was soaking in a hot spring with several Imperial consorts, suddenly sneezed several times. Your Majesty, who is thinking about you again. One of the Imperial consorts swam up to the Heavenly Emperor and cooed. There is a folk saying that sneezing means someone is thinking of you. What? Isn't it you, my beloved Imperial consort, who's thinking of me? Then you must be punished. The Heavenly Emperor pulled the consort into his arms with a laugh. Chapter 429, Mutated Jade. Exquisite Lin Shen had waited for over 10 hours when the pet egg he won from the shaggy old celestial finally cracked open. A small black beast broke through the eggshell and crawled out, resembling a delicate obsidian Kirin. Lin Shen immediately pointed a finger and immobilized the newly born Jade Exquisite, preventing it from moving until a pleading look appeared in its fierce eyes. Only then did Lin Shen release its pressure points. As soon as it regained the ability to move, the Jade Exquisite bit at him. Lin Shen's finger struck its pressure points with lightning speed once more. Little guy, you're still trying to trick me? You're way too early. Wait a few more years, said Lin Shen with an amused look. Lin Shen pulled up a chair and sat in front of it, locking eyes with the beast. After a long while, the Jade Exquisite's gaze grew increasingly helpless. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Shen released its pressure points. The Jade Exquisite obediently handed over its pet key and then pounced on the eggshell, nibbling at it one bite at a time. Lin had thought that after the Jade Exquisite ate the eggshell, its size would increase. To his surprise, it did grow a bit after finishing the eggshell, but only slightly, just a bit larger than his palm, remaining exceptionally miniature. Lin Shen used the pet key to turn it into a capsule and then reviewed its information. Mutated Jade Exquisite, 10-stage Ascendant. Strength, 160.3. Speed, 160.3. Hardness, 160.6. Toughness, 160.6. Base Change Talent, Mutated Luck Aura. Mutant Jade Transformation. Mutant Ling Long Heart. Mutant Jade, 10-stage Ascendant Life Base. Base Talent, Suppressing Mountains and Rivers. Lin Shen's mouth fell open in astonishment. This creature really was a 10-stage mutated ascendant. The shaggy old celestial hadn't deceived him. Does that shaggy old celestial know the grade of this pet egg? Did he try to fool someone only for me to come across a bargain? Or did he know the grade of the pet egg and still willingly accepted the loss? If it's the latter, the shaggy old celestial's identity might not be so simple, Lin Shen pondered in secret. Lin Shen remembered the shaggy old celestial had personally mentioned it was a mutated Jade Exquisite, so there was a high chance he had conceded willingly. Lin Shen tested various skills of the mutated Jade Exquisite. The luck aura could be used to bless itself or others, but after receiving the aura, Lin didn't notice any change in his attributes or capabilities, and wasn't sure of the exact benefits of the luck. Mutant Jade Transformation was a skill for the Jade Exquisite's self-use, which could increase its own hardness, and only its hardness. The increase in hardness was not simply a doubling, but had directly reinforced its own hardness to 1,000. 1,000 was a substantial number. Even with all of Lin Shen's skills activated, he was still far from reaching that number. However, the restrictions of Mutant Jade Transformation were also considerable. Only hardness was enhanced, with no corresponding increase in toughness. This meant that the overall strength of the body wasn't as formidable as 1,000 might suggest, and it was particularly vulnerable to the impact of heavy weapons. For sharp-edged weapons like swords, however, its defense was quite effective. Moreover, because of the excessive hardness and low toughness, the mutated Jade Exquisite would become completely stiff after using the Mutant Jade Transformation, nearly unable to move at all. Mutant Ling Long Heart was a perceptual skill that, once activated, allowed the Jade Exquisite to sense various power fluctuations nearby, though its exact usefulness in combat was yet to be determined. The base talent, Suppressing Mountains and Rivers, can weaken the attributes and power of skills of various creatures within its range, somewhat similar to Wei Wufu's White Robe. This thing can only be used as a support, but even just the Suppressing Mountains and Rivers skill alone is already worth a fortune. Lin Shen was very satisfied with Jade Exquisite. With its 10-stage ascension, its attributes could be considered top tier, and it possessed a skill like Suppressing Mountains and Rivers. Although its own combat ability was not strong, its support capability was powerful. Combining Suppressing Mountains and Rivers with the 6th move of Fan Dance could greatly weaken the enemy's combat strength. If we add Wei's White Robe ability on top of that, who knows if we'll have a chance to battle a Nirvana-level powerhouse. Lin Shen knew that this kind of weakening skill was very rare. Enhancement skills were quite common, but he had seen very few weakening skills, which is why Lin Shen found Jade Exquisite to be very practical. After obtaining Jade Exquisite, Lin Shen planned to sleep and then set off for Giant Ring Star. Unexpectedly, someone from the Imperial Palace came and summoned him to the palace. Originally, Lin Shen thought it was the Heavenly Emperor who wanted to see him and went to the same place where he had met the Heavenly Emperor last time, which was the palace where the Heavenly Consort lived. However, he discovered that there was no Heavenly Emperor behind the curtain, only the Peacock clan's Heavenly Consort. Celestial Master Tien of the Celestial Master Institute pays his respects to the Heavenly Consort, Lin Shen said, separated by the curtain, unable to see the Heavenly Consort. Even without the curtain, with her body pixelated, Lin Shen could not discern her appearance. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, you met my brother Ch401. What do you think of him? Asked the Heavenly Consort, her somewhat cold voice carrying from behind the curtain. I didn't ask you here to hear these flattering words. Just answer truthfully, the Heavenly Consort said indifferently. If the Heavenly Consort wishes to hear the truth, then please forgive my impudence, Lin Shen pondered before speaking. Ch401 is currently a tiger that has fallen to the plains, a dragon stuck in shallow waters, somewhat dispirited. You are just good at speaking pleasant words, not sincere at all, the Heavenly Consort said coldly. Since you went to find him, you must want him to return to the Celestial Master Institute and accompany you to Giant Ring Star, right? Indeed, I had such plans, but Ch401 has already rejected me, Lin Shen calculated inwardly, trying to figure out what the Heavenly Consort really meant. I can have my brother return to the Celestial Master Institute and go with you to Giant Ring Star to protect you thoroughly, but I have a condition. The Heavenly Consort's voice finally came through after a while. I really don't have any money, Lin Shen said, spreading his hands and putting on a bitter face. The Heavenly Consort laughed with a, who said I wanted your money? If it's not about money, then that's easy to discuss. May I know what your condition is? With the mention of no money required, Lin Shen immediately turned his sorrow into joy. The Special Service Department of the Celestial Master Institute is now in name only and practically non-existent, showing how incompetent its chief is. The position of the chief should be changed, stated the Heavenly Consort. After the matter of Giant Ring Star is concluded, Ch401 will be the chief, Lin Shen agreed immediately. Don't agree so casually. Do you even know who the current Special Service Department chief is? If you agree to me and cannot deliver it when you return, I'm afraid you might not be able to bear the consequences, the Heavenly Consort warned coldly. Even without Ch401, the position of the chief of the Special Service Department cannot be held by someone with the An surname, Lin Shen stated calmly. The Special Service Department was one of the Celestial Master Institute's most important departments. Back when the Celestial Master Institute did the dirty and tiresome work for the Heavenly Emperor, it was the Special Service Department that sent people to gamble their lives. It could be said that the Special Service Department was the core of the Celestial Master Institute. Unfortunately, the current chief of the department is under the control of someone from the An family first mansion. The previous head of the Celestial Masters Institute was personally killed by An 1, and putting his own man in that position clearly meant he did not want the Institute to achieve anything further. Lin Shen, as the head of the Institute, had gone out on assignments without even having his own men, thanks to the Special Service Department's contributions. Even if the Heavenly Consort had not mentioned it, when he had the capacity, he would definitely take down the Special Service Department. Otherwise, his position as the head of the Celestial Masters Institution would be nothing but in name. Chapter 4 3D. Warsong, you are indeed a sensible person. No wonder the Emperor appointed you as the Dean, the Heavenly Consort said, then lifted the curtain and stepped out. Lin Shen finally got to see the Heavenly Consort in person, but unfortunately still couldn't see her face, which was obscured behind thick mosaic. Your journey to the Giant Ring Star is bound to be fraught with difficulties. With your strength, although my brother will protect you, the situation there is complicated, and he alone might miss something in his defense. I will give you something. It is of no consequence if you do not need to use it, but should you face a life and death moment, it might save your life. The Heavenly Consort waved her hand, and immediately a celestial maiden brought over a box. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel elated. I wonder what the Heavenly Consort is going to give me, a pet or a spirit base. As if she had seen through Lin Shen's thoughts, the Heavenly Consort's lips curled into a smile. As she opened the box, she said meaningfully, Do you know what the strongest weapon in the world is? Please forgive my ignorance, Lin Shen replied, shaking his head. There are thousands of weapons in the world, each with its own features, and it's hard to say which is the strongest. However, if we're talking about the strongest weapon, it can only be this. The Heavenly Consort said, taking out the object from the box. Lin Shen saw clearly what the Heavenly Consort held in her hand and was startled. In her hand was a scroll. Although he didn't know what was inside the scroll, how could a piece of paper be called the strongest weapon? The Heavenly Consort slowly unrolled the scroll to reveal a portrait of a celestial being, godlike in appearance. The celestial being looked down upon all living things as if a fatherly god, his aura extraordinary, his majesty unparalleled. This is, Lin Shen immediately guessed who the person in the portrait was. This is a self-portrait hand drawn by the Heavenly Emperor. Keep it with you. If someone recognizes this portrait, I doubt anyone would dare to touch it. This is your protective talisman. The heavenly consort rolled up the painting again, placed it in the box, and let the celestial maiden hand it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen finally understood what the heavenly consort meant. The world's strongest weapon she referred to must be authority. Although the painting was flimsy and easily destroyed, if anyone dared to damage it, given the nature of the heavenly emperor, he might annihilate their entire lineage. However, this item would only be useful to those of status, position, and reason. If he encountered someone who didn't play by the rules, the painting would be useless. If An 11-7 and An 11-8 were driven to a dead end, even with the painting present, it might not be enough to quell their murderous intent. Thank you, heavenly consort. Lin Shen took the box with both hands, feeling it was better to have it than not. Take this little thing as well. It might be of some use. The heavenly consort said as she plucked a feather from her headdress and flicked it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen caught the feather and saw it was a true white feather, 1 finger in length, not made of gold or jade, and he wondered what use the heavenly consort intended for it. Go now. My brother will report to the Celestial Master Institute first thing tomorrow morning, the heavenly consort said, without intention to explain further, and waved for Lin Shen to leave. Not wishing to pry further, Lin Shen carefully pocketed the feather and left the imperial palace with the box in hand. After Lin Shen left, a male from the Peacock clan emerged from a side hall. It was none other than the tall and thin Kong Chuan. Little sister, do you truly believe he can revitalize the Celestial Master Institute? Kong Chuan asked, doubt written on his face. I don't just believe in him. I know the Heavenly Emperor needs the Celestial Master Institute, the heavenly consort sighed. Brother, you must not act recklessly on your journey to the giant ring star. If you can protect him thoroughly, that would be best. If you can't, then don't bother returning to the Sky Pinnacle Star. I understand, Kong Chuan nodded, a somber look on his face. Any move the chief makes, there must be reported to me in a timely manner. He is too young and knows too little of the celestial race, so he is bound to overlook something. I must be able to remedy the situation promptly, the heavenly consort instructed Kong Chuan once more before finally letting him leave. After Lin Shen returned, he examined the feather, but found nothing unusual about it. It seemed to be just an ordinary bird feather, leaving him clueless about why the heavenly consort had given it to him. Lin Shen put the feather into a small plastic bag and then into his backpack. Though uncertain of its use, he didn't believe the heavenly consort would give him a common feather without any purpose. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Shen practiced his skills for a while. As dusk approached, he hugged the conch shell and went to sleep. He slept until the break of dawn. When Lin Shen awoke, the mosaic on the conch shell had vanished, leaving it to seem like an ordinary shell without any hint of exceptionality. In Lin Shen's mind, however, a new fire seed skill had emerged. An imperfect superbase evolutionary seed war song, in my BGM, no one can defeat me. Damn, Lin Shen exclaimed, both shocked and thrilled upon seeing the introduction to this fire seed. After so long, he had finally found another imperfect fire seed. The previous one was Sacrifice to Heaven. There was no doubt about the power of Sacrifice to Heaven, and unexpectedly, this unassuming conch shell also contained an imperfect fire seed. Just reading the first line of the war song's introduction sent Lin Shen into an ecstasy of joy, his blood boiling with excitement. With the war song reverberating, unrivaled under the heavens, speakers blaring, with me comes invincibility. But as he continued to read on, Lin Shen realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. An imperfect fire seed, after all, is not perfect, and couldn't possibly be that invincible, otherwise it wouldn't be considered imperfect. The ability of the war song, like Sacrifice to Heaven, was limited. It wasn't simply about being unbeatable. Sacrifice to Heaven required offerings, and the more there were, the stronger it became. War song didn't need offerings, but required numbers. The more people singing the war song together, the stronger its effects would be. What the hell is this? I can't possibly bring a choir with me every time I fight someone, right? Lin Shen couldn't help but complain inwardly. However, upon further thought, if he could turn this war song into the battle anthem of an army and have the soldiers chant it together during combat, wouldn't that make him invincible? Promoting the art of music, cultivating the sentiment of the nation, this vital responsibility cannot be delayed. While Lin Shen thought this way, the promotion of the war song was easier said than done. Within the information of the war song was the song's lyrics and score. Although Lin Shen was talented in many areas as a child, he was truly tone-deaf when it came to music, the more serious issue being that he was somewhat tone-deaf. He could read the lyrics without a problem, but singing them was completely beyond him. He simply didn't know how. I need to find someone who understands musical scores to sing this war song first, Lin Shen said as he approached Wei Wufu to ask if he could understand the scores. After asking, Lin Shen immediately regretted it. Wei Wufu couldn't even speak properly and was a martial fanatic. How could he possibly understand such things? Asking Wei these things was somewhat humiliating. Understand. The response from Wei Wufu stunned Lin Shen on the spot. Do you really understand musical scores? Lin Shen asked incredulously, looking at him. Understand? Wei Wufu reaffirmed his answer with conviction. With a mix of belief and doubt, Lin Shen sketched the war song's score from his mind, and then he proceeded to write down the lyrics. However, Lin Shen encountered a problem while writing the lyrics. The lyrics were just a single line, repeated over and over again. Moreover, the lyrics were somewhat bizarre, so much so that Lin Shen found it somewhat embarrassing to utter. Chapter 431, Musical Instrument. The sky is vast, the fields boundless. I've lived my life wildly. Wei Wufu picked up the lyrics and music written by Lin Shen and began to sing. Lin Shen's mouth hung open, staring at Wei Wufu dumbfounded. The usually slow-speaking Wei Wufu, when singing, didn't pause at all, and there was a boldness in his manner. These somewhat coarse lyrics, sung over and over by Wei Wufu, actually made people feel their blood boiling. The more he sang, the more rousing and spirited it became, inciting an irresistible urge to join in with a shout. After Wei finished singing, Lin Shen couldn't help but reach out to touch Wei Wufu's face. You? Wei Wufu frowned as he stepped back, staring at Lin Shen with a face full of confusion. Are you really Wei? Or is someone else disguised as you? Have you been body snatched? Lin Shen simply couldn't believe that it was Wei who had sung those words. No, song, say, different. As soon as Wei Wufu started talking, Lin Shen knew it was Wei, not an imposter, and he hadn't been body snatched. Wei, sing it again. Lin Shen had been shocked just now and hadn't paid attention to the actual effects of the war song. Wei sang once more, and as he did, Lin Shen felt a surge of strength in his body, as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, as though some hidden potential had been unlocked. He felt full of strength, his blood racing as if it might boil. Trying it out, Lin Shen noticed an increase in strength, speed, and various other aspects, but the boost wasn't large. This thing really required more people singing together. One person singing the war song provided only a limited enhancement for him. When I build an army later on, I'll make this the military anthem, Lin Shen mused about the future, though now he could only dream. Feels like something's missing. It lacks accompaniment. Lin Shen had felt something was amiss before, and now it dawned on him. The song was missing instrumental accompaniment which lessened the atmosphere. Wei, do you play any instruments? Get some accompaniment going, Lin Shen said. Violin, cello, guitar, drum set, saxophone, erhu, pipa, guzheng, piano. Wei Wufu slowly listed a bunch of instruments. Lin Shen, mouth agape, tentatively asked, You can't play any of these? Can play all? Wei Wufu said calmly. Bro, you're awesome. Lin Shen gave Wei a thumbs up, never having imagined that Wei was a versatile musician. Lin Shen had wanted to find an instrument for Wei to try out, but alas, there were none around, so he had to let it go. Together with Wei, Lin Shen went to the Celestial Master Institute, and indeed, they found Kong Chuan waiting inside. An SI processed his reinstatement smoothly. Everything went off without a hitch. Whether he was reluctant to come or he simply looked down on Lin Shen, Kong Chuan spoke very little, answering only when asked something, remaining silent otherwise. Lin Shen didn't bother talking to him either. After all, the person he was dealing with for the giant ring star was the heavenly consort. He wouldn't let Kong Chuan become the chief of the Special Service Department before that had been settled. There wasn't much to arrange at the Celestial Master Institute, so Lin Shen, along with Kong Chuan and Wei, left to prepare for their trip to the giant ring star. On their way to the teleportation station, they happened upon a music shop along the road. Since we've come across it, let's go in and buy an instrument, Lin Shen thought, and entered the shop. Lin Shen only recognized some common instruments and didn't know much about music. Looking around at the various instruments in the shop, he couldn't even tell the difference between a guitar and a bass guitar. The owner of the shop, an old celestial man with glasses, sat on a stool by the window, reading a book. Beside him sat a steaming cup of tea on the windowsill. When the old celestial saw Lin Shen and his company enter, he casually said they could look around and to ask him if they wanted anything, then went back to reading his book. Wei, which instrument do you think would be suitable to play accompaniment for that song? Lin Shen turned to Wei and inquired. Wei stopped in his tracks inside the music instrument shop, his attention finally resting on an instrument placed on a shelf. This, Wei Wufu pointed at the instrument on the shelf as he spoke. Wei, are you sure you want this one? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu with a peculiar expression, then glanced back at the instrument. Though Lin Shen wasn't versed in musical instruments, this one looked strangely familiar to him. It resembled the woodblock used by monks during their chanting, and if it were just similar in appearance, Lin Shen might have doubted whether it was some kind of instrument designed to look like a woodblock. Find more to read at Empire. But next to the woodblock there was a small mallet for striking it, which led Lin Shen to struggle to think of it as anything but a woodblock. The only difference from a regular woodblock was that this object seemed to be made of jade, wholly white and crystal clear, with some odd patterns on its surface. Upon a closer inspection, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel surprised. He realized it was not an ordinary object, but a spirit base. Inside the woodblock, a fish-shaped white cloud moved about as if fish were swimming around. Inside the small wooden mallet, faint traces of lightning flickered in and out of sight. Certain, Wei Wufu answered very affirmatively. Boss, can we try this thing out? Lin Shen found it hard to believe this item could be used for accompaniment. It seemed more suited for chanting. You can't. The owner looked up and said sincerely, Are you sure you want this one? Lin Shen could only turn his head to look at Wei again. Certain, Wei Wufu nodded. Boss, how much for this? Lin Shen had no choice but to ask the owner for the price. The mutant third-turn spirit base kicks in wooden fish, 8 million, the owner said after taking a sip of tea. Although it's a mutant, isn't 8 million way too expensive? Does this thing have any special skills? Lin Shen immediately felt like it was a lost cause. He didn't even have 80,000 on him, let alone 8 million. Base talent kicks in. It helps to clarify the mind and spirit, the owner replied. Just for that one skill, you're asking for 8 million? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. The mutant fourth-turn spirit base spirit B-ring he had bought before cost him only 2 super source dragon pets, which was equivalent to a price of 1 or 2 million. This Kikshin wooden fish was only third turn, with such a mediocre skill, and the owner had the audacity to demand 8 million. It was simply extortionate. If you like it, you buy it. If not, then don't, the owner stated with a smile. I'll buy it. Before Lin Shen could say anything, Wei Wufu spoke up directly. Cough, cough. Wei, we don't have enough money. Lin Shen coughed lightly as he spoke. I have this. Wei pulled out a pet capsule from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shen. It contained a super source dragon pet that he had tamed on Ring Mountain Planet using death powder. Boss, can we barter with an ascension pet? Seeing that Wei really wanted the Chixin wooden fish, Lin Shen decided to negotiate with the owner. Not for you, the owner said after looking at Lin Shen, then turned to Wei Wufu and added, but for you, it's possible. Chapter 432, Return to Giant Ring Star. Wei traded 8 first-turn super source dragon pets in exchange for the Kixin wooden fish. Wei tried tapping it, and indeed, it was a wooden fish. Lin Shen could hardly imagine how this thing could be used as a musical instrument. Wei then played the war song again, beating the wooden fish, and you really can't deny that his rhythm unexpectedly matched the war song perfectly. Just listen to it. The tapping of the wooden fish really does sound like some kind of percussion instrument. Listen again. The song also seems to resemble chanting. With just this one phrase repeated over and over, it slightly resembles the chanting of Amitabha. In the end, you can't even distinguish whether he is singing or chanting. However, that blood-boiling sensation hasn't changed, and paired with the rhythm of the wooden fish, it surprisingly intensifies the excitement even more. As Wei Wufu poured his heart into playing and singing, Lin Shen felt an overwhelming surge of strength in his body like a mountainous tsunami. The enhancement effect was greatly amplified, and his attribute soared, almost doubling. Wow, can you believe this? Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted, silently grateful that Wei had acquired the wooden fish. Lin Shen wondered if ordinary instruments could have the same effect. After spending a little money, he bought a guitar for Wei Wufu to use. Although there was some effect, it was very slight and not very useful. Wei's the man, Lin Shen praised inwardly. Kong Chuan watched the two men with a puzzled look. Kong Chuan had been wealthy himself before, but after he offended the Heavenly Emperor and was tricked, life on Sky Pinnacle Star became very difficult. The Heavenly Emperor wanted to force him to leave Sky Pinnacle Star so he wouldn't be in the way. But Kong Chuan, in order to stay on Sky Pinnacle Star and protect his sister, preferred to suffer and endure hardship here. Otherwise, as a Nirvana being, he wouldn't have fallen so low as to set up a stall on the streets. 8 million was not a lot for the former Kong Chuan, but he wouldn't have spent 8 million on a spirit base that had little use and was only for entertainment. In his view, the behavior of these two people was like that of prodigal sons, which made Kong Chuan even more skeptical whether such people could really revive the Celestial Master Institute. But he had no other choices. If he couldn't help Lin Shen rebuild the Celestial Master Institute, then he would have to leave Sky Pinnacle Star. Money should be spent on useful things, not on these trivial pleasures, Kong Chuan said with a stern face. He knew this might dampen Lin Shen's spirits and pride. But if Lin Shen continued to squander money this way, how could the already dilapidated Celestial Master Institute ever regain its glory? Having fun is also a part of life. Otherwise, why would I fight so hard? It's all to be able to enjoy life better. You have to spend what you need to spend, and you have to enjoy what you should enjoy. Otherwise, you have wasted your life, Lin Shen said with a smile. You can play all you want when you're wealthy and free, but the Celestial Master Institute is depending on you right now. How can you spend money like this? What will become of the Celestial Master Institute? Kong Chuan retorted. You're not wrong, but you got one thing mistaken, Lin Shen said indifferently. What have I mistaken? Kong Chuan asked with a frown. The Celestial Master Institute is the Celestial Master Institute, and I am me. The Institute's money will naturally be spent on the Institute's affairs. My own money, of course, can only be spent by myself and has nothing to do with the Institute. Do you understand the concept of distinguishing between public and private property? The Institute is public, and I am private. It's essential to keep things clear and distinct. Not a penny of my money can be used for the Institute, Lin Shen said as if it were a matter of course. Is that how you explain the concept of separation between public and private interests? Kong Chuan was full of question marks regarding Lin Shen's rationale. He couldn't agree with it, but for the moment he couldn't find the words to argue back. All right, it's about time we leave. Once we're on Giant Ring Star, you'll follow my commands. You can do that, right? Lin Shen said, patting Kong Chuan's shoulder. I am only responsible for your safety. The rest is not my concern, Kong Chuan said coldly. That's fine, just don't forget the earnest expectations the heavenly consort has of you, Lin Shen reminded Kong Chuan, hinting at him not to complicate matters and do something that would embarrass both parties. The three headed to the teleportation station and, with an official pass, activated the teleportation array to Giant Ring Star for free. The time they chose to arrive was precisely at the noon hour on Giant Ring Star. When the three materialized in the teleportation zone, Kong Chuan surveyed their surroundings with a slightly darkened face. Giant Ring Star was notified of our inspection date and time well in advance, weren't they? Why isn't there a single person here to welcome us? You still think the Celestial Master Institute is like it used to be? Now, no one in the Institute could be bothered with us, Lin Shen said with a smile. Having said that, Lin Shen headed towards the village where you lived. Before his arrival, he had already spoken with his elder sister. She couldn't come to meet him due to other matters and had told him to go directly to Yu's village. The place had become his elder sister's stronghold, with the villagers all helping with her work. When Lin Shen and the others reached the village, the situation there was strange. Everyone was standing outside as if inspecting something. Lin Shen at first thought this was a show his sister had put on to welcome him back, but only after they approached did they realize it was not the case. His elder sister and Yu were together, examining each person's body one by one. "Sister, what's happened here?" Lin Shen asked, puzzled. His sister asked Yu to continue checking the villagers while she walked Lin Shen aside. Watching Yu carry out the examinations, she said, "Something odd has happened in the village recently, and 2 people have died. The deaths are mysterious, and we've been unable to find the cause so far." "How did they die?" Lin Shen asked. "That's just it, we don't know. They had all returned to their houses at night, but come morning, the doors were found open, and the bodies were discovered in another unoccupied house," his sister said, frowning. "If it's no longer safe even inside our homes at night, then I fear we might have to move away. We can't continue living here." "In which house were they found dead?" Lin Shen inquired. His sister pointed to a stone house and said, "It's the one we used to live near when we first settled here." Following the direction his sister pointed, Lin Shen's expression became unusual. Wasn't that the stone house where he had once seen a woman singing? His sister continued, 2 people died over 2 consecutive nights, both found in the morning in that stone house. Their manner of dying was also peculiar, with not a mark on their bodies but a strange smile on their faces and a blood-colored handprint that appeared on them. Your next read is at Empire. What kind of blood-colored handprint? Kong Chuan suddenly interjected with a question. Chapter 433, Night Ghost. Who is this? The eldest sister asked, looking at Lin Shen. "This is my colleague from the Celestial Master Institute, Kong Chuan." Lin Shen simply stated Kong Chuan's identity without making introductions. "Come and take a look." The eldest sister led them to an old bed outside, lifted the torn bedsheet, and revealed 2 human corpses underneath. Both of the human men appeared to be in their 30s, in the prime of their life. In death, they both had eerie smiles on their faces, with the corners of their mouths split backwards, resembling the laugh-inducing clowns on stage. The smiles appeared farcical, yet insincere, giving observers a shiver of horror. Besides the creepy smiles, there was a crimson handprint on the chest of each, dark red like blood, as though made with a blood-covered hand. "We've already examined them. The bones, flesh, and hearts below are undamaged. This handprint is like a tattoo. It only damaged the skin and has no other effects. We're currently investigating to see if this kind of blood handprint is on anyone else," the eldest sister explained in detail. It was then that Lin Shen understood why the eldest sister and Yu were stripping people and inspecting them. They were looking for blood handprints. After listening, Kong Chuan walked up to one of the corpses and rubbed the blood handprint, lifting his fingers to check for red stains, finding none. It was clear that the handprints were not splotched with color. Kong Chuan frowned slightly and bent down to smell the area of the blood handprint, then looked up at Lin Shen and said, "No need to look any further. I know who did this." "Who?" Everyone's gaze turned to Kong Chuan. "Have you ever heard of the Night Ghost tribe?" asked Kong Chuan. Seeing the blank faces of the others, Kong Chuan continued, "Perhaps 700 to 800 years ago, the Night Ghost tribe suddenly rose, causing panic across many planets. The Night Ghosts are peculiar. During the day, they are no different from regular humans, but one distinctive feature of the Night Ghosts is their eyes. They are born with double pupils, meaning each eye has 2 pupil openings. Their eyeballs can rotate 360 degrees within their sockets. One side has blue pupils, the other side red. During the day, their pupils are the common blue, but at night, they flip their eyeballs to expose the blood-red pupils. The Night Ghosts practice only one type of evolution skill, called Song of Night, which allows them to gain sound-based supernatural abilities. Therefore, the Night Ghost tribe is extremely adept at sonic powers. Even low-level Night Ghosts can use sound to bewitch the mind, and the more advanced can kill directly with sound. Apart from that, the Night Ghosts have a very cruel habit. When they turn into blood-eyed beings at night, they use a technique called the Ghost Hand Imprint to kill. Those struck by the Ghost Hand Imprint end up like these 2 men, with a blood handprint on their chest. This blood handprint, although appearing to be merely printed on the skin and smelling faintly fragrant, is deadly. Once you dissect the corpse, you'll find that even in a freshly dead body, there's not a single drop of blood left. Why would the night ghost tribe kill people? The eldest sister asked with a frown. Legend has it they used the ghost hand imprint to absorb the vital blood of their victims, sustaining their own life and youth. They are an utterly evil race. The night ghosts once caused widespread fear among all tribes hundreds of years ago, leading to a united effort to completely eradicate them. After that, there has been little news about the night ghosts. I only know about them because I once encountered the remnant of a night ghost during a case at the Celestial Master Institute, and I looked up some information to become more familiar with them, explained Kong Chuan. This blood handprint is the same as the ghost hand imprint I encountered before, and only the night ghost tribe possesses such a method. It must indeed be the doing of the remnant members of the night ghost tribe. Lin Shen frowned and said, "Are you suggesting that there are escapees of the night ghost tribe on Giant Ring Star? That should be the case, no doubt. It's quite easy to find members of the night ghost tribe. Gather everyone together, then check to see if anyone has anything like invisible contact lenses on their eyes. Confirm that none has them, and when night falls, whoever's pupils turn blood red, they are the night ghost tribe people. They have no way to control the change in their pupils," Kong Chuan stated. "This method is indeed workable. It's worth a try." The elder sister nodded and said, "Let's just try and see for now." Lin Shen didn't think it would be that simple. Read chapters at Empire. Does the chief of the Heavenly Institute doubt my method? Kong Chuan raised an eyebrow. If there is a problem, please point it out so I can correct it. Your method isn't the problem, it's the Night of Giant Ring Star that's problematic. Before you came, you should have researched Giant Ring Star. You should know that the nights here are very dangerous, and one should not venture out in the darkness, Lin Shen explained. What does that have to do with us rooting out the remnants of the Night Ghost tribe? Are you afraid they'll break the houses and perish together with us in the dark? Dean, rest assured, with me here, they won't have that chance, Kong Chuan confidently said. The reason you mentioned is only one among others. The thing I worry about the most is that the Night Ghost tribe can move about freely during the dark nights on Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen shared his concern. The more he thought about it, the more he believed that the humming woman he had spied through the crack in the wall was potentially from the Night Ghost tribe. You had said that no one was living in that room, and you would check all rooms every day before nightfall, being the last one in. If an outsider had entered, you should have noticed. Since you hadn't noticed, it was highly likely that the woman entered the stone house after nightfall. This would mean that the Night Ghost tribe can indeed move around freely on Giant Ring Star during the nighttime, or at least possesses certain nocturnal capabilities. Of course, these were all just Lin Shen's own speculations and not necessarily the case. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Kong Chuan seemed not to take the concern seriously upon hearing this. Although the name Night Ghost Tribe contains night, and they have night vision, being indeed more ferocious at night than during the day, the darkness of Giant Ring Star is not ordinary darkness, but a manifestation of the power of rules. Not just ordinary members of the Night Ghost tribe, even Nirvana-level beings can't just go out at will on Giant Ring Star during the night. They would be harmed by the rule power of the darkness, even killed. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, you worry too much. The murderer from the Night Ghost tribe couldn't possibly be a Nirvana-level powerhouse, otherwise they wouldn't need to kill stealthily in the dead of night. Then how do you explain that these people didn't die in their own rooms, nor in anyone else's rooms, but in a room where no one lived? Lin Shen pondered deeply. Isn't that obvious? It must be the Night Ghost tribe members hidden in the village, taking advantage of the time when the sky was about to darken or when it had just brightened, when everyone else had gone to their rooms or had not yet come out. They rushed in and killed someone first or threw the bodies into the unoccupied houses, Kong Chuan replied. According to what you're saying, wouldn't it be simpler for the killer to just leave after the murder? Why bother to dispose of the bodies specifically? Kong Chuan had clearly considered this issue and countered. This is exactly what the Night Ghost tribe wants, to mislead others into thinking it was a base variant creature that can walk in the dark night that committed the atrocity, not to cast suspicion on them, allowing them to continue hiding in the village and even migrate along with the village to more populated areas. As he said this, his eyes were on Lin Shen, as if to say that Lin Shen was the one being misled. Chapter 434, Peacock Divine Brilliance. If Lin Shen had never seen the woman from next door before, he would think Kong Chuan's inference made a lot of sense, but now he was somewhat worried. If the Night Ghost tribe really could move freely in the dark night, their problems would be significant. If they were to be sleeping during the night, and the Night Ghost tribe directly broke their stone houses, exposing them to the dark night, the rules of the dark night on the Giant Ring Star would become a lethal weapon. Fortunately, Lin Shen had the Night Glow Flower, which allowed him to survive in the dark night of the Giant Ring Star. But what about the others? If his elder sister and the rest had to spend the night alone somewhere without Lin Shen and were attacked by the Night Ghost tribe, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Experienced news stories with Empire Lin Shen could only feel relieved that the two people who died weren't his elder sister. Lin Shen was not opposed to Kong Chuan's method. In fact, he felt it was very necessary to first clear up the internal investigation. His only worry was that if the Night Ghost tribe really could act at night and took this opportunity to push down the gathered stone houses, exposing so many people to the darkness, it would still be very dangerous. However, Lin Shen had no other choice but to cooperate with Kong Chuan's plan for now. Lin Shen wanted to send his elder sister to Paradise Island first and take charge of investigating the situation here, but she insisted on staying. Now she was the boss of these people, and if she left at this time, how could these people wholeheartedly follow her in the future? Lin Shen thought it made sense. After all, they had Kong Chuan, a Nirvana-level protector, and he also held a trump card in his hand. As long as he stayed by his elder sister's side all the time, there shouldn't be any problem. All the people in the entire village were gathered together, and today no one was allowed to leave the village. Speaking of the entire village, there were only a bit more than 30 people in total. Yu cleared out a large stone house, waiting for when it was about to get dark, and then the more than 30 people all entered the stone house. Kong Chuan had already personally inspected everyone's eyes and found no contact lenses or the like. Now they were just waiting for nightfall, waiting for the Night Ghost Tribe to reveal their true form. Suddenly, Kong Chuan stretched out a hand, and a blue peacock life base appeared inside the stone house. With a peacock display, eyes of peacocks emerged on the fan-like peacock feather, emitting halos. For a moment, the bodies of all the people inside the stone house were fixed by some strange strength, completely incapable of moving, not even able to move their lips. Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and others were the same, fixed in place by Kong Chuan's strength. Dean, there's no need to panic. I am doing this to be cautious. Once that night ghost reveals their true form, I'll capture them and then restore your freedom, said Kong Chuan calmly. Lin Shen was not panicking. He had already guessed what Kong Chuan intended to do, but he didn't expect Kong Chuan's strength to be so formidable. This kind of strength was somewhat similar to the Prison King's Eye of Death powder. Both were gaze-based binding strengths, only when used by a Nirvana. Being like Kong Chuan, it was much more powerful than when used by Death powder. In the future, after Death powder evolves to Nirvana, I wonder if the Prison King's Eye can have such a strong effect, Lin Shen thought in awe of Kong Chuan's skill while observing that even Wei Wufu was struggling to move. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt the evolution theory within his body slowly operating, quietly changing his constitution, allowing him to gradually adapt to the control effects of the peacock's eye. But adaptation would take a process, and clearly this was not something that could be completed in a short time. Lin Shen could only sit there calmly, waiting for the coming of the night. Time passed second by second, and finally, nightfall arrived. The sunlight streaming into the stone house through the cracks suddenly vanished. The whole room turned pitch black in an instant. Only the faint blue light emitting from the blue peacock made the stone house a bit brighter. However, this kind of brightness was different from the light of the nightglow flower. The blue light from the peacock's body could not truly illuminate the darkness, and the surroundings still looked murky. This indicated that the blue peacock's strength couldn't change the night rules of Giant Ringstar, only to confront them. The light of the nightglow flower, on the other hand, could alter the rules of night. It's not exactly changing the rules, but rather fitting and exploiting them, illuminating a place that wasn't bound by the rules of night. Although the blue peacock's power was much stronger than the nightglow flower, its power did not have this characteristic, and its effect was, in fact, not as significant as that of the nightglow flower. Using the faint light from the blue peacock, Kong Chuan's gaze swept over the eyes of each human, believing he could definitely find the hidden members of the Night Ghost Tribe among them. But after one glance he couldn't help being slightly startled, as he saw none of their pupils change, nor did he see any red-colored pupils. As he scrutinized these people, the Prison King's eye on his forehead opened, shining a strange blue light, examining the eyes of each person one by one. Yet, upon finishing with the last person, Kong Chuan was greatly disappointed. There were simply no members of the Night Ghost Tribe among them. Just as he was about to retract the peacock life base, he suddenly heard a faint and erratic singing coming from the darkness outside. The voice was melodious and sorrowful, winding and turning as if autumn breezes danced around fallen leaves, filled with a lonely beauty. Kong Chuan's complexion changed slightly, and he seemed to recognize that the sound must be coming from the Night Ghost Tribe. He murmured in disbelief. Could the Night Ghost Tribe truly have the ability to walk in the night of Giant Ringstar? No sooner had he spoken than there was a loud bang, and the entire stone house's roof was directly blown away by a terrifying force, allowing the darkness to descend unbridled into the stone house. Everyone was shocked, but under the control of the blue peacock, none of them could move. They could only let darkness fall upon them. Kong Chuan snorted coldly. A blue carapace appeared on his body, and both the carapace and the blue peacock burst into intense blue flames. The eyes on the peacock display radiated even more, with each one surrounded by a halo of blue light. As night descended, upon contact with the blue radiance of the blue peacock, a snapping sound erupted, as if something was burning upon touching the blue flames in the dark. In an instant, the rooftop was covered with blue flames, and Kong Chuan burst through the roof, charging straight out, his blue light crackling in the darkness. Everyone immediately guessed Kong Chuan's intention. He wanted to leave the peacock life base behind to forcibly protect everyone, while he himself rushed out to deal with the member of the Night Ghost Tribe, and then returned to move everyone to another room. Moving to another room now would give the Night Ghost Tribe an opportunity, and more people would die. Moreover, without eliminating that night ghost, the other stone houses would not be safe either, still risking destruction by the night ghost tribe. Chapter 435, The Female Ghost. Kong Chuan actually managed to resist the power of the darkness to some extent, which was surprisingly formidable. However, the strength of the blue peacock fiercely clashed with the darkness, and it slowly began to shrink. The blue glow dimmed bit by bit, and it was only a matter of time before darkness would completely overwhelm it. At this rate, in at most half an hour, the darkness will fall upon us, Lin Shen calculated in his mind. I wonder if Kong Chuan can take care of that night ghost tribe member within half an hour. This Kong Chuan really isn't reliable. He said he would follow my commands after arriving at the giant ring star, but he went ahead and did his own thing, even controlling me here. Is this protection? No, this feels more like murder. Damn it, with such capability, he still wants to be the head of the Special Service Department? How does he even have the face for it? Lin Shen cursed Kong Chuan in his heart, wishing he could smack him across the face. Having such a subordinate is truly like being cursed for 8 generations. Forget about the heavenly consort's face, he doesn't deserve to be the head of the Special Service Department even if I resigned as the dean. Inside Lin Shen's body, the evolution theory was running wildly, already showing some effects. He could move his eyes and mouth, and his body regained a bit of movement, although he was still far from being able to move freely. At times like this, hopefully no member of the Night Ghost tribe will come over and play that tired old trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Shen sat motionless, muttering to himself. It's true, one often encounters what one fears. Lin Shen was still pondering when he suddenly spotted a white figure floating outside the roofless building. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. Good things never happen, but bad things always come quickly. Outside the intense blue flames, the white figure drew nearer, and Lin Shen could finally see clearly that it was a woman wearing a white dress. Her skin was pale, and her black straight hair hung down to her waist. Her eyes were the red of blood, glowing like infrared in the darkness. She would have looked quite beautiful under other circumstances, but in this context, she was somewhat frightening, like a vengeful ghost who had died with grievances. Lin Shen thought the hair length and style of this woman resembled that of the woman he had spied upon combing her hair next door. But Lin Shen wasn't completely sure since he had only seen her from behind and not the front at the time. He only remembered the way she combed her hair, long and straight. Those immobilized and unable to move all saw the female night ghost, and in their minds they cursed Kong Chuan's ancestors for 18 generations. Lin Shen felt that the Heavenly Emperor's decision to deal with Kong Chuan was extremely wise. It was freaking reasonable. The female night ghost stared at the blue peacock for a while, then suddenly threw a dagger-shaped life base, not attacking the blue peacock but instead flying toward the people inside the house. This action immediately caused everyone to break out in a cold sweat, and Lin Shen was about to summon his life base. Who would have known that the dagger, once it entered the range of the blue light, suddenly became immobilized, suspended mid-air, unable to move? Lin Shen let out a slight sigh of relief. Although Kong Chuan was a bastard, his abilities were indeed quite formidable. The female night ghost tried to retrieve her dagger spirit base, but within the blue glow, it remained motionless, causing her to frown slightly. After sizing up the situation for a moment, the female night ghost vanished into thin air, and when she reappeared, she held 2 stones in her hand. The female night ghost directly hurled the stones into the blue glow. The stones, like the dagger, were immediately frozen in mid-air upon entering the area of the blue light. The crowd immediately felt much reassured. The strength of the blue peacock was mighty indeed. It seemed unlikely that the female night ghost could break through. The female night ghost tried several tactics but never managed to penetrate the range of the blue light. Anything that entered the range of the blue light immediately came to a halt. Just when everyone thought they could be safe for the time being, the female night ghost disappeared again, followed by a thumping sound of walls being smashed. Explore more at Empire. Lin Shen's face changed slightly as he realized what the female night ghost was up to. She was planning to demolish the walls, exposing them completely to the darkness of the night. Being fully exposed to the darkness didn't have too much of an impact on them in itself, but it would increase the contact surface between the darkness and the blue light. Blue Peacock would then have to combat more dark forces, increasing its consumption of energy and shortening the time it could hold out. If Kong Chuan couldn't return quickly, they would be in grave danger. As Lin Shen had anticipated, the walls kept collapsing, some stones falling outward and some flying into the blue light, becoming suspended mid-air by the blue light. Darkness kept encroaching inside, igniting upon contact with the blue light. The walls on all sides were soon breached, darkness enveloping from all directions. The blue flame burned more fiercely, and the area it illuminated shrank steadily, with the dark pressing down at a notably faster pace than before. The female night ghost stood outside, staring at them coldly. The blue light made her look even more like a ghastly specter from the netherworld. Lin Shen felt that his body had recovered a lot, but he remained sitting still. Because he was originally facing the direction of the door, he could see the female night ghost clearly. As the darkness closed in, it got closer and closer to Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and a few others who were sitting near the door. The darkness approached them, and the female night ghost also moved closer. The distance between her and them became ever shorter. Everyone was terrified. At this rate, it would only be a matter of minutes before the darkness reached the people at the front. The female night ghost was waiting for that moment, her eyes growing more ferocious. Kong Chuan, that bastard, I'll have to deal with him later. Lin Shen made up his mind that he couldn't let that guy off easily. Those who were nearest to the darkness still hoped that Kong Chuan would be able to make it back in time. But then they heard terrifying explosions in the distance, sounding like thunder on the horizon, indicating with their volume that they were very far away. Everyone could guess that it must be Kong Chuan fighting with the Night Ghost tribe. The prospect of him returning in a short time seemed unrealistic. Lin Shen wasn't concerned about the distance, even if it was thousands of miles. A Nirvana-level speed would not take much time to traverse. The key issue was whether Kong Chuan could extricate himself from his opponent and make it back, which didn't look too optimistic. There is indeed a connection between a master and his spirit base. Kong Chuan could definitely sense the change in the situation here, but until Blue Peacock's strength was completely suppressed, Kong Chuan would have a hard time grasping the exact situation. He would only know that the Blue Peacock was still fighting against the darkness. But how much Blue Peacock's area of light had been compressed, or if anyone was exposed outside the area of the blue light, those details would be beyond his awareness. The darkness was inching closer to everyone, and Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who were already very close to the door, found the darkness merely half an arm's distance away from them after just a few minutes. Looking at the blue flames burning close at hand, Lin Shen cursed Kong Chuan in his heart 10 times over. Chapter 436 caught the female night ghost walked leisurely toward them, stopping just outside the blue light. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were only a little more than a foot away from her, clearly able to see the evil smile on her face. The female night ghost's lips moved slightly, and a humming or singing sound floated out from between them. Listening to this voice, Lin Shen grew even more suspicious that she had been the woman combing her hair in the neighboring stone house, but now the song sounded anything but pleasant. Her expression made Lin Shen feel as if her song were a prayer of thanks before a meal, and that as soon as her singing ended, she would hungrily devour them as if they were steaks. Lin Shen suddenly realized that when he had overheard the woman humming, it had probably been this female night ghost luring him over. The 2 people killed by the night ghost were likely dispatched in the same manner. As the darkness drew closer, the stone bricks, previously fixed in place by the blue light, fell to the ground with a clatter after escaping the blue light's range, sounding like a constant toll of a death knell. Since Lin Shen was closest to the door, the blue flames were almost touching the tip of his nose. The reason Lin Shen was so close to the door was that he had suspected from the start that night ghosts could move in darkness, which led him to guard the door. The female night ghost had walked up to Lin Shen and slowly stretched out her hand as if wanting to caress his chest. But her palm gradually turned blood red, and it seemed as if blood would soon start to drip from it. As soon as Lin Shen's chest was exposed beyond the range of the blue light, that bloody hand would unhesitatingly stamp onto it, leaving a bloody handprint on his chest. Those who could see this scene had their complexions turn incredibly unsightly. Lin Shen was first, but they were next. The blue light areas all around them were being compressed, and many people were already close to the darkness, though Lin Shen was the closest. Lin Miao, standing behind Lin Shen, watched as his body gradually became exposed to the darkness, her eyes filled with a mixture of horror and anger, wishing she could shield him herself, but unable to move. Wei Wufu was also struggling to break free from the control of the blue light, but he found it difficult to stir. The power of the Blue Peacock was simply too formidable. Just as Lin Shen's chest was exposed, the female night ghost's bloody red hand pressed forward. All of them watched, powerless to intervene. Just as the female night ghost's bloody hand was about to touch Lin Shen's chest, she suddenly stopped moving, her hand almost making contact with his clothes. The female night ghost's pupils contracted, her gaze filled with terror, as if she had encountered something unimaginable. Lin Shen withdrew the hand that had been pointing at the female night ghost. His body, wrapped in a carapace, surged into the darkness. The moment his body touched the darkness, it felt as if an inexplicable chill had seeped into the carapace, making Lin Shen's body shiver. Lin Shen immediately took out the Nightglow flower and activated its luminous ability. Bathed in light, Lin Shen immediately felt the chill on his body fade away. Seeing that Lin Shen was unharmed, Lin Miao and the others were both shocked and relieved. Lin Shen studied the female night ghost, whom he had immobilized with acupoint pressing, and looked behind her, indeed resembling the woman he had seen before. In the darkness, Kong Chuan's body shone with blue light, transforming into fan-shaped peacock feathers behind him, like a peacock display. Each blue peacock feather eye emitted beams of blue light, shooting into the darkness. The darkness seemed to have a ghostly figure flickering in and out of sight, the blue light clearly penetrating his body, yet it appeared to only hid an illusion. After the figure disappeared, it re-emerged in another location. Kong Chuan continued to battle the night while incessantly attacking that ghostly figure, but to little effect. He didn't want to get entangled with the figure, but as soon as he gave up the attack and tried to back away, the figure would appear behind him or in another hard-to-see spot, launching an attack and forcing him to respond. Kong Chuan could only fight while retreating, trying to head back to the village to assess the situation, aware that something was amiss. This ghostly being was simply trying to delay him, not engaging him with full force. Kong Chuan felt extremely frustrated, as his adversary could move freely in the night, unaffected by the dark powers. He, on the other hand, had to combat the force of the night, which put him at a significant disadvantage. By now, Kong Chuan was already regretting his decision, understanding that if something had befallen Lin Shen, even if he remained unharmed, the mission to Giant Ring Star would be considered a failure, and he could no longer return to Sky Pinnacle Star. With this realization, Kong Chuan released his power in a frenzy, his peacock feather emitting a divine brilliance that illuminated the surrounding 100 miles like the underworld. But the ghostly figure suddenly disappeared, melting into the darkness. Kong Chuan forcefully charged in the direction of the village, yet the ghostly figure re-emerged in front of him, pressing a bloody handprint toward the sky filled with divine brilliance. Boom! The bloody handprint collided with the divine brilliance, immediately shattering, and the ghostly figure was hurled away. Clearly, its strength was no match for Kong Chuan's, defeated by the peacock divine brilliance. Kong Chuan didn't bother to check if the ghostly figure had been killed, and continued rushing towards the village, when suddenly he heard a faint, ghostly lament as if from a wandering soul. The sound was eerie, penetrating his ears and causing a moment of distraction in Kong Chuan's mind, which made the peacock divine brilliance on his body dim slightly. The ghostly figure silently appeared behind Kong Chuan and struck with another bloody handprint. Merely the power of sound domain, and you think you can disturb my mind, courting death? Kong Chuan's peacock display behind him erupted once more, with beams of light crisscrossing and falling, but he lost the trail of the ghostly figure, merely shredding the bloody handprint. The figure was like a true specter, constantly appearing around Kong Chuan, with the singing voice now distant, now close, and bloody handprints striking from various strange angles, giving Kong Chuan no end of annoyance. As Kong Chuan fought and retreated towards the village, he couldn't raise his speed, his heart growing increasingly colder. Although he could sense that his life base was still combating the dark power, he clearly understood that his life base could only resist the darkness which was compressing it. At this time, he didn't know if Lin Shen and the others had been swallowed by the darkness. The figure was using only the power of sound domain and the bloody handprints to harass him, refusing to engage in direct combat, leaving Kong Chuan to fight and retreat. If he wasn't diverting much of his strength to resist the night, he wouldn't be so entangled by the ghostly figure. Suddenly, the figure withdrew into the darkness and vanished. At the same time, the ghostly wailing stopped, and in the darkness, only the peacock divine brilliance and the night power intermingled with a crackling sound. Kong Chuan finally found release, but his heart sank to the bottom. Read new chapters at Empire. The discontinuation of the ghostly figure's harassment likely indicated that they had succeeded, and Lin Shen had probably met with disaster. Kong Chuan's insides were green with regret. He had placed too much trust in his peacock divine brilliance. Although the peacock divine brilliance was indeed powerful, resisting the oppression of the knight's power, the ghostly figure still didn't dare to confront him directly. But a failed mission was more distressing to him than death itself. Chapter 437, The Eye of the Peacock. When Kong Chuan returned to the village, he saw from afar that the peacock divine brilliance had been reduced to a small cluster, and his heart sank completely. Rushing back into the village, he saw that the stone houses had entirely collapsed, leaving only the blue peacock standing there, unfurling its splendor in defiance of the dark night, and there was no one else around. "It's all over!" Kong Chuan cried out in anguish as he crouched down, clutching his head. With Lin Shen gone, it meant he could never return to Sky Pinnacle Star and stand by the heavenly consort ever again, something more painful to him than death. He was filled with regret, having been repeatedly and earnestly warned by the heavenly consort not to act recklessly before he came, yet he still managed to mess things up. Kong Chuan held his head, squatting on the ground, as tears of regret streamed down from his eyes. Creak! All of a sudden, Kong Chuan heard a noise across from him. As his gaze shifted, he saw someone push open the door of a stone house, holding a luminous 7-colored flower, standing opposite him and looking down on him. Seeing that person was actually Lin Shen, Kong Chuan felt both shock and joy as he leaped up from the ground. You're not dead. I'm not dead, and it looks like you're disappointed," Lin Shen said to him coldly. Lin Shen had some doubts whether Kong Chuan had deliberately duped him, but after seeing Kong Chuan's earlier state in the stonehouse, he knew this guy wasn't likely doing it intentionally, just unreliable. However, whether intentional or not, Lin Shen had taken note of this grudge and certainly wouldn't make it easy for Kong Chuan. As for the role of Special Service Department Chief, he might as well not even think about it. Kong Chuan finally came to his senses, quickly stood up, wiped away the tear stains from his face, and with a twisted head said, "Dean, please don't misunderstand, I had no such intention." "Kong Chuan, you should go back," Lin Shen said to him with a cold voice. "Go back?" Kong Chuan was slightly stunned before responding, "The mission isn't complete, I can't go back." "Are you a member of the Celestial Master Institute?" Lin Shen asked him coldly. "Yes," Kong Chuan nodded. "Am I the head of the Celestial Masters Institution?" Lin Shen asked again. "Of course you are," Kong Chuan nodded again. Then, as the head of the Celestial Masters Institution, I order you can now leave Giant Ringstar and return. You're not needed here, Lin Shen said. He didn't fear godlike enemies, but he detested teammates like Kong Chuan, comparable to pigs. Being such a close relative of the Heavenly Emperor and still ending up so pathetically, it was certainly not without reason. Lin Shen couldn't possibly keep such a person by his side. I'm responsible for protecting you, and I won't leave until the mission is complete, Kong Chuan said through gritted teeth. He knew he had indeed made a great mistake this time, but he couldn't leave. Is this how you protect me? Lin Shen snorted coldly. This time is my fault. There won't be a next time, Kong Chuan said with clenched teeth, bowing his head. Everyone's life is only given once. Even Mr. Tian won't grant a second chance, so why should you get another chance? Lin Shen was thoroughly unmoved. No matter how strong, he did not want such trash. What about the Heavenly Consort? Even if the Heavenly Consort learned of such a foolish act in his dismissal, she couldn't say anything in his defense. I've already said it. Nothing like this will ever happen again, Kong Chuan said with a look of utter distress. An ascender actually spoke to him like that, making him feel very embarrassed. You won't leave, will you? Fine. Whoever sent you, I'll have them take you away. Lin Shen directly used the communicator, ready to contact the Heavenly Consort. Even now, Kong Chuan still acted like a ghost, oblivious to death, utterly foolish. Kong Chuan hadn't expected Lin Shen to be so decisive and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Dean, that's not what I meant. We've only just arrived at Giant Ringstar. The mission is fraught with difficulties. Without me by your side to protect you, those Nirvana beings might harm you. Give me another chance, just one more time. Kong Chuan's attitude softened. But Lin Shen ignored him and continued to dial the communicator. Suddenly, Kong Chuan reached out and pressed down on the communicator in Lin Shen's hand. What, you want to lay hands on me now? Lin Shen asked coldly, staring at him. Kong Chuan suddenly knelt before Lin Shen with a thud, bowing down at his feet. Dean, I would give my life for you. Please don't send me away. A mouth is just 2 pieces of cheap flesh. It can say anything cheap, but what does that have to do with me? Now I give you 2 options. You leave, or I leave. Choose one. Lin Shen never listens to what others say, only to what they do. Kong Chuan almost cost him his life, almost cost his elder sister her life, almost cost Old Wei his life. Lin Shen didn't kill him now purely because he knew he was no match for Kong Chuan, and killing Kong Chuan would also make the Heavenly Consort retaliate against him and his family. Otherwise, he would have already struck Kong Chuan dead. But this man he would no longer employ. The Peacock Divine Brilliance shifted unpredictably. He couldn't be driven away like this. Otherwise, his years of humbled endurance would lose their meaning. He had to stay. Suddenly, the peacock raised his head, straightened his back, knelt before Lin Shen, and with Peacock Divine Brilliance shining, he abruptly raised his hand to plunge it into his own forehead. His fingers forcibly penetrated his skull, and amidst splattered blood, he gouged out the peacock's eye from his forehead. The blue peacock eye in Kong Chuan's hand seemed like a bloody heavenly eye, circles of blue luminescence shining coldly through the blood. Find more chapters on Empire. Dean, this is my peacock eye. With the eye exists the person. With the eye destroyed, the person dies. Please keep Kong Chuan. Give me one more chance. From now on, Kong Chuan's life is yours. You command me to live, I live, I live. You order me to die, I wouldn't dare overstep again. Kong Chuan laid prostrate before Lin Shen, both hands offering the peacock eye up to Lin Shen. Lin Shen stared at Kong Chuan startled. He had specifically read up on the Peacock clan and knew Kong Chuan wasn't lying to him. The Peacock Eye was the life of the Peacock clan, more important than the heart and brain. Kong Chuan's ability to do such a thing was somewhat surprising to him. After all, as a Nirvana being and the Heavenly Consort's own brother, even if he left the Celestial Master Institute, it shouldn't mean death, right? Alright, since that's the case, I'll give you one more chance. Lin Shen reached out and took the Peacock Eye from Kong Chuan. Having his life in his own hands meant there would be no fear of him causing trouble again. From now on, he would be assigned all the dirty, tiring, and dangerous tasks if he could survive. Thank Dean. Kong Chuan bowed again. This is your last chance. Even if you were the Heavenly Emperor's own brother, it would still not be enough to save your life. Lin Shen said, turning to enter the house. Kong Chuan hastily got up and followed Lin Shen into the stone house, his forehead, now missing the peacock eye, still bleeding. Once inside the house, Kong Chuan saw the situation clearly and was stunned. Everyone was intact inside the stone house, seemingly unharmed. In a corner, there was even a woman in chains. Just by seeing the woman's red ghostly eyes, he knew she was from the Night Ghost tribe. Chapter 438, Night Watch. Kong Chuan had originally thought that Lin Shen had some means of saving his own life and had escaped alone. But now it seemed that Lin Shen's actions were not as simple as merely escaping for his life. Not only did he save everyone, but he had also caught a Night Ghost. Kong Chuan had to admit that he had somewhat underestimated the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute. Whether it was Lin Shen's resolute attitude when dealing with him or the many methods he had displayed, Kong Chuan found that he could no longer regard him as just an ascender. How did your pursuit turn out? Lin Shen sat down on a stone bench and looked at Kong Chuan as he asked. Dean, that was a Nirvana-level Night Ghost with exceptionally cunning skills, and with the cover of night, I was unable to capture that remnant of the night ghost tribe. I am incompetent. Kong Chuan did not make excuses, as excuses were futile before this dean. If he comes again, are you confident you can block him? Lin Shen asked again. In the darkness, I can only hold him off. If it were daytime, I should be able to repel him, Kong Chuan answered conservatively, without his earlier arrogance. Then stand guard and don't let anyone snatch her away again. Lin Shen's current desire was to survive this dark night and then head straight to Paradise Island. Only with the protection of Tian Shun could he finally be at ease. This female night ghost had been captured by him. He couldn't guarantee that the Nirvana-level night ghost wouldn't come to save her. Who knows how many night ghosts were still on Giant Ringstar. That night ghost moves unpredictably and is highly skilled in escape techniques. If we wait inside the house and he comes and damages the stone house first, we would be very passive, Kong Chuan thought for a moment and said. Your journey continues at Empire. Wei, I'll leave the inside to you. Lin Shen stood up and said, Kong Chuan, come and guard outside with me. With that, Lin Shen took the night glow flower, pushed the door open, and walked out of the stone house. Kong Chuan followed behind Lin Shen, then closed the door behind them. Lin Shen sat by the door while Kong Chuan leaped upwards, landing atop the roof, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. When you use that peacock divine brilliance, don't shine it on me, Lin Shen said cautiously, wanting to ensure Kong Chuan understood, unlike before. Don't worry, Dean. Kong Chuan paused for a moment, then explained. My peacock divine brilliance is an area of effect skill. It's difficult to discriminate friend from foe when casting it. I didn't mean to restrain you intentionally before. This time outside, I will try to control the range first so that the peacock divine brilliance doesn't affect you. If a fight breaks out, I hope the Dean will return inside the stone house to watch. All right, Lin Shen nodded and said nothing more. He could clearly see that Kong Chuan's peacock divine brilliance did not distinguish between friend and foe. Anyone within its range would be restrained. The two of them thus stood guard outside, the night glow flower illuminating the area near the stone house. Should any of the night ghost tribe enter the radius of the night glow flower, they would be detected. As time ticked away, no night ghost appeared, and it was now less than 2 hours before the break of dawn. Suddenly, a plaintive and mournful song came from the distance. The melody was sorrowful and evocative, inducing a sense of desolation in anyone who heard it, making life seem pointless and stirring an impulse to unsheath one's blade and end one's own life. Lin Shen felt a shiver in his heart, heightened his alertness, and scanned his surroundings, yet found no trace of the night ghost. The source of the song seemed to change, now coming from the left, now from the right, now ahead, now behind, baffling anyone trying to pinpoint its exact origin. Kong Chuan focused and surveyed the environment, but likewise failed to locate the source of the song. This is bad. Lin Shen realized something and turned to push the door to go inside. The song had a power to induce suicide, and although he could resist the song's charm, it was uncertain if those inside the room could withstand it. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on a wooden fish came from inside the room. Lin Shen pushed the door open and saw that some people had already drawn their weapons, about to stab themselves in critical spots. Wei Wufu held the Kixin wooden fish in one hand and a small hammer in the other, knocking on the wooden fish repeatedly. With the sound of the knocking, Lin Shen immediately felt the influence of the song weaken considerably. Those in the room who were about to commit suicide seemed startled, and many of them, coming to their senses, threw their weapons away as their first reaction. Wei, well done, Lin Shen said, giving Wei a thumbs up before closing the door again. Wei's Chixin wooden fish was truly valuable, having the effect of countering sound-based powers. The song did not work as intended but continued, growing more and more desolate. A thought struck Lin Shen, and he suddenly realized the song might not be meant to charm them but to convey a message to the captive female night ghost. Lin Shen sneered inwardly. That female night ghost has been hit by my acupoint seal, unable to use any power, let alone end her own life. After a while, the singing suddenly stopped. Either the other party had realized that they were not getting a response, or there was some other reason. After the singing ceased, Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were fully alert. If the night ghost tribe was planning a rescue or a cover-up killing, this was their last chance. The two tensed their nerves, waiting until daylight, but the night ghost tribe made no further moves. Looking at the mountains lit by the star belt, Lin Shen breathed a small sigh of relief, having endured the most difficult part. Not letting his guard down, Lin Shen had Big Sister and the others pack up to head for Paradise Palace. Along the way, Lin Shen and his two companions carefully guarded everyone, finally arriving safely at Paradise Island. The butler seemed to have known Lin Shen would come, waiting for him early on. Master, I'll take care of things here. The Star Lord is waiting for you in Paradise Palace. Please go ahead, the butler said with a smile. Wei, Kong Chuan, you assist Big Sister here, Lin Shen said as he picked up the immobilized female night ghost and headed for Paradise Palace. He had not interrogated the female night ghost yet, waiting for Chen Shun to do it for him. Tian Sun's life base was the devout seraph, capable of compelling people to confess the truth. For interrogation, it was fail-safe. Once Lin Shen arrived at Paradise Palace, he saw Tian Sun lounging on a sofa, supporting her chin with one hand and looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. How long has it been since I saw you, and you come back bringing a beauty? Are you planning to enjoy the fortunes of the Chi family? Tianxun lazily commented. By daylight, the female night ghost's pupils had turned blue and didn't look so frightening anymore. Indeed, she had some beauty to her and could be considered a pretty woman. Tianxun, baby, what kind of person do you take me for? With a great beauty like you by my side, even Flair Lei would fade in comparison, let alone her being just a night ghost, Lin Shen said as he consciously sat down next to Tianxun, his hand naturally finding its place on her smooth, round thigh. Tianxun seemed somewhat surprised and said while examining the woman, "She's from the night ghost tribe?" Lin Shen recounted in detail what had happened in the village, and as Tianxun listened, her expression grew more serious. She sat upright and, staring at the female night ghost, said, "Hand her over to me." Chapter 439, The Secret of the Night Ghost Tribe. Under the influence of the devout Blazing Angel's life base, the female night ghost had no way to conceal anything and quickly revealed many pieces of information that shocked Tianxun. It turned out that the Night Ghost Tribe had arrived at Giant Ring Star much earlier than the celestial race, even earlier in discovering the Giant Ring Star. After the Night Ghost Tribe was jointly annihilated by various races years ago, a few lucky survivors escaped to Giant Ring Star to recuperate and multiply. What was more astonishing was that because of their racial talents, the Night Ghost Tribe could not only move freely in the darkness of Giant Ring Star, but also gained certain enhancements, giving them an advantage over other races that was difficult to match on Giant Ring Star. If it weren't for this female Night Ghost being overconfident and careless, thinking that she was certain to win, it wouldn't have been easy to capture her alive. According to this female Night Ghost, her name was Ye Xing, and she was one of the only 4 remaining pureblood members of the Night Ghost Tribe who had escaped to Giant Ring Star. The other 3 purebloods were Ye Kong, Ye Ye, and Ye Yun. Among the 4 pureblood Night Spectres, only Ye Xing was at Ascension level, while the remaining Ye Kong, Ye Ye, and Ye Yun were all at Nirvana level. There were only these 4 purebloods, but over the years they hid in the shadows and developed many hybrid night ghosts. Now, those hybrid night ghosts were scattered across the troops of the Tian, An, and Qi families, among which there were not a few at Nirvana level. Tianxun's complexion changed unpredictably as she listened, realizing that among her subordinates there were also quite a few hybrid night ghosts, including a Nirvana being she valued greatly. What Ye Xing revealed was nothing short of shocking. According to her, the real rulers of Giant Ring Star were not any of the Tian, Qi, or An families, but the Night Ghost Tribe. Contrary to what Lin Shen and his group had thought before, the ghost hand imprint left by the Night Ghost Tribe was not meant to absorb human blood. On the contrary, it was a method of bloodline inheritance. The Night Ghost Tribe used the ghost hand imprint to transform individuals from other races into hybrid night ghosts. The 2 dead humans simply couldn't withstand the ghost hand imprint's bloodline transformation and died accidentally. Those killed by the ghost hand imprint looked as if their bodies had been drained of blood, but in reality, the blood was not drained. It turned into a transparent liquid because the transformation failed. Those successfully transformed into hybrid night ghosts did not have the characteristic double pupils. Instead, their pupils would be slightly red at night, and it was hard to notice if the color of their pupils was deep enough. Hybrid night ghosts would obey the pureblood night specters and even be influenced by the Song of Night to unhesitatingly carry out orders to self-destruct. The great chaos caused by the Night Ghost Tribe back then was due to their widespread development of hybrid night ghosts among all races, which had a significant impact. Luckily, they were discovered in time, and several major races secretly united to lay out a plan, eradicating almost all the pureblood night ghosts. As for the hybrid night ghosts, many were killed at that time as well, but since they did not possess the ability to use ghost hand imprints, they could not continue to develop more hybrid night ghosts, so they were not as dangerous. It was only a matter of time before they were found and eliminated one by one. It was completely unexpected that these 4 pureblood night specters had made a comeback on Giant Ring Star, and now many individuals within the 3 families had been turned into hybrid night ghosts. If it weren't for Yi Kong and his 3 companions being insufficiently strong, Giant Ring Star might have already become the domain of the Night Ghost Tribe. Over the years, they have been avoiding detection by the celestial race and could only secretly develop their strength. Like Yu's village, which is populated by human mutators, there are hardly any at the Ascension level, and originally, Ye Xing and his group wouldn't have even considered them. It was only because of Lin Miao's recent large-scale purchase of egg fruits that caught their attention. They wanted to know what Lin Miao was up to with the egg fruits purchase, but did not wish to expose themselves. Had they directly targeted Lin Miao and failed, resulting in his death, they feared it might draw Tianxun's attention. So they first let Ye Xing come here to develop a few humans as a trial. The results were as they expected. Human bodies are relatively fragile, and the success rate for converting them into hybrid night ghosts using the ghost hand imprint was too low. Originally, Ye Xing was planning to try a few more times. By carefully controlling the ghost hand imprint, they would have been able to turn Lin Miao into a hybrid night ghost. Who knew that the arrival of Lin Shen and his companions would disrupt Ye Xing's plan? In order not to leak the presence of night ghosts here, they had to find a way to deal with them or turn them all into hybrid night ghosts. Unexpectedly, Kong Chuan's strength was far too formidable. Even the strongest among the 4 pureblood night specters, Ye Xing, who had the advantage of darkness, failed to take down Kong Chuan. Ye Xing himself was even captured alive by Lin Shen. When Tian Xun asked where the other 2 pureblood night ghosts had gone and why they hadn't acted together with them, Ye Xing, who had always been powerless against the staunchly devout seraph, suddenly displayed a moment of struggle and hesitation. Unfortunately, her willpower and strength were still insufficient to contend with the devout seraph, and she ultimately divulged a shocking secret that left even Tian Xun astonished. Above this giant ring star, there seemingly exists a Nirvana-level base mutation site, and it's not just any ordinary Nirvana land, it's a mutated one. Of course, that wasn't the truly surprising secret that shocked Tian Xun. What truly astonished him was when Ye Xing stated that the mutated Nirvana land had been transformed by an immortal being into a testing ground. If one could pass the trial, they would become the heir to that immortal existence. Ye Xing had not undergone Nirvana until now because she was preparing for that trial ground. She had to use the Nirvana land within the trial ground to complete Nirvana. Only then would she have a chance to pass the trial and become the heir to the immortal existence. For this day, Ye Kong, Ye Ye, and Ye Yun had been working hard. Ye Yu and Ye Yun had gone to that trial site to prepare for Ye Xing's Nirvana. That's why only Ye Kong showed up last night. Is that trial ground located in the utmost darkness domain? Tian Xun asked pensively. Yes, Ye Xing replied, struggling to control herself before answering Tian Xun. Frowning upon hearing this, Tian Xun said, the utmost darkness domain is situated at the pole of giant ring star, where the light from the star belt can hardly reach. It is shrouded in darkness all year round. Fighting there would be greatly disadvantageous to us. Are you thinking of going there? Lin Shen asked. Of course, we have to go. The legacy of an immortal being is an unimaginable fortune. Tian Xun, staring at Ye Xing, asked again, do you know which immortal being it is? It should be the Little Wine Emperor, Ye Xing replied with a trembling voice. She was trying her best to control herself but could not help answering Tian Xun's questions. The Little Wine Emperor, that's the one who once rose to the 3rd place on the race leaderboard on his own, but did not leave a name, only a line, holding a sandpot in one hand, the river of stars within the cup of wine. Tian Xun was astonished. Chapter 440. Little Wine Emperor Tian Xun and Lin Shen had not expected that they could dig up such sensational news. Lin Shen was unaware of Little Wine Emperor's origins, so Tian Xun briefed him on Little Wine Emperor's achievements. No one knows which race Little Wine Emperor came from. It remains a mystery to this day. Even though he claimed the 3rd spot on the race ranking, Little Wine Emperor never left his race's name on it. Moreover, Little Wine Emperor's position as the 3rd on the race ranking was not because his strength was only 3rd best, but because his last opponent was the Phoenix Clan Empress, to whom he had once expressed admiration. During that race ranking, the Phoenix Clan reached its peak and claimed the top spot on the list. However, that was a very long time ago. Although the Phoenix Clan no longer contends for first place today, they seldom fall out of the top 10. Many strong figures believed at the time that if Little Wine Emperor's opponent had not been the Phoenix Clan Empress, he might have been the one to take the first place in the race ranking. But these were all rumors. Forget about now. After countless years, even back then, no one could be sure whether Little Wine Emperor had held back. Unfortunately, in the end, Little Wine Emperor never managed to be with the Phoenix Clan Empress. After her failed attempt to become the Realm King and her subsequent death, Little Wine Emperor also disappeared without a trace. Little Wine Emperor rarely took action in his life and hardly ever made enemies, perhaps because he was without a racial background and had no desire to compete with other races. Thus, he had countless friends in his life, but very few enemies. His biggest hobby was merely collecting, though his collecting was a bit unusual. Guess what Little Wine Emperor liked to collect? Tian Xun asked Lin Shen with a smile. Considering his nickname is Little Wine Emperor, he must be a lover of wine, so he probably collected wines, right? Lin Shen replied. That's where you're wrong. Little Wine Emperor did indeed love wine, but what he liked to collect was not wine, Tian Xun said dreamily. He liked to collect planets. Collect planets? Do you mean the planets I'm thinking of? Lin Shen gazed at Tian Xun, thinking he had misheard. The very planets you're thinking of. To hold a sand pitcher in hand, the starry river and a cup of wine, these lines are not an exaggeration of rhetoric. It is said that someone once witnessed Little Wine Emperor putting a planet into his sleeve, Tian Xun explained. But this too is just a legend, and whether Little Wine Emperor ever really collected planets is something that no one knows now. To think that on Giant Ring Star there is a trial ground left by Little Wine Emperor if one could inherit his legacy, the path to immortality would certainly be smooth. Tian Xun's eyes shone, evidently very interested in the trial grounds Ye Xing spoke of. Tian Xun also asked in detail about the list of hybrid night ghosts hidden among various tribes by the Night Ghost tribe, as well as the situation in the utmost darkness domain. Unfortunately, these were not the matters Ye Xing was in charge of, and she knew only a portion of them. However, the list that Ye Xing revealed was shocking enough for Tian Xun, leaving him to wonder how many more hybrid night ghosts there were that Ye Xing did not know about. Should we first clear out the night ghosts on your side? Lin Shen mused. Aside from you, no one knows the devout blazing angel has such abilities, and they won't suspect that the truth is already known to us. We shouldn't spook the snake by hitting the grass. According to her, many people from the three families may have already become night ghosts. If we can't catch them all at once, it will be troublesome later. I need time to make arrangements in advance. Tian Xun asked Ye Xing a few more questions until he really couldn't extract anything else. Then he locked Ye Xing up. You were ordered here this time, presumably for the resources submitted from Giant Ringstar, right? Tian Xun settled back onto the couch and looked at Lin Shen with a smile. You can't hide anything from you. That old guy, the Heavenly Emperor, made me come here to handle this matter, really quite sinister. Tian Xun's fingers caressed Lin Shen's face, and her beautiful eyes shifted as she said, I had already anticipated there would come a day like this, but I didn't expect it would be you. Tian Xun, darling, since you've anticipated it, you must have a plan in place. Lin Shen wanted to hear what Tian Xun was planning first. What if I said I have no plans and am powerless to help? Would you believe that? Tian Xun said to Lin Shen with a half smile. I believe you. Just tell me if you're in trouble, and I'll find a way to solve it, Lin Shen replied earnestly. This matter isn't as simple as you think, Tian Xun sighed. If we divide my profits from Giant Ringstar into 10 parts, in truth, I've only taken 3/10. That old guy, the Heavenly Emperor, isn't satisfied even after taking 7/10. That's way too greedy. Lin Shen frowned immediately upon hearing this. The Heavenly Emperor took away 70% of the profits and still wanted him to scrape up more, which was just too excessive. I didn't say the Heavenly Emperor took 7/10. Tian Xun changed the subject and continued. Of the remaining 7/10, my family will take 3/10, and the Celestial Court will also take 3/10. Lin Shen's eyes widened suddenly. So you mean the Heavenly Emperor only took 1/10? You're eating the meat yourselves, letting the Heavenly Emperor just sip the soup? No wonder he's dissatisfied. It's not just us. The An family and Chai family have the same standard. To speak more broadly, nearly all developing planets follow this ratio, and the fluctuations aren't too great. Some of the planets that have been developed probably can't even reach this ratio, Tian Xun said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The 1/10 that the Heavenly Emperor gets is for his own personal use. What we take, we have to share with those below us and grease the palms of those above. Moreover, with so many planets, each having to give 1/10 to the Heavenly Emperor, when you really do the math, the resources that the Heavenly Emperor gets are already unimaginably vast. The key issue is that he squanders all these resources himself. Nobody else gets to enjoy any of the benefits. 1/10 is not little at all. In fact, it's already too much. Although that's true, it's also quite normal for the Heavenly Emperor to be dissatisfied when there are so many resources, yet he only gets 1/10. Lin Shen now felt that this matter shouldn't be too difficult to handle. The hint given to him by Steward Yun was for them to double the resources they submitted, which is just an additional 1/10. It seems the Heavenly Emperor has no accurate concept of how much they had skimmed off. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for just doubling it. If they only doubled it, the impact on the three families shouldn't be too great, not to the point of breaking all relations. However, Tian Xun's next words shattered Lin Shen's fond illusions. Doubling the submitted resources is impossible. If this precedent were broken because of us, what would you have the other Star Lords do? With that, the Heavenly Emperor would find a reason to question why they can't submit as much as Giant Ringstar if we can. If we break the rules now, it'll be hard for us to survive in this circle in the future. The problem was more complicated than Lin Shen had thought. He wasn't just fighting with Giant Ringstar, but with the entire noble strata of the celestial race. The Heavenly Emperor had pushed him to oppose this massive entity, an existence that even the Heavenly Emperor himself couldn't shake. That old bastard, the Heavenly Emperor, is really trying to send me to my grave, Lin Shen said with a bitter smile. Chapter 441, Super Pet. I'm not doing this. Head of the Celestial Masters Institution job anymore. Whoever wants to can do it. Lin Shen dropped himself into the sofa, giving off an air of complete resignation. My little lover, don't you worry. How could I ever let you be troubled? I have already prepared the portion from Giant Ringstar for you. Tian Xun took out a detailed list and handed it to Lin Shen, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispered, I can help you with the resources, including those from the Qi family and An family, but you still have to handle it, and you can't just resolve it easily. This is your last resort. Don't tread this path unless absolutely necessary. Tian Xun, darling, you're just too good to me. How should I repay you? Lin Shen understood Tian Xun's meaning. If he directly handed these resources over, the Heavenly Emperor would realize he needed less, and there would still be room to plunder more, hence he would only press Lin Shen harder in the future. Let's take a look at it first. Tian Xun leaned on Lin Shen's shoulder, looking at the bill details with him. The more Lin Shen read, the more astounded he became. His earlier thanks were nothing but polite platitudes, but now he really could appreciate just how much Tian Xun had given for him. Will you have to give up so much every time? Lin Shen turned Chen Xun around to face him, allowing her to lie in his arms, his voice touched with emotion. Yes indeed, Tian Xun sighed. By giving so much, won't others make things difficult for you? Lin Xun asked further. What can I do? Since you are my dear little lover, it's always better for me to have difficulties than for you, Tianxun said tenderly, circling Lin Shen's neck with her arms. It's hardest to accept the grace of a beauty. Tianxun darling, I can't even begin to repay you. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say. He felt that even selling himself wouldn't amount to as much money. Do you mean to offer yourself to me? Tianxun blinked slyly. No. Lin Shen quickly shook his head. Even selling himself wouldn't equate to that much money. So you're saying you don't want to be with me? I thought you were already mine. Looks like I was being presumptuous. Tianxun lowered her head, seemingly greatly disappointed. That's not what I meant, Lin Shen hurriedly tried to explain, wanting to say something. But before he could finish, his lips were gently pressed shut by Tianxun's delicate fingers. Her eyes seemed to ensnare him, sending Lin Shen's heart fluttering like a hooked fish. My little lover, remember this. Women lower their heads not for you to console them, but to show you that they've given up resisting. My king, you can now enjoy the fruits of victory. Looking at Tianxun's exquisite face and her bewitching eyes, and listening to her seductive words, the fiery youth in Lin Shen's heart could no longer be held back. With a newfound strength surging within him, Lin Shen scooped Tianxun up and headed for the bedroom. The bundle he held in his arms felt not like a person, but a flame. A flame that made him uncomfortably hot all over. Life is like an exam paper filled with countless unanswered questions. Lin Shen was a lazy student who didn't like to study, but today he was exceptionally diligent, working hard on many fill-in-the-blank questions. For the first time, Lin Shen felt that saying was true studying brings joy. Time passed, and nestled in warm softness, Lin Shen drifted off to sleep. Studying indeed turned out to be a physically demanding task. When Lin Shen woke up, he had no idea what time it was. The sky had already darkened. Lin Shen felt his whole body limp and lacking strength, yet there was an inexplicable sense of clarity. He stretched himself, turned over, and reached out, only to grasp at thin air. Opening his eyes, he saw that Tianxun was no longer there. The heavy responsibility of branching out and multiplying has finally taken its first step. But I wonder if my family can accept a mixed-blood baby. Lin Shen thought to himself. My little lover, rest well. I have something to attend to and will leave first. I'll be back later. As if sensing Lin Shen stirring, the device next to him automatically switched on, projecting Tianxun's holographic image. Find more to read at Empire. Gazing at those slender legs in the holographic image, Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart again. Those legs are to die for. Picking up the account balance sheet, Lin Shen read through it carefully once more. With so many resources, if Tianxun was going to shoulder the costs in the future, wouldn't he really become a kept man? Besides, this wasn't a sustainable solution. He still needed to find a way to make both the An family and Chai family cough up money. It clearly wasn't an easy task. Lin Shen furrowed his brows in deep thought, unsure of what he was pondering. After sleeping a bit more, Lin Shen headed to the dining room to grab some food when daylight broke, only to find Tianxun there as well. Why are you still here? Lin Shen had assumed Tianxun had returned home and was surprised to find her still at Giant Ringstar. You're not even the man of the house here yet. It's not your place to tell me what to do. Tianxun didn't even lift her head as she carefully fed a steel poison bee pet with a little soup spoon. Lin Shen caught sight of the steel poison bee and momentarily froze, recalling the origin of this bee. If his guess was right, this steel poison bee must have been placed in the treasure chest after he took the items from it. Lin Shen had believed that, upon hatching it, Tianxun would be livid to find it was just a steel poison bee. Yet, by the looks of it, Tianxun seemed to cherish the steel poison bee as if it were a treasure, which puzzled Lin Shen. Why did you get such a rubbish pet? Asked Lin Shen as he sat down at the dining table, remarking as if offhandedly, Rubbish pet, you know nothing? Ever heard of returning to simplicities? Know what defying destiny means? Tianxun protected the steel poison bee in her hands, snorting coldly. Today you look down on it, but in the future, you won't even be worthy of it. Is this pet really that good? I can't see it. It looks like a standard steel-level pet to me. While Lin Shen spoke dismissively, he was secretly puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that the steel poison bee I put in there has some special quality? That Tianxun, with her fool's luck, stumbled upon a gem. On second thought, Lin Shen found it unlikely. Even if it were a mutated bee, it would still just be a steel-level mutated pet. For Ascenders, cultivating such a mutated pet wasn't as worthy as getting a mutated Ascension pet directly. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This poison bee pet is the treasure I obtained from Realm King's treasure chest. Do you think the Realm King would place an ordinary steel pet in his treasure chest? This is merely its facade, to prevent others from recognizing its marvel before it matures. The outstanding tree draws the wind. It's a form of camouflage, a form of protection, and once it grows up, it will undoubtedly be a unique super pet in the universe. Tianxun spoke with brimming confidence. Stunned, Lin Shen was speechless for a long while before finally giving a thumbs up and saying, I wish you early success in raising a super pet. Chapter 442, Asking for Money. Paradise Island seemed no different from other days, likely because Tianxun was deliberately trying to lull the Night Ghost tribe into complacency. Lin Shen didn't know what Tian Xun had arranged in secret. He planned to stick to the original plan, either going to An 117 who managed the land, or Ch401 who managed the ocean. After analyzing various possibilities, Lin Shen decided to visit Ch401 first. Lin Shen took Kong Chuan with him but asked Wei Wufu to stay behind to protect his elder sister. In case the Night Ghost tribe launched a sudden attack to rescue Ye Xing, with Wei Wufu there to protect his sister, he wouldn't have to worry too much. Tian Shen knew that Lin Shen was going to Ch401 and insisted on joining him. "You're Tian Shen's nephew, isn't it inappropriate for you to be involved in this matter with me?" Lin Shen hesitated. "What's inappropriate about it? I've long been displeased with them. You just handle your business, I'll be there to enjoy the show." Tian Shen insisted on accompanying him. Lin Shen considered it, finding it advantageous to have Tian Shen along. Perhaps he could be of some use during the negotiation with Ch401. The three of them headed towards Ch401's location at Wanghai Cliff. Upon reaching the castle, they were stopped by the Qi family's guards. "Who goes there?" asked the Celestial Guard at the gate, looking at them coldly. "Celestial Master Institute, by the Heavenly Emperor's decree to inspect Giant Ring Star." "Where is Ch401 eat?" Kong Chuan confidently presented his identity card. "What Celestial Master Institute? Never heard of it. Wait here while I send word." The Celestial Guard showed no courtesy, speaking with a cold expression. "The Celestial Master Institute acts on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor and does not tolerate your negligence," said Kong Chuan, his face darkening as he realized that the Qi family was deliberately giving them a hard time and was about to teach the Celestial Guard a lesson. But he was stopped by a soft cough from Lin Shen. "Let's wait," Lin Shen said indifferently. Kong Chuan immediately stepped aside, not daring to say anything more. The three waited outside the gate for quite a while, but no one came out from the castle. Inside the highest tower of the castle, Ch401 was watching the images of the gate with another celestial. "That new dean is not simple. Even someone as proud as Kong Chuan obeys him. This man is not easy to deal with," said Ch96, watching the images. "Just a pretty boy raised by Tian Xun. He's only relying on Tian Xun's and Tian Zhu's connections. The Heavenly Emperor is keen on his status. That's why he sent him here to Giant Ring Star to collect money," Ch401 said disdainfully. "If Tian Xun gives in, will you?" asked Ch96. "If she gives in, it's her paying for her little lover's life. Why should I?" Ch401 scoffed. "If I give this money, how can I stand in this circle in the future? Whoever wants to give it can. As for me, I won't pay a dime." "If the Heavenly Emperor wants money, he can send someone to loot my house," he said. "If the Heavenly Emperor could just loot houses, he wouldn't create all this fuss," laughed Ch96. "Stop with the tough talk, after all. They represent the Heavenly Emperor. Go and meet him. Let's see what he has to say." Ch401 nodded slightly. "Wait here for me. I'll be right back." Though Ch401 spoke tough, when he came to the gate, his demeanor completely changed. He greeted Lin Shen with a broad smile, offering a celestial race chest-touching salute before speaking. "Please forgive my rudeness, Chief of the Heavenly Institute. There was an urgent matter that I had to attend to. I couldn't come to meet you sooner, which was quite disrespectful. When I first met the Celestial Master, I felt that you had a noble temperament unlike the ordinary, destined for greatness. Now it seems I was right. In such a short time, you have been entrusted by the Lord Heavenly Emperor and have become the head of an institute. Lord Qi has such insight. You are certainly no ordinary person," Lin Shen responded with a smile, seemingly unbothered by the long wait outside. "Enjoy new chapters from Empire." "Haha, the Chief of the Heavenly Institute is truly extraordinary. Please, come inside," said Ch401, initially taken aback, then bursting into laughter upon hearing Lin Shen's response. After ushering Lin Shen and his two companions into the conference hall, Ch401 seemed both intentional and casual as he took the seat of honor himself and arranged for the three guests to sit at the adjacent guest seats. According to protocol, as a representative of the Celestial Master Institute inspecting the four quarters on behalf of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen should have been the one to sit in the seat of honor, not Ch401, a mere subject. By taking the seat of honor himself, he wanted to convey to Lin Shen that the authority of the Celestial Master Institute and the Heavenly Emperor held no sway in his domain, and that Lin Shen should not harbor any ulterior motives. Kong Chuan's expression turned unsightly, but Lin Shen was unbothered and simply took his seat. Kong Chuan had no choice but to follow suit and sit down as well. "Since the Chief of the Heavenly Institute has come to my place, consider it like your own home. There's no need for formalities. I'll make arrangements later to let you experience the hospitality of the Chai family," said Ch401 with a casual air. "Since Lord Qi has put it that way, I won't stand on ceremony. The Celestial Master Institute is short of funds recently, so the resources you submit here will double from now on. This little bit of money shouldn't be a problem for you, right, Lord Qi?" Lin Shen asked, looking directly into Ch401's eyes. Ch401 did not expect Lin Shen to be so forthright. Their gazes met, and the smile disappeared from his face. "Dean, are you speaking on behalf of the Lord Heavenly Emperor, or on behalf of the Celestial Master Institute?" Ch401 asked with a stern face. I'm the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, so naturally I represent the Institute, Lin Shen replied, as he obviously couldn't claim to represent the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor needing money was not something that could be openly discussed. Manager An had already repeatedly hinted to him that, having taken this position, he must be prepared to take the blame for certain matters. Ch401 laughed coldly after hearing this. Dean, my giant ring star has neither a superior subordinate relationship with your Celestial Master Institute, nor are we in the same department. Why should you ask me for it? Why should you ask me for it? If it were the Lord Heavenly Emperor asking for this money, I would naturally have to oblige, even if I had to sell my belongings to do so. But you, what gives you the right? Ch401 was also clear in his mind that the Heavenly Emperor would never ask for money using his own name, which is why he dared to speak so boldly. Then let's say it's the will of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen responded, not backing down an inch as he locked eyes with Ch401, uttering this phrase ever so lightly. Ch401 never expected Lin Shen to dare say such a thing and was immediately at a loss for words. By saying this, Lin Shen was essentially being completely unreasonable. Kong Chuan and Chen Shen were also shocked by Lin Shen's words. If his statement were to spread, he wouldn't need to wait for others to deal with him. The Heavenly Emperor would be the first to discipline him. The Heavenly Emperor loved wealth, but he also cared greatly about his reputation. Certain things could be done, but the blame could never be cast upon the face of the Heavenly Emperor. Whoever tried to smear the Heavenly Emperor would have to pay with their life. Ch401 was momentarily at a loss for words, as Lin Shen's move was completely outside the norm. Now that Lin Shen had spoken, if he refused, he would be slapping the face of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if the Heavenly Emperor chose to deal with Lin Shen later on, he would definitely be implicated as well. If he complied, others would not know that Lin Shen had claimed the money was requested by the Heavenly Emperor. Other Star Lords would only think he had shown weakness, aligning himself with the Heavenly Emperor by giving him money. The Heavenly Emperor might even use him as an example to demand money from other Star Lords. How then could Ch401 deal with such a situation? If Lin Shen later denied it, then Ch401 would be finished, his mouth full of words but unable to clear himself. Poisonous, truly poisonous, Ch401 realized that this man was more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated. Regardless of his abilities, this person was ruthless and venomous enough. He was harsh not only on others, but on himself as well. It was utterly self-destructive. Chapter 443, Framing, Chief of the Heavenly Institute. Empty talk is easy for anyone, but if you say the money is demanded by Lord Heavenly Emperor, does that make it so? Show me the document. If it truly bears the Celestial Court's seal, I'll gather the funds even if I have to bankrupt myself, said Ch401, who, after all, was an old hand at this, not some greenhorn who could be duped by a few honeyed words. He deftly diffused the crisis Lin Shen brought with him. There is no document, Lin Shen said indifferently. Ch401 of course knew there couldn't be any document and taunted, no document from the Celestial Court is fine. You say, Lord Heavenly Emperor needs the money, then there must at least be an imperial order from him, right? Just show me the Heavenly Emperor's seal, and no matter how much you ask for, I won't even frown. There isn't one of those either, Lin Shen replied. Ch401 slammed his hand on the table and rose abruptly, pointing at Lin Shen with a stern face and barked, You, Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, have neither official document nor imperial order, yet you wave the banner of Lord Heavenly Emperor, tarnishing his reputation. Our celestial race cannot tolerate the existence of such a shameless scoundrel. Don't think that just because you are the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, you can bully others with impunity. I, Ch401, live with integrity and despise those who do all evil in the Heavenly Emperor's name the most. Even if it costs me my life, I will report this to the Celestial Court to vindicate our Lord Emperor. Ch401 knew, of course, that Lin Shen couldn't possibly have anything on hand. The money he demanded was the sort that couldn't stand the light of day, let alone any official document or imperial order. There couldn't even be a record of the transaction. Emperor Tianshu was a man both greedy and vain. He could indulge in greed, but he could not afford to be labeled a corrupt ruler. That's exactly why Ch401 had the confidence to pressure Lin Shen, flipping the situation against him. This combination of cutting and counterattacking startled Kong Chuan and Tian Xin. Their faces paled, knowing if Ch401 really took this matter to the Celestial Court, not only would the Heavenly Emperor not protect Lin Shen, but he'd likely be the first to get rid of him. Young, still too young, to think he tried to use such tactics against Ch401, and now it's being used against him, Kong Chuan felt Lin Shen was in a checkmate scenario and couldn't see any way out of it. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Lord Qi is indeed a master. I am utterly in awe, Lin Shen said, clapping his hands, Chief of the Heavenly Institute. No matter what you say now, it is useless. I, Qi, will not be swayed by this ploy. I will report this to the Celestial Court to clear our Emperor's name. You may leave now, said Ch401 with a resolute air, standing up to depart with great dignity. Kong Chuan and Tian Xin exchanged looks, unsure of what to do at the moment. Lin Shen, however, was not at all flustered, and with a backhand gesture he summoned a fan, which instantly transformed into numerous light swords, scattering throughout the room. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, are you intending to fight? Ch401 halted in his tracks, looking coldly at Lin Shen. In his view, Lin Shen had already become irrationally angry, and the more irrational Lin Shen was, the better it was for him. An irrational person would make more mistakes, giving him more levers to control Lin Shen, making it hard for Lin Shen to die even if he wanted to. Moreover, if it came to a fight, why would he be afraid of Lin Shen, an ascender? Even if Kong Chuan intervened, he had contingencies in place. Besides, he didn't believe Kong Chuan would be so irrational as to break the rules. Lin Shen, the hot-headed youngster, may dare to act rashly, but Kong Chuan should know better than to join in the folly. Lin Shen waved his hand. The light swords flew across the room, but they didn't attack Ch401. Instead, they demolished a few items within the room. After destroying those items, the light swords all returned to Lin Shen's hand, reverting to the form of a folding fan, the glow disappearing without a trace. Ch401's expression changed slightly, realizing that the items Lin Shen destroyed were the room's surveillance devices, which he had kept as a countermeasure against Lin Shen. Lin Shen was able to pinpoint all the surveillance, hidden and visible, causing Ch401 to wonder if there was a mole in his ranks, for how else would Lin Shen know the location of all the monitoring devices? Ch401 was about to say something with a cold expression, but Lin Shen preempted him. Lord Qi, do you recognize this? Lin Shen reached out for a scroll and unrolled it in front of Ch401. Ch401 focused on it and saw a portrait of a celestial. This is Lord Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait. Ch401 had not reached his position without good reason. Although the celestial in the portrait didn't quite resemble Emperor Tianshu, the style of the painting along with the calligraphy and seals on it were enough for him to recognize the artist. Lord Qi has a discerning eye, Lin Shen commended. Ch401 immediately understood what Lin Shen meant and sneered. You think you can use this to pressure me? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. Unless you have an imperial decree from the Heavenly Emperor or an official document from the Celestial Court, nothing you bring will be of any use. Lord Qi, I never intended to use this to pressure you, Lin Shen said, holding the edges of his self-portrait. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Give me the money and I'll leave. If you don't, I'll tear it up right now. As he spoke, Lin Shen began to count down. Why the hell should I care if you destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait? Ch401 initially thought Lin Shen had lost his mind. Tearing up the portrait was none of his business. But as he spoke, his complexion changed. You're trying to frame me? Ch401 felt like his lungs were about to burst with anger, realizing what Lin Shen was planning. 10. Lin Shen remained unmoved, simply starting to count down. Do you think anyone will believe you? 9. When you tear up the self-portrait, what benefit does that bring you? Even if they believe you, you'll still be punished for handling things poorly and for damaging His Majesty's portrait, he reasoned. 8. You can't be so shameless. Ch401 was both angry and outraged. It was clear that Lin Shen intended to set him up. If Lin Shen ripped up the self-portrait here, he could then assert that Ch401 was the one who had torn it. Ch401 could even imagine what Lin Shen would tell the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen would certainly say he had brought the Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait to him, Ch401, asking for money, and that not only did Ch401 refuse to pay, but he also arrogantly destroyed the portrait. Ch401's mind raced with the countless treacherous accusations that Lin Shen could invent against him. 7. Lin Shen continued to count emotionlessly. By handling things this way, even if you report to Lord Heavenly Emperor, I might not be in trouble, but you will undoubtedly be doomed, Ch401 declared sternly. 6. 5. Think carefully. If the painting is torn, no matter what happens to me, you will be severely punished and your life will be at risk. 4. I don't believe you'd really dare to tear it, Ch401 said through gritted teeth. Don't tear it, I'll give. Ch401 rushed toward Lin Shen, wailing. Lin Shen stopped his hand, and Kong Chuan blocked Ch401. Ch401 saw a small tear already at the edge of the self-portrait. If he had been even slightly slower in speaking up, the painting would have probably been torn. Cold sweat beaded on Ch401's forehead as he came to a realization. This newly appointed chief of the Heavenly Institute was a ruthless character who was unreasonable, had nothing to lose, and didn't play by the rules. Lord Qi, you can't blame me, Lin Shen said with a smile. Lord Heavenly Emperor tasked me with this job. If I fail, death is the same outcome for me. Since death is inevitable either way, I might as well have company on the road to the underworld, don't you agree? Chapter 4444444, the Re-444, the Re-4Re, the Resor. 1-4S, 1 fine, I'll give it. When it's time to turn in the resources, I'll double it. Kai-11-8 gritted his teeth. The extra portion, give it to me now. No promissory notes, no receipts, just give it to me directly. The rest we can proceed as before, Lin Shen said. So much resource. You expect me. Don't tear. Here, I'll give it now. Ch401 saw Lin Shen not saying a word, just reaching to tear the painting, and he was exasperated. I've seen those who are ruthless, those who have a death wish, and those who are shameless, but never someone like Lin Shen who is all three. This is truly a first for me. If it weren't for Lin Shen's status as a patrol envoy and the many eyes that watched him enter the castle with Ch401, he would have killed him right there. Just wait, I'll get it now, damn it, what are you doing? Ch401's pupils constricted, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He had only spoken those few words when Lin Shen actually went ahead and tore the painting. Ah! Kong Chuan and Chen Xin both screamed in fright. They were terrified. Lord Qi, now, you don't have to look for excuses to default. Do whatever you need to do. It's fine if you don't give the item. I don't want it anymore. Lin Shen said as he picked up the torn painting and turned to leave. Dean, Mr. Tian, what are you doing? How does killing me benefit you? You won't survive either, don't you understand? Ch401 trembled with rage. He had never seen someone as absurd as Lin Shen. One wrong word and Lin Shen didn't even bother to argue. He just tore the painting. Who plays like that? You can negotiate even when paying indemnities and ceding territory, so why just tear it up? I know. I never planned to return alive anyway. Everyone knows the state of the Celestial Master Institute right now, and I know it too. I know my own capabilities. I'm not capable of being the Dean, yet I have no choice but to be. That's the grace of the Lord Heavenly Emperor. There's nothing I can say about it. Let's just die, but let's die with satisfaction. Whoever doesn't let me die content, I'll make sure they're discontent, Lin Shen said mockingly as he looked at Ch401. You like to play, right? Then keep playing. Whatever tricks you have, keep using them. I'll play with you for now, and you can keep me company on the road to the Netherworld. That's fair. As he spoke, Lin Shen tore off another piece of the painting. Mr. Tian, my ancestor, I admit you're my uncle. Okay, what do you actually want? Ch401 was nearly going insane. At this point, killing Lin Shen would mean no way out for him, and letting Lin Shen go back would be just the same. He had no idea what to do. Don't you know what I want? Lin Shen pulled up a chair to sit in front of Ch401, pointed to his chest and said, I want money as if I'm after your life. You tried to be sneaky with me, right? I'm indulging you. Since you value money over life, leave your life behind. Mr. Tian, I honestly didn't expect this from you. All right, Mr. Tian, I want to live. Please give me a way out. The painting is already torn. How can I give you a way out? Anyway, I don't have the ability to restore the painting. If you can, go ahead. Lin Shen directly threw the torn painting onto Ch401. Ch401 quickly embraced the torn painting, smiling servilely as he drew closer to Lin Shen, then glancing at Tian Xin and Kong Chuan behind him. I don't care. You can say whatever you want. I'm destined to die anyway, and I don't care about anything else, Lin Shen said, glancing at him from the corner of his eye. He knew what Ch401 meant, wanting Tian Xin and Kong Chuan to go out so he could talk to Lin Shen alone, but he simply ignored it. Mr. Tian, what do you think about this? You tore the painting. It really has nothing to do with me. Let's be honest here. When the time comes, you just need to tell the truth. Does this work for you? Ch401 said helplessly. I will just say it was you who tore it. Lin Shen poked him in the chest with each word. Ch401's face changed colors, but he ultimately swallowed his pride, smiling bitterly. Sigh, Mr. Tian, my whole family depends on me for a living. It won't be easy if I die. The family will fall apart. What does that have to do with me? I have elders and young ones at home. Aren't I going to die just the same? Why can't you die just the same? Are you more noble than me? Lin Shen said with a cold face. That's not what I mean. Look, Mr. Tian, you're doomed anyway. There's no need to drag me down. I have some savings. Take whatever you like, as much as you can carry. Leave me alive for the sake of your family's future. Ch401 himself felt disgusted, but nothing was more important than his life. That works. On top of what was mentioned before, add another double, Lin Shen said indifferently. Ch401's eyes bulged out, wanting to curse at Lin Shen, but in the end, he could only smile bitterly. Mr. Tian, you're asking too high a price. Too high? I'm trading my life for it. If I don't give the Heavenly Emperor's share, can he let my family live? If my family can't survive, what good are these things to me? You have to give the Heavenly Emperor's share, and you can't shortchange mine either. As long as the goods are here, I die and you live. If not, you're on your own, Lin Shen said as he got up to leave. I'll give it, all of it. Ch401 had never felt such bad luck in his life, but you need to leave me some evidence. He regretted so much now. He wished he had never met with Lin Shen. Who in the world would have known to encounter such a money-grubbing thug who cared nothing for life? When Lin Shen and his two companions left the castle, they pulled more than 100 large carts. They were loaded with countless resources, including pet capsules, ascension liquid, pet eggs, and even nirvana materials in pet capsules, pet eggs, and even several bags of nirvana remains, alongside various high-grade materials Lin Shen had never even heard of. Ascension eggs and pet capsules here were tallied by the cartload. Though Lin Shen had already seen the inventory at Tianshun's and knew how much they had to turn in each year, seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. This was merely what Giant Ringstar had to tribute every year to the Heavenly Emperor, and it was only 2/3 of it. All these resources could create an Ascender's small legion, or even several Nirvana beings. And for the Heavenly Emperor, this was merely a small part of his recreational expenses. With planets like this under the name of the celestial race, it was unfathomable how many resources the Heavenly Emperor received each year. Still, the Heavenly Emperor was never satisfied and constantly wanted to plunder more. Truly insatiable. You really are after money more than life, huh? After leaving the castle, Ch Shen looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. Who says I'm after the money and not my life? I want the money and I want to live, Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 445, a small condition. You actually gave it to him? Ch96 asked with a look of astonishment as he looked at Ch118. What could I have done? He was reckless, but I had to be cautious. You know very well how much Lord Heavenly Emperor cares about his pride. That scoundrel insisted I was the one who tore the painting. How was I to defend myself? Ch118 was clearly vexed. Nobody would believe you tore the painting, right? Asked Ch96. He came to me with the painting, demanding money. No matter the outcome of this situation being exposed, with the temperament of the Heavenly Emperor, he would be doomed. Any sane person would think it's impossible for him to tear the painting, wouldn't they? If it wasn't him, who else could it be? Even if you all know that I wouldn't be foolish enough to tear it, would the Heavenly Emperor believe it? Even if the Heavenly Emperor knows I didn't do it, he would still never let me off. Ch118 grew more and more furious as he spoke, cursing. Damn it, if I'd known that guy was a life-forsaking mad dog, coming for money at the cost of his own life, I would have just paid him from the start, saving myself from such loss. You're right about that, but now that you've given the money, others don't know how it was given. If the Heavenly Emperor uses this as a breakthrough, how will you handle it? Ch96 sighed. Ch188 snorted coldly. I gave the money, but whether he can take it back is his own problem. Are you planning to take action against him? Isn't it a bit too conspicuous to do it now? And since he's already doomed, what's the point of targeting him now? Ch96 was somewhat astonished. Experience more tales on Empire. Since he decided to play dirty, I can't be blamed for not following the rules. I have the evidence. I gave what was necessary. If he can't take it back, surely the Heavenly Emperor can't blame me, Ch1118 said expressionlessly. Moreover, I don't plan to do it myself, nor do I plan to take back the object. I must make my stance known to everybody, or else I really won't be able to mix in these circles anymore. He can take my resources, but he must leave his life. Then we'll see who else dares to blackmail with their life. With Tiansun providing him protection and Kong Chuan guarding him, it won't be easy to kill him here. How do you plan to go about it? Ch96 pondered. Doesn't he still have to extort money from Anna 117? Regardless of whether he gets the money or not, make sure he dies after leaving there, said Ch118, gritting his teeth. It just so happens we need to meet with that person. Let him do it. With that person taking action, his death is guaranteed. That's actually a good idea. Stir the waters first before acting. If he really gets the money from An 117, taking it back could help recoup some of our losses, Ch96 said with a smile. The two hurriedly left the castle, heading towards a deserted island in the middle of the sea. Before long, the two arrived at a cave on the desolate island. Inside the cave stood a tombstone, and a man with long hair, pale complexion, wearing a top hat and a dinner suit, sat on top of the tombstone, watching Ch18 and Ch96 with a smirk. Have you come to a decision? The man lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that looked at Ch118 with interest. Yeah, I agree to cooperate with you according to our previous agreement, but I have one small condition, Ch118 stated bluntly. Oh, what condition? Yeah asked with a smile. You have to help me kill someone. Who? Chen, the head of the Celestial Master Institute, currently on Giant Ring Star. The head of the Celestial Master Institute, that's a big fish. Just an ascender, not really such a big fish. However, there is a Nirvana, being from the Peacock clan protecting him. Someone who has undergone Nirvana at least 7 times, very tough to deal with. If you can't do it, then our deal is off, Ch1118 said. It seems you really hate Tian. Well then, here's to a successful collaboration, Ye said with a smile. You've just returned from Nirvana. Are there any problems? That person must die, and you only have one chance, Ch118 emphasized with some unease. Asking me to kill the Heavenly Emperor, I really don't have the ability. To kill an ascender, not to mention a Peacock clan's Nirvana being, even if God himself came, he couldn't save his life. Ye gracefully leaped down from the tombstone, his blood-red eyes staring at Ch118 as he said, however, don't forget your promise, otherwise I won't mind killing a few more people. As long as you kill that person, there will be no accidents, Ch118 said coldly. Lin Shen and his companions brought the goods back to Paradise Island, but Tian Shen still hadn't returned. Tian Shen, you help me check the inventory. I have to make another trip to An 170's place, Lin Shen said, handing over the items and accounts to Tian Shen. You have a second painting? Tian Shen looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, thinking that Lin Shen had gone mad. Even if he demanded money and got it all, he wouldn't have a life to enjoy it. No, Lin Shen shook his head. Without it, how are you going to ask for money? Tian Shen couldn't understand what Lin Shen was thinking. Let's try and see. What if they are willing to give? Lin Shen said without elaborating, and took Kong Chuan with him as they left Paradise Island once again. This time, Tian Shen didn't insist on following, now regretting that he had accompanied Lin Shen to Ch1118's to collect the debt. Following Lin Shen, he started to doubt if his heart was not very good, always at risk of falling ill. He really didn't want to get too involved in this sort of thing for fear of dying without even knowing how. Kong Chuan followed Lin Shen to the An family, looking quite complicated. He had already sent the day's events as a message to the heavenly consort, waiting for her response. In his view, Lin Shen was a madman. Only a madman could do those things, and only a madman would be reckless with his life. The heavenly consort read Kong Chuan's message, her face filled with astonishment on the first read. She had given Lin Shen a self-portrait of the heavenly emperor, never expecting Lin Shen to use it this way, nor did she think that Lin Shen would dare to tear it up. The heavenly consort had a moment of speculation, whether the self-portrait Lin Shen ripped was a fake he had made himself. But this thought was immediately dismissed by the heavenly consort herself, knowing that a fake certainly wouldn't fool Ch401. The heavenly consort read and reread Kong Chuan's message several times, and gradually a smile formed on her face. Quite the daring one, indeed capable of anything. If he can survive and continue to sit as the head of the Celestial Master Institute, maybe he really can revitalize it, the heavenly consort murmured to herself. If he actually manages it, perhaps this will be my opportunity as well. Kong Chuan was anxiously waiting for the heavenly consort's reply, truly not knowing how to handle the current situation, as Lin Shen's actions had gone beyond his comprehension. Before they arrived at Analezentin's residence, Kong Chuan finally received the heavenly consort's reply. Do your best to ensure his safety. Let him return alive to Sky Pinnacle Star. If the task is impossible, prioritize your own safety above all else. Chapter 446, Mad Dog Kong Chuan finished reading the message and shook his head helplessly. If he had known the situation would turn out like this, he would never have provoked Lin Shen. Now that his peacock eyes were in Lin Shen's hands, if he fled from the battlefield considering Lin Shen's mad temperament, it was almost certain that Lin Shen would destroy his peacock eyes without hesitation, dragging him down with him. The heavenly consort had told him to prioritize his own safety, but as long as Lin Shen was alive in front of him and without retrieving his peacock eyes, he stood no chance of survival. He did not dare to tell her about this simply to avoid worrying her. Kong Chuan had no other options but to take things step by step. After all, he was a Nirvana-level powerhouse with a long-standing reputation, having weathered many storms, yet being in the company of Lin Shen, an ascender, gave him an intense feeling of insecurity. When the two arrived at the An family's residence, An 1117 surprisingly had been waiting for them outside the castle early on. An Unrun 17 was already aware of the vast quantity of resources Lin Shen and his party had moved from Ch401. However, he could not figure out how Lin Shen had managed to make Ch401 capitulate. Even if An 1117 racked his brains, he couldn't understand why Ch401 would compromise, which was simply inconceivable. If he were Ch401, he would never give Lin Shen so many resources. An Ela-17 wanted to contact Ch401 for information, but to no avail as Ch401 would not respond to his communication requests. This left an Ela-17 deeply suspicious and constantly monitoring Lin Shen's movements. As Lin Shen and his companion were heading his way, he had already received the message. After much deliberation, he decided he needed to understand what exactly Lin Shen had done. Lord Chief of the Heavenly Institute, your visit honors us. Please forgive us for not greeting you from afar. Having obtained so many resources from Ch401, An 117 did not dare to underestimate Lin Shen any longer and greeted him very politely, without any of the Nirvana Star Lord's usual arrogance. Kong Chuan looked on with a peculiar expression, having never seen a member of the celestial race at the Nirvana level extend such courtesy to a lower-class member of the other races. You are too gracious, Lord An. It's just a small token, no great honor, Lin Shen said as he approached An 11-7 and handed him a gift box. You are the one who's being gracious, Lord Chief. Please come inside, An 11-17 replied, accepting the gift box and promptly handing it over to his steward. He was extremely cautious and dared not open the box himself, fearing he might fall prey to one of Lin Shen's schemes. Read the latest on Empire. Aren't you going to open it and have a look? Lin Shen asked with a smile. Any gift from the Chief of the Heavenly Institute must be of extreme value. Let's avoid making others envious. I will enjoy it in private later, An 117 said while ushering Lin Shen inside. Lin Shen's comment only made him more reluctant to open the gift. He even signaled to the butler with his eyes to handle the box with care and caution. An 117 was clearly much more cautious than Ch401. After inviting Lin Shen into the conference hall, he gave Lin Shen the seat of honor and took a position to his left and below him. Lord An, I am a straightforward person, so I'll just speak my mind. Lin Shen began without beating around the bush. In terms of cunning and ability, he was no match for these old foxes. Playing games with them would only lead to his own demise, so he had no choice but to cut through the chaos and throw the dirt right back at them. Please speak your mind, Lord Chief. I too am a straightforward person and appreciate others who are the same, An 117 replied with a smile. That's good, Lin Shen nodded and continued. The resources to be surrendered will have to be doubled this time. The previous portion will follow the normal procedure, but the additional amount I will take with me today. I can write an IOU on behalf of the Celestial Master Institute to certify that these items were taken by us. If Lord An has no objections, you may prepare them now. Lin Shen glanced at his watch and added, "It happens to be lunchtime, so I'll have to trouble you to prepare some food, Lord An. After we eat, we'll take the items and leave, and we won't trouble you again." Even with the best of composure, and Ellison 17's face had turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. "Dean, I understand your feelings, but I really don't have that many resources here. If you are short on money, I do have some savings here. You can take them all, no need for an IOU," and 117 said, containing his raging anger and not lashing out. He really couldn't understand what kind of courage or trump card Lin Shen had that enabled him to so brazenly demand money from him. Lin Shen looked at An 117, who remained silent as if waiting for something. Kong Chuan was also puzzled as to what Lin Shen was waiting for. An An 117 seemed to realize something, but before he could act, the butler rushed in, carrying a box, and started whispering to An 117. An An 117's face grew uglier by the second, and he snatched the box and pushed it at Lin Shen. "Dean, your gift is too much for me to accept. Please take it back." Lin Shen did not get angry, but took the box, opened it, and pulled out the Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait, torn into several pieces, and said indifferently, "Lord An, I kindly represented Lord Heavenly Emperor in presenting you with his self-portrait. It's an immense honor, and if you choose not to accept it, that's fine, but how could you tear up His Majesty's self-portrait?" Shameless, truly shameless. Kong Chuan stood by, dumbfounded, having never seen someone so shameless and so adept at distorting the truth. "Dean, please do not make false promises. The contents of the box are intact, just as they were before," An 17 said, close to exploding with rage. "Lord An must be joking. I gave you a complete painting. Even if you gave me the greatest courage, I wouldn't dare tear His Majesty's sacred portrait. That is a capital offense." Lin Shen calmly put the torn-up painting back in the box and continued, "I personally handed the item to you, and you took it back in front of everyone. I even let you check it right then and there, so how did it become a ruined painting? Lord An, would you accept a ruined painting? Look, this tear is fresh. It must have been torn just now. Lord An, you really have quite the nerve, daring to tear His Majesty's personally drawn sacred portrait." Anala 17 was dumbstruck, staring intently at Lin Shen, his face contorted, twitching as if he was about to devour someone. "If Lord An wants to silence me with murder, go ahead and do it now. After all, I was not meant to live. If you feel it's not satisfying enough, you can stab a few more times. Don't kill me too easily." Lin Shen drew the knife from his waist, placed it in front of An 117, closed his eyes and waited to be struck, and said to the somewhat stupefied Kong Chuan behind him, "Kong Chuan, don't stop him. Dying by Lord An's hand would be an honor. At least I will have a good reputation, being loyal to my lord and my race, sacrificing myself for my emperor." An 1117 was shaking with anger, his pointing finger trembling. Now he finally understood why Ch401 had given in and paid. This was a mad dog with rabies. Before his own death, he had to take a bite out of someone else. Ch401 had paid to avoid a disaster, and if he didn't give the money now, Lin Shen would definitely drag him down with him. Who could stand that? And An 117 could even imagine that Lin Shen probably tore the portrait in front of Ch401. Just as he had said, the tear was fresh. An 117 thought Ch401's expression at that time must have been very interesting, but on second thought, getting Ch401 to testify for him would certainly be impossible. "Fine, I'll give," and An 117 felt as if he had forcibly swallowed something vile, an indescribably awful feeling. "Lord An, you really are straightforward, unlike Lord Chi, who hemmed and hawed and only agreed to give after I demanded double the amount," Lin Shen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, An 117 suddenly felt much better inside, as if it wasn't so unbearable anymore. Chapter 447. Again, it's fake. The resources pulled away from An 117 were only half of what was at Ch401's. Lin Shen was already quite satisfied. He could accept this outcome. With these resources, he could finally account for his actions to the Heavenly Emperor. Of course, Lin Shen still had to deal with the issue of the self-portrait. The self-portrait was authentic, and even if he wanted to keep the incident of tearing up the self-portrait a secret, neither An 117 nor Ch401 would allow him to do so. Ch401 and Ch96, who were secretly paying attention to the situation here, were taken aback when they saw Lin Shen coming out with a large amount of resources from the An family compound, exchanging puzzled looks. "He really made it," Ch96 said with a strange expression. "If this mad dog really manages to secure the position of head of the Celestial Masters Institute and revives it, it would truly be a misfortune for our clan. Thankfully, no matter what, he won't live long. Otherwise, we would never have peace of mind." "Mad dogs don't live long," Ch401 sneered. "It's good that he succeeded. Bringing back the goods can at least make up for some of our losses." "Ya should be making a move soon," Ch96 nodded. They did not believe that Lin Shen could survive an encounter with Ya. Lin Shen and Kong Chuan were escorting the supplies through the sky. The supply vehicles, strung together like train carriages, were desperately pulled by several Ascension-level pets. After entering the Starbelt Zone, they headed towards Paradise Island. Your next read awaits at Empire. Having just passed a hanging island, Lin Shen scanned the surroundings and suddenly noticed a person standing on a mountain peak of that hanging island, dressed in a black suit with a tombstone standing beside him. Lin Shen's face changed immediately. Yeah, what is he doing here? Is he coming for me? With a thought, Lin Shen flew backward, taking cover behind Kong Chuan while saying, "Watch that person." Kong Chuan had already noticed that person and was staring at him intently. Boom! Ye grabbed the tombstone, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and leaped into the air. The mountain peak he had been standing on collapsed immediately, and with a terrifying blast he nearly instantly appeared in front of Kong Chuan and the others. "So it's you're actually not dead?" Ye surveyed Lin Shen with some surprise, apparently recognizing him. "Aren't you the same? Not dead either?" Lin Shen didn't waste words and directly commanded, "Take him down, and don't let him learn your name. He has the ability to kill with knowledge of names." This command was naturally for Kong Chuan. He didn't call out Kong Chuan's name to avoid letting Ye learn it. Without hesitation, Kong Chuan donned the feather armor. His body burst into peacock divine brilliance, and he sent a beam of blue light shooting towards Ye. Ye snatched the tombstone to shield himself. The peacock divine brilliance hit the tombstone, which remained undamaged. Behind the tombstone, Ye, with blood-red eyes fixated on Kong Chuan, revealed a wicked smile. "Peacock divine brilliance. Nothing special. Dean, you should move back further. I'm worried you'll be affected," Kong Chuan said coldly, staring at Ye. Lin Shen didn't need to be told. He had already put on the feather armor and was speeding away into the distance, not caring about the supplies anymore. He could see that Ye seemed stronger than before, being able to block the peacock divine brilliance just with the tombstone, and without even retreating a step, must have achieved nirvana. "Stop wasting time. Leave your life behind. Your real name is Tian, right? I won't get it wrong this time," Ye said coldly, staring at Lin Shen and writing the 2 characters for Tian on the tombstone. Taass. Lin Shen, who was flying away, suddenly felt his blood boiling within him, and his heart felt as though someone had viciously grasped and squeezed it, causing him to spew blood from his mouth involuntarily. How could this be? Tian isn't my real name. How could it still affect me? Lin Shen was horrified, and he hastily activated his superbase form, with the carapace on his body shining a brilliant light. Ye slightly staggered, then a flash of rage burst forth. "Damn it, another false name? How many do you have?" If it had been his real name, Lin Shen should have been killed. The fact that he was not dead despite the injury indicated that the name he used was still false. However, because he had used it for a while, that name had developed a causal link with Lin Shen, therefore it still had some effect, just not strong enough to kill Lin Shen. Kong Chuan saw that Lin Shen had retreated far enough, and then he summoned the blue peacock life base. The blue peacock spread its feathers in the air, radiating a strange blue light, turning the surroundings blue and enveloping Ye's body within it. Imprisoned by the light, Ye's figure immediately froze in place. Kong Chuan snorted coldly and sent another blast of blue light towards the immobile Ye. The blue beam struck Ye's head in an instant, blasting his body backwards and causing him to fly away, losing grip of the tombstone in his hand. A bloody mark appeared on Ye's forehead. His eyes bulged to their limits as he continuously stumbled backward in a state of recline. Kong Chuan showed no mercy, striking repeatedly as blue beams bombarded Ye's body. But the next second, black crystal feathers covered Ye's body, and on those black feathers ran the color of fresh blood, as if they were stained with blood. Boom, boom! The blue light continued to strike Ye, blasting him back repeatedly until he finally hit a hanging island, shattering it completely. Kong Chuan was relentless in his pursuit, with the blue peacock life base tailing Ye. The blue halo constrained Ye's body, rendering him unable to move. After Ye's body broke through the hanging island and re-emerged, Kong Chuan was surprised to find that his blood-stained feather armor showed not even a scratch, which caused his expression to shift slightly. Behind Kong Chuan, a spectacle akin to a peacock's tail unfolded in a burst of radiant feathers, and from within the feathers, eyes of peacocks shot out beams of blue light, which converged into a single point before launching towards Ye's heart. Just as the blue light was about to pierce through Ye's heart, Ye, who was initially immobilized by the blue peacock's halo, suddenly shivered. The next second, blood-red light soared from Ye's body, burning wildly like a blood flame. With one hand outstretched towards the blue light, the blood-colored flames met the blue light head-on. Boom! The collision of the blue light and the blood flames set off a terrifying explosion. Nearby hanging islands were obliterated in the blast, creating a vast vacuum area in the star belt. After the explosion, Lin Shen saw from a distance that Kong Chuan and Ye were standing off in the air. That last strike seemed to prove that the two were evenly matched. "You got some skills, worthy of dying by my hand," Ye said with narrowed eyes, glaring at Kong Chuan like an evil ghost. Kong Chuan looked solemn, his gaze intensely focused on Ye, and he beckoned with his hand, causing the peacock life base to fly towards him. The moment the head of the peacock made contact with his fingertips, it turned into a sky full of blue feathers that clung to his body. Under the cover of the peacock feathers, the carapace on Kong Chuan's body became even more magnificent, with actual peacock feathers emerging on his back. Prajna Kalan, limitless Buddha light. Kong Chuan's feathers fanned out behind him, with blue light eyes appearing on them like beads of samsara, blooming like overlapping blue suns with divine brilliance. Everything around was frozen under the radiance of the light, as if time had stopped. Explosive turbulence, shattered pieces of the hanging island, and countless boulders all hanging motionlessly in the air, casting an eerie yet wondrous sight. Chapter 448, Battle of Nirvana. As the blue light twinkled, everything in the area of blue light came to a standstill and then burst into blue flames. Continue reading at Empire. Plants turned to ashes in the blink of an eye, rocks slowly melted into magma, and even Yeya, frozen in place, began to burn with blue flames. Lin Shen watched from a distance as the area turned into a blue inferno and felt a surge of both shock and delight in his heart. Kong Chuan's ability to control and harm at the same time is truly powerful. It's a pity that once he unleashes his power, it indiscriminately attacks everything. It works well in a one-on-one fight, but it must be tough on his teammates. Lin Shen felt a sense of relief when he saw that Yeya had been immobilized and could not move, his body engulfed in increasingly fierce blue flames. The blue light from the peacock feather grew stronger, and the floating islands that were falling turned to magma within it, while smaller rocks had already vaporized, leaving ashes to spread everywhere. The blue flames on Yeya grew more and more intense, rising dozens of feet into the air. Kong Chuan is even more powerful than the legends say, with a strength that places him at the top of the Nirvana beings. Had he not fallen out of favor with the Heavenly Emperor, he might have already been famous throughout the world, said Chiju with furrowed brows. It seems like Yeya will capsize in the gutters today. Ju, you're underestimating Yeya, Ch401 said coldly. Kong Chuan is indeed very strong, stronger than we expected, and his peacock divine brilliance is indeed supremely dominant. If it were any other Nirvana being facing him, even if the two of us joined forces, we might not have an easy time against him. Unfortunately for him, his opponent is Yeya, and Kong Chuan can't win. You have that much faith in Yeya? Chiju was surprised, as Ch401 seemed to have a lot of confidence in Yeya. That's because I've witnessed Yeya's true strength. Even if it were DEC, as long as they were at the same level, he might not be able to defeat Yeya easily, Ch401 said slowly. As if to confirm Ch401's words, the blazing blue flames enveloping Yeya suddenly turned blood red in an instant and became even fiercer. Enshrouded by the blood-red fire, the mythical figure in the flames somehow managed to force its way through the blue light, step by step, walking on air towards Kong Chuan. The blood-red flames moved forward due to his movement, and as the figure walked faster, the trailing flames appeared like the tail of a comet. And as the mythical figure emerged more clearly, blood oozed continuously from the black feather armor, turning into blood flames upon contact with the blue light, repelling the blue glow completely with its black and red hues. To think there is such a strong member of the Peacock clan, you are worthy of dying by my life base. Yeya, like a demon out of hell, bearing the burning blood-red insanity, charged at Kong Chuan while extending his palm, out of which black and red particles flowed, instantly solidifying into a bizarre life base. That life base seemed to be a complete spine, dark red and black in color, dragon-like, tapering to a needle-like tip, with a skull connected at the base. Yeya's fingers pierced the skull, gripping the strangely spiky life base, and the black and red flame rose and burned atop it, presenting a sight both eerie and terrifying. Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. He had thought that Yeya's life base was the tombstone, only now he realized that wasn't the case. Holding the evil ghost blade life base, Yeya charged towards Kong Chuan in a forward-leaning, ominous manner. Just as he reached right before Kong Chuan, he suddenly leapt high into the sky. The blood-red flames behind him erupted like a volcano, surging upwards with him toward the heavens. High above, with blade in hand, Yeya slashed downward from his elevated position, and the black and red light of the blade instantaneously tore through the void, resembling a blood-red dragon flashing across the sky and earth, heading towards Kong Chuan to engulf him. The terrifying surge of strength pushed everything that had been motionless within the blue fire hell aside, splitting the waves and breaking the mountains with an unmatched ferocity. Facing such an oppressive force, Kong Chuan still held his head high with pride, staring at the sky, advancing rather than retreating, with the peacock divine brilliance converging on his hands, as if all the blue suns in the sky were merging into one. As his hands came together in an instant, a dazzling blue halo shot upward against the heavens, transforming into a blue peacock that soared into the sky, clashing with the blood-red dragon. Boom. Lin Shen, who had already fled hundreds of miles away, saw the explosion of red and blue light. The terrifying light explosion stung his eyes so much he couldn't keep them open. A wave of air, like a landslide and tsunami, pushed Lin Shen's body an unknown distance, slamming him into a floating island. The impact set the island quivering and created a huge crater where his body finally stopped. Too strong. Lin Shen stood up from the deep pit, soared into the sky again, and stared in the direction of the battle. He wanted to know the outcome of that strike, who had won. After the light explosion, everything nearby had been destroyed. Countless fragments of rock swirled through the air, flames trailing chaotically behind them. When Lin Shen could finally see clearly, he saw Kong Chuan and Ye Ya confronting each other across the void. Kong Chuan still had blue light rising from his body, while that strange black and red flame on Ye Ya flickered like bonfire. Who won? Lin Shen couldn't tell for a moment who had the upper hand from that strike. Puh! A piece of Ye Ya's blood-stained black feather armor on his face shattered, revealing half of his eerie face as he spat out fresh blood. Kong Chuan won. Lin Shen's heart leapt for joy, but then he suddenly saw the feathers on Kong Chuan's body split apart. His life-based blue peacock detached from his body, turning into a battered peacock with broken feathers and a severed tail. Cracks also appeared in the carapace on Kong Chuan's body, and the blue light on him started to dim. Kong Chuan's Adam's apple moved as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. He still stood tall like a mountain, but anyone could tell that he was at the end of his rope. The strike just now had seriously wounded him. Kong Chuan is very strong, but it's a pity he met Ye Ya, Ch401 remarked regretfully. Luckily, it was Ye Ya who faced him. If it were us, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to take that hit. Ch401 also admired Kong Chuan's strength. Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, Ye Xie's eyes glinted demonically as he stared at Kong Chuan. His mouth split into a grin, revealing 2 rows of stark white fangs as he chuckled strangely. To survive a strike from my evil ghost blade without dying, you deserve to have your name known to the world. As he spoke, Ye Xie stretched out his hand and seized a gravestone that seemed to fly toward him like a meteor, landing in his palm. He held the evil ghost blade and was about to carve Kong Chuan's name onto the gravestone. He knew Kong Chuan's name from the beginning. Ch401 had long ago told Ye Ya the names of everyone associated with Lin Shen. Ye Ya did not use the gravestone against Kong Chuan from the start, not because he didn't want to, but because the gravestone itself had usage restrictions. It wasn't just a matter of writing down a name to kill anyone he wished. For those whose levels were lower than Ye Ya's, he only needed to be within a certain distance, look at the person, and write down their correct name to kill them. But for those whose strength was not much weaker than Ye Ya, or those stronger than him, even if Ye Ya wrote down their true name, it wouldn't necessarily kill them, and there was even a chance of backlash. Therefore, without being certain of the opponent's strength, Ye Ya could not casually use the strength of the gravestone. Now that Kong Chuan had suffered heavy damage, and Ye Ya had already recovered from his injuries, even his damaged blood feather armor had restored to its perfect condition. What one loses, the other gains. Now that Ye Ya is writing Kong Chuan's name, there's a very good chance he could kill him outright. Chapter 449 Double Buff Kong Chuan. Can you still fight? A voice suddenly appeared behind Kong Chuan. Ye Ya was slightly startled to see Lin Shen, who had fled, actually flying back to stand behind Kong Chuan. I can. Kong Chuan coldly stared at Ye Ya. Without turning his head, he spoke, and once again reached out his hand, causing the fragmented blue peacock life base to attach to his body again, the terrifying blue glow rising once more. Then let's go again. Lin Shen opened his folding fan with a swish and gently shook it towards Ye Ya. Countless mysterious light patterns flew out from the fan, falling like a shower of stars towards Ye Ya. Lin Shen saw Ye Ya's terrifying strength and knew if Kong Chuan died, he would never escape Ye Ya's pursuit. With Tian Xun not on Paradise Island, even if he could escape back to the island, he feared no one would be a match for Ye Ya, not to mention the great distance from here to Paradise Island. Perhaps he would never get the chance to flee back, and then he would have to leave the giant ring star. The key point was, if he left the giant ring star, he would lose all the supplies and his previous efforts would be in vain. If you're looking for death, then I'll send you on your way first. Ye Ya let the black-red glow rise from his body, ignoring the mysterious light patterns, and directly swung out the terrifying black-red glow, surging towards Lin Shen like a dragon. Continue your saga on Empire. The mysterious light patterns fell onto the black-red glow, and eerily penetrated through, branding onto Ye Ya's body. In an instant, the black-red glow and the blade aura that Ye Ya had swung out shrank considerably. The blue light blossomed on Kong Chuan's body, and with hands merged, he struck out a heavenly beam of blue light, taking the shape of a peacock, and collided once more with the evil ghost blade's power. But this time, the peacock divine brilliance forcefully shattered the black-red dragon, and its remaining power surged towards Ye Ya. Ye Ya hadn't anticipated this turn of events, and could only raise his tombstone to block the peacock divine brilliance. He was shaken so much that he retreated thousands of meters in the air before he could steady himself. What kind of innate skill is this, an ascension-level skill, that it can affect me? Ye Ya looked at the brilliant light of the mysterious text branded on his feather armor with a startled and doubtful expression. As he wondered, he suddenly saw a black ancient seal jade seal flying out from Lin Shen, hovering above Lin Shen's head, emitting mysterious ancient ripples. Those ripples passed through the blood flame on Ye Ya's body, eerily branding a strange mark on the carapace of Ye Ya, making him feel as if his body had become heavier and the black-red glow weakened even further. Kong Chuan, now is not the time to hold back. When else will you strike to kill him? Lin Shen, with the mutated jade exquisite hidden within him, shouted loudly. Prajna Kalan, limitless Buddha light, the tail feathers on Kong Chuan's back fiercely spread out, shining with divine light once again, and blue light rose from his body, series of blue halos lighting up like blue suns. Yeya was both shocked and angry. He had used several skills but was unable to remove the negative effects on him. Boy, I will kill you. Yeya let out a shriek and turned into a stream of light, fleeing away. Although Yeya was strong, Kong Chuan was not weak. Even though Yeya had the upper hand in their previous clash, Kong Chuan's strength was not much less than his. The main issue was that Yeya's recovery ability was far superior to Kong Chuan's. His swift healing made it seem as if Kong Chuan was no match for him. Now that he was afflicted with double weakening, his strength had greatly diminished. If he were to be caught by the limitless Buddha light again, it would be very difficult to break free as he had before. Watching Night Ghost vanish into the sky in an instant, Lin Shen said indifferently, "He's quick to catch on, let him live for now. Go retrieve the supplies. Those items mustn't be compromised and must be sent back first." Yes, Kong Chuan's radiance subsided as he complied and set off. Kong Chuan retrieved the supplies, and the two of them rode their pets, escorting the supplies towards Paradise Island. That human actually has such means, even that Yeya has fallen for his scheme. Ch401's expression was one of astonished suspicion. He had initially thought Lin Shen was nothing more than a mad dog let loose by the Heavenly Emperor, daring to bite others recklessly only because he had the backing of the Heavenly Emperor. Yet, he didn't expect Lin Shen to possess such capabilities. With a gap of a whole level category, the efficiency of ascension-level skills when used on a nirvana being would be greatly reduced. This was level suppression, which could also be seen as a difference in the layers of strength, an unavoidable reality. The fact that Lin Shen's skills could have such a significant effect on a nirvana being of Yeya's caliber was truly terrifying. This person is indeed formidable, with a style of action and abilities that are both unpredictable and inscrutable. If we wish to kill him again, we must make sure we are thoroughly prepared, Ch401 stated solemnly. Exactly. To kill him, we must target a time when he is without protection. He seems to follow a supportive path, so his frontal combat capability must be much weaker. As long as he's not guarded by a strong protector, killing him should be easy. Any one of us would not find it difficult, said Ch401. Ch401 nodded slightly. If we don't eliminate this man, he will surely become a calamity for our celestial race in the future. Now that we are aware of his abilities, we can set up targeted arrangements in the future and not give him such opportunities again. Let's leave things as they are today. With Kong Chuan by his side, we can't kill him. Let him struggle for survival a bit longer. After all, he tore up the self-portrait of the Heavenly Emperor, so it will be hard for him to stay alive after returning. If the Heavenly Emperor doesn't kill him, it's not too late for us to plot his death. We must not allow him to bring disaster upon our celestial race, said Ch401 hatefully. Lin Shen and Kong Chuan, escorting the supplies, returned to Paradise Island. Lin Shen asked Tian Xin, who wore a look of astonishment, to tally and store the items, then he called Kong Chuan over. You don't have to endure any longer, it's fine now. Inside Paradise Palace, Lin Shen suddenly turned to Kong Chuan and said. Kong Chuan opened his mouth and spewed out blood, collapsing to the ground as blood continuously poured from his mouth, taking a while to finally stop, leaving his face devoid of any color. Did you know from the start that my injuries were very severe? Kong Chuan asked Lin Shen with a complex expression. Lin Shen nodded slightly and tossed a bottle of healing liquid to Kong Chuan. Then you still dared to come back? Weren't you afraid that wouldn't scare off Yeya? Kong Chuan caught the healing liquid and asked in a daze. There are no what-ifs in this world. Even if he hadn't been scared off, I would still have had a way to protect myself. You don't need to worry about me. Heal your wounds as quickly as possible, for we may have a tough fight in a few days, Lin Shen said indifferently. He was always wearing a mechanical watch and could escape to Ring Mountain Planet at any time, at most sacrificing Kong Chuan and the batch of supplies. What are you planning to do? Kong Chuan's heart tightened at these words. He had only been following Lin Shen for a short while, living in constant fear every day. Even as a nirvana being, he felt psychological pressure, whereas Lin Shen, an ascender, seemed to be completely unconcerned, his courage seemingly boundless. Little did Kong Chuan know that Lin Shen wasn't nonchalant, he simply had no other choice but to carry on with a brave face. Chapter 450, Concealing the Heart. The money was already in hand, but Lin Shen had no plans to leave now, he still couldn't leave Giant Ringstar. Although he had completed the task assigned by the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen had indeed torn up the Heavenly Emperor's self-portrait, so he couldn't just go back like that. Before tearing the portrait, Lin Shen had already thought of a plan, but he had to wait for Tian Xun to return and discuss it with her. However, he waited, and Tian Xun still hadn't come back. Where on earth has Tian Xun, that darling, gone? Why hasn't she returned? Lin Shen wondered. It had been 2 or 3 days, and with the speed of a nirvana level, she should have returned by now, no matter where she went. She couldn't have gone to the utmost darkness domain, could she? Lin Shen thought before deeming it unlikely, as the Night Ghost tribe's issue hadn't been resolved yet. How could Tian Xun possibly venture into the utmost darkness domain alone? During the interrogation of Ye Xing had said that after she was captured, Ye Kong was singing in the distance. This was for two reasons: to look for an opportunity to rescue her and to send her a message to endure for the time being, assuring her that they would soon find a chance to rescue her. Ye Kong would rather let Ye Xing be captured than reveal the Night Ghost tribe's strength. There must be some scheming involved. If the Night Ghost tribe made a move, it would definitely be a major one. Tian Xun was already prepared on her end and shouldn't have too much of a problem, but it might not be the same for the Qi family and the An family. Lin Shen had already told his eldest sister to definitely not leave Paradise Island recently, and it would be best if she stayed inside Paradise Palace all the time, without even stepping outside. Kong Chuan was recuperating from injuries, and Wei Wufu hadn't gone anywhere lately, also remaining on Paradise Island. Tian Xin, that guy, was tending to his super pet every day, looking forward to the day it would transform gloriously. Lin Shen woke up only to find that it was still dark outside the window. The nights on Giant Ring Star are just too long, which is terribly unfriendly to a hard-working young man like me, Lin Shen said while checking his current attribute on his communicator. His strength had reached 11.8 plus 81, the normal state was 11.8, which was well beyond the Ascension level's limit attribute of 81. These attributes were provided by Death Powder and the Boundless Strength contract, and this attribute was still slowly increasing. He didn't know how high the growth potential of Death Powder could go. The additional strength attribute provided by the Boundless Strength contract could be enhanced by skills, just like the base attribute. When others use skills to double their attributes, a top-tier ascender with 81 strength would have 162 points of strength. When Lin Shen used his skill to double his strength attribute instantly became 236. The more enhancement skills used, the bigger the gap. Moreover, Death Powder was still growing, meaning the attributes it would eventually bring to Lin Shen would continue to increase. As Lin Shen's attributes increased, the Contrarian's attributes also increased, always matching his own. Tian Xin, Flairla, and Kong Chuan can all merge their life base with themselves in battle. I wonder what kind of skill, or perhaps some ability that is. If I could merge with the Contrarian, my combat effectiveness would definitely skyrocket. Lin Shen once again studied the skills of the Contrarian but found no ability to merge. While he was looking at it, a message suddenly popped up on his mechanical wristwatch. What does Red Heart A want? Sending a message again. Lin Shen opened and read it. I've solved the tough question you gave me. Do you have an answer to the one I gave you? Just as Lin Shen finished reading this message, another message followed. The content of the second message was the problem he had wanted Red Heart A's help to solve. How to condense an utterly hard and strong force to the utmost limit, achieving an unnoticeable subtlety in its use. Lin Shen had been practicing, but he had not yet solved this issue. If he came across an opponent like Ximon's swordsman who excels in using the enemy's force against them, it was still somewhat unresolved. Of course, if faced with a Ximon swordsman of the same level, Lin Shen could break his skill using absolute strength. However, if he met someone whose strength was not inferior to his own, unable to win by sheer strength, then he had to rely on technique. Lin Shen was elated and hurriedly looked to see how Red Heart A had managed to solve the problem. This works too? After reading through it once, Lin Shen was even more ecstatic. The solution provided by Red Heart A wouldn't come to mind for most people, not because their intelligence was inferior to hers, but because the average person simply would not come into contact with the skills mentioned in Red Heart A's message. Continue reading on Empire. Red Heart A had not solved the problem directly. It seemed nearly impossible to subtly handle a force that's utterly hard and positive. She chose a compromise, using a technique called Hidden Heart, which was a very advanced skill. If the force is too violent to be softly hidden, then hide this force, adding a shell around it. This skill is akin to a bomb, where the explosive itself isn't directly usable for long-range deployment, but if you put a casing around the explosive, it can be thrown a long distance. Hidden Heart is similar in principle. It hides the utterly hard and strong force within the shell until it reaches the target. When triggered, it can solve the problem Lin Shen presented. While it sounds simple, the skill of Hidden Heart itself, according to Red Heart A, was a unique skill of a Nirvana being. She had gone to great lengths to obtain it, personally verifying its effectiveness. To convince Spade A, Red Heart A even sent the training method for Hidden Heart, not treating Spade A like an outsider at all. This gave Lin Shen an advantage. After researching the skill Hidden Heart, he found it to be quite peculiar, truly a work of ingenuity, and wondered who could have created such a mysterious skill. Essentially, Hidden Heart is a bridge. It can't act as a shell itself, but it can hide a force that's utterly hard and positive within another type of force, serving as a link between the two. How should I hide it? Could I hide the unwavering force of the 28 fists within the 1,000 men's pointer? Lin Shen thought this idea was likely difficult to achieve, but it was worth trying. Before attempting it, Lin Shen needed to master the skill of Hidden Heart. He tried several times, but the skill itself was too complex, especially with regard to the manipulation of strength, which had to be extremely detailed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide one type of force within another and also ensure delayed explosion. It was incredibly difficult. Lin Shen felt that such a difficult task should be left to professionals. He wanted to get up and find Yun, but when he looked up, he realized it was still dark outside. The night had not yet passed. Why does the night feel especially long today? Lin Shen glanced at the time and his face subtly changed. It had been almost an hour since the dawn was supposed to arrive. Chapter 451. The long night, what's going on? Why isn't it dawn yet? Can the star ring's activation be delayed too? Lin Shen's complexion changed slightly. Could it be the doing of the Night Ghost tribe? He quickly picked up the communicator and started sending messages to his elder sister, Wei Wufu, Tian Xin, and others while carrying the Night Glow flower and walking outside. Just as Lin Shen's message was sent out, his elder sister's reply came back. I thought my watch was broken, so it's true that the star ring has missed its timing and hasn't lit up. I've never heard of the star ring being delayed. It has always been very punctual, not even a second off. No. Wei Wufu's message also came through, replying with just one word. The star ring has always lit up on time, without delay. Something's wrong. Tian Xin's message also came back. No unusual movements detected. Kong Chuan replied as well. It's a relief if there's nothing wrong. Stay inside and don't move. I'm on my way. Lin Shen went from one room to another, gathering Yun and the others before heading to the room where Ye Xing was held. Luckily, Ye Xing was still lying in bed properly, completely immobile due to acupoint sealing. It must be the Night Ghost tribe's doing. The little ant still hasn't returned. Now it's troublesome, Tian Xin said gloomily, looking at the pitch darkness outside. Even the strongest of the Night Ghost tribe, Yi Kong, is just a nirvana being. He shouldn't have the ability to affect the star ring. I don't know what they've done to prevent the star ring from lighting up, Lin Shen said, turning his gaze toward Ye Xing. Unfortunately, Tian Xun was not present. Without the power of a devout blazing angel, it seemed impossible to get any information out of Ye Xing's mouth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky outside, followed by a rumbling explosion. Damn, a fight has broken out. A nirvana being has taken action. Tian Xin pressed her hands against the window and stared outside. Amidst the flickering lights, several people saw that, unbeknownst to them, many people had already gathered outside. Those people stood silently in the night like souls. Had it not been for the flash of light across the sky illuminating the darkness, their presence would have gone completely unnoticed. Under the unstable light, Lin Shen could see that although the people varied in race, their eyes seemed to faintly emanate a bloody light, likely the hybrid night ghosts Ye Xing mentioned. Sensing that they had been discovered, the night ghosts suddenly went mad, rushing toward nearby houses like wild beasts. The majority of them charged towards the Paradise Palace. What's going on with Tian Xun? We already knew about it in advance. How could we still let the night ghosts succeed? Lin Shen was full of confusion. He didn't believe Tian Xun could be so unreliable. The terrifying battle above Paradise Island raged on. It seemed that 4 nirvana beings were entangled in a chaotic fight, with various radiant displays blossoming in the night sky, leaving it unclear who the enemy was and who was an ally. Kong Chuan, defend the Paradise Palace. Lin Shen directly ordered Kong Chuan to strike. This was the time to fight with all their might. Kong Chuan answered and flew out of the window right away. His injuries had mostly healed, and he immediately summoned his peacock life base, merging with it and spreading out the peacock feathers. However, he didn't use the limitless Buddha light. Instead, he employed the binding power of Peacock Divine Brilliance. The blue light cloaked the Paradise Palace and the nearby area, and instantly, everything touched by the blue halo was immobilized. Lin Shen and the others inside the house avoided the blue light and were not immobilized. The fearless hybrid night ghosts still rushed madly toward the area covered by the blue light, among them several celestials. Gunfire erupted from all sides as hybrid night ghosts summoned their pets, constantly charging into the blue light zone. The ones in front were restrained, but those from behind kept on pushing, crashing into the pets ahead, each collision forcing more pets forward. Damn, the Night Ghost tribe really deserves to die, Tian Xin cursed upon seeing a celestial race girl among the ranks of the Night Ghosts. Is that your girlfriend? Lin Shen curiously asked. With what's happening now, you're still in the mood for gossip? Tian Xin glared at him, replying irritably, When I first arrived on Paradise Island, that maidservant took care of all my daily needs. She was really nice, and I had no idea she was actually a hybrid night ghost. Hybrid night ghosts should have their own thoughts, right? They're just unable to disobey the orders of pure-blood night specters, Lin Shen pondered. While they were talking, they saw a figure soaring into the sky, radiating golden light as intense as the sun, unmistakably a nirvana being. The nirvana being arrived in front of Paradise Palace and, without a word, pulled out a pet gun and fired 3 shots into the sky. 3 terrifying nirvana pets appeared, circling in the air, resembling lions or tigers with wings on their backs. Discover hidden tales at Empire. No sooner had the 3 nirvana pets appeared than they blasted ice light towards Paradise Palace. The ice light, infused with extreme cold strength, merged with the blue light, causing the area of the blue light to shrink dramatically. The 3 nirvana pets, circling Paradise Palace, kept spewing ice light, compressing Kong Chuan's Peacock Divine Brilliance, reducing the range it could cover more and more. Something's not right. The night ghosts are immune to the powers of the night, but why can their pets safely walk in the night? Lin Shen noticed something unusual. Once Lin Shen brought this up, Tian Shen and the others also realized, and Tian Shen wondered, could it be that although the sky still appears dark, the night's laws have already become ineffective? Why don't you go out and try, then you'll know, Lin Shen suggested. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Tian Shen balked at going out, especially since Paradise Palace was currently enveloped in peacock divine brilliance, making it impossible for him to leave. I didn't expect that Bede would turn into a night ghost too. Tian Shen stared fiercely at the golden shadow in the sky. That was one of Tian Shen's right-hand men, who would have thought he would also become a hybrid night ghost. Ye Xing had briefed Lin Shen before, so he knew about Bede being a hybrid night ghost, but he didn't expect that Tian Shen would fail to take care of him in advance. As the peacock divine brilliance was being oppressed, only to hear Kong Chuan snort coldly, the peacock divine brilliance around him suddenly exploded in size. The blue light zone expanded in an instant, enveloping the 3 Nirvana pets within it. Even Nirvana-level pets couldn't withstand the peacock divine brilliance and were immobilized, struggling to move. From behind Kong Chuan's peacock feather screen, beams of blue light shot out of the peacock eyes, piercing through the bodies of the pets. In the blink of an eye, they were riddled with holes, clearly beyond saving. Peacock divine brilliance is indeed powerful, Tian Shen praised, but no sooner had he finished speaking than Bede cast 3 beams of golden light. The golden light shone on the 3 Nirvana pets, their already riddled bodies seemingly oblivious to their own death. Their ice light surged, and they spat out their life base. I almost forgot that Bede's Nirvana power is the power of the dead. He can control dead creatures to fight. Tian Shen grew even more frustrated. Kong Chuan, go kill him. Lin Shen knew that with Kong Chuan guarding here, afraid that his own strength would hurt them, he couldn't unleash his true ability and was sitting ducks. But if Kong Chuan left, they would likely be in danger. Chapter 452, Who Gets the Opportunity? Dean, Kong Chuan was startled at his words. If he went to battle recklessly, there would be no one left to protect Lin Shen. Should a Nirvana being take the opportunity to kill Lin Shen, he would likely be in danger. This is an order, Lin Shen said. Yes, Kong Chuan's gaze sharpened as he fixated on Bede, knowing he had to end the battle quickly to prevent someone from taking the chance to kill Lin Shen. Kong Chuan leapt into the air, charging at Bede like a blue peacock. Bede, with his blood-red pupils slightly stirring, fired his pet gun again, astonishingly releasing 3 Nirvana-level pets. Tian Shen, let's hide in the warehouse for now, hoping your aunt can make it back in time. Lin Shen turned and said to Tian Shen. Okay, Tian Shen nodded, accepting the plan. With the situation unclear and an unknown number of hybrid night ghosts lurking in the dark, he dared not go out and fight. Fortunately, the material used to build the Paradise Palace was extremely durable, and even Ascenders would have a hard time damaging it, let alone Nirvana beings who would need to exert some effort to destroy it. The warehouse beneath Paradise Palace was even more secure, a place difficult for a Nirvana being to breach in a short span of time. It was the only option for shelter now. Everyone, led by Tian Shen, quickly left the room and headed towards the warehouse. Your next journey awaits at Empire outside. The night ghost's pets had reached the front, incessantly battering the doors and windows, enclosing the entire Paradise Palace with various pets. Shortly after they left the room, a life base shattered the window, and an Ascension pet rushed in. The group hurried towards the warehouse as the sound of more windows breaking echoed behind them. Fortunately, Tian Shen did not allow ordinary people to stay overnight in Paradise Palace. It was only their few who resided within. The group hastened all the way to the underground warehouse. Tian Shen took out the keys and opened the warehouse door, ushering everyone inside quickly. As Wei Wufu, who was last, entered, Tian Shen was about to close the door when he suddenly felt a huge force slamming against it. Tian Shen was sent flying by the impact, crashing into Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught Tian Shen with both hands, and like a spinning top, whirled countless times to dissipate the terrifying force from Tian Shen. The warehouse door was wide open, and a familiar figure stepped in first. The old butler, you're a night ghost too. Everyone saw the newcomer's face clearly. It was none other than the always courteous old butler responsible for looking after their daily needs. Although the old butler was not allowed to stay overnight in Paradise Palace, he had the keys to its doors. He was always the last to leave the palace, as well as the first one to arrive each day. Had his pupils not been tinged with red, it would have been very hard to imagine that such a gentlemanly old butler was also a night ghost. There's a lot more that you can't imagine, a woman said, emerging from behind the old butler. She was dressed in white, with long, straight black hair, a delicate face, and well-defined features. She would have been considered beautiful if not for her blood-red eyes. Yi Kong? Lin Shen asked, looking at her. You actually know my name? Yi Kong's face changed slightly. Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you have 2 sisters named Yi Yue and Yi Yun. Did they not come? Lin Shen said to Yi Kong indifferently. Yi Kong fixed her gaze on Lin Shen, and after a long while she sneered coldly. You're trying to scare me, but it's useless. Today all of you will certainly become vassals of my clan of night ghosts. From what you're saying, it seems you don't want to kill us? Lin Shen asked. Killing you brings no benefit to us. Besides, you're the dean of the Celestial Master Institute. If you don't return, it will only cause more trouble for us, Yi Kong said as she stepped toward Lin Shen. Her red lips parted slightly, and her ghostly, elusive singing voice drifted from her lips. Everyone suddenly felt their minds go fuzzy, as if they were drunk. Dong, 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 dong! Wei Wufu struck his wooden fish, immediately clearing the minds of the people by quite a bit. Yi Kong was unfazed and continued to approach Lin Shen and the others, her ghostly singing voice never stopping. As she came closer, the sound of Wei Wufu's wooden fish seemed to lose its effect, and everyone felt their clarity slipping away, as if they were so sleepy that they could barely keep their eyes open. Screw this, Tianxin cursed, trying to take action, but she couldn't even lift her arm. It was like when someone is extremely tired, and no matter how much they try to wake themselves up, their body simply won't move. Back off, or I'll kill her. Lin Shen's adaptability was clearly much stronger than Tianxin's. The evolution theory ran wildly within his body. He had one hand on the acupoint constricted Ye Xing and held the light sword transformed from the inheritance fan against Ye Xing's neck. Oh, you can actually resist my lullaby. You indeed are different. No wonder people like Tianxun fancy you, and even a tyrant like the Heavenly Emperor would choose you for the dean position of the Celestial Master Institute. Yi Kong stopped singing and said with interest as she looked at Lin Shen. Glad you know that, said Lin Shen coldly. I'm quite satisfied with you. Once you become a hybrid night ghost, you should be the most outstanding amongst our clan, Yi Kong said with a smile. However, her smile was too sinister to be likable. Why should I become a hybrid night ghost? Lin Shen asked, pretending to be curious. There's no use in buying time. We've lured Tianxun to the giant god mausoleum, and she's trapped inside and can't get out for a while. No one can save you. Yi Kong saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said indifferently. Whether she comes back or not, I don't believe you'd disregard Ye Xing's life, Lin Shen said expressionless. These child's play threats are too childish. Ye Kong's blood-red eyes swept over the faces of Lin Shen and the others, finally resting on Lin Miao's face. She said lightly, you can kill Ye Xing if you like. If you do that, everyone here except for you will die, including your sister. If you release Ye Xing, I promise you, I won't harm any of them. We'll just turn them into night ghosts. The choice of life or death is yours. If you're going to kill, then do it now. After speaking, Yi Kong gave orders to the old butler beside her. Kill them all, leaving only Tian alive will be enough. As you command. The old butler's body ignited with a strange glow, clearly being of the nirvana level. Why didn't anyone tell me that this old butler was also a nirvana being? Lin Shen asked Tianxin. How should I know what you don't know? Tianxin summoned the despairing heartless angel, already preparing to fight to the death. Life and death lie in a moment of your thought. This is your last chance, Yi Kong said coldly as she watched Lin Shen. Keep the chance for yourself, a chilly voice rose within the warehouse. Chapter 453, Crushing Nerns. The gazes of everyone present involuntarily shifted into the warehouse, where they saw the wall inside slowly lowering, revealing yet another secret chamber behind it. In the secret chamber, all sorts of rare treasures and exotic wonders were displayed, each one a rarity, but no one paid any attention to these marvels. Amidst the pile of riches sat a red velvet armchair for one, and an elegant woman with the grace of an angel was seated upon it. Her long legs clad in stockings were crossed, and she was holding a jelly stick, savoring it with relish. Little Aunt, Tianxun, Tianxin, and Lin Shen exclaimed almost simultaneously, both filled with surprise and delight. Tianxun, weren't you trapped in the giant god mausoleum? Ye Kong said gravely, staring at Tianxun. If you hadn't been lured into the mausoleum and trapped inside, how would you all have jumped out? Tianxun, holding the jelly stick in hand, said with a smile, You've planned well, but sadly your layout was slightly flawed. Now, Paradise Island is about to fall, and your arrangement has been of no use, Ye Kong replied, unflustered as she still held the upper hand. The situation outside was completely under control. Taking Paradise Island was only a matter of time. Read New Adventures at Empire. Here, there was only Tianxun, a Nirvana being, and she and the old butler were both Nirvana beings. 2 against 1, they still had the advantage. After hearing Ye Kong's words, Tianxun chuckled derisively. Ye Kong, you are truly pitiable and lamentable. But I can't blame you. After the Night Ghost tribe fled to Giant Ringstar and hid like rats for so many years, you surely lost touch with the vastness of this world, and becoming a frog in a well was inevitable. Tianxun, what exactly are you trying to say? Don't tell me you still have reinforcements. Nobody on Giant Ringstar can help you. Right now, the entire planet cannot use teleporters. One can neither enter nor leave. The An family and the Chi family are too preoccupied with their own troubles to even think about coming to your aid, Yi Kong stated. Do I need to spell it out any clearer? Only the weak need arrangements. Do you need to scheme and strategize to kill an ant? Of course not. You kill it however you wish. You just need to lure the ant out of its hole, Tianxun said indifferently, arrogant and conceited. What use is your verbal skill when today your defeat is already sealed? With those words, a black carapace appeared on Yi Kong, and at the same time she stretched out her hand and a black and red base materialized in her grip. She lightly plucked the strings, and the deep sound waves instantly made everyone feel as though their hearts were struck by a heavy hammer, forcing them to involuntarily cover their chests, their blood churning and a sweetness filling their mouths. Almost simultaneously, the old butler summoned a night sword and raised it to strike at Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen and the rest quickly retreated, as they were currently unable to withstand the onslaught of two Nirvana beings. As he retreated, Lin Shen was gathering his strength, knowing that Tian Shun, facing two opponents, would inevitably suffer a disadvantage. His inheritance fan and the mutated Jade Linglong could well assist Tian Shun. If push came to shove, he could even manage to hold one off on his own. With his current capabilities, plus the halo accumulated from sacrifice to heaven, it might be difficult to defeat a Nirvana being, but buying some time should not be a problem. Kneel down. Facing the assault of Ye Kong and the old butler, Tian Shun didn't even make an attempt to rise from the armchair. Instead, she sat there, her long legs wrapped in stockings and crossed, still holding the jelly stick, and said coldly to the two, "Thump." The unbelievable happened. The formidable old butler and Ye Kong actually heeded Tian Shun's words and knelt directly on the ground. Ye Kong knelt there, her eyes widened to the extreme, her blood-red pupils contracting, her face filled with disbelief. The old butler looked even paler, lacking any hint of color, and struggled to stand up. But no matter how hard they tried, their bodies shaking violently, their legs just couldn't straighten. Ye Kong suddenly pressed his hands against the ground, trying to lift his body using the strength of his arms. "Does kneeling feel uncomfortable? Then lie down," Tian Shun said with a lightness in her voice. Ye Kong's hands, which were pressing against the floor, twisted as if broken, and his body contorted awkwardly as he fell face first onto the ground, creating a dent in the metal floor. The old butler also lay sprawled out on the ground, unable to struggle to his feet. Lin Shen watched, dumbfounded. Although he had always known Tian Shun was powerful, she seldom displayed her dominant side when they were together. This led him to gradually lose himself and see Tian Shun as just a beautiful, wealthy woman, overlooking the fact that she was a hybrid celestial with a seat in the celestial court. Even pure-blood celestials like Ch401 and An 11-7, who were close to the top 100 Nirvana beings in the Chi and in families, did not have the qualifications for a seat in the celestial court. This put into perspective just how strong Tian Shun was. Watching the two people struggling on the ground, Tian Shun finally stood up, walked slowly to their side, and without even glancing at them, walked right past, casually saying, "My sweetheart, I'll leave them to you." Lin Shen then came to his senses, rushed to the two men and forcefully pressed down on their acupoints, sealing them on the spot. With Lin Shen's current strength, if he released his finger strength at full burst, even Nirvana beings would find it difficult to avoid acupoint sealing if unprepared. Ye Kong and the old butler, completely powerless to resist, were thus sealed by Lin Shen. "Wei, keep an eye on them. I'm going to take a look outside." Lin Shen followed after her, curious to see how Tian Shun would handle the chaos on Paradise Island. Tian Shun and the others also hurried out. By the time they reached the entrance to Paradise Palace, the hybrid night ghosts and various pets they encountered lay in bizarre and absurd poses all over the place. Outside Paradise Palace, Tian Shun, radiating a holy light, had risen into the air. Her jade armor was so immaculately holy that it seemed unstained by any dust, and behind her, pairs of angel's wings unfolded. The halo above her head made her seem like an angel out of legend. Tian Shun raised the angel scepter in her hand, the holy light illuminating the entire island, and her cool voice in an instant spread throughout Paradise Island. "Little kitties, it's time to sleep." The moment the sound fell, Lin Shen and the others witnessed an astonishing scene. All the creatures on the ground and in the sky suddenly fell into slumber. Those on the ground simply collapsed. Pets in battle fell on top of people, lying down to sleep on them. Two people who were wrestling fell asleep as they hugged each other. Creatures and pets that were flying in the sky plummeted like meteors, including those Nirvana beings and their Nirvana pets who were still fighting. The only two who did not fall asleep were Bede and Kung Chuan, though even Bede's pets succumbed to sleep, crashing heavily onto the roofs. Although Bede and Kung Chuan did not fall asleep, their eyelids were battling heavily, looking like they could drop asleep at any moment. Golden light surged around Bede as he turned to flee from Paradise Island. Tian Shun glanced at Bede and said coldly, "Bede, come down here." "Ah!" With a scream, Bede plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground. Chapter 454, Taking Advantage of a Crisis to Loot. Crushed, this is absolute domination. "The power gap between Nirvana beings is bigger than I imagined," Lin Shen said, his scalp tingling. Bede, who could fight against Kung Chuan, just fell like that. "This woman is terrifying," Lin Shen muttered to himself apprehensively. He had been fooled by Tian Shun's seemingly gentle and wealthy appearance, but now he suddenly realized that Tian Shun was not quite what he had imagined. Just a word and a Nirvana-level powerhouse knelt down, and she even had the ability to make people speak the truth involuntarily. If he ever displeased Tian Shun one day, the outcome would be unimaginable. "What are you dawdling for? Control all the night ghosts." Tian Shun glanced at Lin Shen and the others, casually saying. Lin Shen felt as if his limbs were not responding to his command, finding himself rushing out involuntarily. Similarly, Tian Shen and the others, without any control over their will, burst out from the Paradise Palace and charged toward those sleeping night ghosts. "Sorry, I forgot to hold back," Tian Shun said with a smile. Instantly, Lin Shen felt his body return to normal, his brain seemingly under his own command again. Without daring to say another word, Lin Shen hurriedly ran over, first used acupoint sealing on Bede to control him, then proceeded to seal other Nirvana beings. All of them had their eyes closed, and he didn't know which one was the hybrid night ghost, so he sealed them all. Tian Shen wasn't as gentle, though. The heartless angel transformed into a flurry of feathers, severing the limbs and tendons of those night ghosts. After getting everyone inside the room, Tian Shen then reined in her power. Upon returning to Paradise Palace, she said to Kong Chuan, "I need to step out with the chief of the Heavenly Institute. Leave this place to you and Tian Shen. Make sure no one finds out we were gone." "Dean, Skystar Lord, rest assured," Kong Chuan nodded. Tian Shen grabbed Lin Shen and flew into the sky. Under that terrifying speed, Lin Shen felt his body pressed forcefully against Tian Shen, unable to separate even an inch. Only when Tian Shen landed did Lin Shen realize they had arrived near the Ch401 castle. The situation here was just as dire, with the battle still raging on. The seas were tumultuous with the collision of horrifying powers, causing wave after wave of massive tsunamis. "You're here. Could it be that you want?" Lin Shen stared at Tian Shen in a daze, unsure if she was thinking the same thing as him. Previously, he had wanted to discuss this matter with Tian Shen, but she had not returned. "Don't you think the same?" Tian Shen's gaze met Lin Shen's, and there was an immediate sense of tacit understanding. "How shall we begin?" Without any need for further words, Lin Shen asked directly, "Let them fight. We'll go sweep the place clean. Don't use your night glow flower. Just follow me," Tian Shen said, holding onto Lin Shen's hand and sneaking toward the castle. The power of the night tried to infiltrate Lin Shen's body, but was repelled by the strength coming from Tian Shen's fingers. The two sneaked into the castle. Inside, battles raged everywhere, but Tian Shen seemed to know the place like the back of her hand, avoiding all conflicts. Occasionally someone stumbled upon them, but before they could see anything clearly, they were knocked out. Soon, the two passed through many obstacles and reached the secret warehouse Ch401 had built underneath the castle. Lin Shen was curious how Tian Shen knew the location of the secret warehouse. But then it occurred to him, what secrets could possibly be kept from Tian Shen, who possessed the devout blazing angel? Unfortunately, Tian Shen did not have the key to open the warehouse, so they had to use brute force to break the warehouse door open. Lin Shen watched as Tian Shen pulled out a knife-shaped spirit base with a blade that still shimmered with light, indicating that it was a spirit base of a nirvana being. The edge of the blade was incredibly sharp. It took only a few strikes to slice through the Nirvana-level material-made gate that was over a meter thick. After the two entered the warehouse, Lin Shen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He had thought that the resources he had desperately bargained for from Ch401 were already extremely valuable. But compared to the items here, those resources were simply insignificant. Every single item here was a top grade among the top grade. Ch401 had been developing the ocean for many years, and he wouldn't have stored anything less than the finest in his secret warehouse. "Stop staring. Let's take everything back with us and pick slowly," Tian Shen said. "How are we going to take all this back?" Lin Shen glanced around and roughly estimated that, although there weren't many items, moving them all would require an extended cargo truck. "Put all the items inside," Tian Shen commanded as she summoned a shell-like pet capsule, which was initially the size of a palm. After using a skill, however, its body grew to the size of a house. The two began to move items and completely emptied the entire secret warehouse. Tian Shen gestured with her hand, and the shell-like pet capsule gradually shrank before returning to her hand. "Let's go to An 117's place. I hope we're not too late," Tian Shen said as she pulled Lin Shen along. The battle outside continued with the Nirvana being's sea battle causing fearful waves. The turbulent waters created huge swells, and in the darkness of the night it was unclear who the combatants were. However, Lin Shen heard a peculiar sound of a musical instrument, similar to a piano but slightly different. Not being knowledgeable about music, he couldn't discern what instrument it was. After leaving the castle, Tian Shen took Lin Shen straight to An 117's, where the fighting was even more ferocious than at Ch401's. Tian Shen didn't pay any attention to the combatants. Instead, stealthily led Lin Shen into the city and located An 117's secret warehouse once more. Lin Shen thought he had been ruthless enough, but he found Tian Shen to be even more so. An 117's secret warehouse was plundered by her without leaving a single strand of hair behind. Once the great heist was completed, Tian Shen took Lin Shen back to Paradise Island, showing no interest in meddling with the ongoing battle. During that battle, Lin Shen heard the sound of percussion instruments and guessed that it might be Ye or Yeyun involved, though he couldn't be sure which one. After the two quietly returned to the Paradise Palace, Tian Shen first made herself known and dealt with some matters on Paradise Island. Then, she took Lin Shen to her room, where they dumped out all the looted goods, which piled up everywhere like small hills. Lin Shen was dazzled by the colorful array of high-level items, many of which he had never seen or heard of before. Read new chapters at Empire. Among the things he recognized, there were several Nirvana eggs, a few reincarnation ashes, and some Nirvana-level pet capsules. "Pick a few for yourself, and we'll offer the rest to the Heavenly Emperor," Tian Shen said, much to Lin Shen's surprise. "I've already obtained the resources the Heavenly Emperor needs. The mission is complete." "Keep these for yourself," Lin Shen replied, staring blankly at Tian Shen. Tian Xun picked up an item and tossed it to Lin Shen, her smile beaming. Simply completing the mission isn't enough. As an outsider wanting to establish a foothold among the celestial race, you only have two paths to choose from. You have no chance of taking the path of the celestial court, and it's not suited to your temperament. So, make the most of your promising career as a pet official, my little lover. Chapter 455. Picking up treasures. I think so too. Lin Shen felt that Tian Xun made a lot of sense. Having him act as a diligent, hard-working, upright, and incorruptible official, Lin Shen thought that he definitely couldn't do it. Although he wasn't bad, living like that was too exhausting, and he didn't like being too tired. Moreover, this was the celestial race, not a human kingdom, and there was even less necessity for it. Of course, he also didn't want to be a pet official, but there wasn't a better option right now, so he could only muddle along for the time being. Aren't pet officials supposed to be more greedy? Why would you hand all this over? Lin Shen still didn't quite understand. In his impression, weren't pet officials supposed to be like Wei Xiaobao who took all the meat for themselves, leaving only some soup for the emperor? Tian Xun explained. You think pet officials eat the meat and leave the soup for the heavenly emperor? That's a big mistake. The kind you're talking about is not a pet official, but a power minister, loyal minister, or manipulative minister. Regardless of who they are, they're definitely not pet officials. What kind of people can enter the celestial court? Most of them are nobility from large families. If they have great power, whose interests do you think they represent? It goes without saying for power ministers, they won't share money with the heavenly emperor. The so-called loyal ministers, like those from the Qi, An, and Tian families, also have many among them, but like with the development of Giant Ring Star, the three families can get a lot of money, yet asking them to give a little more to the heavenly emperor would make them so pained. If the heavenly emperor proposes in the celestial court that they should give up a little more, I can assure you, those so-called loyal ministers from the three families would stand up against the emperor's proposal. This routine doesn't suit you, so you can only be a pet official. Why would the heavenly emperor favor you? Because no one else will give him money, you're the only one who does, so whom else would he favor? Lin Shen suddenly felt enlightened. I see. But if all the money I make goes to the heavenly emperor, then I won't benefit myself, so what's the point of being a pet official? I told you to hand it over, but I didn't say you couldn't take money, Tian Xun analyzed for Lin Shen bit by bit. Don't think the heavenly emperor only knows how to waste the family wealth. To ascend to the position of heavenly emperor, he didn't rely on wasteful skills. How much have we gotten from the Chai and An families, and how much have they lost? The heavenly emperor is probably very clear about it. You could choose not to hand it over, but if you don't, you'd be no different from the other ministers. If you hand it over, then you might become the confidant of the heavenly emperor. Usually, the heavenly emperor won't make you work for nothing. You're just handing things over to the heavenly emperor, showing your attitude. He will still give you a portion. After all, you'll need money to develop your manpower and influence for the work you'll do for the heavenly emperor in the future, and he understands this better than anyone. Since the heavenly emperor is so clear about it, if I pick the best items from here, won't the heavenly emperor hold a grudge in his heart? Lin Shen pondered. On the contrary, if you're not greedy at all, the heavenly emperor will suspect whether you have hidden other greater benefits. Why would you not be greedy? Is such a person reliable? Can he be controlled? Tian Xun continued to explain with a smile. If you're greedy and the heavenly emperor knows what you covet, he could deal with you any time, and that actually allows him to rest easy. Continue reading at Empire. That makes sense, my treasure. You really are my wise partner. Lin Shen hurriedly delivered a compliment, then asked with a smile, My treasure, what do you think I should pick? You naturally should pick the best. Tian Xun pointed to the item she had just given Lin Shen and said, Do you like this? What is this? Lin Shen looked at the object in his hand, unable even to recognize what it was. The object was a square little box, about the size of a contact lens case, made entirely of some kind of crystal. This thing is not simple. It's a rare item called a spatial storing device, made by using some Nirvana-level materials with space attributes and then crafted by a Nirvana being with space strength. Because the materials are rare and people with space strength are hard to find, the output is very low, Tian Xun said. You mean this is the legendary space item? Lin Shen's eyes lit up at once. He had only seen such things in the myths and novels of his homeland and never expected that someone could actually manufacture them. Exactly. Spatial storing devices come in many types. Those made from Nirvana-level materials can typically only hold a little and would be good to have a space of 1 cubic meter. The ones made from immortal-level materials can have about the size of a room, although some are like small bungalows and others like large villas. Tian Xun pointed at the back of the spatial storing device and said, I took a look just now and noticed the mark of the Bei Si clan. The Bei Si clan specials in producing space attribute powerhouses, and it's rare for their spatial storing devices to hit the market. I didn't expect that Ch401 actually had one, don't know where he got it from. Tian Xun taught Lin Shen how to use it. Lin Shen initially thought the box itself was the spatial storing device, but then Tian Xun told him the box was a charger. To use the spatial storing device, energy is required, so it needed to be charged with the box before it could be used. Inside the box was the spatial storing device, a small item embedded inside the box that looked like a black crystal bullet. The inside of the box had some data, and after Tianxun took a look, she said this spatial storing device had more space than expected, a premium among premiums. If converted into cubic meters, it would be about 10,000 cubic meters in size. Not having a clear concept of space size, Lin Shen received an example from Tianxun. It was roughly equivalent to 6 or 7 three-story villas. Tianxun demonstrated how to use the spatial storing device, and it wasn't quite like Lin Shen had imagined. Although not overly complicated, it wasn't as simple as just picking up items to put in or take out. Tianxun held the bullet-like spatial storing device, aimed the tip at something, and pressed the back end. Rings of light illuminated the casing, and ultimately the bullet tip lit up too, firing a beam of light that struck the object. Upon contact with the light beam, the object started to shrink rapidly and was pulled toward the spatial storing device before being absorbed into the bullet. There's a number on it. Each item you intake will have a number. When you want to take it out, you just need to activate it by the number. Each time you intake or extract an item, it consumes energy. This charger can provide about 10 uses of the spatial storing device, after which you will have to recharge the box. Tianxun returned the spatial storing device to Lin Shen. This is so complicated. Lin Shen felt disappointed. It was much less convenient than he had expected, and it even required charging. Unless you possess space abilities yourself, that's how complicated using space items will be with the current level of technology, Tianxun said with a laugh. Come on, let's take a good look again. Let's see what other good stuff these two have collected. Chapter 456, Tyrant Ch401 and An 1117 had collected too many good things, including over a dozen Nirvana-level pet eggs, and these were not ordinary Nirvana-level pet eggs, but the variant kind. So many ascenders would bust their heads open for these items if they were put up for sale. Nevertheless, Tianxun suggested to Lin Shen not to take these items. Lin Shen couldn't use Nirvana-level pet eggs at the moment, nor was it appropriate for him to use them for his Nirvana. He could obtain them on his own strength after his Nirvana without the need to keep them. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't take too many items. If this wasn't a concern, who would think these good things were too numerous? There were also many spirit bases from the Nirvana creatures that Lin Shen couldn't use either. Ascenders, lacking the power of Nirvana, couldn't activate these spirit bases. All the other various items were also the best of the best, primarily Nirvana-level items, dazzling Lin Shen. This pet launcher, I seem to remember it, Tianxun said, taking a pet launcher out from inside. Lin Shen was not impressed and continued his search for treasures among the items. I remember now, this pet launcher is the personal sidearm tyrants that the furious king of the Demon tribe used since he was young. How did it end up here? Tianxun was growing more and more surprised. This is the king's sidearm? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised, but that was all. The essence of a pet launcher was still contingent on one's own strength to activate it. Even if this was an immortal-level pet gun, he couldn't activate nor use it if it was beyond his capability. And he didn't have an immortal-level pet capsule either. If a lower-level pet capsule was inserted, even if it could be activated, the capsule itself wouldn't withstand the firing power. Therefore, for Lin Shen, a pet gun was merely a means for rapid pet deployment and wasn't of much use. It should be Tyrant, but it can't fully be considered the Furious King's sidearm, as this pet gun was used by the Furious King before he ascended to his kingship. After that, he switched to another one, Tianxun said. Tianxun tossed Tyrant to Lin Shen. This is a good item. You gave me the Angel Revolver for my nephew. You keep this one for yourself. Can I use this? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. Yes, you can. Tyrant was crafted by the pet gun manufacturing master of the Demon tribe, tailored specifically for the Furious King. It's unknown what special materials and secret techniques were used, but it can be used from the base mutation level all the way to Nirvana level without becoming outdated. It's said to have an impressive firing speed of 1,000, a rare pet gun that's uniformly usable across all levels, explained Tianxun. 1,000 firing speed, usable across all levels. Lin Shen's eyes sparkled instantly, and he quickly loaded a pet capsule into it, eager to try it out. Bang! Lin Shen pulled the trigger and found it to be much lighter than he expected, hardly needing any effort. Yet, the pet capsule was launched at an unimaginably high speed. Lin Shen only saw a blur before his eyes as the pet capsule, not even having time to transform into a pet in mid-air, smashed directly against the wall, shattering to pieces. The pet capsule was just an ordinary crystal-base level item, but due to its incredible speed, it still left a shallow dent on the wall. It's so fast, Lin Shen was both shocked and overjoyed. This pet gun was simply perfect for 7 steps of conflict. With a speed of 1,000, even if he used all his skills, he couldn't reach such speed. Stable, no need to fear being unable to escape from strong enemies in the future. Lin Shen was extremely delighted inside, fondling Tyrant, and almost unable to put it down. The gun was ash gray, and its design was somewhat like a desert eagle with a scope attached, but it was a bit larger than a desert eagle. Baby, help me take a look, see if there's anything good left inside. Lin Shen put away the Tyrant. There's too much stuff, take your time to look. Tianxun continued searching through the treasure. As Lin Shen searched as well, the death powder coiled around him suddenly shot out from his body, its front end enlarging dramatically, and it swallowed something in one gulp. Lin Shen hadn't even seen clearly what it had swallowed before the deed was done. However, considering that the nearby items were all spirit base, it must have swallowed a spirit base. This thing is getting greedier and greedier. Lin Shen reached out and pulled the death powder back. The death powder shrank back to its normal size, and after Lin Shen pulled it back, it didn't coil around him again. Instead, it tried to burrow into Lin Shen's backpack. Could it be that it's about to evolve again and is planning to do so inside my backpack? Lin Shen thought about it and felt something was off. Suddenly, Lin Shen was startled and quickly reached into his backpack to pull out the sleeping Fei-Zai fatty. He suspected the death powder was trying to sneak attack and consume Fei-Zai, and that was something he could not allow. The death powder had already burrowed into the backpack with no interest in Fei-Zai. That's not right. Fatty looks harmless, but in reality, he's very powerful. He's probably already at nirvana level. There's no way death powder could swallow him. Lin Shen realized his mistake, but it was already too late. He pulled out the death powder and checked the contents of the backpack, his expression changing slightly. The reincarnation ashes of the true extreme slaying evil divine light were gone. The death powder's body started glowing with a purple light, which quickly enveloped its entire body in purple radiance, and flames of light rose from it. Your pet is about to achieve nirvana, Tian Xun said with interest as he looked at the death powder wrapped in purple flames. It seems that it's using the reincarnation ashes of the true extreme slaying evil divine light for its nirvana. Its attack power must become incredibly strong. It's a pity that you can't achieve nirvana yet, so for the time being, you can't make use of it. Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Lin Shen felt the same way. Death powder was his main combat pet, and he didn't mind giving it the reincarnation ashes. But the creature had only recently ascended, and Lin Shen had yet to use it in battle. Now, before it even demonstrated any strength, it was about to achieve nirvana again. If it achieved nirvana, and Lin Shen hadn't, he still wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Shen seriously suspected that it was deliberately biding its time to avoid making an effort. Luckily, using the reincarnation ashes for nirvana didn't carry much risk. With death powder's abilities, nirvana would undoubtedly be successful, so Lin Shen didn't need to worry. Its nirvana will take a long time. Let's continue looking for stuff. Tian Xun went on searching through the pile of items. There's an ascension egg here, Tian Xun pointed out, referring to a pet egg. The two of them collected nirvana eggs. Ascension eggs are almost useless to them. To have set aside this particular ascension egg, there must be something special about it. You should take it and hatch it. You might find it useful. Chapter 457 Stone Tablet. Lin Shen took the ascension egg and put it in his backpack. Anyway, he couldn't tell what kind of pet it was, and could only wait until it hatched to find out. Lin Shen himself didn't know what to choose, so he simply sat there waiting for Tian Xun to select for him. In a short while, Tian Xun had picked out another item, which turned out to be a book. Why did you choose a book? Is it some kind of powerful evolution skill? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. No, Tian Xun shook his head and said with a strange expression. This book records some matters related to the giant god clan. No wonder I felt something off about Ch401 earlier. He seems to have some understanding of the giant god mausoleum. I thought he had sneaked in before, but it turns out this is the reason. Let me see what else is written in this book. You go and pick a few things for yourself. Lin Shen had to pick out items by himself. Seeing that there were many boxes still unopened, he went on to open them one by one and looked at their contents. Enjoy new stories from Empire. Many of the boxes contained medicinal potions, but unfortunately, most of them were unlabeled and their use was unknown. To Lin Shen's surprise, he actually found promissory notes written in the name of the Celestial Master Institute, addressed to Ch401 and N117. These two guys are really unlucky, such a small hold, yet I brought it back with me. Lin Shen said as he crumpled the two promissory notes into ashes with his hand. Lin Shen was rummaging through the boxes on one side, and whenever he encountered something he didn't recognize, he would ask Tian Xun, who was reading beside him. Tian Xun started by answering casually, but later his expression became very serious, as if he couldn't hear Lin Shen speaking at all, focused on the content of the book. The fatty that he had just pulled out jumped onto his shoulder, curiously watching Lin Shen as he picked and chose. Lin Shen opened another box, which was full of books. He browsed through some of them at random. They were all various evolution skills and skills. They appeared to be high-grade items, perhaps a collection of rare and handwritten copies by N117. I wonder if I could keep these books for Yun to study slowly, and once learned, they could be passed on to me, Lin Shen said, turning his head to look at Tian Xun, wanting to ask if they could keep the books. These books could later be copied and taken back to the home planet, which would be of great help to the humans there. We're in trouble. Tian Xun suddenly closed the book and let out a sigh. What happened? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. This book was passed down by the Giant God Clan. Originally, this ancient race, the Giant God Clan, did not originate from the Giant Ring Star. They discovered it later. Due to some reasons, after the decline of the Giant God Clan, the remaining members moved to settle on the Giant Ring Star. They thought that they could live here peacefully with the special environment of the Giant Ring Star, but they attracted a catastrophe because they discovered the utmost darkness domain, Tian Xun said gravely. The utmost darkness domain, isn't that the place mentioned by Yi Kong? Didn't Yi Kong say that the Little Wine Emperor turned it into a trial ground? Is there a problem with it? Lin Shen thought for a moment and then spoke. The problem is huge. Precisely because it was altered by the Little Wine Emperor. That's why the situation is so dire, Tian Shen said, emphasizing each word. That place isn't some mutated Nirvana land at all, but an immortal land, which the Little Wine Emperor forcibly transformed into a Nirvana land. Immortal land, could it be, that place was once capable of nurturing undying creatures? Lin Shen asked in surprise. Not only in the past, but it can still do the same now, Tian Shen said, somewhat helplessly. The Little Wine Emperor, by transforming the immortal land into a mutated Nirvana land, its specifics unknown, most likely did something like that. But if the place altered by the Little Wine Emperor is destroyed, the immortal land within will inevitably start nurturing undying creatures again, and by then, we might end up like the giant god clan, annihilated. The giant god clan discovered back then that the utmost darkness domain was an immortal land, recklessly aimed to exploit the undying creatures within, but not only did they not succeed, they also triggered a dark age lasting thousands of years, leading to the complete extermination of the entire giant god clan, Tian Shen continued. This book was found from Ch401, and now with the perpetual darkness and giant ring star unable to recover its light, it's probably because he's targeting the immortal land, triggering the descent of darkness again. Chen Xun voiced his concern. If Giant Ring Star remained shrouded in darkness, nobody would be able to survive here for long, and with the teleporter inoperable, no one could leave Giant Ring Star, and they would all be trapped here to die. Does Ch401 know that the immortal land has been altered by the Little Wine Emperor? Lin Shen pondered and asked. Theoretically, he shouldn't know, since this book from the Giant God Clan doesn't record anything about the Little Wine Emperor altering the utmost darkness domain, and my conclusion is also based on information from the Night Ghost Tribe. Tian Xun paused and then added, Ch401 shouldn't have any connection with the Night Ghost Tribe, otherwise they wouldn't have attacked his castle. Lin Shen thought this made sense, but he felt something wasn't quite right. If Ch401 wasn't aware that the utmost darkness domain had been altered, then how did he enter the utmost darkness domain and destroy the Little Wine Emperor's changes? Tian Shen felt that Lin Shen had indeed pointed out an issue, as a place altered by the Little Wine Emperor wouldn't be so easily destroyed. Could it have something to do with Ye Ya? Lin Shen relayed the incident of being chased by Ye Ya upon his return. I suspect that Ye Ya was sent by Ch401, and could that Ye Ya also be a member of the Night Ghost Tribe? I feel like he's much more formidable than Ye Kong and the others. Lin Shen expressed his thoughts. Makes sense. Let's bring Ye Kong over and ask her, then we'll know. You keep picking out items here, I'll be back in a bit. Tian Xun didn't waste words, he got up and left the room. Lin Shen had no choice but to continue picking items by himself, putting the box of books aside for now, to ask Tian Xun later if he could keep it, and then went on to open other boxes and crates. What is this thing? Lin Shen opened a small box the size of a palm and saw a stone plaque inside. That thing looked somehow familiar, and on closer inspection, this stone plaque closely resembled the tombstone that Ye Ya had. Or to be more precise, it wasn't just similar, it was essentially a miniature version of the tombstone. Why would Ch401 have something like this? Lin Shen was curious and took the stone plaque out of the box, turning it over in his hands. The more he examined it, the more it seemed to be just like the one Ye Ya had been carrying. This thing is so tiny, does it have the same abilities as that tombstone? Lin Shen was very curious, thinking if he wrote the name of an enemy on this little tombstone, would it also have the power to kill the enemy? Chapter 458, Secret Passage. With the desire to try it out, there was no suitable subject here to experiment with. When Ye Ya used the tombstone before, Wei had seen most of it. It seemed that the artifact needed to be activated first. Then by looking at the opponent and writing down their name, and if the power Wei injected could overpower the opponents, there might be a chance to kill them. The artifact could easily handle weaklings, but its effectiveness against formidable foes was not absolute, though it was not entirely negligible either. Lin Shen could only attempt to activate it, but he harbored little hope for success. If the miniature tombstone was of any use, why would Ch401 have stored it in a warehouse instead of carrying it with him? So it was very likely that even Ch401 could not use it, or it had limited utility. It was unclear which was the case. Lin Shen, holding the little tombstone, channeled his own strength into it, and to his surprise, the little tombstone actually responded. The little tombstone trembled slightly, and blood-red lettering slowly began to appear on its front, as if the writing was formed from blood seeping out of the stone itself. Lin Shen jumped in shock, wondering how his own name had appeared on the tombstone, as he certainly did not wish to commit suicide. Lin Shen quickly ceased channeling his strength, yet the bloody lettering on the tombstone did not stop appearing. The blood writing that kept emerging detailed Lin Shen's date of birth, down to the exact hour, all crystal clear. Lin Shen watched with a pounding heart, but thankfully after the details emerged, they began to fade away and soon disappeared without a trace. Lin Shen, who had prepared for a struggle with death, did not feel any abnormalities with his body. Wait a minute, could it be that this little tombstone and the larger one in Ye Ya's possession are a set? The little tombstone is for checking names and birth details, while the larger one is for killing. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he believed he was right. He scrutinized the little tombstone again for a good while, but couldn't ascertain its true function. What he could confirm was that as long as he infused power into the little tombstone, it would display the user's name and birth details. However, it was practically impossible to have an enemy channel their power into the little tombstone to obtain their name and birth details during a real battle, which seemed somewhat pointless. There must be more to it, I just haven't figured out the right way to use it yet. Lin Shen decided to put away the little tombstone for now, to research it more thoroughly later. There were simply too many treasures here, many of which Lin Shen did not know how to use, and he was unsure how to prioritize them for the time being. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Tian Shun returned, and judging by her expression, she seemed to have made a substantial find, appearing much more cheerful. That Ye, he truly is from the Night Ghost tribe. However, unexpectedly, he is not a pure-blood night ghost, but a hybrid, Tian Shun said. Hybrid? Why do I feel like Ye, that hybrid, is even more formidable than the pure-blood Ye Kong? Lin Shen said with surprise. Baby, I'm not talking about you. You are the most beautiful and most powerful hybrid baby, perfectly inheriting the strengths of both races while avoiding their weaknesses. You are the most perfect woman in the world, Lin Shen's will to survive suddenly surged. Read exclusive chapters at Empire. Tian Shun chuckled. Although Ye is a hybrid night ghost, he's a bit different from the ordinary hybrids. It wasn't a pure-blood night spectre that turned him into a hybrid, but he himself actively extracted the bloodline of a pure-blood night spectre, turning himself into a hybrid night ghost. The pure-blood Night Spectre, whose bloodline he extracted, was an elder of the Night Ghost tribe, and he is not controlled by pure-blood Night Spectres. You could say that Ye, the hybrid Night Ghost, is actually the arch-enemy of the Night Ghost tribe. However, his luck wasn't very good. Just after he became a hybrid Night Ghost, the Night Ghost tribe was annihilated by a coalition of races, and he, as a hybrid Night Ghost, was also hunted by all races. He was grievously injured and fled to Giant Ringstar. Other races wanted to kill him, and the Night Ghost tribe wanted to kill him as well. He was even ambushed by the surviving members of the Night Ghost tribe on Giant Ringstar and almost got killed. In fact, the Night Ghost tribe thought that Ye had died in that battle, which also cost the remaining pure-blood Night Spectres most of their numbers, leaving only Ye Xing and 3 others. So, the Night Ghost tribe holds a deep grudge against Ye as well, and they are not on the same side. That makes sense, Lin Shen mused. Ye Kong and the others plan to turn everyone into hybrid night ghosts to completely control Giant Ringstar. Ye probably doesn't know about this. He's teamed up with Ch401, probably eyeing the utmost darkness domain. Both sides are unaware of each other's actions, and by some twist of fate, they collided. By now, Ye and his group should have left the seaside castle and gone to the utmost darkness domain, right? Most of it is correct, Tian Shun paused, then continued. Ye and Ch401 should have gone to the utmost darkness domain, but the home base was attacked by the Night Ghost tribe. No wonder the situation at the Chi family was so bad when we went there last time. However, the darkness falling wasn't their doing, but the work of Ye Kong and the others to conveniently rescue Ye Xing, which is also part of the functionality of this trial site. The Little Wine Emperor's reconstruction hasn't been tampered with. Another thing you guessed wrong, Ye Kong and the others knew making such a big commotion would be hard to go unnoticed, so they never intended to control Giant Ringstar. They planned to raid it and then leave Giant Ringstar after rescuing Ye Xing. Leave Giant Ringstar? Would they be willing to give up the benefits of the utmost darkness domain? Lin Shen asked in astonishment. Here's the good news. Ye Kong and her group have studied and explored the utmost darkness domain for many years, and they know it like the back of their hands. They just waited until today to rescue Ye Xing and send her to Nirvana in the utmost darkness domain to gain the Little Wine Emperor's inheritance. Then they will leave Giant Ringstar, Tian Shun said with a smile. I have already obtained the secret passage into the utmost darkness domain from Ye Kong. If we take Ye Xing and Ye Kong with us, we should still make it in time. Why take them with us? Can't we go by ourselves? Taking them along, if there's anything we've overlooked, we can ask them on the spot to avoid any accidents, Tian Shun said. There's no time to delay. Let's hurry and get there before Ye and Ch401 and get the Little Wine Emperor's inheritance first. Lin Shen had Wei and Kong Chuan stay to guard Paradise Island to avoid further incidents, and then he and Chen Shun, escorting Ye Xing and Ye Kong, headed for the utmost darkness domain. The group arrived at the edge of the utmost darkness domain. They did not take the official route into the domain, but entered the trial site's deepest part directly through a secret passage that Ye Kong and her group had dug out. Tian Sun had a humanoid Nirvana pet carry the Lamp of Life and Death in front, while Lin Shen carried the acupoint-sealed Ye Kong and Ye Xing in the middle. This tunnel doesn't seem to be man-made, does it? Lin Shen observed the tunnel as they walked. Many parts of the tunnel were clearly naturally formed, with rocks that were as dark as obsidian and their surfaces as smooth as pebbles. Most of it is naturally formed. They just utilized this natural underground cavern and dug out a small part of it. With their abilities, even if they wanted to directly pierce through the utmost darkness domain to reach the central area, a few hundred more years would still not be enough time, Ch401 explained. As they conversed, the cavern ahead came to an end, and a dark underground river appeared in front of the four of them. Chapter 459, Artificial Galaxy. Lin Shen summoned a pet similar to a devilfish, and the four of them rode downstream on the back of the devilfish. The black underground river widened increasingly, and as the river expanded, Ch401's devilfish pet also grew in size, making the space more and more spacious. Lin Shen placed Ye Xing and Ye Kong on the back of the fish, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ch401, checking out their surroundings. The humanoid pet was holding the lamp of life and death, flying ahead of them, its light illuminating the nearby area. However, as the river widened, the light from the lamp of life and death could no longer reach the riverbanks, and all around them were turbulent black waves. Lin Shen took out the nightglow flower, hoping to see farther, but the result was the same. He couldn't see anything and had no idea how wide the Blackwater River actually was. The river's waves grew fiercer and even began to swell into waves, as if they were ocean waves. This gave Lin Shen the illusion that they were no longer in a river, but rather a lone boat in an endless ocean. Fortunately, the devilfish had grown large enough, the size of a basketball court, so the wind and waves couldn't harm it. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Lin Shen felt as if several hours had already gone by, yet when he checked the time, less than an hour had passed since they had entered the river. "Darling, something seems off here. Why do I feel like the waves are getting bigger?" Lin Shen said with a frown, as black waves, some 10 meters high, crashed against the devilfish, splashing water onto him. Hearing this, Tianxun summoned the devout seraph and then restored Ye Kong's ability to speak. "You don't need to waste any more energy. I can tell you directly that we are still in the river, but that won't be the case for long," Ye Kong said, without waiting for Tianxun to use the devout seraph to ask. "Go on," Tianxun said indifferently. "No matter how I describe it, it will be hard to capture what you're about to see." "We're almost there. You should see it for yourselves." Ye Kong just finished speaking when the devilfish suddenly dipped, startling Lin Shen. Thankfully, the devilfish was not just large. As a nirvana-level creature, it simply took flight, gliding slowly through the air. Lin Shen and the others suddenly saw a bright light, realizing that everything around them was as bright as day. No, it was daytime. Lin Shen and his companions witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Behind them was a waterfall that seemed to have no end in sight. The falling water crashed into the ocean, which was endless and boundaryless to their sight. And on the horizon, where the sky met the sea, in the boundless sky, there were several planets orbiting a star. Because they were so close, the planets appeared enormous to Lin Shen and his companions, a sight so shockingly breathtaking it was unimaginable. What is that? A star system? Little Wine Emperor has created a star system beneath the utmost darkness domain. How is that possible? Lin Shen was overwhelmed with shock, hardly believing his own eyes, and astonished by the Little Wine Emperor's power. Those planets are not real planets, but man-made ones. Even the stars are man-made and not genuine stars. Otherwise, the seawater would have dried up long ago considering the proximity. Tianxun seemed very surprised as he stared at the artificial star system above the sea and sky. "An artificial star system, that's already very impressive," Lin Shen said. "It's not just impressive, it's harder than creating a natural star system, and this place must have been altered by spatial powers. Otherwise, the whole utmost darkness domain couldn't contain such a magnificent project." Tianxun admired. "Little Wine Emperor truly lives up to his reputation, too powerful. Indeed, Little Wine Emperor is strong. However, those man-made planets are not entirely his doing. This star system and this space have existed for a long time. Little Wine Emperor merely modified it," Ye Kong volunteered. "Go on." Tianxun gestured for Ye Kong to continue. "This star system evolved from Nirvana Land, and each planet nurtures a mutant Nirvana creature," Ye Kong said with a complex expression. "If one can tame all the mutant Nirvana creatures, one would pass the Little Wine Emperor's trial and gain his inheritance. Excluding the stars, there are a total of 5 planets in the artificial star system. So taming 5 mutant Nirvana creatures, how could that be possible?" Lin Shen said, frowning. He wanted to tame an Ascension level 3-headed dragon, and he still had Death Powder, a divine artifact for taming dragon-type creatures, but he hadn't made a move as he wasn't sure yet. Taming 5 wild mutant Nirvana creatures, even an immortal being, would likely find it impossible. It's different from taming creatures that have just hatched from pet eggs. The difficulty is simply too high. Unfortunately, you haven't come through the proper way. If you had come in through the right path, Little Wine Emperor left many trials and tests along the way. By passing those, one could obtain helpful methods and items for taming those mutant Nirvana creatures, making success possible, Ye Kong said with a bit of schadenfreude. "Are you saying you've obtained those methods and items?" Lin Shen asked, staring at Ye Kong. Ye Kong's pupils had returned to blue, making her look less like a ghost and more like a uniquely attractive woman. She had an androgynous look, and Lin Shen thought the word handsome seemed apt to describe her. "We haven't because those trials are too difficult for us. Our qualities and talents don't meet Little Wine Emperor's criteria for choosing his inheritors. So it's almost impossible for us to pass those trials successfully. However, we were lucky to discover this secret passage that led us here, and we even learned about the method to obtain the inheritance and found a shortcut, Ye Kong said with a sneer. Do you want to know this shortcut? It's actually quite simple. These planets and their mutant nirvana creatures are all nurtured by the base mutation land. All we need to do is use base mutation land's nirvana to let Ye Xing possess the power of nirvana similar to those nirvana creatures. This way, she can easily approach the mutant nirvana creatures, earn their trust, and then use our Night Ghost tribe's unique ghost hand imprint to transform the mutant nirvana creatures into Night Ghost bloodline. It will naturally be easy to tame them and obtain Little Wine Emperor's inheritance. Experience new stories on Empire simple, isn't it? Unfortunately, only Ye Xing can use this method. No matter how powerful you are, you can't use this technique, Ye Kong said, taunting Tian Xun. Taming mutant nirvana creatures doesn't necessarily have to be done your way, Tian Xun replied, immediately invoking his devout seraph and repeated the previous questions. To his surprise, Ye Kong didn't tell a single lie. Is it dangerous to ascend to those planets? Tian Xun asked. As long as you don't provoke those mutant nirvana creatures, there won't be any danger, Ye Kong answered. Which planet should we go to first? Tian Xun continued, looking at the 5 planets of varying sizes. It's all the same. On each man-made planet, there's runes left by Little Wine Emperor. As soon as one collects all 5 mutant nirvana pets, it's possible to unlock the inheritance he left inside the star at any time. Chapter 460. The Final Trial. The star system's 5 planets are each a different color, red, yellow, blue, green, and purple, with the purple planet being the one farthest from the star. The 5 planets vary in size, with the yellow and green ones being much larger than the smallest red one. Tian Xun, leading Lin Shen, flew toward the closest purple planet. As they neared, they discovered that the mountain ranges on this purple planet unexpectedly formed some sort of text. Upon closer inspection, the text was exactly as Ye Kong had said. It was a set of rules left behind by the Little Wine Emperor. The content was essentially what Ye Kong had mentioned, indicating that one must tame the mutated nirvana creatures on each of the 5 planets to obtain what the Little Wine Emperor had left behind. The difference was that the Little Wine Emperor did not mention inheritance, only that one could obtain something he left behind. The text clearly pointed out the locations of the mutated nirvana creatures, and Tian Xun, at nirvana level speed, took them into the core of the purple planet. This planet was certainly many times smaller than the giant ring star, but not too much smaller when compared to the human mother planet. Had it not been for the mountain range text indicator, finding the hidden nirvana creatures would not have been an easy task. To their surprise, the nirvana creature in question wasn't hiding at all. It was suspended openly at the peak of a mountain. Is this the mutated nirvana creature mentioned by the Little Wine Emperor? Lin Shen looked at the entity on the mountaintop with a strange expression, if it could even be called an entity. Atop the mountain, a purple robe stood against the wind, its sash seemingly dancing and fluttering. However, upon closer examination, the purple robe was still, and there was no wind around. The purple robe was fixed in the air as if an invisible being was wearing it, spreading its arms wide as if suspended mid-air. Rather than a robe, it looked more like a cape fashioned in the style of a robe, but there were no buttons or such on the robe, which was entirely open. It was called a purple robe, but only upon a close look did one realize that the robe itself was actually white at the base. It was the rows of purple text that covered nearly the entire fabric that made it seem purple from a distance. Lin Shen initially thought there would be something peculiar about the text on the robe, or that it might possess some mysterious strength. In fact, the text was just a ritual used for sacrifices. The entire text was a prayer to a deity known as the Jade Emperor, but there was one part of the prayer that appeared particularly archaic, and both Lin Shen and Tian Xun could not fully recognize it. Tian Xun knew a few characters, and Lin Shen knew a few as well, but putting them together, they still couldn't make out the whole meaning. Furthermore, the characters they did recognize, when combined, didn't seem to have any coherent significance, and the pronunciation was difficult to articulate smoothly. Is this the mutated nirvana creature? Lin Shen asked Ye Kong. Ye Kong said with a cold face, indeed, on each of the 5 planets there are similar mutated nirvana creatures. It's unknown by what means the Little Wine Emperor imprisoned them on these planets. You can use any method to tame them, but if you attack them, the restraints on them will vanish and they might kill you. So what you mean is, we don't actually have to attack them, right? Lin Shen keenly sensed the implied meaning in Ye Kong's words. We had also wanted to reach this place through the trial, and we got some information during the trial. To tame them, one does not need to resort to violence. You can try to wear it, and if you can wear it, it means you have gained its recognition. If you cannot wear it, even killing them is useless, as they cannot be subdued. Have you ever tried that? I've tried many times. As long as we don't attack it, there isn't much risk. The most that can happen when trying to put it on is being repelled. Lin Shen's gaze turned to Tian Xun, who still lacked the ability to subdue nirvana-level creatures. It looked like it was up to Tian Xun to act. Lin Shen had quite a bit of faith in Tian Xun, who possessed powerful verbal abilities, almost like mythological deities who could turn words into reality. Perhaps her abilities could make the purple robe acknowledge her as its master. Release her restraint and let her give it a try first, Tian Xun said while examining the robe. Lin Shen released the acupoints of Ye Xing and spoke to her. As long as you cooperate, I promise not to harm you, but if you harbor any other intentions, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ye Xing glared at Lin Shen fiercely, as if she already loathed him immensely. Little star, do as he says, Ye Kong suddenly spoke up. Big sister. Ye Xing looked at Ye Kong in astonishment. You've lived under our wings for too long and don't know the struggles of the world, Ye Kong said indifferently. No one can always do as they wish in life. There will always be people and circumstances that force you to do things you don't want to do. It's time to learn patience, starting now. Ye Xing clenched her teeth and walked towards the purple robe. She approached the purple robe, floating in the air, turning her back towards it and sliding her hands through the sleeves that unfolded. The way the purple robe hung suspended in air really did seem quite accommodating for someone to put it on. That little wine emperor had imprisoned it in this posture suggested that he indeed intended for someone to tame it this way. Lin Shen had thought that when Ye Xing put on the purple robe, something unusual would occur. But Ye Xing had put on the purple robe, and yet there was no reaction from it. Strikingly, the robe still did not move at all. To be precise, Ye Xing had only passed her arms through the sleeves and her body against the robe. It wasn't accurate to say she had really put it on. Seeing that the purple robe didn't budge, Ye Xing exerted her strength, hoping to make the robe move with her body, but no matter how much force she applied, the robe remained motionless, without even a hint of a response. Use all your strength, Tian Xun instructed. Ye Xing gritted her teeth and unleashed all her strength. A black carapace appeared on her body, and her mouth hummed a faint song. Ye Xing strained to make the purple robe move with her body, and it was clear she was trying hard, but the robe remained utterly still. Don't waste your time. Ascender's strength doesn't even qualify to touch it. You must at least be a nirvana, being to do so, Ye Kong stated. This is interesting, Tian Xun said as she motioned Ye Xing to come back and walk towards the purple robe herself. Be careful. Lin Shen quickly repressed the defenseless Ye Xing and anxiously said to Tian Xun. Chapter 461, Purple Robe. Don't worry, my dear. Tian Xun gave a beaming smile as she landed in front of the purple robe, retracting her wings, turned her back to the purple robe, and slipped her arms into its sleeves. She stood much taller than Ye Xing. While Ye Xing's arms would not even allow her fingertips to show when reaching out, Tian Xun's fingertips still peeked out. Just like Ye Xing, however, once Tian Xun put on the purple robe, it remained motionless, simply hovering there and not truly being worn by Tian Xun. With a slight smile, Tian Xun began to exert force, trying to make the purple robe move along with her body. But the purple robe still did not budge an inch, and as Tian Xun's smile gradually faded, the strength in her body continually increased. A sacred radiance began to ascend around her as she harnessed the power of nirvana. There's a reaction. Lin Shen noticed that the characters on the purple robe were starting to glow and immediately fixated his gaze on it. Ye Kong said with a cold voice, That's not a reaction. It's her forcibly using her strength to provoke the purple robe's resistance, which is not necessarily a good thing. Lin Shen didn't respond to her, gripping the inheritance fan in his hand and pinching the mutated jade exquisite in his pocket. If Tian Xun were to encounter any danger, he would immediately provide support. The sway style of the inheritance fan and the suppressing mountains and rivers skill of the mutated jade exquisite were somewhat effective against nirvana creatures. No need to be so nervous. Your strength as an ascender is of no use against it, so being tense is pointless, mocked Ye Kong. Unmoved and ignoring her, Lin Shen continued to watch Tian Xun intently. As Tian Xun's strength burst forth, the purple robe remained motionless, but the characters on it lit up one by one. In a short while, all the characters on the purple robe were alight. With a somewhat odd expression, Ye Kong said, We've been trapped on Giant Ring Star for such a long time that we've become quite ignorant. I never expected an envoy sent to Pioneer to possess such power. Even at my full strength, it's difficult to activate even 1/3 of the characters, yet she managed to activate them all. Our defeat is not unjustified. Lin Shen thought to himself, You've really figured out the art of talking nonsense. There's a limit to self-praise. You can't even keep up with a single sentence from my Tian Xun darling, so you have no right to compare yourself with her, let alone feel that your defeat is unwarranted. You're not even worthy to be Tian Xun darling's opponent. He didn't bother saying these words to Ye Kong, though. Having been stuck on one planet for too long, the Night Ghost tribe had long lost its ability to conquer the stars. No matter how rich a single planet's resources might be, they cannot truly allow a race to rise in the universe. Although the characters on the purple robe were all glowing, Tian Xun continued to release her power, but the purple robe still showed no intention of moving. Tian Xun frowned slightly, and in the next instant, countless particles surged from her body, clinging to her, manifesting the power of a devout blazing angel. With the power of a devout blazing angel enhancing her own, Tian Xun's intrinsic strength surged, and a holy radiance ascended around her body, as if a pillar of light reaching towards the sky. Even though Tian Xun's power was now condensed enough, Lin Shen and the others were still too close and could still feel the terror of that power. Ye Kong and Ye Xing wore exceptionally peculiar expressions, fully comprehending that a fully powered Tian Xun was far beyond their imaginings. Her nirvana count must be over 9 by now, right? Yikong asked with a complex look on her face. No one could provide her with an answer, and Lin Shen also didn't know how many times Tian Xun had experienced nirvana, unable to answer Yikong's questions either. The next second, Lin Shen suddenly saw the text on the purple robe, its emitted purple light actually penetrating through that intense holy light. The purple light connected into one piece, almost transforming into a sinister shadow. With such strength, yet still unable to make the purple robe budge, it seems that trying to tame it with brute force is almost impossible, Yikong thought with a complex expression. The shortcut we considered might not be guaranteed to succeed either. Whether the ghost hand imprint can transform the purple robe into the night ghost bloodline remains an unknown. Rise for me. Tian Xun finally used her word-based power, hoping to directly tame the purple robe with it. As her voice rang out, the purple robe really did move. The purple robe, which had been suspended motionlessly in midair, suddenly contracted and wrapped around Tian Xun's body, binding her entirely within it. The purple shadow, much like an evil ghost, flickered and contended against Tian Xun's holy light. She shouldn't have used power to attack the purple robe, now that it has been released from its restrictions, I fear. Ye Kong intended to say that Tian Xun might be killed, but hesitated to finish the sentence considering the extreme terror of Tian Xun's strength and abilities. In the Nirvana level, Tian Xun was already at the pinnacle, the purple robe was also at Nirvana level, and it probably wouldn't be easy to kill Tian Xun. Lin Shen was taken aback and wanted to help, but the evil ghost-like purple shadow intertwined with the holy light, sending them flying away. It enveloped the entire mountain and made it impossible to see the current situation between Tian Xun and the purple robe inside. Lin Shen feared that the power of the inheritance fan might strike Tian Xun instead and end up being a disservice. Grabbing the immobile Yi Kong and Ye Xing who had been thrown out, he placed them at the foot of the mountain. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to forcefully rush to the mountain's peak to clear up the situation before taking action, he suddenly saw 3 shadows falling from the sky towards them. Ye, Ch401, who is the other celestial? Lin Shen saw the newcomers and his expression abruptly changed. As Tian Xun was deadlocked with the purple robe, these 3 intruders had arrived at such a time. It was uncertain whether they had passed all the trials left by the Little Wine Emperor, and if that were the case, it would be bad news. When Lin Shen noticed them, they also saw Lin Shen. Yeya's blood-red eyes looked towards him, first in surprise, then revealing an evil grin. Release us, and we can lend you a hand, Ye Kong suddenly said. Knowing they were also bitter enemies with Yeya, Lin Shen didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately released the restrictions on Ye Kong and Ye Xing. Without waiting for Ye Kong and Ye Xing to react, Lin Shen turned and fled immediately, having no intention of fighting Yeya and his companions. Although they were also 3 people, Ye Xing was only at the Ascension level and had not yet advanced to Nirvana. Even if he and Ye Kong could match up one-on-one, the remaining Celestial would be too much for Ye Xing to handle. Lin Shen merely viewed them as tools to distract Yeya and the others. As long as they could hold out until Tian Xun emerged, the 3 of Yeya would be of little concern. Ye Kong did not expect Lin Shen to be so straightforward, swiftly lifting the restrictions on her and Ye Xing. She had planned to take advantage of the current situation to deceive Lin Shen into gaining his trust, and once free, she would escape with Ye Xing, having no intention of helping Lin Shen in battle, knowing they could not win. But, to her surprise, before she could even use her prepared rhetoric, the restrictions were lifted, and Lin Shen was running even faster than she could. Before she could even think of fleeing, Lin Shen had already plunged into the mountain ranges and vanished from sight. Chapter 462, Battle Against Yeya Again. These 2 are for you to deal with. That one is mine, Yeya. Abandoning Ye Kong and Ye Xing, carried the tombstone, falling like a phantom towards the mountains. Ch401 and Ch496 exchanged a glance, both slightly frowning. They were yet unaware that their own homes had been attacked by the Night Ghost tribe, somewhat perplexed as to why Lin Shen and the 2 women would be here. However, they could tell from the fluctuations of power that the person atop the mountain taming the mutated Nirvana creatures must be Tian Xun. Tian Xun's power, how terrifying, she's hidden it so well. Ch401's face showed a slight change. For Tian Xun to occupy a place in the celestial court with her mixed heritage, her strength must indeed be extraordinary. I just never imagined she'd be this strong, probably already beyond the level of 10 times Nirvana, mused Ch496. It doesn't matter. Although we don't know how they got here, we can be certain they didn't pass the trial. Without the techniques and items gained from it, it's impossible for them to tame the Purple Star ritual robe. Looking at her condition, she seems to have triggered the robe's restrictions and is unlikely to survive. Let's deal with these nuisances before we do anything else, Ch401 said, gazing at Yi Kong and Ye Xing who were fleeing, flapping his wings behind him, turning into a stream of light as he surged forward. Ch496 followed suit, moving even faster than Ch401. Just as Lin Shen had plunged into the mountains, he saw Yeya, like a ghostly figure, dropping down, disrupting his plan to find a hiding spot. Yeya and the Night Ghost tribe should be mortal enemies, shouldn't they? Why is he not after Ye Kong and Ye Xing, but chasing after me instead? Lin Shen felt slightly vexed. I told you I would kill you, and I didn't expect I'd get to keep that promise so soon, Ye grinned, revealing 2 rows of ghastly white teeth. We have no grudges or enmity. Why must you insist on pursuing me, said Lin Shen, yet his hands holding the inheritance fan gently shook it, and countless mysterious characters turned into light shadows flying towards Yiya. From his pocket, the mutated Jade Linglong also released the mutated Jade Seal, sending out ripples of mountains and rivers. To Lin Shen's surprise, the approaching Yiya didn't even attempt to use his strength to block the mysterious characters or the ripples of the mountains and rivers. He didn't even dodge, allowing the symbols and ripples to land on his carapace. As long as he was within a certain range, the sway style and suppressing mountains and rivers were almost impossible to miss unless Yiya chose to keep his distance. Of course he wouldn't leave, so he didn't block, letting his body be afflicted with negative effects. Without Kong Chuan here, no matter how weakened I get, killing you, an ascender, is still as easy as turning over my hand, scoffed Yiya, plunging the tombstone into the ground, causing the earth to quake a few times as if there were an earthquake. He wrote the name Tian on the tombstone and with a twisted laugh said, You think I can't kill you just because I don't know your real name? Even if it's a fake name, as long as you've used it, the deeper the bond you have with it, the more you'll be affected by the deathly destiny Steely. Now your bond with the name Tian isn't deep enough to kill you outright, but its power is still sufficient to harm you. Yeya's excitement grew as he spoke. You like using a fake name, don't you? Then I will write down your facade again and again, letting you suffer the Steely's harm over and over. I remember you having a strong recovery ability. That's even better. Suffer the Steely's pain again and again. It's more interesting than a death by 1,000 cuts. Let's see just how many times you can withstand the power of the deathly destiny Steli. I hope you last through many rounds, don't die too easily, or I'll be disappointed. Lin Shen's carapace shone with a brilliant light as he entered the super base form, with both super base pattern and super base recast activated simultaneously. Discover more content at Empire. One hand, grasping the inheritance fan, and the other, clad in stubborn lone wheel gauntlets, was already charged and ready to unleash the power of Surfing Fist and the Sacrificial Halo. The Sacrificial Halo had been accumulating for so long, barely breaking through 200 in attribute. Today, however, it skyrocketed wildly, having already surpassed 300 and was fast approaching 400. This was a tribute from the Night Ghost tribe's unrest to the Sacrificial Halo, but such power could only be used once. If Lin Shen wasn't completely confident, he would never use it lightly. Having prepared to withstand the power of the Deathly Destiny Steli, and with the experience from before, Lin Shen knew that its power indeed affected him, but the impact was not too great. Super Reconstitution should be able to quickly repair his injured body, enough to counteract the influence of the Deathly Destiny Steli on him. Yeya wrote the 2 characters, Tien on the tombstone, staring at Lin Shen with a sinister smile on his face. However, moments later, the sinister smile on Yeya's face froze. He had finished writing the characters Tien, yet Lin Shen across from him seemed to have no reaction at all, still standing there intact. Let alone being injured, he didn't even sneeze. Not just Yeya, even Lin Shen himself was slightly taken aback, wondering why he felt nothing. Before, when Yeya wrote the characters Tien, he had definitely been injured, so why didn't it work this time? A thought flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Could the little tombstone be the reason? Could it be preventing the power of the Deathly Destiny Stele from affecting me? Besides that, Lin Shen couldn't think of any other possibility at the moment. Yeya seemed to find it hard to believe. Looking at the name that was fading on the tombstone, he wrote the characters Tien on it once again. It was still useless. Lin Shen remained unharmed. Yeya's face turned ugly, frantically writing the characters Tien on the tombstone over and over, but naturally it was impossible to have any effect. What did you do to make the Deathly Destiny Stele useless against you? Yeya's blood-red eyes stared at Lin Shen, seemingly wanting to see through him, to understand why the Deathly Destiny Stele suddenly had no effect on him. Lin Shen was not in the mood for idle talk with him and directly blasted him with the surfing triple punch. The sky-shocking punch waves rose higher with each wave, crashing down towards Yeya like a mountain collapsing and the sea overturning, courting death. Yeya snorted coldly and punched out directly. The black-red power of Nirvana shattered Lin Shen's fist power into foam, and the residual force of the power caused Lin Shen to stagger backwards, leaving deep footprints on the rocky ground. Even under a double weakening, Yeya's strength was still not something Lin Shen could contend with. Their strengths had a qualitative gap. Even if the strengths were the same, Lin Shen would still be at a great loss, not to mention that even after Yeya's strength was weakened, it was still far superior to Lin Shen's. If Lin Shen's fist power was compared to a brick, then Yeya's strength was like a block of iron. Even if the force was the same, when a brick and a block of iron clashed, it would certainly be the brick that shattered. Without undergoing the baptism of Nirvana, the strength of Ascenders was still difficult to contend with a Nirvana being. However, this strike gave Lin Shen a bit more confidence. Chapter 463, Ascenders challenging those above their level, fear being directly crushed the most. Lin Shen once asked Tian Xun how the strength of a nirvana being should be calculated. Tian Xun told Lin Shen that the strength of a nirvana being is divided into two parts. One part is the same as Ascenders, which is attribute points. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. After achieving nirvana, the 4 peripheral attributes of a nirvana being also increase significantly. Generally speaking, the attributes of a nirvana being are 10 times that of an ascender, so the gap between ascenders and nirvana beings is insurmountable. A mutator wishing to defeat an ascender might do so with 1 or 2 powerful innate skills, but for ascenders to defeat nirvana beings, they must risk their lives. With a 10-fold difference in attributes, it is almost impossible to bridge the gap with individual skills alone. Those who successfully advance to the nirvana level are either chosen by the heavens or blessed with extraordinary luck. Under normal circumstances, 80 attribute points after nirvana become 800, such a gap is too vast to consider, so even facing a typical nirvana being, Lin Shen wouldn't dare to attempt to battle lightly. The disparity in attributes is only one aspect of the difference. Nirvana beings also acquire nirvana attributes, which not only endow them with certain attributes, but also result in a qualitative improvement in the power of nirvana. The previous analogy of bricks and iron, although not entirely accurate, sort of conveys the idea. The destructive force of a nirvana being with the same number of strength points is far greater than that of an ascender. Each time a nirvana being undergoes nirvana, their inherent strength and nirvana attributes both get enhanced, leading to a significant qualitative leap. The more nirvana experiences a being has, the larger the gap with ascenders becomes. Moreover, with the additional effects conferred by the nirvana attributes, for ascenders wanting to challenge beyond their level, the task is nearly as hard as ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, a nirvana being's nirvana does not increase basic attributes, meaning a nirvana being's base attributes should be around 800, and this won't change. Yeya is undoubtedly a top-tier ascender who completed nirvana, and his attributes should be around 800 points. Through previous battles and observing Yeya's combats, Lin Shen knew that he has at least one innate skill that enhances all attributes. After the enhancement, an attribute of 1600, no matter how Lin Shen uses his innate skills to strengthen himself, he would still be facing an overwhelming crush. Lin Shen's attributes are 81, and with super base form they become 162. After super base change, even if he doubles his base attributes, it only reaches 243. His strength is slightly better than the other attributes, at about 300. Even with the bonus from Surfing Fist and the Stubborn Lone Will Gauntlets, he could at most manage a normal fight with someone possessing 5 to 600 in attributes. With an attribute of 1600, even the spare points are higher than Lin Shen's. He wouldn't even be able to break through his opponent's defenses. This doesn't even factor in that a nirvana being's strength is more destructive than an ascender's, in addition to the effects of the nirvana attributes. Nor does it consider his opponent's various skills and abilities. In case those skills were to counter Lin Shen's, then there would be even less hope. So, challenging a nirvana being is mainly about whether the weakening skills can play a role. Both the sway style of Fan Dance and the suppressing mountains and rivers from the mutated Jade Exquisite can weaken Yeya's abilities and attributes, but to what extent, Lin Shen does not yet know. During the contact of this punch, Yeya used no skills. Lin Shen utilized all his skills except for super base change. Although he took a bad beating, the attack was ultimately received. This indicates that the current gap between their attributes is not particularly large, as the sway style of Fan Dance and the suppressing mountains and rivers from the mutated Jade Exquisite played a massive role. Lin Shen's punch was roughly 3 to 400 in strength, and Yeya's strength had been weakened to a similar level. It was only due to the high quality of the power of Nirvana and inherent strength that Yeya suppressed Lin Shen, which for Lin Shen was good news. The effects of the double weakening were so strong that it meant Yeya, even after using his innate skill that boosted all attributes, probably couldn't exceed 800 in any attribute. Since both weakening skills were percentage-based reductions, their effectiveness was impressively high. And this was when used on a Nirvana being. The effects would be even better if used on an Ascender. Of course, Lin Shen still struggled to contend with a strength of 800, but he had the Tyrant's pet gun in his hands. In Lin Shen's hands, the pet gun could only activate Ascension-level pets and those below, but the pets it fired had a velocity reaching 1,000. That is to say, Lin Shen was faster than Yeya when using 7 steps of conflict. Even if Yeya had means to enhance his attack power, as long as Lin Shen was faster, there was still a chance for battle. Have I really become this strong? Lin Shen thought to himself. He knew his attributes, bolstered by external items and the Fire Seed abilities, were not truly a match for Yeya's strength. Yeye snorted coldly, swooping in like a strange bird, transforming his palm into a blade and slashing out a black and red blade flame. Lin Shen unleashed his surfing fist, his steps growing quicker, his fist power heavy, stirring up waves of force that towered one after another, directly clashing against Yeya's blade flame. Unfortunately, the quality of Lin Shen's strength was too poor. His fist power was cleaved apart by the blade flame, yet due to the resistance of the fist power, he had enough time to dodge the oncoming blade flame from Yeya. Ye slashed out several blade flames in succession, all of which Lin Shen dodged. This kid seems to have gotten a lot stronger since the last time I saw him, Ye thought with crazed eyes. The double weakening on his body made him uncomfortable, and although he held an absolute advantage, he couldn't finish off Lin Shen. Lin Shen found that by using Surfing Fist to delay, Ye couldn't do much if he didn't use his innate skills. It's a pity Wei isn't here. If I could combine his white robe power with mine, killing a Nirvana being isn't impossible, Lin Shen calculated in his heart. Blood seeped from the black feather armor on Yeya's body, not actual blood, but blood-colored patterns. Here it comes. Knowing Yeya was about to use a skill, Lin Shen dared not delay and activated Super Base Change immediately. His carapace radiated brilliant light, which grew increasingly intense. Ye Xie snorted coldly, his figure blurring instantly, his body aflame with black and red light. In an instant, he was before Lin Shen, reaching out to grasp Lin Shen's head. If he managed to catch him, Lin Shen's head would likely be crushed outright. Without hesitation, Lin Shen threw a punch to meet the attack, unleashing an explosive surfing quadra punch. The black and red flame on Yeya's fingers touched the fist power, which burst like a fragile watermelon, easily crushed by his fingers. The accumulated power of the surfing quadra punch wasn't enough to withstand Yeya's strength. After 4 consecutive steps, Lin Shen still hadn't completely avoided Yeya's attack, and a wound was sliced across the faceplate on his helmet by the black and red flame, causing blood to spray forth immediately. The quality gap is still quite significant. Lin Shen inwardly exclaimed in shock. Yeya's attributes were about what he had estimated, but the quality difference between their strength meant that Lin Shen's fist power couldn't compete with the power of Nirvana that Yeya wielded. A look of madness appeared on Yeya's face as he, with both hands, madly slashed out black and red blade flames at Lin Shen, who was retreating. A series of black and red blade flames reached Lin Shen in a flash, cutting off all his paths of retreat. Chapter 464, The Power of the Evil Ghost. Lin Shen summoned all his strength to dodge and punch, yet he couldn't block such a ferocious assault, as blade flames carved wound after wound into his body. Fortunately, super reconstitution was incredibly effective, quickly repairing his injured body. With old wounds still fresh and new ones constantly added, there was simply no time to reconstitute. This battle differed somewhat from his previous encounter with Flarelay. Due to the environment of the fierce fire star, the super base pattern had absorbed an excessive amount of the world's force, maintaining him in an energy-saturated state. The environment of this planet wasn't much different from that of ordinary regions, offering little enhancement to the superbase pattern, which meant that the speed of his superbase recast wasn't as fast. The scars on Lin Shen's carapace multiplied. As the carapace shattered and splintered, his flesh body underneath was revealed, bearing deep, bone-exposing lacerations. Bang! Lin Shen blocked a blade flame with his arms, shattering the carapace and splitting the flesh on his arms to reveal the stark white of bone. His body was cleaved like a plummeting meteor, crashing into the purple rock ground and creating a large crater. Spurt. Blood spewed from Lin Shen's mouth as most of the chitinous armor on his front lay in ruins, his entire body drenched in blood. The gap is still a bit too wide. I can't even hold on until super base change is complete. Lin Shen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he watched Yeya, cloaked in flames of black and red like a demon incarnate, descend and stand before him. Time to be on your way. Yeya stood before Lin Shen, reaching for his head with a hand burning in black and red flames. The carapace on Lin Shen's face was almost completely shattered, marked with crisscrossing gashes. If caught by that grasp, there would only be death. Yeya was too fast. Lin Shen wanted to raise his head to block, but it was already too late. Just as Yeya's hand was about to seize Lin Shen's head, a sudden bang of a gunshot was heard. In Lin Shen's hand, which hung at his side, a pet gun had appeared at some unknown moment, and he fired at Yeya. The moment he fired, Lin Shen's speed astonishingly surged to an incredible degree. Yeya's palm reached Lin Shen's head, but his fingers simply passed through without resistance, as if they had grasped only a phantom. So swift was Lin Shen that he left an afterimage in his place. Yeya's pupils contracted, his body twisted impossibly, bending into a C shape at such close range to dodge the bullet shot from the pet gun. Even though he dodged the bullet, he couldn't evade Lin Shen's hand, which struck like a phantom. Clang! Lin Shen's fingers struck fiercely against Yeya's acupoint, twisting and fracturing from the harsh impact. Yeya grunted, his body stiffening. Ignoring his own wounds, Lin Shen raised his fist to launch a fierce assault on the paralyzed Yeya. Previously, he had experience fighting with Yeya and knew that when he lacked strength, acupoint sealing was not very effective against Yeya. It probably could only make him stiff for a while, but couldn't completely immobilize him. Having managed to hit Yeya's acupoints with the speed brought by the tyrant's power, Lin Shen wanted to repeat his previous tactic, using continuous attacks on the acupoints to keep control over Yeya, denying him any chance to counterattack. He would wait for the super base change to complete and his own strength to reach its peak. Then, paired with the attribute boost from the sacrificial halo, he would finish Yeya in one strike. But before Lin Shen's fist could touch Yeya, his body stopped moving beyond his control. What's happening? Lin Shen felt as though something had grabbed his body. Looking down, he saw black and red mists rising from it. In just an instant, Lin Shen realized what had happened. He had never been able to see what the power of nirvana that Ye possessed was, nor did he understand its use. After watching the battle between Ye and Kong Chuan, Lin Shen only thought that Ye She's power of nirvana might be something that enhanced destructive power, but now it seemed that was not the case. Ye's body trembled as if he would break free from the acupoint restriction at any moment. He was still able to speak and did not have his speech restricted. He laughed sinisterly. The same trick won't work on me twice. I've always known you had some tricks up your sleeve. The black and red aura around Lin Shen grew stronger, like an incorporeal evil ghost wrapping around him, pulling at his body, making it difficult for him to move as he wished. Crack, crack. Ye's body made a bursting sound, and with a fierce shake he broke free from the restraints of acupoint ceiling and regained his mobility. Looking at Lin Shen, who was being forcibly pulled and unable to move, Ye did not immediately strike to kill him. Ye observed Lin Shen frozen in the pose of throwing a punch, raising one hand with black and red flames flickering uncertainly on its surface. His fingers moved as if playing the piano, and with each press, Lin Shen's body moved like a marionette. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Shen truly became a puppet at someone else's command, his fists hitting himself, continuously pounding on his body, his face, causing his nose to bleed profusely and his eyes to swell, but he couldn't stop. Explore more at Empire. This is my Nirvana attribute, the power of the evil ghost. Once you are invaded by my power of Nirvana, your body is no longer yours. You have been possessed by the power of the evil ghost. Your life is at my whim, Ye said as if playing a puppeteering game, continually manipulating Lin Shen's body to twist into various strange postures. If Ye wished, he could even make Lin Shen break his neck. Inside Lin Shen, the evolution theory was frantically working, but breaking free from the control of the power of the evil ghost wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Your carapace can become stronger with each recovery from damage. I saw through this long ago and used your need to inject the power of the evil ghost into your body. Ye looked at Lin Shen, contorted into odd shapes, and sneered. Do you know why I could have struck earlier but didn't? Why? Lin Shen, enduring the pain of his body twisting, asked through gritted teeth. Because you are special. At the base mutation level, you could fight to such an extent with me at the ascension level. As an ascender, you could fight to this degree with me at the nirvana level. You have no idea how incredible you are. I'm the only one who challenges others beyond my level. Nobody ever challenges me beyond theirs. Although you have failed, what you have done is already great enough, Ye said passionately. You possess two types of stackable weakening abilities, full attribute enhancement skills, speed abilities that break limits, frightening recovery abilities, stacking fist power, bizarre control abilities. A normal person possessing one or two of these abilities would already stand out amongst their peers. But you, combining so many in one, are a rare existence indeed, Ye professed with fervor. Ye walked up to Lin Shen, grabbed his cheek, staring intensely at him, his face almost touching Lin Shen's. Such a remarkable person. Killing you would be a waste. Chapter 465, Bloodline Transformation. Ye looked at Lin Shen as if a starving ghost had seen a scrumptious meal, and even stuck out his tongue to lick Lin Shen's face. Then, Ye closed his eyes as if savoring an ultimate delicacy, and his face unexpectedly revealed an expression of intoxication. I'm going to turn you into one of my people, said Ye, causing Lin Shen's complexion to drastically change. Ye continued, since I obtained the Night Ghost bloodline, I've never used it to transform anyone because those trash are utterly unworthy of possessing my bloodline. Now I will transform you into my exclusive hybrid, and you will become my most loyal servant. Upon hearing Ye's words, Lin Shen's face actually looked a bit better. You're a hybrid Night Ghost yourself. Do you have the ability to develop more hybrid Night Ghosts? Who told you I'm a hybrid Night Ghost? Ye snorted coldly. Don't lump me together with those trashy hybrids developed by the Night Ghost tribe. I extracted the most pure and powerful bloodline from the Night Ghost tribe and merged it into my own bloodline. It's fair to say that I am even stronger than a pure Night Ghost. Stay updated via Empire. Not only do I possess the capability to transform others with the Night Ghost bloodline, but the bloodline I create is far superior to those trash Night Ghosts. I've given my bloodline a new name, the Ye bloodline. Ye grew more and more proud as he spoke, forcing Lin Shen to lift his head with a strong grip of his fingers and look into his eyes. You should feel honored. From now on, you will be the universe's first hybrid Ye, and you will take pride in that. Having said that, Ye released Lin Shen, his gaze burning as he stared at him. A dark red aura began to converge towards the center of Lin Shen's chest. Part of his carapace had already been recast, with the carapace at his chest relatively intact, yet it couldn't withstand the gathering of the dark red aura. In a moment, a dark red palm print started to emerge on his chest. As the aura continued to pool into the imprint, its color deepened and sharpened. With the formation of the palm print, Lin Shen felt a strange power spreading within his body, invading every cell like a virus that was omnipresent, causing his body temperature to soar unprecedentedly high, and his entire body was burning up. Evolution theory operated wildly, trying to induce a mutation in Lin Shen's body to adapt and counter this viral-like power. Within Lin Shen's black pupils, a sinister shade of red began to appear. Black and red blended together. His pupils dilated to the point where they occupied the whole eye socket, giving him a ghastly and terrifying look. Are you fucking sick? Lin Shen was both shocked and angry, not wanting to become any sort of hybrid Yeya. How do you know I'm sick? Yeya's response made Lin Shen pause for a moment. Yeya continued with a sinister laugh. I've been sick since I was born. The Blood Crow clan is actually a branch of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan was once one of the ancient noble clans, capable of contending with the Phoenix clan. However, during the battle for the Realm King, they were almost eradicated due to their defeat. The few Golden Crows that survived had no choice but to intermarry with other races to swiftly recover their numbers. The Blood Crow clan is the mixed blood race born at that time. The Blood Crow clan inherited the strong physique and talents of the Golden Crow clan, and also possessed the abnormal regenerative ability of the Blood Bird clan, making them the strongest among the hybrid Golden Crows. Unfortunately, I was born unlucky, not only failing to inherit the strengths of both clans, but instead combining the weaknesses of both. Frail of body and lacking in blood and chi, I didn't even have the most basic crow's wings, while a typical blood crow would at least possess a crystal-based body at birth. I wasn't even on par with a steel organism. Even my own parents considered me a naturally defective and diseased seed, unfit to live as a blood crow in this world, abandoning me in the wilderness just after I was born to fend for myself. But fate didn't let me die, it let me survive. Yeya's eyes were nearly crazed as he spoke. The first thing I did after my nirvana was to annihilate the Blood Crow clan. You can't imagine the look on their faces when they were trampled underfoot by the diseased seed they discarded. Even now, recalling it still thrills me. However, that wasn't enough. I also wanted to destroy the Golden Crow clan. Unfortunately, although the Golden Crow clan had fallen, they were still not something a Nirvana level could contend with. I need to become stronger to have a chance to wipe out the Golden Crow clan. So, I chose to extract the Night Ghost bloodline, giving myself stronger talents and abilities. Fate is so fucking ridiculous. Just as I had succeeded, the Night Ghost tribe was exterminated by the allied forces of the other races. I was also unjustly harmed, narrowly escaping death. Later, I fled to the giant ring star and fought those trash night ghosts in a fierce battle, injuring my core and having to start all over again. Excited, Yeya narrated his life. Now, I am not any blood crow, nor am I a golden crow, nor a night ghost. I will create my own clan, and my race will be called Yeya. You are the second member of my Yeya clan, and you will also be my most loyal servant. Unlike those trash hybrid night ghosts, you will have the same night ghost bloodline abilities as me, able to freely transform other races into members of my Yeya clan. Lin Shen's eyes glowed increasingly with a black and red hue, making him look like a fierce ghost. You are strong, but I don't want to be part of the Yeya clan. I just want to be an ordinary human. The carapace that covered Lin Shen's body had fully recovered, emitting an astonishing brilliant radiance. However, the black and red aura swirling around him and the black and red palm print on his chest added a few touches of a demonic aura to his appearance. You don't have a choice. If I say you're going to be part of the Yeya clan, then that's the only thing you can be, Yeya said with maniacal laughter. Let's try and see then. Lin Shen closed his eyes as a white mist suddenly rose from his twisted body. The super base change was finally complete, and Lin Shen's body had been strengthened once again. Lin Shen's body writhed slightly as he forced his twisted body back into its original shape while slowly raising the pet gun in his hand, aiming it towards Yeya. What an astonishing fellow. Even when I was at your level, I was not as good as you. Yeya, surprisingly, neither dodged nor evaded, but stepped forward instead, letting the muzzle of Lin Shen's gun press directly against him. Come on, this is your final strike as a human. After this, you will become part of my Yeya clan. Say goodbye to your human self with this strike. Lin Shen, looking at the seemingly crazed Yeya, had eyes that became icy to the extreme, and he fiercely pulled the trigger. Bang! Yeya truly didn't dodge or avoid, allowing the pet capsule to rupture forth from his flesh, smashing into him. As he fired, a blood-red halo suddenly appeared around Lin Shen. His body, which had barely been able to move, suddenly broke free from Yeya's control, with both speed and strength soaring to unimaginable levels, his fists swinging in rapid succession, ending with a heavy punch that struck a vital spot on Yeya. Chapter 466, Feizai makes a move, boom. Yeya's body flew out like a cannonball and smashed into a large mountain, creating cracks in the mountain wall that interlaced like a spiderweb. Centered around the acupuncture point, the feather armor on Yeya's body also shattered piece by piece, with feathers falling off him. An indentation the size of a fist appeared at the acupuncture point, almost penetrating through Yeya's body. After the full-force strike, Lin Shen felt as if the strength inside his body had been drained. He could no longer maintain the base mutation state, and the carapace on his body disappeared without a trace. On his bare body there was still a dark red aura swirling around. The dark red palm print on his chest was still there, just faded a bit, and the black and red in his eyes had deepened. Looking at Ye, motionless embedded in the mountain wall, Lin Shen couldn't be sure if he had killed him. Drawing the scrap sword, Lin Shen was ready to deliver another blow. Crack, crack. Ye on the mountain wall started to move slowly, breaking free from the wall, and fell heavily to the ground. He stood up, fixed his gaze on Lin Shen, and walked towards him step by step while tearing off the broken feather armor and even the skin from his body. Lin Shen's complexion drastically changed because, as the feather armor and skin were torn off together, the mysterious text and the suppressing mountains and rivers brand that were imprinted on Ye's body were also peeled off. Ye brutally ripped off a thick layer of skin from his body, beneath which clear muscles and blood vessels were visible. However, as soon as the skin was pulled away, new skin quickly grew over those muscles, snow white and translucent, looking even smoother than a newborn's skin. When Ye even tore off his hair, the terrifying skinless body continuously grew new skin, and his hair also grew back rapidly. In just a moment, Ye's body had returned to its original state, without a mark or even a blemish to be seen. Do you know why I was able to survive in the wilderness when I was an infant? No one gave me charity, no life form helped me. From the moment I was born, all I could feel was the evil in this world. Ye looked at Lin Shen as new dark red bloodlines and black feather armor gradually appeared on his body, covering him entirely once again. I was able to survive because I possess an innate skill that even the Golden Crow clan and Blood Crow clan can't match. The living dead, Ye continued as he walked towards Lin Shen. As long as I'm not completely dead, I can undergo a transformation and be reborn. Even if I was buried alive for 1,000 years, I just need an opportunity to be resurrected. Every rebirth from the brink of death makes my body stronger. Ye once again stood before Lin Shen, but Lin Shen no longer had the strength to fight. Dark red bloodlines emerged on his body like the curse of an evil ghost possession. The palm print on his chest had disappeared, and his eyes had turned deep black with only a hint of blood red around the edges. Your all-out strike consumed most of the energy in your body, allowing the unobstructed power of the bloodline to integrate more quickly into your body, rapidly transforming your blood vessels. You're about to become Ye. Ye stopped in front of Lin Shen, admiring him as if he were a perfect work of art he had created, sizing up Lin Shen's body. You're a monster. Lin Shen's face contorted as black and red bloodlines also crawled across it. Monster, huh? You're about to be one too, Ye answered, laughing wildly. Suddenly, the smile on Ye's face froze. The black and red bloodlines on Lin Shen's body were gradually fading away. How can this be? It's impossible. The power of the bloodline has already invaded your entire body, transformed your physique. You should be turning into Ye right now. Why? Ye's eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the bloodlines on Lin Shen's body slowly recede. Finally, it has come. Lin Shen felt the evolution theory gradually taking effect and let out a sigh of relief inwardly. His body had adapted to the evil ghost power invading his bloodstream and was now generating resistance. Trash, since you cannot become a noble Ye, then die. Ye seemed to go mad, extending a hand to summon the evil ghost blade, intending to kill Lin Shen. Lin Shen grabbed his battered backpack from the fight and hurled it directly at the evil ghost blade swung by Ye. A streak of white light burst from the battered backpack, heading straight for the evil ghost blade, which was slashing down with a black and red flame, but then it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Ye's body abruptly froze, and above his head appeared a plump dove, round like a snowball, in stark white. Ye's face contorted, his body trembling, the evil ghost blade in his hand vibrating incessantly. But his body couldn't move an inch. No matter how the power of Nirvana flickered on him, he couldn't move in the slightest. What is this thing? Ye felt as if he were crushed under a great mountain, struggling to speak as if he couldn't catch his breath. Damn it, Fatty, this lazy bum, obviously so strong yet refuses to exert himself, Lin Shen grumbled internally. He had thought that Fatty had only recently succeeded in Nirvana and, at best, his strength was not much different from Ye's and possibly even inferior to Ye's. Who knew that this creature would actually suppress Ye, who had broken free from double weakening, and it seemed like he didn't use much effort. Lin Shen remembered back on their home planet Fatty, that lazy creature had used this trick before, and now it seemed this move had grown stronger. Experience more tales on Empire. Fatty, finish him off, Lin Shen yelled at Fatty. But Fatty just stood on top of Ye's head, holding him down, showing no intention of attacking. Lin Shen grew even more frustrated. This creature, sometimes I really want to roast him. The two men and bird were at a stalemate. Fatty pinned Ye down. Lin Shen's evil ghost power was still being slowly expelled, and he didn't have the strength to kill Ye. The evolution theory operated wildly, and the blood patterns on Lin Shen's body became fewer and fewer while the power within his body revived. The black and red in his eyes also slowly receded, revealing parts of the whites. Ye continued in vain to try to shake off Fatty's suppression, which was utterly useless. Fatty was as unmovable as a mountain, as stable as Mount Tai crushing down. When the blood patterns completely disappeared from Lin Shen's body, the splendid carapace reappeared on him, and various innate skills were also activated. Without even a second's hesitation, Lin Shen used the sway style of feather dancing again, and the mutated Jade Exquisite activated the suppressing mountains and rivers skill. The two weakening powers landed on Ye, who did not retain any imprints of the suppressing mountains and rivers' ripples on his body. They seemed to have lost their effect. The mysterious text was imprinted on Ye's body once more, and it still took effect, but the outcome remained unknown. Ye had not lied, he had risen from death, and after a transformation his body had become stronger, and suppressing mountains and rivers had unexpectedly failed on him. Chapter 467, Scrap Sword Saw. Head Lin Shen already knew that regular strength simply couldn't kill Ye. If he were a nirvana being, he would have directly chopped Ye into mincemeat, and no matter how powerful Ye's abilities were, it wouldn't have been possible for him to resurrect again. But now, the gap between Lin Shen's strength and Ye's was too great, and the power of sacrificial halo had already been used. Killing him now would not be so easy. Lin Shen slightly pondered and, holding the scrap sword, walked up to Ye. Taking advantage of the fact that Fei Zai could still suppress him, he had to quickly figure out a way to finish him off. Because Lin Shen was unsure of Fei Zai's capabilities, nor did he know whether it didn't want to kill, or if suppressing Ye had already exhausted its full strength and it simply didn't have the ability to kill him. Although the scrap sword wasn't sharpened, its tip was still sharp enough. "You can't kill me," Ye said hoarsely. Lin Shen wasn't interested in wasting words with him. He didn't want to make Ye his servant, he just wanted to kill him quickly. Lin Shen gripped the sword with both hands and slashed with all his might at Ye's neck, wanting to see if he could break it. Unfortunately, the strike on Ye's neck didn't have much effect, not even injuring his feather armor. Because of Fei Zai's suppression, Ye's body didn't even move when struck with such force. Without another word, Lin Shen switched from chopping to stabbing, using the sword as if it were a finger, employing the finger skill he had been practicing recently. Clang, the tip of the scrap sword stabbed at Ye's acupoint, but couldn't penetrate at all. The destructive power of the scrap sword is too poor. If it were the 10 Directions Ghost God slaying blade, it probably would have chopped off Ye's head with one slash, Lin Shen thought gloomily. "I told you, you can't kill me," Ye muttered with a strange laugh, mocking Lin Shen's incompetence. A thought struck Lin Shen, and he placed both hands on the scrap sword, pressing it against Ye's neck, then started to saw back and forth. "It's pointless. If you were of Nirvana level, I would certainly be dead today. Unfortunately, you are just an ascender. You can't kill me." Ye glared at Lin Shen like an evil ghost. "As soon as this freak bird's strength is depleted and it can't suppress me anymore, that will be your time to die." Lin Shen ignored him and continued to saw back and forth. Although the scrap sword lacked serration, it was full of impurities, and those golden spots were like fine sand, making the blade edge appear not so smooth. Lin Shen initially only wanted to try, but after a few pulls, he surprisingly found that a wound had been cut into Ye's feather armor by the scrap sword, and the power of the evil ghost on it couldn't withstand the abrasion of the scrap sword. Seeing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed and bit down on his teeth, sawing with all his might, gradually cutting through the feather armor. At first, Ye was unconcerned, but when Lin Shen sawed through the feather armor and started on his neck, Ye's complexion drastically changed. What kind of sword is that? Due to the intense pain, Ye's face contorted hideously. He couldn't imagine that a sword forged by human hands could saw through his feather armor and injure his flesh. Lin Shen had no intention of responding. Continuing to saw at the neck attentively, blood spurted from the wound, splattering all over Lin Shen's face and body, turning the scrap sword completely blood red. "Ah!" Ye let out a painful cry. This kind of sawing back and forth was so much more painful than dying from a single cut, it was simply unbearable for humans. Your journey continues with Empire. If given a choice, Lin Shen would not have wanted to kill Ye using such a method either, but he had no other choice. With each stroke, the scrap sword gradually sank deeper into Ye's neck, even cutting through bone as blood followed the blade down, staining everything around. Good. To die like this, my death is truly unique in this world. Trash, use more force, don't let me die too easily. Only the most extreme pain and death is fitting for me. Ye screamed madly, as if in pain and laughing, as though an evil ghost were wailing. Lin Shen was deaf to his screams and curses, forcefully sawing over and over again. He had sawn so many times that even Lin Shen, known for his endurance, felt his hands go numb, barely able to hold the blade. At last, Ye's neck was severed by the scrap sword, and it was only at the moment his neck snapped that Ye's voice abruptly stopped, along with the power of Nirvana emanating from his body. The evil ghost blade in Ye's hands fell to the ground, and without its head, his body collapsed. Only his head, suspended in midair by Fei Zai, remained motionless. Those blood-red eyes remained open, staring straight at Lin Shen. Fei Zai spread his wings and flew back to Lin Shen's shoulder. Without its suppression, the head rolled to the ground and aside. This way, he should be dead, right? Lin Shen, not daring to be careless, grasped Ya's head, placed it on the ground, and continued to saw through the middle with the scrap sword, determined not to give him any chance of rebirth. Outside the purple star, a horrific battle continued as well. Ye Kong, carrying Ye Xing, tried to flee, but without the cover of night, the Night Ghost tribe couldn't play to their strengths. Ye Kong couldn't escape the sea of stars and was intercepted by Ch401 and Ch96. Facing two opponents, and also having to protect Ye Xing nestled under her arm, Ye Kong was in dire peril after only a few exchanges. Although Ch401 was unaware that his homeland had been attacked by the Night Ghost tribe, he made every strike a killing move, showing no mercy, wanting to kill them quickly and then to tame the sacrificial robe. Both showed no quarter, driving Ye Kong nearly to collapse. Ye Xing desperately shouted for Ye Kong to drop her and escape, but Ye Kong, as if deaf to her cries, continued to fight while protecting Ye Xing. Suddenly, the sound of a drumbeat startled everyone in the midst of battle. Ye Kong and Ye Xing were overjoyed, looking toward the direction of the sound, and indeed saw the figures they had imagined, and not just one. Two women of the Night Ghost tribe emerged, soaring into the sky, one with many drum-like instruments in front of her, holding drumsticks, the other had a keyboard-like instrument floating beneath her hands. Before even approaching the battlefield, the sound of their instruments already filled the air, the waves of sound rampaging and reverberating, startling both Ch401 and Ch96. Sister Yue, Sister Yun, Ye Xing called out with excitement. With Ye and Ye Yun joining the fray, Ye Kong flung Ye Xing forcefully away, plucking her bass to emit a deep tone. The three surrounded Ch401 and Ch416, with waves of sound weaving together to trap Ch401 and Ch416 in the swelling waves of music. With 3 against 2, the Night Ghost tribe reversed the situation, gaining the upper hand. Ye Xing retreated again and again, knowing such a battle was not for her to be a part of. She had not felt it before due to Ye Kong's protection. Without Ye Kong's protection, she could only distance herself from the battlefield. As she flew over the purple star, Ye Xing happened to see Lin Shen below, and upon this sight her face turned deathly pale. Chapter 468, Celestial Bounty Extra. For Alliance Hierarch Vichong, Ye Xing watched from above as Lin Shen sawed through a head, an act so gruesome it turned her stomach. The sight caused her complexion to pale dramatically. She didn't care about killing, and was no stranger to scenes of death, but this was the first time she had encountered something so revolting. She felt nauseous and nearly vomited. Is that guy a demon? Ye Xing had never encountered someone so twisted before. She had a deep hatred for Lin Shen, which now morphed into disgust. Because she was so young, Ye Xing had not experienced the previous battles and therefore did not recognize Ye Ya, nor did she realize Lin Shen's true strength. She simply thought that Lin Shen could act so boldly here because of Tian Xun. Captured before by Lin Shen, she had thought it was simply a surprise attack and hadn't managed to put up a real fight, believing that Lin Shen might not be her match in a head-to-head battle. She had thought Lin Shen only killed an ascender and, with a quick thought, moved towards Lin Shen, simultaneously summoning her spirit base with the protection of her carapace. A guitar-like spirit base appeared in Ye Xing's hands, with a strum of her fingers. The sounds from the strings were like demonic music attacking Lin Shen's brain. Lin Shen, who was still sawing the head, felt a piercing pain in his brain. He turned and looked up to the sky, only to see Ye Xing flying towards him, hovering in the air and strumming at her instrument. When Lin Shen saw only Ye Xing in the air, a gleam appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, well, isn't this a self-delivered hostage? He heard the sounds of instruments and battle explosions from the void, and knew that reinforcements from the Night Ghost tribe were coming. Helplessly, as Tian Xun was still up on the mountain, Lin Shen could not leave. While he worried about how to deal with the Night Ghost tribe, he didn't expect Ye Xing, the perfect bargaining chip, to come to him. It was like winning the lottery. Tian, you ambushed me and left me in such a sorry state. Today I will settle this score with you, Ye Xing said and began to sing while fiercely strumming the strings. Showing some intelligence, she kept a safe distance from Lin Shen, using only sound waves to attack him, ready to flee if he proved too strong. The sound waves surged towards Lin Shen like waves, but his carapace erupted with a brilliant glow as he summoned the Inheritance Fan. The Inheritance Fan turned into beams of light swords flying towards Ye Xing, piercing through her sound waves and enveloping her. Ye Xing, startled, swung her guitar to deflect the interweaving light swords. But before she could react a second time, she felt a sharp pain in her waist from behind, and then found herself immobilized. The Lin Shen behind her, after hitting her acupoints, wrapped one hand around her body and with the other gesture, drew the light swords back into his hand, turning them back into the Inheritance Fan. Ye Xing was both shocked and furious. She couldn't believe that she had been captured by Lin Shen again, and so effortlessly. Full of regret, Ye Xing wanted to cry but knew it was too late. Lin Shen returned to the ground, tossing Ye Xing aside and continuing to saw at Ye's head with the scrap sword. Falling to the ground, Ye Xing watched with an increasingly ghastly pale face as Lin Shen continued his gruesome task. She didn't fear death, but the thought of Lin Shen sawing into her head as well sent shivers down her spine. What made it worse was that she had fallen into Lin Shen's clutches again. He would surely use her to threaten Ye Kong and the others. Unfortunately, now powerless to commit suicide, Ye Xing could only watch helplessly as Lin Shen sawed away. The red and white matter splashing out from the head stained her clothes and face, causing her complexion to turn even paler. After a long while, Lin Shen finally sawed Ye Ya's head in two, smashing the brain into bits. This should stop you from coming back to life. Lin Shen finally let out a breath, stood up, and began to search through Ye Ya's belongings. Ye Ya's evil ghost blade was lying nearby. As a Nirvana-level spirit base, it should have its own consciousness and either escape on its own or launch a final attack on the enemy upon its master's death. However, since Ye Xie was killed, the evil ghost blade had fallen to the ground without any reaction. Lin Shen tested it and found that the evil ghost blade really had no reaction at all, as if, like the Ascension-level spirit base, although it had spiritual sense, it didn't have its own consciousness. Obtaining a Nirvana-level spirit base was naturally a great thing for Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't touch it immediately but buried it under some rocks, planning to retrieve it after Tian Xun came out. The main concern was that it might be playing dead. Who knows why it was completely unresponsive. There was no need to search Ye Ya's corpse. He had stripped himself bare earlier, even peeling off his skin, so there was absolutely nothing hidden on his body. What remained was just that large tombstone. Lin Shen picked up Ye Xing and approached the tombstone, which was also completely still. He tried to channel his strength into the tombstone, and to his surprise, it was actually activated. What exactly is this thing? It doesn't seem to be a spirit base, but it can be activated by the strength of ascenders. Could it have been man-made? Lin Shen looked around, but there was no one there to help him test the power of the tombstone. First, let's see how Tian Xun is faring and whether he has tamed that strange purple robe. Lin Shen packed up his things, carrying the tombstone in one hand and holding Ye Xing in the other, flying towards the mountain where the purple robe was located. From a distance, he could see the purple and white lights still entangling at the top of the mountain, indicating that Tian Xun had neither tamed the purple robe nor escaped. I wonder if my abilities can lend Tian Xun a helping hand. Lin Shen approached the mountain and attempted to rush straight over. But his body was repelled by the purple and white lights. The forces inside were too strong, and he couldn't break through at all. If only I were at Nirvana level. Lin Shen sighed and landed at the foot of the mountain, with no choice but to wait. The battle in the void lasted for a while, and the sounds of instruments and explosions suddenly vanished. Lin Shen couldn't help but turn his head to look. Soon after, he saw 3 figures cutting through the air, rapidly approaching the mountain. Everyone stand still and don't move. Lin Shen transformed the inheritance fan into a light sword, placing it against Ye Xing's neck. Ye Kong, Ye Ye, and Ye Yun exchanged glances and reluctantly came to a stop. Ye Kong addressed Lin Shen, "Let go of Ye Xing, and we'll let you leave. We can settle our scores later. Dream on. If you dare to come closer, I'll kill her right now." Lin Shen was not falling for that. Ye Kong coldly retorted, "Tian Xun has provoked the Purple Star ritual robe, and his death is certain. You won't last until he comes out. We night ghosts keep our word. If you release Ye Xing, you are free to leave, and we won't stop you." Lin Shen looked at her coldly, too lazy to utter another word. Once Tian Xun appeared, these female night ghosts wouldn't cause any trouble. The 3 night ghosts exchanged glances and suddenly summoned their life bases, about to use their soundwave allure to gain control of Lin Shen. Before they could make their move, the light sword in Lin Shen's hand was ready to strike, with blood already showing on its blade. "Stop!" The 3 night ghosts cried out in shock all at once. "Don't play dirty or she dies." Lin Shen halted, glaring at them coldly. Blood dripped drop by drop from the injured neck of Ye Xing. "Killing Ye Xing will bring you no benefit. We'll make another concession. Let Ye Xing go, and we'll leave Giant Ring Star right now. It will all be yours," Ye Kong proposed again. "You're not going anywhere." A voice came from the top of the mountain, and in an instant a figure bathed in holy light appeared before Lin Shen, staring coldly at the 3 night ghosts. Chapter 469. The 3 from Ye Kong immediately tensed up, their expressions turning to one of horror as they looked towards that figure, indeed seeing Tian Xun with his lithe figure standing in front of Lin Shen. You didn't die." Ye Kong's face drastically changed. It shocked her to her core that Tian Xun had used force against the Purple Star ritual robe and still managed to come out alive. Whether Tian Xun had tamed the Purple Star ritual robe or had safely escaped after its activation, both scenarios proved that Tian Xun possessed incomparable abilities. As if having a telepathic connection, the 3 from Ye Kong simultaneously launched their sonic wave power from their life bases, attempting to use the combined power of sound domain to suppress Tian Xun. The sound domain formed by the trio's drums, guqin, and bass, together with the song they sang, merged various sound waves into one, resembling a deafening rock concert, instantly causing a tingling sensation in the scalp. Of course, Lin Shen felt a tingling sensation because his body was sufficiently strong. If it had been someone weaker, not just their scalp, their head would probably have burst open by now. "Quiet," Tian Xun coldly snorted. The noisy clamor instantly subsided, and the combined strength of the 3 from Ye Kong couldn't withstand Tian Xun's word power. It had to be said that Tian Shun's word power was simply the bane of the Night Ghost Tribe's Song of Night. Against other categories of Nirvana-level beings, it might not have been so effortless for Tian Shun. Stand there and don't move. Seeing that the three from Ye Kong wanted to flee, Tian Shun's words followed by law, freezing them in the air. This time, Lin Shen was quite attuned to the situation. Without waiting for Tian Shun to speak, he flew over by himself and sealed the acupoints of the three from Ye Kong. The last four purebloods of the Night Ghost Tribe all became prisoners at the steps. Where are Ch401 and Ch96? Lin Shen left Ye Kong able to speak so that she could answer the question. Ch401 and another celestial, I don't know if it's the one you call Ch96, have been killed by us. Ye Kong knew that in Tian Shun's hands they didn't have even the right to refuse to speak. Better to speak voluntarily than to be coerced by Tian Shun. Lin Shen was greatly surprised upon hearing this, for these were strong members of the Qi family ranked around 100. The fact that Ye Kong and her two companions could kill them indicated that their strength was commendable. Before, Lin Shen had always felt that they seemed quite weak, mainly because every time he saw them, they were easily dealt with by Tian Shun, which gave the impression they were very weak. Did you bring back everything that was on them? Tian Shun asked. Everything is in the backpack, Ye Kong replied very shrewdly and promptly. Lin Shen collected their backpacks and brought them before Tian Shun, who reached into them, rummaged around, and took several items to keep. Tian Shun, what do you plan to do with us? Ye Kong inquired. Why do you think I won't kill you? Tian Shun asked with interest as he looked at Ye Kong. With so many from the three families turned into hybrid night ghosts, it won't be easy to recruit anew, only we can control them, Ye Kong spoke. So, you wish to pledge allegiance to me? Tian Shun said with a smile as he looked at Ye Kong. Find exclusive stories on Empire? Ye Kong spoke earnestly. We've been in hiding for so many years. If we just die like this, the Night Ghost Tribe will come to an end. So, we do not wish to die. Give us a chance, and we are willing to swear loyalty to you. Swearing an oath is pointless, as it's not up to me to decide what to do with you. That has to be reported to the Celestial Court and await their commands, Tian Shun said indifferently. However, if you wish to follow me, there might still be a chance for redemption after the decision from the Celestial Court comes through. We swear to follow unto death, Lord. Rest assured, we know what should be said and what should not. We will never reveal a word related to the utmost darkness domain, Ye Kong promptly replied. Tian Shun did not give a clear response, simply instructing Lin Shen to release their acupuncture points and allow them to move freely, seemingly unafraid they would try to escape. Ye Kong and the others showed no intention of fleeing either. At least in Tian Shun's presence, they knew they had no chance of escape. Which of these items inside are used to tame the sacrificial robe? Tian Shun asked, pointing at the contents of the trio's backpacks. Lord couldn't tame the sacrificial robe? It was only then that Ye Kong realized that Tian Shun had not succeeded in taming the robe. Indeed, I was not successful, Tian Shun admitted without avoiding the topic of failure. That the Lord could come back in one piece is already beyond astounding to us. Ye Kong pointed to some items within the backpack and explained, these were found on those from the Ch401, and I only know that these two items may be related to taming the sacrificial robe. We have not passed through all the trial domains, so we have no idea whether the other items have anything to do with taming the robe. There is plenty of time to try them out slowly. Tian Shun instructed Lin Shen to collect all the items before they once again ascended to the mountaintop and returned before the Purple Star Ritual Robe. The Purple Star Ritual Robe had returned to its previous state of being suspended in the air, as if nothing had happened. Tian Shun had Ye Kong and the others try out various items one by one, but it seemed none of them worked. It could be because the items they held required specific incantations which they did not possess. Therefore, they were unable to utilize them. It seems we can only learn how to use these items by going through the trials. Tian Shun had no choice but to give up on the idea of taming the sacrificial robe that day. Are these sacrificial robes artificially created objects or naturally occurring creatures? Lin Shen curiously observed the robe. The Little Wine Emperor only said that they are mutant nirvana creatures. Whether they are artificially made or naturally occurring is unknown. Ye Kong tried once more and still could not move the Purple Star Ritual Robe an inch, and so she walked back. Must one be at Nirvana level to tame a sacrificial robe? Can't someone at Ascension level do it? Lin Shen pondered. There's no rule stating that, but if Nirvana level can't do it, the chances are even slimmer for someone at Ascension level, Ye Kong said. Let me give it a try, who knows, it might work. Lin Shen had been eager to test it and walked towards the Purple Star Ritual Robe. This Purple Star Ritual Robe reminded him of a myth widely known on his home planet. There was a divine sword stuck in a stone, and legend had it that only the true chosen one could pull it out. Otherwise, even a deity would fail to extricate the sword from the stone. Many powerful beings did not believe in such a story and came to pull out the sword, but not one could make it move the slightest bit. Over time, some began to suspect that the sword in the stone was simply stuck and that no one could pull it out, dismissing the concept of a chosen one altogether. It was not until a gallant young warrior approached the stone and effortlessly drew the sword out that people realized there indeed were chosen ones in the world. Chapter 470, Missing Sense of Accomplishment. Have those who have heard this story ever fantasized, when they were children, about being the chosen one? Lin Shen had such fantasies too, imagining himself as the chosen one who could pull the sword in the stone. Of course, after growing up, countless harsh realities told him that he was not the chosen one. Things others couldn't do, he couldn't do either. That kind of unrealistic fantasy had long been snuffed out. Seeing the purple star ritual robe today, he couldn't help but think of the story of the sword in the stone, and for a moment he was somewhat eager to give it a try. Yi Kong didn't really care. If Lin Shen wanted to try, she'd just let him. After all, it had nothing to do with her. Tian Shun said with a laugh beside him, "You never know, it might actually work. It's worth a try, and if you really are the chosen one who can pull the sword in the stone, that would save us a lot of trouble." What chosen one? Yi Kong was a bit puzzled, not understanding what Tian Shun meant. You've heard the story of the sword in the stone too? Lin Shen was surprised. He thought the story was only passed down on the human mother planet. He didn't expect that Tian Shun had heard it as well. The story of the sword in the stone is a very famous fairy tale among the celestial race. Well known indeed. How could I not know it? Who hasn't fantasized about being the chosen one who could pull the sword in the stone? Tian Shun smiled as she recounted the story of the sword in the stone. Her story was roughly the same as the one Lin Shen had heard, largely similar except for a few details. In the story from the human mother planet, the chosen one is a young warrior of common birth. In the celestial race's story, the chosen one is a handsome prince. Listening, Ye Kong shook his head and bitterly smiled. There is no such thing as a chosen one in the world. Even if there truly is a sword in the stone, the one who can pull it out is not some chosen one but a spokesperson thrust forward by a power behind the scenes representing an interest group. With the identity of the prince, it's already predetermined that he is the chosen one. If it were someone of no status and no background, an ordinary person, they could never become the chosen one. Tian Shun smiled without speaking, knowing that indeed the story of the sword in the stone could be interpreted that way, which is also how adults think. Lin Shen, however, didn't care about these things. He walked over to the purple star ritual robe and, touching the robe, said, "In the legends of my homeland, the chosen one is an ordinary young man without status or background. I believe that there are miracles in the world." Naive, Ye Xing muttered to herself inwardly, but she dared not voice this out loud. Ye Kong didn't say anything further, but it was obvious she did not agree with Lin Shen's view. "Whether there is a chosen one depends on the perspective," Tian Shun said with a smile. "A race that hasn't even stepped off their planet, the chosen one they select can only be a representative of the local interest groups. Only those with money, power, and background can become the chosen one. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. But if a powerful cosmic race came there wanting to select some talented young people, then the planet's internal interest groups lose their influence, and only innate talent matters. You can say those young people are the real chosen ones. My little love, I believe you are a talented person. You will definitely be the chosen one," Tian Shun said very supportively. "Of course, with how outstanding I am, I'd definitely be the protagonist in a movie. I must be the chosen one. A mere sacrificial robe is nothing to me. I could wear it with ease." Lin Shen laughed heartily. "That's a given. With how handsome you are, you'd definitely be the protagonist in real life too," Tian Shun laughed and said. The more Lin Shen looked at Tian Shun, the more pleasing he found her. For someone with her achievements and capabilities to willingly engage in such nonsensical talk with him felt just right to Lin Shen. Ye Xing ranted internally. There should be a limit to being self-absorbed. Even for a powerful being like Tian Shun, it's hard to tame the purple star ritual robe. You, an ascender, can indulge in your fantasy all you like, but if you start to take it seriously, that's just brainless. Tian Shun had already set the atmosphere, and Lin Shen puffed out his chest, turning around majestically to put on the purple star ritual robe. Regardless of whether the task could be accomplished, one must have a firm grasp on demeanor and poise. One may lose a battle but never lose face. Anyhow, Lin Shen had never really thought he could succeed. It was just for the thrill of it. With his back to the purple star ritual robe, Lin Shen slipped his arms into the sleeves, then subconsciously moved his hands toward his chest, his hands emerging from the sleeves, intending to straighten the robe. Lin Shen tugged at the collar only to suddenly realize something was amiss. When he had seen Chen Shun and Ye Kong attempting before, the purple star ritual robe had remained utterly still. The series of movements he just made was as smooth as flowing water, completed without feeling any hindrance and all done subconsciously, which was why it took Lin Shen a moment to catch on. Ye Kong and the others were already dumbfounded, standing there staring at Lin Shen, unsure of how to react. Impossible. How could the purple star ritual robe move? It looks just like an ordinary robe. How did he put it on? Ye Xing felt her brain almost short-circuit. Tian Shun, a powerhouse like that, had used all her might and still struggled to tame the purple star ritual robe, yet Lin Shen, who was clearly merely an ascender, managed to slip it on so casually. Could it be that there really is a chosen ones in this world? The three from Ye Kong couldn't help but stare at Lin Shen in his purple star ritual robe with wide eyes, utterly confounded. Naturally, they didn't believe Lin Shen had tamed the purple star ritual robe with sheer strength. If it was a matter of strength, Tian Shun was incomparably stronger than Lin Shen many times over, and even Tian Shun hadn't succeeded, so how could Lin Shen? This shook their millennia-old worldviews severely, forcing them to recall what Tian Xun had said earlier. Could it be that this man's talent is even stronger than that of Tian Xun? The three from Yekong shared a look, full of concealed speculation. Tian Xun was also staring at Lin Shen, stunned. Although she believed miracles existed in this world and that Lin Shen's talent was truly extraordinary, she also hadn't expected Lin Shen to actually do it, and so, nonchalantly, at that. Lin Shen himself hadn't figured out why he could wear the Purple Star ritual robe. He didn't feel any obstacle nor anything extraordinary. There was no divine radiance on the Purple Star ritual robe, no soulful communication. It was simply worn over his body as casually as any ordinary garment. If there was anything magical about it, the only noteworthy feature was that the Purple Star ritual robe automatically adjusted to fit his size. Many battlesuits had this feature, which, to be honest, really wasn't all that magical. Besides, this thing didn't even have buttons, just a butterfly knot hidden clasp at the collar. Lin Shen tried it on and found that the robe didn't look particularly good on him, not as good as wearing it like a cape. Indeed, removing his arms from the sleeves and draping the Purple Star battlesuit over his shoulders like a cape gave off a much more imposing and commanding appearance. That's it? No challenge at all? The least you could do is give me a little difficulty, a symbolic struggle. This makes me feel totally unaccomplished, Lin Shen sighed. Chapter 471, Merge of the Five Robes. Is this even human speak? Ye Xing was nearly grinding his teeth to dust. His three elder sisters had prepared for hundreds of years, just for the chance to gain the approval of the sacrificial robe, only to lose even the opportunity to try. Lin Shen actually complained about a lack of a sense of achievement, and Ye Xing only wanted to say, let his sense of achievement go to hell. Sure, we can try on other planets. Tian Xun was very happy. If they could take away the things left by the Little Wine Emperor right now, that would be great, to avoid any longer complex dreams. Although Ye Kong and her sisters promised to keep it a secret, Tian Xun didn't believe them at all. She had her own plans, and whether they could keep the secret or not, it would have no impact on Tian Xun. The group arrived at Yellow Star, which was much like Purple Star. A yellow robe was suspended above the peak of a mountain. In fact, it was white with yellow patterns, not a truly yellow robe. Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Shen, wondering whether he would be able to tame this yellow robe as well. Do I need to take it off? Lin Shen asked as he pointed to the Purple Star ritual robe he was wearing, his eyes looking towards Yi Kong. The rules only say you need to collect all 5 sacrificial robes. It doesn't say whether you have to take them off or not. Yi Kong shook her head. Yi Xing's gaze was fixed intently on Lin Shen, hoping with all his heart that Lin Shen would not succeed, or even better, that the Yellow Star sacrificial robe would teach him a lesson. Unfortunately for her, her wish was not fulfilled. Lin Shen directly put on the Yellow Star sacrificial robe that was floating in the air. This is too easy, not challenging at all. Darling, watch as your husband collects all 5 sacrificial robes for you. Lin Shen was now certain that he could easily take these sacrificial robes. What puzzled him was why these robes did not show any reaction at all. After being tamed, shouldn't wild creatures present a key and then turn into a pet capsule? Now, with 2 sacrificial robes on him, they looked no different than 2 ordinary capes, and didn't seem to be of any use to him at all. The Yellow Star sacrificial robe also had a ritual text on it, roughly with the same meaning, also invoking the deity known as the Jade Emperor. In the middle, there were some characters that he couldn't understand, looking odd as if he recognized them, yet he did not. The group subsequently went to Blue Star, Green Star, and Red Star, and the sacrificial robes of Blue Star and Green Star were easily obtained as well. Lin Shen, wearing 4 sacrificial robes, didn't feel any different, and he didn't know if these robes would protect him from others' attacks. Yi Kong and her sisters had become numb. They felt that their hundreds of years of effort were nothing but a joke in the eyes of Lin Shen. What they had sought and not obtained, someone else could easily grasp with just an outstretched hand. Such a disparity was too great for them to accept. Lin Shen's existence seemed to tell them that their past few hundred years had been lived in vain, and all their efforts were meaningless. They arrived at the last planet, Red Star, which was actually not much different from the previous 4 stars, except that it was closer to the sun, hence the temperature was somewhat higher than the other planets. With the strength of the few, naturally, they did not fear such a temperature and directly approached the Red Star sacrificial robe. Lin Shen once again reached out and took off the Red Star sacrificial robe. Until now, everything had been the same as before. But when he put on the Red Star sacrificial robe, the 5 robes suddenly shone brightly, with red, yellow, blue, green, and purple divine lights ascending and enveloping Lin Shen in a multicolored glow. Lin Shen was startled, but thankfully the colorful glow didn't harm his body, which gave him some peace of mind. Tian Xun was already by Lin Shen's side. If Lin Shen were to be hurt, she would have reacted immediately to help Lin Shen free himself from the control of the sacrificial robe. Fortunately, what they feared did not happen. The 5 robes merged into one amidst the colorful glow. The myriad of colors vanished, leaving only black and white on the merged robe. With a white background and black characters, the robe appeared quite striking. It was only then that the onlookers, who were attentively observing the robe, realized that those incomprehensible parts were originally incomplete. When the 5 robes merged, the incomplete texts also came together, forming characters that Lin Shen and the others could recognize. The desperate hymn was some words of prayer to the Jade Emperor. After Lin Shen recited those hymns, he suddenly felt as if time had come to a standstill. Everything around ceased moving, and only Lin Shen, wearing the sacrificial robe, was able to move freely in this paused space. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a beam of light descend from the sky, as if shooting out of nothingness, landing before him. The beam gradually unfolded, turning into a mysterious and ancient door, with jade as bricks and colored glaze as tiles, surrounded by immortal aura and hidden flashes of lightning. The door appeared as if it came from a land of gods and demons, carrying an endless terrifying aura. As the beam unfolded, the door slowly opened. Behind the door lay a long staircase, leading to an unknown destination. Beyond the staircase, a series of peculiar buildings stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist, appearing like vast behemoths in the clouds. The sacrificial robe on Lin Shen moved on its own, leading him through the door and up the staircase with an unstoppable force. Lin Shen wanted to resist, but was completely unable to. The power of the sacrificial robe had reached an unimaginably terrifying level, far beyond Lin Shen's ability to contend with. All sorts of strength was useless under the power of the sacrificial robe, and he could only watch helplessly as his body was led up the stairs by the robe. At the end of the staircase was evidently a huge palace, a style Lin Shen had never seen before and difficult to describe because it was unlike anything he had ever heard of and therefore hard to depict. The palace doors opened, and guided by the sacrificial robe, Lin Shen entered the interior of the palace. Inside the palace was a resplendent sight, filled with a hazy glow that made everything appear fantastical and indistinct to Lin Shen's eyes. At the highest point of the palace, a figure sat upon a lofty throne, but shrouded in a diffuse glow. The light was especially intense around the figure, rendering Lin Shen unable to clearly see the one seated on the throne. It was like staring directly at the blazing sun in the sky. After only a few glances, his eyes felt like they were about to be blinded. "Why have you come?" The figure on the throne surprisingly began to speak. "How would I know why I've come? I didn't choose to come here myself. I was pulled in by the sacrificial robe." Lin Shen felt depressed inside, but then he thought, the hymns on the robe are used to ask for the help of the Jade Emperor deity. Could it be that deities really exist in this world, and the one above this throne is that Jade Emperor deity? Chapter 472. Are you the Jade Emperor, Lord? Lin Shen pondered, then decided to use an honorific. No matter whether the other party was an actual deity or not, the strength he possessed was beyond Lin Shen's ability to contend with. It was better to be deferential. "Yes," the other replied simply and directly, then asked, "Why have you come?" Lin Shen could clearly hear the other's voice, yet he couldn't determine if the voice was male or female, old or young, pleasant or unpleasing. "Nothing much, I just admire you, so I came to see you, to behold your grace," Lin Shen said with an awkward chuckle. Although the other had admitted to being the deity Jade Emperor as mentioned in the sacrificial texts, as an atheist, Lin Shen did not believe in the existence of deities in the world. If the Jade Emperor were an all-powerful god, omniscient and omnipotent, then he should know who Lin Shen was and why he had come here, and he would not have asked why Lin Shen had come. Therefore, Lin Shen made no requests. He usually did not worship deities, so he could hardly expect them to bless him. "You mean to say you wish to make me your guardian spirit?" The Jade Emperor's voice remained ethereal, betraying no emotion. "What is a guardian spirit?" Lin Shen was startled and quickly spoke up. "If not to seek a guardian spirit, why would you use spirit-communicating robes to come to the celestial court?" the Jade Emperor asked. Lin Shen had to explain. "I just stumbled upon collecting 5 sacrificial robes and had no idea there were so many mysteries involved. Regardless of how you arrived here, now that you have, you are entitled to choose a guardian spirit." The Jade Emperor paused, then continued. "Each guardian spirit can grant you different fortunes. For example, if you choose the god of wealth as your guardian spirit, when you invoke the guardian spirit, you will receive the god of wealth's fortunate protection. Your fortune will be better than others, business will be easier to prosper in, winning the lottery will come more easily, and you will earn more than others when working. If you choose the longevity star as your guardian spirit, your life will be longer than others. Of course, a guardian spirit can only grant you a certain fortune. If you go with the flow, you can surely profit. But if you insist on defying fate, no one can save you, not even the strongest fortune will be of use," the Heavenly Emperor added. Lin Shen understood the Jade Emperor's meaning, suggesting that even with fortune on his side, if he knowingly pursued a losing business venture, even the added fortune would be of no help. If he chose the longevity star as his guardian spirit but insisted on suicide, the longevity star couldn't save his life. Even so, this was already incredibly magical. If one chose the god of wealth and didn't court disaster, they would certainly make more money than they could spend, a huge attraction for the average person. What other spirits can I choose from? Lin Shen did not rush to make a choice, but continued to inquire. "You don't have much of a choice," said the Jade Emperor, causing Lin Shen to feel a slight shock. Didn't you say I could choose a guardian spirit? You just mentioned the god of wealth and the longevity star. How come there are no choices now? Lin Shen asked, puzzled. You already chose me just now, so I am already your guardian spirit. Naturally, you cannot choose again, the Jade Emperor said indifferently. I see, Lord Jade Emperor. What is your fortune? Lin Shen murmured to himself. I never really said I wanted to choose you. How can this count? But Lin Shen dared not speak those words, for when you are under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Just feel it for yourself. Go. The immortal spirit protection can only be used once. If you need my protection, you only need to recite my divine name. And it is True Jade Emperor Miluel of the Heoshin Jinke, the supreme sovereign naturally mysterious. As the Jade Emperor's voice faded, Lin Shen felt his body being violently pulled back by the spirit communicating robes, and in a flash he flew through the grand doors of the palace, hurtling down the stairs and out. Could you repeat that one more time? I didn't catch it. Aha! Lin Shen desperately shouted, but he had already exited the gates of the Celestial Court. The gates of the Celestial Court closed with a bang, and the beam of light disappeared as well. With the disappearance of the light beam, the glow on the spirit communicating robes also dissipated, and they split into 5, leaving Lin Shen's body and flying off in different directions, vanishing in an instant. The space that had been still returned to normal, and it seemed like Ye Kong and the others had no idea what had just happened. In their eyes, Lin Shen's robe glowed with a rosy light, then turned to white with black characters, and after Lin Shen recited the sacrificial text, the robe split into 5 and disappeared into nothingness in a flash. Damn it, this sucks. What was the Jade Emperor's name again? I didn't catch it. Why did you have to have such a long name? Lin Shen felt like crying but had no tears. Tian, what happened? Tian Sun, like Ye Kong and the others, only saw Lin Shen's sacrificial robe join together, then scatter again, disappearing into the void. The time Lin Shen spent in the Celestial Court seemed to them as if it did not exist at all. I don't know what happened either, they just ran off. Since Ye Kong and the others were still there, Lin Shen naturally couldn't tell Tian Sun about the matters of the Celestial Court. So, what do we do now? Without the sacrificial robe, we can't get the things left by the Little Wine Emperor, said Ye Kong. Lin Shen now knew that the things left by the Little Wine Emperor might not be inside the artificial sun, but were probably the opportunity to obtain the guardian spirit. It was now clear that the spirit-communicating robes were not crafted by the Little Wine Emperor, nor were they creatures born from this base mutation land, but were collected by the Little Wine Emperor from somewhere, placed here waiting for someone to activate them and reach the Celestial Court. As to why the Little Wine Emperor would do such a thing, Lin Shen had no idea. Whether or not there was anything else inside the artificial sun, Lin Shen also did not know. Perhaps it would take a test trial before he could find out if there was anything else within the artificial sun and how to access it. How would I know what to do? It's not like I made them fly away. Lin Shen was in a very bad mood. He had no choice once inside the Celestial Court, and he hadn't even managed to remember the divine name of the Jade Emperor. Lin Shen only recalled something about Haoshin, Jade Emperor, God, or something like that. It was too long. One could not possibly remember it all after hearing it just once. Couldn't you have repeated it a few times? With such a long name, who could remember it in one go? Lin Shen wished he could step back into the Celestial Court, grab that Jade Emperor, and give him a good beating, then rattle off a series of names to make him remember them. If he couldn't, then Lin Shen would beat him again. Suddenly, Lin Shen thought of something. Previously, when Lin Shen had learned stepping on the immortal court, he thought that the Celestial Court was just a metaphor for the dwelling of deities. He had never expected that there was indeed such a place as the Celestial Court. Chapter 473. It must just be a coincidence. Lin Shen didn't give it much thought, and whatever the Jade Emperor did made him quite unhappy. The matters here had come to a conclusion, and if there were any gains to be made, they could only be found in the trial left by the Little Wine Emperor. Before leaving, Tian Xun also had Ye Kong and the others lead the way to the place where Ch401 and Ch96 had been killed. There they indeed saw the bodies of the two, their heads burst open by sonic wave power, leaving only headless corpses. Regrettably, their life bases had escaped, and there were no nirvana remains or such found on them. Tian Xun helped collect their bodies and returned to Paradise Island with the headless corpses. Ye Kong and the others were temporarily placed in custody. Tian Xun's intention was for Lin Shen to return to Sky Pinnacle Star as soon as possible to report back to the Heavenly Emperor, to prevent any further mishaps. Lin Shen, of course, listened to Tian Xun, and after the Dark Night ended, he took all the items and Kong Chuan with him back to Sky Pinnacle Star. Following Tian Xun's instructions, Lin Shen presented to the Heavenly Emperor all the resources he had extorted from Ch401 and An 11-7, along with those he and Tian Xun had raided together, with the exception of those he kept for himself. Tian Kongyun, who was tasked with liaising with Lin Shen, showed a hint of surprise when he saw the resources Lin Shen had brought back. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to have obtained resources from An 11-7 and Ch401 so quickly. Originally, he thought that Lin Shen would probably not be able to get anything, and that it was very likely Tian Xun had paid on his behalf. To his surprise, Lin Shen had really gotten them back, and so swiftly at that. Just as Tian Kongyun was about to praise Lin Shen led him to another warehouse. Stored there were the items looted from the private treasuries of An-117 and Ch401. Where did all this come from? Tian Kongyun's eyes widened in shock. Steward Yun, these are the items I've taken back from the private treasuries of An-117 and Ch401, Lin Shen said, leaving Tian Kongyun feeling as if he'd been struck by lightning. What in the world? Taken back from someone's private treasury? Tian Kongyun looked at Lin Shen, dumbfounded, his gaze akin to that of someone looking at a madman. The An and Chi families were related to An-117 and Ch401, who were also subordinates of the Celestial Court. Lin Shen had audaciously raided our treasuries. Such an act, even the Heavenly Emperor couldn't protect him for this, and the Celestial Court would certainly not turn a blind eye. Tian Kongyun believed this man was done for. He would definitely die a horrible death, and it was possible the incident of the previous dean being executed could replay with him. Steward Yun, please do not misunderstand. I merely plundered amid chaos. Aside from you, me, and the Lord Heavenly Emperor, no one knows these items are in my possession. Lin Shen recounted the giant Ringstar Night Ghost's disturbance. Good. The chief of the Heavenly Institute did an excellent job. This time I will definitely plead for your achievements with the Lord Heavenly Emperor, Tian Kongyun rejoiced inwardly. According to Lin Shen, he not only retrieved the resources the Heavenly Emperor wanted to double, but he also swept up the private treasuries of Ch401 and An-117, which was a tremendous achievement. Tian Kongyun was already considering how to forge better relations with this celebrity in the presence of the Heavenly Emperor and the emerging noble of the other races on Sky Pinnacle Star. Steward Yun, I claim no merits but am burdened with guilt, and I dare not accept undue credit. I'd like to ask you to plead on my behalf with the Lord Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen said with a sigh. What do you mean by that? With such an enormous achievement, how can you say you have no merits but only guilt? Tian Kongyun looked at Lin Shen with confusion, aware there must be something more to it. To get Ch401 and An-117 to surrender their resources, I tore up the self-portrait of the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Shen reported truthfully. Tian Kongyun was shocked to his core, feeling as if talking to this man was like riding a roller coaster, with sudden ups and downs that could nearly scare someone with a weak heart to death. Dean Tian, I cannot assist you with this issue, nor plead for mercy on your behalf. You'd better come with me to the palace and await the Heavenly Emperor's judgment, said Tian Kongyun with a complex expression, ordering the resources to be taken away as well. Lin Shen waited outside the palace to be summoned by the Heavenly Emperor, seemingly unfazed. Before coming here, Tian Sun had already analyzed all the possible outcomes for him. The offense he committed might not necessarily be a bad thing, and even if it wasn't something good, the worst that could happen was simply not receiving his share from the Heavenly Emperor. Shortly after, Tian Kongyun hurried out with a smile on his face, saying, Dean Tian, the Heavenly Emperor has summoned you to the Heavenly Consort's splendid palace. Hurry and follow me. Steward Yun, about my matter, seeing Tian Kongyun's expression, Lin Shen knew he should be safe. When the Heavenly Emperor heard about your affair, he said, good 3 times. Little brother, you are in luck. Don't forget about your old friend when you make it big, Tian Kongyun said cheerfully. Upon returning to the splendid palace, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Consort were still sitting behind the beaded curtain, and Lin Shen still couldn't see the Heavenly Emperor's face. Tian, do you acknowledge your crime? The majestic voice of the Heavenly Emperor came from behind the curtain. I acknowledge it, Lin Shen answered, sincerely alarmed. Since you acknowledge it, then tell us what crime you have committed, the Heavenly Emperor continued. I should not have desecrated your Majesty's portrait, Lin Shen replied, head bowed. Humph! The Heavenly Emperor snorted angrily, slamming his palm on the tabletop, and said furiously, Is this how you acknowledge your crime? Lin Shen was instantly confounded, wondering to himself, what's happening here? Didn't Steward Yun say the Heavenly Emperor was overjoyed? Why has it turned into rage now that I'm here? Thankfully, it's only the Heavenly Emperor who's angry, not Zhao Yun. Thinking that, Lin Shen could only once again feign a look of sincere alarm and say, everything is my fault. Please, Heavenly Emperor, mete out your punishment. Of course, it's all your fault. You were born a millennium too late, causing me not to meet you sooner, leaving the Celestial Master Institute without a dean for over 100 years, and depriving our celestial race of a pillar of strength for 1,000 years. Dean Tian, your sin is indeed grave. How should I punish you? The Heavenly Emperor's voice started thunderously furious, making Lin Shen somewhat nervous, but as he proceeded, his voice carried a hint of laughter. Damn, this old codger really wants to scare me to death. Lin Shen inwardly wiped away a cold sweat. Any punishment will do. I will accept your Majesty's decision, Lin Shen said. Good, then I will punish you, to reflect behind closed doors on Celestial Star for 3 months, the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. Dean Tian, aren't you going to thank the Heavenly Emperor for his grace? Steward Yun reminded the unmoving and bewildered Lin Shen. I thank your Majesty for your gracious punishment, Lin Shen said aloud, but inwardly he was thinking, what the hell? I went through so much trouble, secured you so many resources, and you want to punish me by making me reflect in seclusion? The Heavenly Emperor seemed to see right through Lin Shen's thoughts and smilingly said, "It seems our Dean Tian does not understand what kind of place Celestial Star really is. My consort, please enlighten him as to what kind of place Celestial Star truly is." Chapter 474, Celestial Star. The name Celestial Star sounds very much like the birthplace of the celestial race, but in fact, Celestial Star originally had no connection with the celestial race whatsoever. The true birthplace of the celestial race is Sky Pinnacle Star, and the original name of Celestial Star was something else. It was renamed by the celestial race after they discovered it. What it was called before is no longer known. Because very few have ever visited Celestial Star throughout the generations, only the Heavenly Emperor and his favored imperial consorts or the imperial relatives have had the privilege of residing on Celestial Star. Since its discovery, Celestial Star has been used as the Heavenly Emperor's cultivation ground. Heavenly Emperors through the ages have all cultivated on Celestial Star for a period, some since childhood, while others only after acquiring the throne. In the Tianshu dynasty, besides the emperor himself and his imperial consorts, only his children were privileged enough to cultivate on Celestial Star. Among the other imperial relatives, only the little imperial uncle Tian Jixia had the qualification to cultivate on Celestial Star. Besides him, no other so-called relatives, not even the emperor's own uncles and aunts, could enter Celestial Star. That Lin Shen, an individual of other races, had actually gotten the chance to enter Celestial Star was truly an unprecedented event in the Tianshu dynasty. Although it was said to be for reflection, it was in fact a tremendous opportunity given to Lin Shen, as well as protection. Lin Shen took so many supplies from Ch401 and An 11-7, and that was something that couldn't be kept secret. Their private treasuries were even emptied, and although such matters are not publicly acknowledged, once the Night Ghost tribe's chaos is quelled and those resources aren't found with the Night Ghosts, the An and Qi families would naturally suspect Tian Shun and Lin Shen first. In the Celestial Court, among the many individuals from the Tian, Qi, and An families, apart from the Emperor Tianshu himself, probably no one wished to see the Celestial Master Institute rise again. No one wants a knife hanging over their head, taking pieces of flesh from them from time to time. The best way to prevent the Celestial Master Institute from standing up again is naturally to knock down the Dean, and the Night Ghost incident on Giant Ring Star, although seemingly unrelated to Lin Shen on the surface, inevitably requires someone to sully Lin Shen's name. The reason Emperor Tianshu sent Lin Shen to Celestial Star for reflection was to show all the Tian, Qi, and An families his stance, that he was under his protection and no one should think about touching his person. To protect such a moneymaker, the Heavenly Emperor was willing to put his face aside and would not let anyone take Lin Shen down. Lin Shen also conveniently mentioned Kong Chuan's merit, omitting the part about Kong Chuan's near-fatal meddling. Originally, Lin Shen did not want to mention Kong Chuan, that thorn in his side, but considering Kong Chuan's peacock eyes were in his control and there was the relationship with the Heavenly Consort, he decided it was best to mention him after all. As for the position of Chief of the Special Service Department, that would depend on Kong Chuan's own fate and the Heavenly Consort's abilities. He wouldn't be bringing that matter up anyway. How the Heavenly Emperor intended to reward Kong Chuan was no longer Lin Shen's concern. After being sent out of the splendid palace, he packed up overnight and left for Celestial Star to reflect in seclusion. He did not even visit the Celestial Master Institute, going straight from Sky Pinnacle Star to Celestial Star. Before Lin Shen returned to Sky Pinnacle Star, the reports from Tian Sun and An 117 had already reached the Tianzhu family and family's third mansion, as well as the Celestial Court. Although the Qi family fourth mansion, which Ch401 belonged to, also received the news, their source wasn't from Ch401. Since Ch401 and Ch96 went to the utmost darkness domain, the castle by the sea had fallen, and there was no one to send word back. The reports from Tian Sun and An 117 differed. An 117's report merely stated that the Night Ghost tribe committed atrocities on Giant Ring Star, attacking his castle and plundering a large amount of supplies. After his fierce resistance, he finally repelled the remnants of the Night Ghost tribe. His detailed account was emotion-filled, and he also incidentally mentioned Lin Shen coming to borrow money before and taking away a large batch of supplies. Tian Sun's report seemed fairly straightforward. It merely stated that the Night Ghost tribe attacked Paradise Island, but the situation was now under control, and 4 pure-blood Night Spectres were captured, awaiting further instructions. At the end, Tian Sun also mentioned that Lin Shun had borrowed a batch of materials from her. Though written simply, anyone with a keen eye could spot the underlying issues. Normally, such an event wouldn't be considered a significant issue among the celestial race, and a developing planet like this wouldn't usually provoke the Celestial Court to convene a council meeting. Strangely though, this incident actually alerted the Dean and the Vice Dean, prompting an urgent council meeting. The focus of the meeting was on who should be sent to Giant Ring Star for reinforcements and to eradicate the remaining Night Ghosts. All families acted uncharacteristically, expressing their urgent desire and willingness to support Giant Ring Star, causing quite a ruckus in the council. While everyone was engaged in a war of words, Emperor Tianshu, who hadn't visited the celestial court for many years, suddenly made an appearance. It was only after Lin Shen arrived at Celestial Star that he realized just how forceful the Heavenly Emperor's punishment of reflection was. Standing on the grass of Celestial Star and breathing its air, his watch suddenly vibrated, displaying a prompt of base mutation rate +1. What's going on? Lin Shen was stunned. He hadn't done anything, yet his base mutation rate had increased. This was just too abnormal. Who are you, and what are you doing here? While Lin Shen was surveying his surroundings, trying to understand what was happening, he suddenly saw a splendidly dressed female celestial flying towards him, eyeing him with puzzled beauty. I am the head of the Celestial Masters Institution, acting on the behest of the Heavenly Emperor, here for reflection. How may I address you? Lin Shen knew that a celestial appearing on Celestial Star must have an extraordinary status. Reflection, here? The female celestial's face was filled with surprise. This is the decree from the Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen produced the decree given to him by the Heavenly Emperor and showed it to the woman. After confirming that the decree was authentic, the woman's expression grew even more strange. However, she didn't say much more. Your place for reflection is at Silent Residence, not far from where I live. I'll take you there. Thank you. Since the woman didn't give her name, Lin Shen didn't ask further. My name is Qing Yu, and I live in the Rainy Mist Tower downstream from Silent Residence. There are many restrictions on Celestial Star, so it's best not to wander around. If you encounter any problems, you can find me at Rainy Mist Tower, she said as she brought Lin Shen to Silent Residence, thinking for a moment before she left. Lin Shen gave his thanks again, and after Qing Yu left, he began to inspect Silent Residence carefully. Silent Residence was built beside a pond at the foot of a mountain, directly opposite the mountain wall and waterfall. The waterfall cascaded from the summit, and although the flow was gentle, the splashes still created mist everywhere nearby. The entire Silent Residence seemed to float amidst the clouds, bearing some resemblance to the dwelling of a deity. Lin Shen took a deep breath, sensing the high humidity in the air. Yet, in the time it took to breathe in, his phone vibrated again, indicating another +1 to his base mutation rate. Abnormal, utterly abnormal, even a dog cultivating here could take off on the spot. Lin Shen was a mix of shock and delight. Chapter 475, Tien Beluo. Sister, weren't you at the stargazing platform to cultivate? Why have you come back so early? Asked a young celestial within the fireworks pavilion, looking somewhat puzzled at Tian Qingyu. I ran into a man who had just been transported to Celestial Star, so I showed him the way and came straight back, Tian Qingyu said. Which prince was it? Tian Ya or Tian Xia? No, that's not right. If it were them coming to Celestial Star, why would they need you, sister, to show them the way? Moreover, they wouldn't stay here. Tien Beluo frowned and said, It was not a prince. Tian Qingyu shook her head. If it's not a prince, then something is amiss. Apart from us princes, the only others who could come to the Celestial Court are Father's imperial consorts, and naturally they couldn't be men. Could it be, little imperial uncle has arrived? Tien Beluo's eyes suddenly lit up. Stop guessing. It's not little imperial uncle nor a celestial. It's a human. He claims to be the dean of the Celestial Master Institute, punished by Father to face the wall in introspection at Silent Residence, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tien Beluo's eyes widened. Silent Residence? Introspection? Did I mishear, or did you misspeak? Why would Father allow a foreign tribesperson into Celestial Star, let alone to contemplate at Silent Residence? What's there to contemplate? That place is where the gods and Heavenly Emperor understood the Tao. It's one of the few places with the densest concentration of the immortal laws. Even the location of this Rainy Mist Tower is inferior. Father himself cultivated there in his youth. I've asked Father several times, and he has never agreed to let me stay at Silent Residence, so how could he allow a foreign human to stay there? Tien Beluo found it increasingly bizarre as he spoke. That man has Father's handwritten decree. I've seen it, and it's genuine, Tian Qingyu said. Such a thing actually happened. Wait, you said that man claims to be the dean of the Celestial Master Institute. I know who he is now, but why would Father have him come to Celestial Star to face the wall in introspection, and even arrange for him to stay at Silent Residence, said Tien Beluo, rising to his feet and heading outside as he spoke. I must go and see for myself. Don't cause trouble. Tian Qingyu quickly stopped him. Sister, don't worry. I won't look for trouble with him. I'm just going out to gather some information to see why he has come here, Tien Beluo said before leaving the Rainy Mist Tower. Though Tien Beluo said he would not stir up trouble, as soon as he left the Rainy Mist Tower, he took a turn and headed toward Silent Residence. He wanted to see for himself what entitled the new dean of the Celestial Master Institute to reside at Silent Residence, where even he could not stay. Tien Beluo knew that Emperor Tianshu had his reasons for letting someone stay at Silent Residence, and on a normal day, Tien Beluo wouldn't have objected. However, the situation was different recently. The cosmic ranking battle, which took place once every 10 cosmic years, was about to begin in a few months. People from every race had the opportunity to participate, though young people like himself wouldn't greatly impact the celestial race's ranking in the universe. Nevertheless, it would still be a matter of great honor to shine in the cosmic ranking battle. Most of the smaller races and powerful cosmic races didn't join the battle to achieve high rankings, but rather to make a name for themselves. Of course, Tianbuluo wasn't particularly interested in fame. His primary reason for wanting to participate was hoping to confront DEC in battle. He considered himself the second greatest ascension-level expert of the celestial race. If he could defeat DEC in the cosmic ranking battle, he would prove that the celestial race's talents were no less than those of the supreme clan's DEC. Tianbuluo wasn't blindly arrogant. He had already won first place in the Ascenders ranking battle held by the Celestial Court during his 9th turn, indeed making him one of the top young powerhouses of the celestial race. Lin Shen, having ascended too recently, had not participated in the Celestial Court's rankings for Ascenders, but even if she had, she would likely not be a match for Tianbuluo. However, Tianbuluo knew that reaching the pinnacle of 10th turn wouldn't be enough to defeat DEC, he had to become even stronger. Therefore, he requested Emperor Tianshu for permission to reside in silent residence, where the residual rhythms of the immortal laws left by the union of the deity and the heavenly emperor lingered. If he could comprehend even a fraction of them, it would greatly aid his battle against DEC. The union of the deity and the heavenly emperor was an earlier celestial emperor of the celestial race, who once served as the pinnacle of the race's martial prowess. In the era of the union of the deity and the heavenly emperor, the celestial race had once killed their way into the top 3 of the racial rankings. Although they did not reach the summit, it was the best achievement in the celestial race's history thus far. One of the widely propagated 5 fundamental evolution skills in the universe, the heavenly heart skill, was adapted from the celestial unity mind skill of the deity and heavenly emperor, who also possessed a skill that complemented the celestial unity mind skill, called the heaven and celestial being skill, reputed to be the skill closest to divinity. Unfortunately, the heaven and celestial being's skill had extremely high requirements for a cultivator's talent. Since the deity and the heavenly emperor, no one has been able to perfect the heaven and celestial being's skill, unable to fully express the essence of this skill closest to divinity. Moreover, as the celestial unity mind skill gradually became obsolete with the times, more powerful evolution skills were created. Fewer members of the celestial race practiced the celestial unity mind skill, and without the support of this evolution skill, it became even less likely for anyone to master the heaven and celestial being skill. Tianbuluo, for the sake of the heaven and celestial being skill, stubbornly chose the now outdated celestial unity mind skill as his evolution skill, with the ultimate goal of mastering the heaven and celestial being skill and bringing it to prominence. Indeed, Tianbuluo was an extraordinary prodigy. The outdated heavenly heart skill was practiced by him to nearly invincible levels within his tier, and he even made initial progress in the heaven and celestial being skill, grasping some of its profound essence, but compared to the realm of the deity and heavenly emperor, he naturally still had much to improve. He asked Emperor Tianshu several times for permission to comprehend the heaven and celestial being skill at silent residence, but was refused each time without a proper reason, which made him feel unconvinced. Tianbuluo had come to understand that Emperor Tianshu did not wish for him to continue on this path and wanted him to switch to another evolution skill. Yet, he was determined to proceed, intent on proving to Emperor Tianshu that there were no useless evolution skills, only incapable people. He wanted to make Emperor Tianshu realize that by cultivating the heavenly heart skill, he could still be invincible in his tier and could shatter the elite of 10,000 races, including DEC. If you won't let me stay in silent residence, I will visit the owner of silent residence and stay there as a guest. That should be allowed, Tianbuluo mused. He had no intention of causing trouble for Lin Shen. He had made up his mind to freeload. Rainy Mist Tower was located downstream, just beside silent residence, not far away. It didn't take long for Tianbuluo to reach the vicinity of silent residence, and from a distance, he saw a figure standing in the pavilion of silent residence, with an upright posture, gently waving a folding fan in hand, leisurely enjoying the view of the waterfall opposite. Chapter 476, Heaven and the Divine People. The feeling that Celestial Star gave Lin Shen was almost no different from that of the human mother planet. Gravity and the composition of the atmosphere were very similar, making him feel extremely comfortable here. What puzzled him was that simply by standing here, doing nothing at all, not only was his base mutation rate increasing, but the life base within him also seemed to be stirring, as if showing signs of rebirth. Truly a mystical planet, Lin Shen opened the door to the balcony. Outside there was a platform built of wood, and beyond the platform was a pavilion standing over the water. Standing in the pavilion, his mind felt clearer, as if even his memory had strengthened, and his gaze revealed many minute details that normally escaped his attention. If I had practiced here from a young age, my accomplishments would probably be much stronger than they are now, and my mind would probably be sharper. Lin Shen had never understood as he did now why the environment is so important for learning. The waterfall here was not as violent as the one in the Ascension Pool. Because the mountain was terraced, the waterfall dropped 3 times, winding and turning before finally falling into the pond below. Thus its force was somewhat mitigated. The stream also became more meandering and gentle, losing some of its violent impact yet gaining an air of ethereal grace in the process. Lin Shen saw that the mountain wall beside the waterfall was actually inscribed with some characters. Heaven does not gift me, nor do I take, time does not favor me, nor do I wait, people do not grant me, nor do I reciprocate, gods do not bless me, I take by myself. Lin Shen was taken aback as he read. The beginning seemed to be written by a hermit who was indifferent to fame and desire, aloof from the worldly affairs. It seemed to indicate that if you ignore me, then I will ignore you, if you don't give to me, then I don't want it. But the tone changed later on. Somehow it turned into, if you don't give to me, then I will take it myself, if you hide it, then I will snatch it. The sentiment was completely different. This made Lin Shen highly suspect that the first few sentences and the latter ones were written by 2 different people. Otherwise, how could they be so inconsistent with each other? Yet looking at the handwriting, it seemed consistent, as if it should come from the same person. This is the Song of Heaven and Celestial Beings personally inscribed by the deities and the Heavenly Emperor of our celestial race. Legend has it that it contains the immense terror of the Heaven and Celestial Beings' skill. If one could comprehend even a fraction, it would greatly benefit one's path of cultivation. A voice rang out behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen turned to look and saw a celestial male whose stature and appearance were not inferior to Tian Xin, but whose temperament far surpassed hers. What is the Heaven and Celestial Being's skill? Lin Shen saw that the other party seemed to harbor no ill intent, and so he asked with a smile. The Heaven and Celestial Being's skill is a skill created by the gods and the Heavenly Emperor, possessing unfathomable power. It is said to allow communication with the cosmos and spirits, to gain enlightenment from the universe, protection from deities, to unite body with heaven, and to receive wisdom in the heart from the divine. Every movement embodies the ultimate principles of the universe. Every action is as if deities descend to the world. It's a skill that aggregates the great terror of the world. Tian Buluo looked up at the Song of Heaven and Celestial Beings inscribed on the stone wall, speaking with longing. Such a divine skill, how is it that I have never heard of it before? Lin Shen was quite interested. The Heaven and Celestial Beings skill is not exactly lost amongst our celestial race, but those who can truly grasp its essence are few and far between. Furthermore, one needs to practice the Heavenly Heart skill to master the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill. Nowadays, there are not many in our race who know this skill, Tian Buluo sighed. I see. Lin Shen felt a surge of disappointment, having thought to witness the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, only to find that it was a proprietary skill of the Heavenly Heart skill, which quickly dampened his interest. I am Tian from the Celestial Master Institute. May I ask who you are? Lin Shen asked, looking at Tian Buluo. Tian Buluo, 17th son of the Heavenly Emperor, Tian Buluo replied with a smile. So it's Mr. Shichi. My apologies for the oversight, Lin Shen said politely, yet without any substantive gesture. Tian Buluo frowned slightly, but since he had come to Lin Shen with a request, it was naturally inappropriate for him to make a scene. He smiled and continued, This silent residence is the very place where the gods and the Heavenly Emperor first realized the Tao. The Heaven and Celestial Being skill was created right here. Living here now is tremendously beneficial for your understanding of the Heaven and Celestial Being skill. Prince is jesting. I'm cultivating the Heavenly Heart skill, not the Heaven and Celestial Being skill, Lin Shen said. That's not necessarily true, Tian Buluo said with a smile. Without the Heavenly Heart skill as a foundation, it's true that one cannot cultivate the Heaven and Celestial Being skill. However, the Heaven and Celestial Being skill itself teaches how to sense cosmic rules, achieve unity of heaven and man, and the subtleties of sensing the cosmic law. Even without cultivating this method, one can sense its subtleties. This has a tremendous benefit for achieving immortality and establishing immortal laws in the future. Tian, residing here is a tremendous opportunity, make sure not to miss it. Perhaps it is my mediocre talent, but I haven't felt anything special, Lin Shen said. That's because you don't understand the Heaven and Celestial Being skill. Once you have some understanding of it, naturally you will feel the difference here, Shen Buluo said. How could I, someone like me, have access to such a secret art of the celestial race? Lin Shen shook his head. Where would he learn the Heaven and Celestial Being skill? Haha, what's difficult about that? If you want to learn, I'll teach you, Tian Buluo said generously. Is that appropriate? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Tian Buluo, feeling somewhat puzzled as to why this suddenly appeared Prince Tian Buluo was so attentive towards him, even wanting to teach him the Heaven and Celestial Being skill. What's inappropriate about it? The Heavenly Heart skill has long been obsolete, and without it, the Heaven and Celestial Being skill is just a method for sensing the laws of heaven and earth. It has no practical value and is no longer considered a secret art, Tian Buluo said. Let's forget about it. I'd hate to commit a taboo and cause trouble for you, Prince, Lin Shen said, shaking his head. He wasn't particularly interested in these profound mysteries. He preferred more practical skills. Lin Shen had always felt that realm only mattered when one had comparable strength. If your realm is high but your body can't keep up, What's the difference between that and having keen eyes but clumsy hands? No matter. No one has dared to give me trouble over a mere heaven and celestial being's skill. You just rest easy. Tian Beluo did not give Lin Shen a chance to speak and started reciting the incantation of the heaven and celestial being's skill on his own. Lin Shen frowned inwardly, but he couldn't very well cover Tian's mouth to stop him from speaking, so he had to stand aside and listen. As Tian Beluo recited the incantation, he explained it to Lin Shen. His only intention was to get Lin Shen to memorize the incantation of the heaven and celestial being's skill as quickly as possible so he could start practicing. Then, he himself could feel the immortal law's residual rhythm left by the gods and the heavenly emperor within the silent residence, and attempt to understand the heaven and celestial being's skill to push it to a higher realm. Give it a try, you should be able to gain some insight, Tian Beluo suggested after going through it once, indicating Lin Shen could give it a shot. Could you repeat that? The incantation is too long, and you spoke too fast. I didn't catch it, Lin Shen said helplessly. You didn't remember it. Impossible. Tian Beluo looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. The celestial star itself has the effect of strengthening the body and enhancing spiritual sense, so even an average celestial on this star could almost achieve a photographic memory. Although Lin Shen was not a celestial, he was, after all, the head of the Celestial Masters institution selected by the Heavenly Emperor. It seemed unreasonable for him to be so deficient. Chapter 477, Sacred Ground for Cultivation. Lin Shen's memory had indeed improved a lot on Celestial Star. His mind felt clearer, much better than before. If the Jade Emperor were to report names in front of him now, he should be able to remember them all in one go. However, the heaven and celestial being skill sprawled over 10,000 characters, many of which were awkward and hard to comprehend, so expecting him to memorize it all at once was rather unfair to him. The kind of memory that Tian Beluo referred to was based on the standards of celestials, which was significantly superior to human memory. Lin Shen was just of average human level. Even with the enhancement from the environment of the celestial star, it was impossible for him to remember 10,000 words just by listening once. I'd rather not learn at all, said Lin Shen, who had no interest in the heaven and celestial being skill from the start, and Tian Beluo's astonished expression only decreased his interest even more. No problem, it's my fault for reciting too quickly. It's normal not to remember. I'll slow down the speed and go over it again, Tian Beluo hastily said. He needed to use the excuse of teaching Lin Shen the heaven and celestial being skill to stay at the silent residence for free, so he had to get Lin Shen hooked. Ignoring what Lin Shen said, Tian Beluo recited the skill again, deliberately slowing down and giving Lin Shen detailed explanations sentence by sentence, fearing that he would not understand or remember. Yet, this only increased the amount Lin Shen had to memorize, making it even more difficult for him to recall. As Lin Shen listened, he even started to feel sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. His interest in the heaven and celestial being's skill waned even further. After Tian Beluo's detailed explanation, Lin Shen could understand some of it, though he was still far from completely grasping it. However, one thing was sure, cultivating the heaven and celestial being's skill was very tedious, requiring one to calmly comprehend the laws of all things in the world, to achieve a state where they could sense the response from heaven and earth. Lin Shen had always been an impatient person, save for the moments of quiet when reading or sleeping. The thought of tranquilly contemplating the universe was simply not his cup of tea. This practice wasn't suited for him at all. The immortality scripture, which focused on sleeping, was a much better fit for Lin Shen's temperament. The less interested he was, the harder it was to remember. Lin Shen would forget the beginning after hearing the end, and forget the end after memorizing the beginning. Tian Beluo repeated himself over and over, veins bulging on his forehead and nearly running out of saliva, yet he still couldn't get Lin Shen to completely memorize the heavenly heart skill. Prince, why don't you write down the heaven and celestial being skill and look at it slowly later? Lin Shen genuinely felt it was too boring to stay interested in learning. No, heaven and celestial being skill must not be put on paper. Tian Beluo certainly wouldn't let Lin Shen write it down. If Lin Shen remembered everything, how would he justify staying here to explain it to him? Tian Beluo realized that Lin Shen wasn't intentionally making it difficult for him. He genuinely couldn't remember. Of course, he also understood that Lin Shen really wasn't interested in the heaven and celestial being skill, hence his lack of dedication. After all, Lin Shen wasn't cultivating the heavenly heart skill, and the heaven and celestial being skill had very limited benefits for him, so it made sense for him to be uninterested. Once you are able to sense the immortal law's residual rhythm within the silent residence, you won't give up on it even if I tell you not to, Tian Beluo thought, and continued to teach Lin Shen over and over again. After practicing for an entire afternoon, as the sky darkened, Lin Shen finally memorized the complete mantra of the heaven and celestial being skill without missing a single word. You try it now, see if you can sense anything, Tian Beluo said. It's getting late. Shall we try again tomorrow? Lin Shen had been yawning non-stop, genuinely not wanting to learn anymore. It's already this late, huh? I felt an instant connection with you, Brother Tian. My place is quite far from here, so I'll just stay over at your place tonight, and we can talk late into the night by candlelight, Tian Beluo said. You don't sleep at night? Lin Shen was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, an instant connection my ass, you just like playing teacher. You've been teaching me all afternoon, and if it weren't for your status as a prince, I would have kicked you out long ago. True friends are hard to find, and meeting you, Brother Tian, I'm so excited I couldn't possibly sleep. Tian Beluo's acting skills skyrocketed, putting on an air as if he'd found someone who truly understood his music. Prince, I'm really tired, let's talk about it tomorrow, Lin Shen sighed. No worries at all, you go back to your room and rest. I'll wait here for you until you wake up, then we can chat, Tian Beluo quickly said. Fine then. Since the other party was, after all, a prince, Lin Shen didn't feel it was his place to send him away and could only retreat to his own bedroom. Seeing Lin Shen finally leave, Tian Beluo was in high spirits. Sitting on the balcony, he looked at the heaven and celestial being skill, inscribed on the mountain cliffs, and began to comprehend the immortal law's residual rhythm that lingered there. Lin Shen lay in bed, summoning a contrarian to guard inside the door. If Tian Beluo made any unusual moves, he would know immediately, ensuring he wasn't caught off guard by any scheming. He didn't believe in this instant connection or the meeting of minds through music. Tian Beluo surely had some ulterior motive for coming here. Lin Shen just hadn't figured out whether Tian Beluo's intentions were directed towards him or this silent residence. When Lin Shen woke up, he found that his base mutation rate had increased a bit. Although it was much slower than when he first arrived, the fact that he could increase his base mutation rate without doing anything was already a huge windfall. Seeing that Tian Beluo was still sitting on the balcony outside, with no unusual movements, Lin Shen retracted the contrarian and also stepped out of the wooden house to join him on the balcony. Brother Tian, are you awake? Tian Beluo, seeing Lin Shen come out, stood up and said, Brother Tian, shall we practice the heaven and celestial being skills together? Aren't you hungry? Let's eat something first, Lin Shen said, somewhat exasperated. Here on Celestial Star, there's an abundance of immortal law power. Therefore, the energy concentration in the air is much stronger than on other planets. Merely breathing in the energy is enough to sustain life. Most people in this place even run the risk of having excessive energy and don't need to eat, Tian Beluo explained. Is that so? Only then did Lin Shen realize that he indeed didn't feel hungry. Not only that, but as ascenders like us, just by living here without doing anything, both the base mutation rate and the rebirth count of life base will gradually increase, though the rate of increase is slow. With just a little effort in cultivation, even without using Ascension Liquid and Spirit Base, the rate of advancement would be quite rapid. Tian Beluo continued to enlighten Lin Shen. Only then did Lin Shen discover why his base mutation rate had increased even though he had not done anything. Celestial Star truly was a training ground for the Heavenly Emperor, and indeed it was exceedingly comfortable, allowing one to improve their level even while lying down. The only thing that troubled Lin Shen was that Tian Beluo wanted to drag him into practicing the heaven and celestial beings skills again. Brother Tian, the battle for racial ranking is only a few months away. Don't you want to fight for honor for your race? If you can comprehend even a bit of the immortal law's residual rhythm, it will surely be beneficial then, said Tian Beluo, throwing out another piece of news when he saw Lin Shen unwilling to engage with him. Chapter 478, Marionette. Is the racial ranking war about to begin? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't had much time to watch the universe news lately and truly hadn't noticed this event. There's less than 4 months left, I believe. With your strength, you should be able to make a difference in the ranking battle, Tian Beluo encouraged. The participants in the racial ranking war are all the big shots of various races. As an ascender, what difference can I make? Lin Shen shook his head. Tian, you're mistaken, Tian Beluo said earnestly. While it's true that ascenders can hardly affect the race rankings, your own achievements in battle can still be of help to you and your race. The racial ranking war is a showdown that all members of a race can participate in. Before the ranking battle starts, there's an elimination round. Combatants of different levels are teleported to separate areas. Mutators to one area, ascenders to another, and nirvana beings and immortals to yet others. If you can deliver an astounding performance in the elimination round, you can bring fame and glory to yourself and your race, Tian Beluo said with some excitement. Since you're an ascender, if you could defeat a figure like DEC, your reputation would be made. In the future, you'd be held in higher regard within our race. Others will see that your race has potential, and even your fellow race members would benefit from your light. My strength is not enough. I'd rather not participate. Lin Shen was uninterested in gaining fame and glory. If humans as a whole were not strong, then the strength of an individual human wouldn't be of much use. Tian Beluo was slightly taken aback, not expecting Lin Shen to lack such ambition. Prince, Silent Residence is so big, and it's quite lonely with me living alone. If you don't mind, how about you stay and keep me company? When Lin Shen heard Tian Beluo bring up the racial ranking war, he understood why Tian Beluo was insistent on staying there, so he took the initiative to suggest that he stay. Tian Beluo was delighted upon hearing this. Good. I'm bored living alone too. It would be great to have some company. Sure enough, with this, Tian Beluo stopped forcing Lin Shen to learn the heaven and celestial beings skill. He went off to the pavilion and started practicing on his own. Lin Shen stayed alone in the house, taking out Yeya's life base, the evil ghost blade, to study. Tian Xun had already examined the spirit base and had found no problems with it. What was strange was that, although it was a Nirvana being's spirit base, it could be activated by the strength of an ascender. The power of the evil ghost blade was not as formidable as he had imagined. It seemed very strong in Yeya's hands, but in his own, it only matched the standard of a 10th turn spirit base and couldn't unleash the power of Nirvana. Tian Xun had said that the evil ghost blade was indeed a spirit base of Nirvana level. Tian Xun could activate its power of Nirvana, but even though ascenders could also activate it, they could not unleash its power of Nirvana, which was quite intriguing. Lin Shen merely used it as a substitute for death powder, treating it as a rather peculiar spear that was still suitable for practicing thrusting skills. After studying for a while, Lin Shen still couldn't activate the power of Nirvana inside the evil ghost blade and lost interest in continuing the research. He put the blade aside and started studying how to merge the 28 fists with Thousand Men's pointer. The key to merging these two skills naturally lay in the concealed heart skill. Originally, Lin Shen intended for Yun to learn the concealed heart skill, but before he could teach her, he had come to Celestial Star. After all, with 3 months of idleness here, it was a perfect opportunity to study the technique. Maybe by the time the 3 months were up, he would have already succeeded in merging the skills. Over the past few days, Tian Beluo had lived in silent residence but barely spoken a few words to Lin Shen. He spent most of his time in the pavilion facing the mountain wall, absorbed in comprehending the heaven and celestial being's skill. Although it was Lin Shen who was supposed to spend his time in contemplation facing the wall, Tian Beluo seemed more like the one doing so. Lin Shen practiced one skill for a while, then another, and during dull moments he would lean against the window, watching Tian Beluo in contemplation against the wall. Although there were no guards stopping him from going out, the Heavenly Emperor had sent him here for reflection, so he felt it wouldn't be right to run around carelessly. No need to eat or drink, no need for cultivation, just casual practice can lead to growth. Every day, apart from practicing skills, is practicing abilities. Such days are truly boring. This kind of cultivation is too uninteresting. I would rather go out and hunt ascended creatures. Lin Shen picked up the evil ghost blade and swung it a few times, feeling like a hero with no battleground to prove his valor. Of course, the premise for Lin Shen to think this way was that hunting ascended creatures posed no threat to him anymore. After practicing a couple of movements, he felt bored again and casually placed the evil ghost blade to the side. I wonder how things are going with Tian Xun. Lin Shen thought of Tian Xun and those 4 pure-blood night specters. If Ye Kong and the others were not able to stay with Tian Xun, it would probably also pose a considerable problem for him. After all, they knew Tian Xun's true strength, and if used by others, it would still have some impact on Tian Xun. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard some noises coming from the pavilion outside the window. Lin Shen raised his head to look out and saw that Tian Beluo, who had been sitting in the pavilion, had stood up at some unknown time. An invisible, intangible aura emanated from Tian Beluo's body, yet it was so powerful that it could be felt. Tian Beluo was clearly standing there, but in Lin Shen's eyes, it seemed as if Tian Beluo was no longer just a person. He seemed to have merged with the pavilion, the pond, the waterfall, the mountain wall, and even the whole universe, giving Lin Shen a very strange feeling. If Tian Beluo were his enemy, then attacking him would feel like making an enemy of nature itself. As expected of a prince of the celestial race, quite impressive indeed, Lin Shen watched as the aura around Tian Beluo grew stronger, almost as if the force of the universe was converging within him, and he couldn't help expressing his admiration. As Lin Shen watched, he suddenly burst into laughter, reminded of something amusing by Tian Beluo's state. This condition of Tian Beluo's could probably be considered reaching the state of unity of heaven and man. Being able to sense the subtleties of all things in nature, every move he made naturally aligned with the laws of nature. He could almost do without using any skill, and any action would perfectly execute various skills, without even needing to think. If that were the case, wouldn't a person who achieved unity of heaven and man have become a puppet of nature, just fighting according to the rules of nature, not even needing to think for himself? Then, is it really him fighting, or is nature using his body to fight? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more Tian Beluo resembled a puppet on strings. Suddenly, the smile on Lin Shen's face stiffened. He subconsciously shook his head vigorously, then rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was thinking too much or if he was hallucinating, because he thought he really saw thin lines appearing on Tian Beluo's body, as if he had indeed turned into a puppet on strings. Chapter 479, The Thread of the Void. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The fine strings on Tian Beluo's body had disappeared. Indeed, I'm thinking too much. One shouldn't indulge in wild flights of fancy. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and continued to watch for a while, but gradually he began to see those fine strings on Tian Beluo's body again. Those strings seemed as if they extended from the void, connecting to Tian Beluo's body, pulling and manipulating his movements. To others, Tian Beluo appeared to move with the laws of nature, embodying the harmonious beauty of unity with heaven and man. However, through Lin Shen's eyes, Tian Beluo seemed to be pulled by those void strings, like a marionette. Lin Shen shook his head and rubbed his eyes again. When he looked once more, the void strings on Tianbuluo's body had vanished. Yet, after focusing intently for a while, he could see those void strings again. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Or are there really those strings on Tianbuluo's body? Lin Shen was full of doubt and uncertainty, not knowing what was happening with his eyes. Lin Shen repeatedly tested this several times, and the result was always the same. As long as he concentrated and watched Tianbuluo, just as one would observe another person's pressure points, he could see those void strings on Tianbuluo's body. It wasn't until Tianbuluo emerged from that state of unity with heaven and man that Lin Shen could no longer see the void strings on his body. Haha, I finally made another breakthrough, gaining a deeper understanding of the heaven and celestial being's skill, and I've reached the realm of unity of heaven and man. The highest realm, the God-Ghost realm, is only a matter of time now, Tianbuluo excitedly declared. Prince, when you were in the state of unity with heaven and man just now, did you see anything? Seeing that Tianbuluo was speaking to him, Lin Shen asked. He wanted to know if Tianbuluo could see the void strings on his own body. If Tianbuluo could also see them, that would mean Lin Shen's eyes were normal. You can see them? Tianbuluo looked at Lin Shen with some surprise. I saw a little. Lin Shen breathed a long sigh of relief inwardly. It seemed that the appearance of those void strings on Tianbuluo's body was normal and probably the effect of the heaven and celestial being's skill. Hearing Lin Shen claim he could see a little, Tianbuluo was even more surprised. I have comprehended the skill of unity with heaven and man, merging my body with the way of heaven and possessing a sense of unity with the heavens, vaguely able to glimpse a trace of the heavenly Tao laws. And you can actually see it too? What heavenly Tao laws? Are you talking about those strings? Lin Shen frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that what Tianbuluo was describing was a bit different from what he said. Maybe our ways of expressing it are different. I'm referring to those rules as well. Lin Shen could now be sure that Tianbuluo couldn't see the strings. But what he referred to as the operational rules of all things in heaven and earth probably were the strings Lin Shen saw, as it was those strings that were guiding Tianbuluo's movements. In Tianbuluo's perception, that must be the heavenly Tao laws. Lin Shen wanted to know if, aside from himself, anyone else could see the strings on Tianbuluo's body, but unfortunately, there were only the two of them there, so there was no way to verify it. Brother Tian, I've just grasped the realm of unity with heaven and man. Would you accompany me in a practice to see how it fares in actual combat? Tianbuluo, not noticing Lin Shen's peculiarity, excitedly asked Lin Shen to be his sparring partner, wanting to know the effect of this realm in real combat. Sure, Lin Shen agreed at once. He also wanted to try and see if he could detect those void strings in actual combat. Brother Tian, just attack as you wish. I have my own ways of responding. The two moved outside, and Tianbuluo said with full confidence. Lin Shen directly used the skill of the Thousand Men's pointer, employing extremely covert techniques to point at Tianbuluo's body. It was odd. Lin Shen's hand technique was already incredibly concealed, yet as soon as his finger moved, Tianbuluo reacted, evading Lin Shen's finger effortlessly and naturally. Really, it's possible. Again, attack me with your strongest technique, Tianbuluo said. Lin Shen executed Thousand Men's pointer, his finger flicking towards Tianbuluo like a phantom. His finger technique changed unpredictably, but Tianbuluo always managed to evade or block his finger naturally every time. No matter how varied Lin Shen's moves were, Tianbuluo could effortlessly counter them. Lin Shen saw clearly that after entering the unity of heaven and man state, Tianbuluo indeed manifested ethereal threads around him once again. As soon as Lin Shen made a move, it was as if it triggered the ethereal threads on Tianbuluo's body, guiding Tianbuluo's form to perfectly counter Lin Shen's attacks. No matter how fast Lin Shen moved, how strong his force was, or how stealthy his actions, he couldn't avoid affecting the ethereal threads. As long as he moved, the ethereal threads would inevitably follow, as if the other end of the threads were connected to Lin Shen himself. This thought startled Lin Shen, and he hastily checked his own body, relieved to see none of those ethereal threads on himself. What's wrong? Tianbuluo looked at Lin Shen with confusion, wondering why, in the midst of fighting, Lin Shen had started looking at his own body, not attacking anymore. It's nothing. I just felt my clothes were a bit uncomfortable. Let's continue, Lin Shen said. Let me attack you this time. I want to see the effect of unity of heaven and man when on the offensive, Tianbuluo said. When Lin Shen had previously attacked, Tianbuluo had realized Lin Shen's skill level was very high, and his attribute was also strong, so he had no reservations and directly used unity of heaven and man to launch an attack on Lin Shen. His approach was eerie yet natural, striking from angles no one could anticipate, as if that was exactly how it should be. Every attack from Tianbuluo seemed to have the advantage of the right timing, location, and harmony. Going with the flow, striking from an elevated position, making full use of everything at his disposal, it was as if the entire environment was aiding Tianbuluo. Lin Shen deployed his movement technique and finger skill to grapple with Tianbuluo, only to be so suppressed that he struggled to counter and kept retreating. Although his movement technique was derived from Yun's teachings, after mastering it, Lin Shen used it flawlessly. Combined with the subtle changes of Thousand Men's pointer, an average ascender would likely be hit by Lin Shen within a few moves. But from the beginning of the battle to now, Lin Shen had been under Tian Beluo's pressure, not being able to match him at the level of technique at all. Every strike from Tian Beluo was flawless, in harmony with the heavenly Tao, and not just Lin Shen, but anyone facing Tian Beluo would be unable to find a flaw. Heaven and celestial beings, skill, quite impressive, Lin Shen marveled to himself. If this weren't a spar, Lin Shen would now have to rely on sheer strength, not playing a game of skills anymore. Chapter 400. Unexpected discovery. No, why should I compete with him in terms of skill? There's no need at all. Lin Shen suddenly realized that he did not have to compete with Tian Beluo in skill. Because he could see the void threads on Tian Beluo's body, these threads moved in concert with Tian Beluo's innate body movements. Therefore, Lin Shen only needed to figure out which threads would move to trigger what kind of action in Tian Beluo's body, and he would know what Tian Beluo would do next. Wasn't this equivalent to cheating, knowing the answer in advance? With this in mind, Lin Shen quietly observed the patterns of those void threads. He didn't need to remember what each thread did, just find the pattern each thread corresponded to on the body. Memorization was tedious, but finding the pattern made things simpler. Soon, Lin Shen had roughly deduced the influence patterns of those threads on Tian Beluo's body, but the threads moved too quickly to give Lin Shen any time to judge. Even if he saw through the pattern, it was still of no use. In such fast-paced combat, it's impossible to anticipate Tian Beluo's actions based on the movement of the threads. Once a thread moves, Tian Beluo has already followed suit. This method won't work. Lin Shen felt somewhat frustrated. Tian Beluo, however, grew more and more valiant in battle, displaying unparalleled power in both offense and defense with the heaven and celestial being's skill. If it had been before the realization of unity of heaven and man, with Lin Shen's skill level, Tian Beluo might not think he would lose, but it would take a great deal of effort to defeat Lin Shen. How could it be as easy as it was now, constantly pressing Lin Shen down? If Tian hadn't wanted to practice unity of heaven and man more, seeing Lin Shen as full of flaws, he would have taken him down long ago. If the offense has every advantage and the defense anticipates every move, how can I play this? Lin Shen felt that unless he overpowered his opponent with raw strength, he could not possibly defeat Tian Beluo in his unity of heaven and man state with skill alone. With such a powerful skill as heaven and celestial being skill, why has it declined so much among the celestial race? Could it truly just be because the heavenly heart skill is outdated? Even if the heavenly heart skill is outdated, it can be modified and upgraded. Many minor races' evolution skills were modified from the 5 fundamental evolution skills, and among them are many powerful evolution skills. Even without modification, the effect of the heaven and celestial being's skill alone is enough to offset the advantages brought by other advanced evolution skills, and it's even more practical. It's too far-fetched that the celestial race has almost no one left who can use such a strong technique. He strongly suspected that the reason the celestial race abandoned the heavenly heart skill and did not cultivate heaven and celestial being skill was because they also discovered the void threads on their bodies, realizing that everything was being controlled from behind, so they chose to discard such a powerful technique. But then again, he felt that it didn't quite add up. What creature in the world could control such bizarre and unpredictable void threads? Could it be a higher dimensional being? Or perhaps the entire world was just like a puppet show, with every move of theirs controlled by the creator, every person a puppet on strings. If that was the case, then why couldn't he see the void threads on other people? Lin Shen thought long and hard but could not figure it out. Tian Beluo fought with rising enthusiasm, refusing to stop. Lin Shen thought, I can't just be a sparring partner for nothing. If he's using me for practice, then I might as well use him for practice too. As a result, Lin Shen let himself go and attempted to use the merged Thousand Men's pointer, hiding the 28 energy within the Thousand Men's pointer. At first, there was no effect at all. He either directly used the 28 finger force derived from the 28 fists, or only used the Thousand Men's pointer, failing to infuse the 28 finger force into it in time. This just confirmed the old saying, focus on the head and ignore the tail. Even the secret heart technique Lin Shen had practiced was only half understood, he had not yet fully mastered it. Lin Shen's blind fumbling, however, unexpectedly made Tian Beluo feel unusually uncomfortable. Many times he could not distinguish which type of finger force Lin Shen was using. Even though Tian Beluo could not distinguish them himself, the heavenly Tao laws could help him see clearly, so Lin Shen remained firmly suppressed. Fortunately, Lin Shen's endurance was truly strong, and even Prince Tian Beluo had to admit defeat. By the time he was too tired to fight, he could only stop and rest. Lin Shen then noticed another issue. No matter how strong a being was, even a nirvana being, once there is a problem with their stamina, their movements will certainly be distorted, and they could not maintain their previous perfect state. But even though Tian Beluo was so tired he could barely stand, his movements were still perfectly executed without a hint of distortion. No more fighting, let's continue after I've rested. Sitting on the ground, Tian Beluo looked at Lin Shen as he gasped for air and laughed. Brother Tian, your endurance is impressive. I'm exhausted like this, but you seem to be perfectly fine. Endurance is pretty much my only strength. Lin Shen smiled back. Okay then, we'll fight again after I recover, Tianbuluo said, not overly concerned. He agreed with Lin Shen's statement. Aside from endurance, he genuinely did not think much of Lin Shen's skill. With unity of heaven and man, Lin Shen's techniques were all flaws. If he wanted to win, he could have done so many times over. In the days that followed, other than meditating on the heaven and celestial being's skill, Tianbuluo sparred with Lin Shen. After many exchanges with Tianbuluo, Lin Shen's finger skill and movement technique gradually matured. Indeed, progress in actual combat was faster than solitary contemplation. Lin Shen could now unleash Thousand Men's pointer wrapped with 28 finger force. To the eye, it appeared plain, but it actually contained explosive strength. The success rate was still rather low, however, and it was not solid enough to bind the force into a needle. To avoid being used by a force-borrowing expert like Zeman Swordsman, he still couldn't manage it. Once, during a sparring session with Tianbuluo, Lin Shen unexpectedly unleashed two types of finger force at the same time. The forces merged with each other rather than one enveloping the other, and this unexpectedly caused a moment of panic in Tianbuluo. That mistaken finger strike just now, it seems like those void threads didn't move. Lin Shen suddenly discovered a new world of possibility. He began to recall exactly how he had managed to release that strike because it was an accident. Lin Shen himself did not know how he had done it. After many attempts, he was unable to produce that mixed finger force again. I refuse to believe this is impossible. Lin Shen researched repeatedly, determined to recreate that finger strike. Chapter 481, Abandon. That finger force just now was quite interesting. Why did you stop using it? Tianbuluo suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Shen, asking. Lin Shen felt frustrated. Do you think I don't want to use it? There was a mistake when I tried to experiment with the concealed heart finger skill just now. I myself don't know how I managed to do it, and after many attempts, I can't produce the same finger force as before. I've only recently started practicing that finger skill and haven't mastered it yet. Occasionally I can succeed once. Lin Shen had no choice but to make up an excuse. Then you better master it quickly, and then we'll fight again, Tianbuluo said. Lin Shen had just that one set of moves to rely on. Although he was also a top existence among the Ascenders, he no longer posed any threat to Tianbuluo, who was becoming less willing to practice with Lin Shen. The finger force from just now had actually caught Tianbuluo's unity of heaven and man off guard, making Tianbuluo think that Lin Shen had a killer move hidden, only resorted to in desperation. Hearing that Lin Shen hadn't mastered it yet, Tianbuluo urged him to practice quickly, for only a skill that could threaten his heaven and celestial being's skill would allow him to continue making progress. How I wish I could master it, but the problem is I don't know how to. Lin Shen calmed his mind and thought carefully about how exactly he had managed to execute that finger force just now. He had originally intended to use the skillful technique of the concealed heart to hide the 28 finger force within the Thousand Men's pointer. But because the success rate was low and mistakes were frequent, sometimes the 28 finger force would break through and expose itself beyond Thousand Men's pointer. And at other times, the 28 finger force was too swift, and before Thousand Men's pointer could be executed, the 28 finger force had already been released. Sometimes, the Thousand Men's pointer was executed, but the 28 finger force failed to keep up. There were two difficulties in this process. One was the skill of concealment, which Lin Shen hadn't practiced enough and mostly failed to hide. The other difficulty was that he needed to release the 28 finger force first before he could hide it within the Thousand Men's pointer. However, the 28 finger force was incredibly fierce and rapid, not slowing down easily. If Thousand Men's pointer was even slightly slower, it couldn't keep up with the 28 finger force, let alone conceal it. Thus, various problems kept occurring, and Lin Shen remembered that at that moment, it seemed as if he had directly used Thousand Men's pointer, but ended up producing spatial finger power. There was no concealed heart involved. It was as if they had merged directly. Lin Shen also didn't know how the two had merged together. He tried again several times just now, but couldn't execute both types of finger force at the same time, and merging them was out of the question. Lin Shen researched and analyzed, but consistently couldn't grasp the essence. Tianbuluo went back to the pavilion to contemplate his heaven and celestial being's skill. He had already reached the celestial unity stage, the next stage being the God-Ghost realm. Since the era of the Heavenly Emperor, only a handful of people had managed to develop the heaven and celestial being's skill up to the celestial unity stage. The Ghost God realm had been achieved by only the Heavenly Emperor himself. What Tianbuluo demanded was to master that Ghost God realm. The unity of heaven and man was certainly powerful, but not necessarily enough to beat DEC. Only by reaching the Ghost God realm could Tianbuluo have a greater chance of winning. Lin Shen stepped outside, took a few breaths of fresh air, and his base mutation rate increased by +1 again, bringing his base mutation rate to an even 80. Lin Shen estimated that before the deadline of 3 months was up, his base mutation rate would likely be full. Standing on the balcony, watching Tianbuluo painstaking cultivate inside the pavilion, Lin Shen could only exclaim, "Born with such privileges, and yet so hard-working, no wonder the celestial race has always stood tall." Even though their ranking fluctuates in the universe, they have always remained among the powerhouses, which is largely related to the celestial race's own cultural heritage and character. The ethereal threads around Tianbuluo appeared clearer than before, showing he was continuously making progress. However, reaching the legendary God-Ghost realm would not be so easy. After watching for a while, Lin Shen looked up at the etched Heaven and Celestial Beings song on the mountain cliff, and suddenly, something clicked in his mind. The Heaven and Celestial Beings song starts with the phrases, "You ignore me, I ignore you, you don't give, I don't ask," which is about following the natural order. Yet, the following parts say, "If you don't give, I shall take, if you ignore me, I must make you notice me," which is not about following the natural order but about taking, Lin Shen thought. It seems that the Heaven and Celestial Beings song corresponds to two stages of the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill. The first part about the natural order corresponds to the Celestial Unity stage. The latter part about the way of taking should correspond to the God-Ghost realm. The insights Lin Shen had were also clear to Tianbuluo, but knowing is one thing, actually understanding how to achieve it is quite another. At least no one aside from the Heavenly Emperor had managed it. What set Lin Shen apart from Tianbuluo was that he could see the ethereal threads on Tianbuluo's body. After grasping the details corresponding to the Heaven and Celestial Beings song, Lin Shen couldn't help but ponder further. If those ethereal threads are like strings by which ghosts and spirits control humans as if they were puppets, then the first stage of the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill, Unity of Heaven and Man, is about surrendering one's body to the control of ghosts and spirits to gain formidable combat abilities that are not one's own, he mused. This stage of the skill is not about personal strength, but rather about leveraging an external force. It's indeed powerful, but not yet to the point of defying the heavens, he continued. However, the second stage, the Ghost God realm, must be about reversing the control, manipulating the puppeteer ghosts and spirits for one's own purposes, which is simply defying the heavens. To swap the roles of the puppet and the puppeteer, to invert the natural order and become a being capable of controlling ghosts and spirits, what terrifying power that requires. The more Lin Shen contemplated it, the more astonished he became. The fact that the Heavenly Emperor had created such a skill was a truly heaven-shocking, earth-shattering existence. No wonder no subsequent member of the celestial race has been able to cultivate the Heaven and Celestial Beings skill to the God-Ghost realm. To toy with ghosts and spirits like puppets is simply beyond human capability, Lin Shen lamented internally. Inverting the natural order, reversing control, Lin Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as though he had thought of something, and quickly returned to his room. Lin Shen picked up his wristwatch and looked over the concealed heart finger skill once more. The essence of the skill lay in the concept of concealment, but he didn't necessarily have to use it in that way. After thoroughly studying the intricacies of the concealed heart finger skill many times, Lin Shen finally felt confident that his idea was worth a try. He discarded the focus of concealments in the concealed heart skill and instead utilized the initial step of casting the shell, the very first part of the process. He would not hide the 28 finger force, but use the separate casting the shell step of the concealed heart as a bridge to directly merge the 28 finger force with the 1000 men's pointer. The finger strike he had inadvertently executed before was likely the result of this combination, which could only be achieved by letting go of the concealed heart approach. Lin Shen tried several times and indeed once succeeded. His finger pointed in the posture of the 1000 men's pointer, yet the force emanated silently and invisibly. Chapter 482, Finger Sand. Lin Shen's practice became smoother and more adept, and the finger power he casually emitted became more concentrated, with less resistance, making the existence of the spatial finger power hardly perceptible. The yin-yielding 1000 men's pointer gained the spatial ability and rigidity of the 28 finger force, and when Lin Shen pointed his finger, it was as if an invisible and shadowless needle as fine as an ox hair shot out, making it nearly impossible to detect. Good, this finger power is just too superb. The more I condense the finger power, the smaller the ripples it creates, the less the resistance, and the faster the speed will get. But its destructive power has become even greater, Lin Shen rejoiced in his heart. If he continued practicing in this way, it wouldn't be so easy for Ximen's swordsman to borrow his strength anymore. The key was that such finger power was very hard to detect. Lin Shen could completely use it to silently strike acupoints from afar, catching others completely off guard. What should I name this finger skill? It could continue to be called 1000 men's pointer, since it is essentially a technique of 1000 men's pointer, just merged with the features of 28 fists. However, that name sounds like it's about being pointed at the backbone, too disheartening. Let's choose something more elegant. After pondering for a moment, Lin Shen had an idea. As the finger power becomes more and more condensed, ultimately, it must be compressed into the smallest particles. But calling it particles or granule sounds rather unpleasant. Let's name it finger sand instead. With the initial success of Lin Shen's finger sand, he excitedly practiced for a while longer but soon felt that something was amiss. The finger sand, having merged with the rigidity of the 28 fists, made some of the previous techniques feel awkward. Lin Shen simply discarded those awkward parts and also removed many techniques that absolutely couldn't produce finger sand. This was an inevitable trade-off. To gain some things, one must give up others. You can't have your cake and eat it too. In the world, there are many things that simply cannot coexist. Making a choice for one meant having to abandon another. Come on, Prince, I've made some progress with this finger skill. Try it again. Lin Shen wanted to test the power of his finger sand on Tianbuluo. Here I come. Tianbuluo stood up and approached Lin Shen, his entire being merging with the momentum of heaven and earth, each movement seamlessly aligning with the ultimate principle of the cosmos. Tianbuluo's palm strike toward Lin Shen felt as though the entire heavens and earth were pressing down on him with that single strike. Tianbuluo has improved as well, growing so quickly. Without revealing any change in expression, Lin Shen concealed his fingers within the sleeve and gave a gentle flick. Thud! A blood hole the size of a pinhole was pierced through Tianbuluo's palm, leaving him stunned, staring blankly at the blood hole in his hand. How could this be? Why didn't unity of heaven and man react? Tianbuluo couldn't understand why the heaven and celestial being's skill hadn't guided his body to dodge that burst of finger power. Lin Shen hadn't expected that finger sand would be so effective either, even if the ripples it caused were tiny. For it to have left the heaven and celestial being's skill unresponsive was no small feat. Thousand Men's pointer itself was the pinnacle of yin yielding and would have triggered the action of the heaven and celestial being's skill, yet finger sand managed to avoid it. What exactly went wrong, not even Lin Shen himself could figure out. The first time he inadvertently used finger sand, the immature technique had caused a moment of panic in Tianbuluo. Now that finger sand was more refined, it unexpectedly left the heaven and celestial being's skill completely unable to react, a surprisingly strong effect. Moreover, its destructive power seemed to be stronger than the surfing fist. Lin Shen had held back some strength and did not go full force, yet it pierced through Tianbuluo's palm. Clearly, the damage dealt was much greater than a single instance of surfing fist. After a moment of reflection, Lin Shen understood the reason. Surfing fist required the movement of momentum, thus the fist power itself was more dispersed. And finger sand is concentrated strength, much like a bullet, possessing great destructive power at a single point. Both have their advantages, representing different types of skills, and it cannot be said that one is stronger or weaker than the other. Again, Tianbuluo reacted, not alarmed but delighted, and continued to spar with Lin Shen. Lin Shen used finger sand again to practice with Tianbuluo and quickly discovered that finger sand did not fail to trigger a response from the heaven and celestial being's skill. Instead, when faced with finger sand, the heaven and celestial being's skill was noticeably half a beat slower. Lin Shen did not know why there was this half-beat delay and could only suspect that it might be due to the Earth Law's interaction causing Tianbuluo's delay. This discovery greatly excited Tianbuluo, as his understanding of heaven and celestial being's skill had hit a bottleneck and he found it difficult to advance further. Now, discovering that Lin Shen's finger force could cause the heaven and celestial being's skill to fail to react in time, he took this as a breakthrough point. If he could resolve this issue, perhaps he could push the heaven and celestial being's skill to an even higher realm. Because the heaven and celestial being's skill was always half a beat slower, during combat with Lin Shen, the positions of strength and weakness were reversed, and Lin Shen could easily suppress Tianbuluo. When Tianbuluo did not use heaven and celestial being's skill, he was fine, but as soon as he used it, he was like a fish on a cutting board, completely at Lin Shen's mercy. Heaven and celestial being's skill could still detect flaws in Lin Shen's techniques, but with its half-beat delay, any flaw became useless. However, Lin Shen continued to refine and revise finger sand with the help of heaven and celestial being's skill, gradually perfecting the skill and reducing its flaws. Of course, flaws were inevitable. No technique without flaws existed. Any skill had to be used at the right moment to unleash its true power, rather than being used randomly to become invincible. After a series of changes, even the creator of Thousand Men's pointer would probably not recognize it as the skill he created. He could only see some similarities, but the styles were not entirely the same. Tianbuluo felt extremely miserable being mastered, and now he somewhat understood why Emperor Tianshu did not want him to follow this path. When in the celestial unity stage, if he encountered someone like Lin Shen, who could restrain the unity of heaven and man, heaven and celestial being skill would not only fail to aid him, but would become a fatal weakness. Unless he could reach the ghost god realm, heaven and celestial being skill remained an extremely unstable and dangerous element, potentially fatal during combat with an enemy. But achieving the ghost god realm was a daunting challenge. Over such long ages, only the heavenly emperor had attained the ghost god realm. I definitely can achieve it, Tianbuluo, exhausted, sat in the pavilion, calming his mind to continue perceiving the immortal law's residual rhythm left by the heavenly emperor. Lin Shen, on the other hand, continued to delve into his finger sound sand, examining how the techniques of finger sound sand could be coordinated with various movement techniques, all of which were intricate. For prolonged combat, rely on surfing fist. For a stealthy wound, look to finger sand. Lin Shen was dedicated to researching how to use finger sand in the most covert manner, with sleeve-concealing hand being just the basics. Chapter 483, Prince Qingyu Lin Shen had studied for quite a few days and came up with an extremely vicious method of application. He used the surfing fist with a normal rhythm and manner, then taking advantage of the crooked path heresy skill he learned from Ouyang Yudu, he would release finger sand against the rhythm. Each punch of the surfing fist was on the beat, while each flick of finger sand was off the beat, which could drive a person insane. Poisonous, it's just too poisonous, Lin Shen said to himself after a few tries, feeling that this skill was indeed too vicious. Lin Shen wouldn't abandon a technique just because it was vicious. On the contrary, he preferred using it this way. Of course, he did not use this technique on Tian Beluo. The two were only sparring normally, not in a real hostile relationship, so naturally he couldn't use such a vicious technique against him. Tian Qingyu hadn't seen Tian Beluo for quite some days and was somewhat worried. She went to his residence and didn't find him there, which gave her a bad premonition. She went straight in the direction of the silent residence, and from afar she heard the sound of a fight, which heightened her concern. There was no time to knock. She jumped over the yard wall and, sure enough, saw Tian Beluo fighting that human named Tian. With just one glance, Tian Qingyu was overjoyed, for she saw that Tian Beluo had actually mastered the heaven and celestial being's skill to reach the celestial unity stage. But upon a second look, she was shocked. The Tian Beluo, who had reached the celestial unity stage, was being pinned down and beaten viciously by Tian, with no chance to fight back. However, Tian Qingyu could also see that Lin Shen was holding back and hadn't actually taken a lethal shot, otherwise Tian Beluo would have been killed already. This person, so formidable, Tian Qingyu secretly marveled to herself, her eyes brightening when she saw Lin Shen using finger skill. Tian Qingyu was very aware of how formidable Tian Beluo was. Without claiming he was invincible at his level, there were only a few ascenders within the celestial race who could match him. Now that Tian Beluo had mastered the heaven and celestial being's skill to reach the celestial unity stage, there likely was no one among the ascenders of the celestial race who could stand as his opponent. An ascension-level Lin Shen being able to suppress Tian Beluo in a fight like this was somewhat too terrifying. Tian Qingyu did not go inside to disturb them and just stood outside watching. After a while, she saw the crux of the matter. Lin Shen was really formidable, but yet not to the extent that he could viciously beat Tian Beluo. When Tian Beluo was not using the heaven and celestial being's skill, he could trade blows evenly with Lin Shen, appearing quite matched. But once he used the heaven and celestial being's skill, he would get utterly defeated by Lin Shen, with hardly any power to resist. This person's finger skill can actually restrain the heaven and celestial being's skill. He is indeed a rare talent, Tian Qingyu realized, completely reassured. She had figured out that Tian Beluo was using Lin Shen to practice the heaven and celestial being's skill. You, why did you come? Tian Beluo stopped when he intended to gather information, only then noticing Tian Qingyu's arrival. He quickly went forward to greet her. You left last time and didn't send any word for so many days. I guessed you must have come here, Tian Qingyu said with a cold expression. Cough cough. Brother Tian invited me to accompany him, and it was an invitation I couldn't decline, so I stayed here for some days and forgot to inform you, Tian Beluo said, blinking. Tian Qingyu sighed helplessly and turned to Lin Shen to apologize. Chief of the Heavenly Institute, I'm sorry for troubling you. Prince spoke too seriously. It was I who invited Mr. Shiqi to stay here with me. If anyone is causing trouble, it's me troubling Mr. Shiqi, Lin Shen said with a smile. Members of the celestial race, regardless of gender, as long as they are descendants of the Heavenly Emperor, are all referred to as Prince, instead of having a separate title such as Princess. Tian Beluo has already addressed you as Tian, so you don't need to be so formal. When we are alone, just call me by my name, Qingyu, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Tian, I find your finger skill quite unique, and I have a proficiency in finger techniques as well. I am quite intrigued. Would you be willing to spar with me? Certainly, Lin Shen nodded and said. Tian Beluo said from the side, Tian, you should be careful. At the ascension level, I only dare to claim second place, with you ranking first. Stop boasting on my behalf, Tian Qingyu glared at him, then turned to Lin Shen and said, You must think it funny. My finger skill is called Luminous Spirit Fingers. If there are any flaws in my technique, please don't hesitate to point them out. Tian Beluo chimed in once more. The luminous spirit fingers were created by Sister Qingyu, every move inspired by a flash of brilliance, truly something acquired by a masterstroke of genius. Will you shut up? Tian Qingyu stared at him angrily, before saying to Lin Shen, It's just a bit of immature thinking on my part. Please provide guidance, Tian. After speaking, Tian Qingyu did not give Tian Beluo another chance to speak and began to demonstrate her finger skill, pointing out swiftly. Tian Qingyu's finger technique was as fast as a shooting star and as elusive as an antelope hanging its horns, traceless. This single move made Lin Shen realize that Tian Beluo's earlier remarks were far from mere boasts on behalf of Tian Qingyu. The strength of Prince Qingyu's finger technique was something Lin Shen had only seen in his life. Of course, Lin Shen had not seen many practitioners of finger techniques. As far as he could recall, aside from himself, there was only Tian Qingyu. Lin Shen used his own finger sand against Tian Qingyu. The finger sand, after being tempered by the heaven and celestial being skill, was already an extremely mysterious finger skill. Combined with its ability to emit an unnoticeable spatial finger power, it made Tian Qingyu slightly uncomfortable. Every move of Tian Qingyu's finger techniques was unique, each appearing to form a style of its own. She executed 7 different techniques, showcasing 7 distinct styles. To be able to mix so many different styles of finger techniques and use them without any hindrance showed that Tian Qingyu possessed the air of a grandmaster who embraced all manner of ideas and approaches. Lin Shen's finger sand remained unchanged in the face of myriad changes. Tian Qingyu's finger techniques could not overcome him, nor could he win against the finger sand. After the 7 techniques, Tian Qingyu stopped and looked at Lin Shen with an intense gaze, saying, "Tian, what kind of finger technique is that? You can actually produce spatial finger power. In the universe, there are not many skills at the ascension level that can achieve this, and I have never heard of your spatial finger power. This finger skill of mine is called finger sand, something I happened upon by chance." "It can only be considered a stroke of luck," Lin Shen said. Upon hearing this, Tian Qingyu's eyes immediately lit up. "Could it be that finger sand is your creation? I do not possess such ability. It's a skill created by someone else. I merely made some modifications, and I cannot claim it as my own creation." Lin Shen hastily shook his head and said, "Who originally created this skill?" Tian Qingyu asked again. "Prince, please forgive me, but I cannot answer that question," Lin Shen said solemnly. "It was my oversight." Tian Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, then realized she had been too eager. Tian Beluo explained on behalf of Tian Qingyu, "Tian, don't be upset. My sister Yu is deeply passionate about finger techniques. Having seen your finger skill so unique and mysterious, she longs for it. There was no ill intent." "It's all right," Lin Shen shook his head and said, "Tian, if I were to ask you to be my master, would you be willing to teach me finger sand?" Tian Qingyu suddenly asked Lin Shen earnestly. Chapter 484, Gift of Sheet Music. Prince Qingyu, you flatter me too much. I haven't even fully grasped it myself. How could I possibly teach a disciple? Lin Shen said with a smile, "If Prince Qingyu needs, we can exchange knowledge through sparring. To be your master, I am truly unqualified." How could Lin Shen teach her finger sand? To practice finger sand, one must base it on the 28 fists and the 1,000 men's pointer. The origins of both skills were problematic. The 28 fists could be taught to others, but the 1,000 men's pointer absolutely must not be casually disseminated. The hidden skill, Heart Concealment, was even acquired from Red Heart A, which made it all the more taboo to reveal. If discovered by Red Heart A, there would likely be serious trouble. Tian Qingyu, being extremely intelligent, heard Lin Shen's tone and knew that he was unwilling to pass on the skill of finger sand, so she said, "A sparring exchange would be good. My luminous spirit fingers consist of 7 forms." The inspiration for the first form came from Celestial Race's secret finger skill Holy Genesis. The second form's inspiration is from Phoenix Clan's secret finger skill Twin Flying Wings. The third's inspiration comes from a technique, Destiny Supreme, created by an immortal of the Supreme Clan, and the fourth's inspiration derives from the finger skill Nurturing Life of the Mysterious Clan. Worried that Lin Shen might not understand Tian Qingyu's intentions, Tian Beluo explained on the side, "Holy Genesis is a royal lineage finger skill of our celestial race, and normally only those of royal blood are qualified to learn it. Twin Flying Wings is an untransmittable secret of the Phoenix Clan. Only those of the pure blood Phoenix Clans qualified to cultivate it. The existence from the Supreme Clan who created this skill is nearly invincible in this era. Although Nurturing Life comes from the Mysterious Clan, which has now declined, this finger skill was famously unparalleled when the Mysterious Clan was among the powerful cosmic races. The Patriarch of the Mysterious Clan once used this skill to contend with the Ancient Realm King, but it has long been lost, leading to its lesser renown. Only my sister Yu has the sole remaining copy. The origins of these 7 finger skills are all extraordinary, each with a reputation that shakes the world. Brother Tian, if we spar and learn from each other, how about I exchange these 7 finger skills for your finger sand?" Tian Qingyu sincerely looked at Lin Shen and said, "The original manuals for these 7 finger skills are right there in Rainy Mist Tower. I can go get them first and give them to you, Brother Tian, to review. If you find these 7 finger skills to be satisfactory, then you could teach me finger sand. How about that?" Tian Qingyu's sincerity was impeccable, and if not for the sensitive origins of finger sand, Lin Shen might have actually been tempted. It wasn't a bad deal for him, as others were unlikely to successfully learn finger sand. He would effectively get 7 world-shaking finger skills for nothing. "Prince Qingyu, you truly are sincere. Well then, let's not worry about an exchange. I have something here, and if you can make some progress with it, come find me afterward." Lin Shen took a notebook and tore a few pages out to hand to Tian Qingyu. Tian Qingyu raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't immediately take the pages. She had some misconceptions about Lin Shen's intentions, thinking that he simply didn't value her 7 finger skill manuals. He didn't take her as a disciple, nor did he pass on the finger sand, because he looked down upon her talent, believing she wouldn't be able to master finger sand, and so he gave her something minor to try first, so that if she couldn't manage it, she would understand her own limitations and give up. In actuality, it wasn't a total misunderstanding. The pages that Lin Shen tore out were sketches of the 28 Fist Manual figurines. Even Tian Xun couldn't master it by following the manual, despite Lin Shen repeatedly explaining the experience and heart of practicing the 28 fists, along with demonstrating it repeatedly. But Tian Xun just couldn't succeed, which was an unavoidable reality. Both Tian Xun and Wei had also attempted it and similarly failed to master the 28 fists without understanding the exact reasons why. Lin Shen gave the manual to Tian Xingyu mainly because he found her to be a reasonable person, willing to offer 7 finger skill manuals in exchange for finger sand, and was even ready to become a disciple, not leveraging her status as a prince to force him into it. If she could master the 28 fists, the world would gain another practitioner of the method, and his friend's creation would truly have a legitimate successor. Lin Shen altered the 28 fists beyond recognition, and it was hardly the same as the original. In fact, he didn't really count as a formal successor. Moreover, having someone like Prince Qingyu in the celestial race in his corner was an additional layer of security for him. Lin Shen did not take Tian Qingyu's finger skill secret manual, not because he looked down upon it, but for fear that if he took her manual and yet could not teach her the finger sand, it would not be quite right. If I master what's written on this paper, would you be willing to take me as your disciple and teach me finger sand? Tian Qingyu asked, staring into Lin Shen's eyes. If you master it, you wouldn't need to take me as your master. Lin Shen shook his head and said. Is this the secret manual for finger sand? Tian Qingyu asked in slight surprise. No, it's not easy to explain, but you'll understand naturally once you've mastered it. Lin Shen did not say much more, only advising Tian Qingyu, it's best if the content on here is not seen by others. Just you, observing and practicing alone would be good. Understood. Wait for me. Tian Qingyu's mood improved quite a bit, and she also understood that what Lin Shen gave her might be the basic foundation for finger sand. If Lin Shen really refused to teach her, she would not be desperate to learn it. But with Lin Shen's words, she resolved that she must master finger sands no matter what, so as not to let Lin Shen underestimate her. Tian Qingyu had great confidence in her own talent. Even Tian Beluo only dared to claim second in her presence, which indicated her talent was indeed strong. Moreover, she had single-handedly mastered 7 astounding finger skills from different powerful cosmic races, and had drawn from the essence of those 7 skills to create her own 7 forms of luminous spirit fingers, which was already a marvel and shock to many. Such talent, looking across the universe, was top tier among the top tier. Anyone would be as confident as Tian Qingyu. After Tian Qingyu left, Tian Beluo regarded Lin Shen with an odd expression and said, Tian, do you fancy Sister Yu, and that's why you are unwilling to take her as a disciple, to avoid muddling the generational hierarchy? If that's the case, I advise you to dismiss the thought. Among all of us princes, Father's favorite is Sister Yu. He'll never allow her to marry outside. Prince, you're overthinking it. I merely can't teach her, Lin Shen said with a wry smile, wondering how Tian Beluo could think this way. That's good. Tian Beluo saw that Lin Shen's gaze was sincere and not deceitful, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, laughing. Honestly, I am quite interested in your finger sands too. Could you give me a copy of that document as well? If you want to see it, go find Prince Qingyu. I only have that one copy. Since he had taken it out, Lin Shen did not care how many people went to learn. Forget it, there's not much time. I still need to practice heaven and celestial being skill. Where would I find the time to practice those things? Tian Beluo also understood that a mysterious and unpredictable finger skill like Lin Shen's surely could not be mastered overnight, and it would certainly require dedicated effort. Chapter 485, People Who Are Fearless of Death. Tian Qingyu returned to her rainy mist tower and immediately took out the papers Lin Shen had given her, starting to study them. Upon seeing the small figures, she burst out laughing. With such drawing skills, could this really be the work of Brother Tian? Although very crude, they seem quite spirited, and there's also an inexplicably cute charm to them. After looking through the papers, the smile disappeared from Tian Qingyu's face, and she slightly furrowed her brow. Why are there only these figures' movements, without a single incantation? She wanted to return and ask Lin Shen, but considering he had underestimated her, believing she couldn't do it, she felt a bit piqued. I wonder if he deliberately withheld the incantations from me. If I go back to him now, wouldn't I be conceding my momentum? I'll master these movements first. Even without the incantations, I might not be able to unleash the power of the skills, but I can grasp the essence these movements are trying to convey. Then we'll see what he has to say. Tian Qingyu practiced the movements, following the figures, and soon she realized that these motions were likely a type of boxing technique. Tian Qingyu's talent was outstanding, for she was able to imitate the movements perfectly after just one look. It wouldn't be fair to say that the imitation was very similar. It was virtually identical. Lin Shen also deserved credit for this, as his crudely drawn figures nevertheless possessed lifelike dynamism, making it clear at a glance what the intended movements were. Having completed the set of movements, Tian Qingyu didn't feel anything special. This set of movements seemed to represent a fierce boxing technique, which didn't appear to bear any relation to the finger skill. Could Tian, that guy, have merely given me a set of movements from a boxing technique without any incantations to brush me off? Tian Qingyu had originally thought that this was the foundational introduction to finger sand. Now it seemed not to be the case, and her complexion became rather unpleasant. After practicing several more times, she felt that, aside from the force of the punches being fairly fierce, there wasn't anything particularly extraordinary about the boxing technique. This being the case, Tian Qingyu couldn't hold back any longer and took the figures with her, intending to confront Lin Shen. Before she could even step out the door, there came Emperor Tianshu, dressed in a cotton gown and dragging his slippers. "My little Qingyu, who has upset you? Let Daddy take care of them for you," Emperor Tianshu asked, blinking. Seeing Emperor Tianshu, Tian Qingyu quickly shook her head. "No one on Celestial Star can bully me. Father, what brings you here?" Tian Qingyu didn't bring up Lin Shen. She knew Emperor Tianshu's temper all too well. If Emperor Tianshu were to find out Lin Shen brushed her off like that, he certainly wouldn't let Lin Shen off easily. Although Tian Qingyu was slightly annoyed at Lin Shen for brushing her off, she didn't want him to be punished because of it. After all, whether Lin Shen was willing to teach her finger sand or not, Tian Qingyu considered it his prerogative. "How many times have I said it? When we're not in a formal setting, just call me Daddy. Stop with the Father Emperor all the time," Emperor Tianshu said as his gaze fell on Tian Qingyu's hands, asking with a smile, "What's that? Let me have a look." "It's nothing, just an insignificant boxing manual." "Daddy, I'll make you some tea." Tian Qingyu tried to divert Emperor Tianshu's attention. "That's perfect. I've also been studying boxing techniques recently." "Let me see what kind of boxing manual it is," Emperor Tianshu said as he reached out his hand. Knowing she couldn't refuse without arousing suspicion from Emperor Tianshu, Tian Qingyu had no choice but to hand over the manual. She had made up her mind that as long as she didn't mention that this boxing manual was related to Lin Shen, the matter would blow over. "This martial manual is truly unsightly," Emperor Tianshu casually flipped through it, remarking as he read, "Our celestial race doesn't have this manual, and the people who can come here couldn't produce such ugly drawings. Did Tian bring this here?" Tian Qingyu was slightly taken aback, wanting to say it wasn't Lin Shen who brought it, but she knew she couldn't deceive Emperor Tianshu. "I borrowed it from Tian to take a look." Tian Qingyu had no choice but to say. Emperor Tianshu nodded slightly. "That young man is not bad, actually possessing the 28 Fists manual and even willing to lend it to you. He indeed has some breadth of spirit. This is my friend's 28 Fists manual. No wonder when he lent it to me. He said not to show it to anyone else." Tian Qingyu was greatly surprised. "Though my friend is not a top-notch powerhouse, his 28 Fists are extremely famous throughout the universe. When he lent it to you, did he not tell you that it was the 28 Fists manual?" Emperor Tianshu smiled. "That young man is quite interesting, his loyalty is commendable, and he does not hoard the glory. Since he is so generous, the reward I had previously considered giving him now seems somewhat stingy." "Father, there is only the manual here, no skill technique. Perhaps you're rewarding him too soon." Tian Qingyu didn't wish for Lin Shen to be punished, but also didn't want him to gain undue advantages. To give her a 28 Fists manual without the skill techniques, no matter how precious the manual, was useless. Emperor Tianshu, looking at the manual, said, "The 28 Fists inherently has no skill techniques. All the secrets of the 28 Fists are in these movements. As long as one can comprehend the secrets of these movements, one can master the 28 Fists." "What? The 28 Fists has no skill techniques?" Tian Qingyu suddenly realized she had misunderstood Lin Shen. No wonder Lin Shen had previously said that once she had mastered it, she would not need to ask him to teach her the finger sand anymore. The 28 Fists is in itself a very famous spatial fist power skill. If she could learn this spatial fist power, she could merge it into her own finger skill, giving her the ability to exert force from a distance. She now understood that Lin Shen's finger sand must have also been developed by drawing from the 28 Fists. Thinking of this, Tian Qingyu's expression slightly changed as she realized that Lin Shen had shared such a secretive technique with her, and yet she had misunderstood him. Emperor Tianshu handed the manual back to Tian Qingyu, patting the dust off his clothes. "In the past, my friend dominated the universe with the 28 Fists, undefeated in fights among his peers. I was somewhat interested in his 28 Fists and managed to get a look at his cultivation notes. Although they did not contain the complete manual, they did record his journey of creating the 28 Fists, as well as his thoughts and processes during its creation. I also studied it a bit, following the recorded thoughts and processes, trying to replicate the 28 Fists, but ultimately failed. Today, seeing this manual, I finally understand why I failed." Emperor Tianshu exclaimed in admiration. My friend truly had unique insights. Besides himself, really no one else could create the 28 Fists. Why only he could create the 28 Fists? Tian Qingyu was actually more curious as to why Emperor Tianshu had failed. Reckless with his life, Tian Qingyu found it somewhat incomprehensible. What does 28 Fists mean? 1 punch to warn, 2 punches to take a life. The first punch is a greeting to the opponent, letting them know he is formidable. If the opponent doesn't run, only then does he exert all his strength to kill with a punch. Emperor Tianshu chuckled. Think about it, if you were my friend, revealing your own technique first, which is essentially saying, hey brother, I'm very strong, you better run. Those who can't defeat him naturally flee, then later they might come back with the Qi family's help to deal with him. Those who don't run are confident they can kill him, so don't such people deserve to die? If his 28 fists weren't incredibly fierce, someone so transparent wouldn't live to reach Nirvana level, Emperor Tianshu pointed at the manual. So this technique can only be created by someone who is reckless with life? What use is the technique if one has lost their life? Chapter 486, Failing to Train. Dad, I borrowed the 28 fist manual from Lin Shen. He must have mastered it by now, right? I don't see him as someone with a death wish. Tian Qingyu pondered. Cough cough, that's exactly what I'm about to discuss. There are exceptions to everything. Although it's true that only those with a disregard for their own lives would create it, to learn this skill, you do need a bit of that fearless spirit. Just don't be as foolhardy as my friend. This skill does have its mysteries. You practice it first, I just remembered something and need to go, Emperor Tianshu said as he walked out quickly. She knew it was probably because Emperor Tianshu had not been able to create the 28 fists himself, so he had spoken of the skill as something only a foolhardy person could come up with. Even so, Emperor Tianshu had not said that the 28 fists weren't formidable, which was enough to show that the skill was indeed incredibly powerful. I almost wronged Tian. He gave me such a precious gift of the 28 fist manual, I must repay him in the future. This time, Tian Qingyu started to earnestly comprehend the movements in the manual, hoping to master the 28 fists as soon as possible. That evening, one of Emperor Tianshu's imperial consorts came to see Tian Qingyu, bringing her a letter. Although there was no name left on the letter, the content revealed it was from my friend. With the letter from my friend, Tian Qingyu felt even more confident about mastering the 28 fists. But as days went by, Tian Qingyu still couldn't produce the fist power of the 28 fists. She had practiced all the movements to perfection, and her punches had even developed an imposing and dominant force, but she was still unable to evoke the inner strength needed to unleash the spatial fist power. I've grasped the essence, form, and momentum of the 28 fists, so why can't I master it? Tian Qingyu was filled with an immense sense of confusion. The letter was from Emperor Tianshu, and he had also reviewed the manual, so there shouldn't be any issues. She didn't know why she was still unable to master it. She was tempted to ask Lin Shen, but having boasted so confidently in front of him before, it seemed somewhat embarrassing to ask now. After several days of restraint, Tian Qingyu finally could no longer hold back. She decided to use the excuse of visiting Tian Beluo to meet Lin Shen, even if she might feel awkward to ask him anything. At least observing how he used the 28 fists would be useful. Lately, Lin Shen had been researching and refining finger sand and surfing fist. The combined use of the two was truly extraordinary, catching opponents utterly off guard. The contrarian unexpectedly reincarnated yesterday, and so did the inheritance fan. Lin Shen had originally planned on solely focusing on the contrarian reaching the 10th turn, but now the inheritance fan had reincarnated as well. The 7th turn inheritance fan developed the 7th form of the fan dance, fold. This skill was also of an assisting type, like shake, and was also used on the opponent. However, unlike shake, which could weaken the enemy's attribute in all aspects, fold could only weaken the effectiveness of an enemy's skills. With fold, the power of all the opponent's skills would be reduced. As for how much it could reduce them, that had to be tested in real combat. Fold combined with shake to comprehensively weaken the enemy was simply a perfect match. It seems that the inheritance fan doesn't need to wait until the later stages to be useful. These two negative effect skills are already outrageously strong. Lin Shen was extremely delighted, considering the fan an invaluable treasure for overcoming those above oneself. There isn't much to say about the contrarian's growth. As the number of reincarnations increased, it naturally became very strong without much change. Tian Beluo sat in the pavilion, racked with deep contemplation. His heaven and celestial being skill had indeed made progress, yet he had still not touched the threshold of the god-ghost realm. Lin Shen knew that for Tian Beluo to enter the ghost god realm was exceedingly difficult, almost as if traversing an entire universe lay between the unity of heaven and man and the ghost god realm. Other skills marked each realm like the steps of a staircase, but the heaven and celestial being's skill was peculiar in this respect. The gap between its two realms was so vast, with no cushioning phases in between. It was like lifting weights. The first time one might be able to lift over 200 kilograms through gritted teeth and effort. With sufficient talent, it can be done. But what does it mean for the second time weight to jump directly to 10,000 tons? Shouldn't it be added little by little? By increasing it directly to 10,000 tons, who could possibly lift that? Lin Shen did not know how Emperor Tianshu had mastered it, but in any case, he felt that the god-ghost realm was preposterous. Unless Tian Beluo could transform like a Super Saiyan, training in this skill would just be a dead end for anyone else. Fortunately, the heaven and celestial being's skill at the unity of heaven and man realm was quite powerful. As long as one didn't encounter a nemesis like the finger sand, one would generally be on an unbeatable footing. While Tian Beluo was wallowing in frustration, Tian Qingyu arrived at the silent residence. This time, Tian Qingyu didn't barge in, but instead stood outside the hedge and called out a few times. Tian Beluo rushed to open the door and welcomed Tian Qingyu inside. Beluo, how is your heaven and celestial being skill coming along? Tian Qingyu greeted Lin Shen, then first inquired about Tian Beluo's recent situation. Although there has been progress, I simply cannot reach the threshold of the ghost god realm, sighed Tian Beluo, shaking his head. Since you have chosen this path and don't wish to turn back, you need to maintain a level mindset. If other thoughts arise, you'd better turn back early, Tian Qingyu advised earnestly. I'm just venting a bit with you. I'm definitely going to master the heaven and celestial being skill, Tian Beluo said with a smile. It's good that you're firm in your belief, Tian Qingyu sighed in relief. She was worried that Tian Beluo's resolve might be broken, yet he might still be forcing himself to continue. That wouldn't be perseverance, but rather obsessing over the impossible. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Tian Beluo said, changing the subject. How is your training going with the thing you got from Tian? You came this time, do you already have some results? I've been looking forward to watching Tian suffer a setback. These past few days he's been tormenting me almost to my limit. Tian Qingyu sighed upon hearing this. I still don't have a clue. I fear that I might not be able to master such secret techniques. Tian Beluo was shocked at those words. He knew well of his sister's natural talent for cultivation. Among the new generation of the celestial race, she would admit to being second to no one. Even she said that the secret technique given by Lin Shen was difficult to master without even a clue to its beginning, which was almost unbelievable to Tian Beluo. The 7 finger skills within the luminous spirit fingers, each of which could only be mastered by those with the utmost talent. For someone to master just one type was already a sign of astonishing talent. Tian Qingyu, who had managed to integrate all 7 types of finger skills, now claimed she had not even grasped the basics, making Tian Beluo wonder just how difficult Lin Shen's finger sand was to master. Up to now, Tian Beluo had thought that what Lin Shen gave to Tian Qingyu were merely the foundational basics of finger sand. Chapter 487, Holding Great Power. Tian Qingyu opened Tian Beluo's palm and said solemnly, such secret skills should not be casually shown to others. Are you even guarding against me? Tian Beluo said dejectedly. If I don't guard against you, then who should I? With your big mouth, if I let you see it, it won't take many days before it spreads throughout the universe. This is Tian's secret skill, not to be disclosed, Tian Qingyu responded. When have I ever had a big mouth? Tian Beluo retorted, not convinced. The matter of that concubine from the Tianju family who let that news slip out, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Tian Beluo opened his mouth but eventually closed it, sitting down powerlessly on the ground before muttering, Fine, I won't look. I just wanted to help you, that's all. Thank you, just take care of yourself, Tian Qingyu said, then turned to Lin Shen. Tian, your secret skill is indeed difficult to master. Could you provide some guidance? Lin Shen shook his head reluctantly. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but this skill is quite unique. I mastered it after practicing it myself, but when others tried, they could not even enter the threshold no matter what. After a long study, I still couldn't figure out the reason. It might be an issue of congenital aptitude. It's like expecting a wolf to eat grass. It's really hard for them. Right now, it seems this skill is very much up to fate. If you can master it, then you can. If not, no one could teach you. Tian Qingyu knew Lin Shen was telling the truth and nodded slightly. Perhaps my opportunity hasn't arrived yet. I'll practice more when I get back. Maybe I'll succeed. Unable to find an answer with Lin Shen, Tian Qingyu could only return to continue studying 28 fists, hoping to make a breakthrough. I refuse to believe that I can't master these 28 fists. Tian Qingyu left Celestial Star and returned to Sky Pinnacle Star to look up many resources, aiming to uncover the secrets of 28 fists from another angle. Tian Shen's mood had been quite good recently, as the Celestial Court had entrusted her with the task of eliminating the Night Ghost tribe, including Ye Kong and the other 4 pure-blood Night Spectres under her command. The implied message was clear. With so many turned into hybrid night ghosts, it would be too wasteful to simply dispose of them all, making it difficult to replenish the manpower of Giant Ringstar in a short time. Therefore, Tian Sun was to use Ye Kong and the other 4 to lead these hybrid night ghosts within the Pioneer Corps and continue the development of Giant Ringstar. By doing this, in effect, the entire control of Giant Ringstar was handed over to Tian Sun. The situation of the Qi family goes without saying. They already lost any chance of setting foot on Giant Ringstar. The situation of N117 wasn't much better. With so many of his subordinates turned into hybrid night ghosts, all falling under Tian Shen's leadership, his powers suffered greatly, not to mention the loss of numerous resources, practically a death blow to him. And N117 had always suspected that Tian Shen and Lin Shen had stolen his treasury, but unfortunately he had no evidence. Now, at Giant Ringstar, one could say Tian Shen had become the de facto ruler of an entire star. Representatives from the An family and the Chai family had already fought hard in the sessions of the Celestial Court. There was a chance to fight for control over Ye Kong and the others, or at least to get 1 or 2 of them. But it was unexpected to many that Emperor Tianshu, who had not participated in the sessions for a long time, attended this session personally and, despite all opinions, directly assigned Ye Kong and the other 3 pure-blood Night Spectres to Tianshun's command, leaving her to sort out the aftermath of Giant Ring Star. This move thwarted many who were eager to offer their support at Giant Ring Star, understanding the value of the 4 women from Ye Kong. Whoever controlled them effectively held the key to developing Giant Ring Star. Everyone was hoping Dean An would refute the Heavenly Emperor, yet this time Dean An chose not to speak. The Heavenly Emperor pointed out coldly that Ye Kong and the others were captured by Tianshun herself and that she also stabilized the situation on her own. If Tianshun alone can solve the problem, what indeed do the families want at Giant Ring Star? With such a statement, none of the families could step forward to explain. In reality, they wanted to take advantage of the situation, but nobody wanted to earn such a reputation. With the assistance of Ye Kong and the other 3 women, Tianshun's work on developing Giant Ring Star went much smoother. The Star Belt and the sea were directly under her jurisdiction, while most of the pioneering work on the land that was under An-117's control had stopped since he no longer had sufficient manpower. Without further support, he simply didn't have the capacity to develop so many areas. But replenishing such an amount of manpower was not an easy task. In order to compensate for the losses and to gather the resources needed for the next submission, An-117 had to seek help from Tianshun, agreeing to share a portion of the pioneering resources with her. After negotiating a price, Tianshun sent the hybrid night ghosts to help An-117 with the pioneering work. Once Tianshun had arranged everything, she set out alone towards the utmost darkness domain, intending to take on the trial left by the Little Wine Emperor. If Ch401 and Ch96 could make it through, there was no reason she couldn't. However, upon entering the trial, Tianshun realized she had underestimated the Little Wine Emperor. The initial trials posed no difficulty for Tianshun, who easily breezed through them, but she was stumped by a test called 3 Cups of Wine. The 3 Cups of Wine trial was straightforward. Of 3 cups of wine presented, 1 contained poison. The challenge was to choose one of the 3 to drink. If one picked the poisoned wine, even a Nirvana-level expert would undoubtedly die. With just a 1 in 3 chance to choose the poison, the odds were quite low. According to the message left by the Little Wine Emperor, this challenge was meant to assess the challenger's fortune. Someone with bad luck, even if they obtained the Wine Emperor's legacy, would not avoid an early demise. If one couldn't even make the correct choice with a 2/3 chance of surviving, then they should recognize their limits. Tianshun observed for a long time but found no differences among the 3 cups. She dared not risk her own luck trying. Luck, who can be certain of it? It is fickle by nature, and no one can control its highs and lows. What if her luck was low just then? Therefore, at this test, Tianshun gave up and did not continue. When Ch401 and the others faced this challenge, Yeya herself drank all 3 cups, forcibly getting them past it. After consuming the 3 cups, Yeya's body nearly turned to a skeleton. If it weren't for her undead talent, anyone else would have died long ago. Find more chapters on Empire. Lin Shen could have passed this challenge as well, but unfortunately he was not on Celestial Star at the moment and unaware of such a test in the trial. Even if he had known, given his personality, he probably wouldn't have risked it. Chapter 488, The Real Old-Timers. The D-Man tribe. Catherine held her watch and looked at it over and over, but still no message arrived. What's up with this guy? Why hasn't he replied yet? Catherine tossed her watch aside and sat bored on the sofa, killing time by watching Universal News projected in the air. Is it time for the race-ranking war again? Catherine glanced through several news stories, all discussing the race-ranking war. After watching for a while, Catherine felt somewhat bored. What's there to look forward to anyway? The top 20 won't change much, just a few ranks fluctuating at most. The first place of the Supreme Clan should be unshakable. Well, that's not necessarily true, a voice came from behind Catherine. How many times have I told you, can't you knock before entering? Catherine said, a bit helplessly. A demon girl with black eyes came to Catherine's side, plopped down on the sofa next to her, wrapped an arm around Catherine's, and coyly stuck out her tongue. Sorry, sister, Tia forgot again. I really can't deal with you, Catherine rubbed Tia's head and asked with a smile. What did you mean by not necessarily's just now? I heard from Father this time's race-ranking war might see big changes. The first place of the Supreme Clan might not be secure, Tia said. What kind of big changes? Catherine was surprised, unsure what could threaten the Supreme Clan's first place. Father mentioned that the Phoenix Clan intends to challenge the first place in this race ranking, said Tia. Explore more at Empire. The Phoenix Clan? What makes them think they can? Catherine frowned slightly, doubting that the Phoenix Clan had the strength to challenge the first place. Tia pondered and then spoke. That's just what I heard from Father, something about a Phoenix Clan member named Feng Lu returning. Sister, are you going to participate in the war? Tia asked, blinking her eyes. I wasn't planning on participating, but since Feng 6 has returned, maybe I'll join the fun, Catherine said with an intriguing look in her eyes. That's great. I want to fight too, Tia said excitedly. You, just stay put and don't go anywhere. Catherine's words left Tia brimming with disappointment. 3 months quickly passed, and when Lin Shen returned from Celestial Star, the Contrarian's life base had reached the 9th turn, while the Inheritance fan remained at the 7th turn. Even so, Lin Shen's attributes had already surpassed those of 10th turn ascenders, especially his strength attribute, which far exceeded his counterparts. The first thing Lin Shen did when he got back to Sky Pinnacle Star was to visit the Celestial Master Institute. "Dean, you're finally back," an SI greeted Lin Shen with a beaming smile upon his return. Other staff like the vice deans, ministers, and directors looked at Lin Shen with a different gaze, surprisingly enthusiastic, each hailing him as Dean in a very cordial manner, a stark contrast to their previous behavior. "Did we get our water and electricity back?" Lin Shen, seeing an old director watering the flowers in the courtyard, asked with a sense of wonder. Although Tianjixia drove away the debt collectors last time, they had cut off all utilities like water, electricity, and gas until payment was made. Lin Shen wondered how the services could have resumed without him paying. "Dean, aren't you aware of what you did yourself?" an SI said with a laugh. "What did I do?" Lin Shen asked, puzzled. "You don't say, and how would I dare?" An SI said with a smile. "Anyway, you are now the favorite in front of the Heavenly Emperor, so those little guys will definitely not dare to come asking for money anymore." "That's good," Lin Shen nodded. "Dean, shouldn't we pay some of the pension we owe, and also the wages that have been due for so long? Maybe issue a bit of it first?" An SI added. "Do we have money?" Lin Shen asked an SI, puzzled. "No money?" An SI looked at Lin Shen and retorted, "I don't have money. Does the Institute's account have money?" Lin Shen shook his head. "The Institute has no money." An SI looked at Lin Shen and stopped short. Lin Shen knew what she meant and said with a bitter smile, "Whatever needs to be paid has been paid." "Didn't get even a little share?" an SI asked with full of confusion. "Anyway, I haven't seen any," Lin Shen replied, spreading his hands. "Maybe it's because you were facing the wall and reflecting on Celestial Star before, and the share hasn't been distributed yet. Let's wait a bit longer," an SI sighed. While speaking, an SI opened the door and the old geezers who had been eavesdropping outside suddenly scattered. When they heard there was no money, these old geezers, who were more realistic than anyone, instantly changed their expressions. They stopped calling him Dean and their smiles vanished. They had thought that Lin Shen would bring back some money this time, but who would have imagined that not even a single hair of it had come? Work your ass off, suffer all that hardship, offend so many people, and in the end, not even touch a dime. Isn't that foolish? Said one of the old men playing cards after Lin Shen left with a snort. Exactly. Young people are still too young, thinking that pleasing the Heavenly Emperor means having good days ahead. Little do they know the Heavenly Emperor won't even throw him a bone, another old man added. This can't go on. The kid is young. It's okay for him to suffer a little, but we're old bones. We can't always be digging into our own pockets for spending money, can we? Vice Dean. And rhythmically tapped on the card table with his fingers. What can we do about it? Our dean is too young, doesn't know the perks of having money, doesn't even know how to be corrupt, just a greenhorn, the security director said. He may be a greenhorn, but we're not. Since he's capable of making money, we'll just have to teach him how to get the money into his own pocket. If he has money, then our Celestial Master Institute has money, and if the Institute has money, then so do we, the logistics minister said. You're right. I think our dean is a straightforward young man, easier to talk to, Vice Dean Chow said as he pushed down his cards. Haha, self-drawn pure suit. I won. Pay up, pay up, pay up. Damn it, so unlucky. How many rounds has it been? Haven't won a single hand. Almost lost my coffin money, Vice Dean. Anne muttered under his breath. Don't worry, our dean has some ability. After we teach him a couple of tricks, won't the money just come flowing in? This little money's nothing, Vice Dean Chow said with a laugh. Then tell me, how do we teach him? Vice Dean, and asked while shuffling the cards. Easy. Teach him what we are good at. Security director, teach him some tricks for getting money from people, which will come in handy when going out to collect debts. Logistics minister, your skill in accounting, if you don't teach it to someone, you'll take it to the grave. Old Anne, you need to use those connections of yours. Can't let our dean be at a disadvantage out there. He's got to help us make a buck, Vice Dean Chow said while picking up the cards. Fuck, after all this talk, it's none of your business, is it? Vice Dean Anne cursed. All I'm good at is whoring. Surely you're not suggesting I take him whoring, are you? Vice Dean Chow laughed. Playing coy though the narcissus bloom not, you've got to teach him your ways with women. Otherwise, Tian Shen will take all the advantages, and if he gets nothing, how will we skim off the top? Vice Dean Anne scoffed. That stuff, if he wants to learn, sure, I can teach him, just worried he might refuse. Vice Dean Chow chuckled. Chapter 489, Divide, the spoils. Lin Shen returned home and paused for a moment when he pushed open his bedroom door. Within it were neatly arranged 4 large boxes. He had never seen these boxes before, they were not his, and he had no idea who could have entered his room to place them there. Lin Shen donned his carapace and summoned the stone golem, instructing it to open the unlocked boxes, only to find that they were neatly filled with heavenly currency. Upon opening the second box, it contained a complete set of white battlesuits with gold trim. Explore more at Empire. The third box held a white pet egg, crystal clear like jade, almost occupying the entire box, with what seemed like mist flowing inside it. In the last box, there was only a small card and a piece of paper. Lin Shen picked up the paper to find that it was blank, with nothing written on it. He looked over both sides several times, but there was indeed nothing written on it. Lin Shen already knew who had placed these items here, and without hesitation he crumpled the blank paper into ash and picked up the card. Initially, Lin Shen thought it might be something like a bank card, but upon closer inspection it turned out to be a library card. Even if it's inconvenient to give me a bank card, giving me some sort of more powerful pass, or maybe a shopping card would also be acceptable. Why give me a library card? I'm not someone who loves to study. Lin Shen put away the library card, but he knew that this card probably wasn't that simple. He took out the battlesuit from the box, which was simple in style yet sophisticated, with a design that had a sense of timelessness, and it came equipped with a watch and a pet gun. Lin Shen pressed the buckle on the belt, and the battlesuit immediately transformed into thousands of threads wrapping around his arm, quickly enveloping his body completely within the battlesuit. Dressed in white with golden edges, it looked quite extravagant and eye-catching, giving the impression of ceremonial wear. Battlesuit binding successful, respected master. Celestial Number 7 battlesuit at your service. You may call me Ch401, came the synthesized voice from the watch. Ch401, what functions do you have? Lin Shen asked directly. Respected master, Ch401 is the Celestial Number 7 battlesuit, featuring the latest intelligence system and the most advanced universal communication system. It is built with 1,736 planets access permits, equipped with top-tier Nirvana-level pet launcher capable of holding and firing 107 pet capsules, and a shooting speed of 1,000. The battlesuit itself has the toughness of Nirvana level. Ch401 listed its capabilities. Lin Shen was taken aback, and he quickly had Ch401 search online for the Celestial Series battlesuits, only to discover that these items were exclusive to the offspring of the Heavenly Emperor. No wonder the features are so extraordinary. It turns out to be an exclusive series for the Imperial family, he thought. The battlesuit Tian Xun had given him was already damaged, and this new suit seemed even better. Especially since it had access to over 1,000 planets, it meant that Lin Shen could use the teleporters on these planets for free, and they all likely belonged to the celestial race. Even though the toughness of Nirvana level did not mean it could withstand the full force of Nirvana level attacks, destroying it was not something that could easily be achieved with Nirvana level strength. Unfortunately, Lin Shen was not yet able to use the Nirvana level pet gun. It could only serve as a decoration for now. The box of heavenly currency was filled with white, business card-sized crystals, crafted with some unknown technique, each with a very lifelike celestial figure inside, resembling the self-portrait of the Heavenly Emperor. There was no face value, and Lin Shen had never seen such heavenly currency before. After searching online, he finally understood that this was celestial crystal coin, and that one celestial crystal coin could be exchanged for about 10,000 heavenly currency. How many celestial crystal coins are in this full box? Lin Shen was overjoyed and quickly poured them out to count. There were exactly 30,000 celestial crystal coins. It seems like a lot, but it's only 300 million heavenly currency. Lin Shen was slightly frustrated because he realized that this sum of celestial crystal coins was almost enough to cover the various debts of the Celestial Master Institute, as mentioned by an II. The debts of the Celestial Master Institute add up to nearly 300 million. The Heavenly Emperor is really stingy. Couldn't he give me a little more? Lin Shen had already figured out that the heavenly currency allotted to him was probably meant for settling the Institute's debts. The other items were truly given to him. Of course, Lin Shen could also choose not to pay and keep the celestial crystal coins for himself, but then it would be up to him to resolve the problem of the Celestial Master Institute. A pet egg, a Celestial Number 7 battlesuit, and a library card. These are all that I've been given this time. Lin Shen didn't know the level of the pet egg nor how much it was worth. Judging by appearances, the level and breed of the pet egg were indiscernible. Lin Shen guessed it should be something he could use, otherwise there would be no need for the Heavenly Emperor to specifically give him a pet egg. After placing the pet egg into the incubation chamber, Lin Shen picked up the library card and examined it. It read, Library Number 1, Card 007. Number 7 battlesuit, Number 7 library card. Is this stuff supposed to be a set? Lin Shen had Ch401 look up information about Library Number 1 and discovered it was the highest specification library on Sky Pinnacle Star. The 007 library card granted him access to the second tier of borrowing privileges. Lin Shen didn't know what the second tier of borrowing privileges meant, but he imagined the authority must be quite high. He didn't have the immediate intention to visit the library. He wanted to first return to Giant Ringstar to check on the situation there. Lin Shen didn't wear the battlesuit outside. It was simply too conspicuous. Only princes were allowed to wear such battlesuits. Strutting about would attract too many envious eyes. As for those celestial crystal coins, Lin Shen hadn't yet decided how to use them. He was certainly not going to use them all to pay off the Celestial Master Institute's debts. Little lover, how's your haul? Tian Xun asked with a smile upon seeing Lin Shen. The Heavenly Emperor only gave me 30,000 celestial crystal coins, just enough to pay off debts. Lin Shen sighed. Nothing else? Tian Xun asked with a smile. There's also a library card for Library Number 1 and a Celestial Series battlesuit, as well as a pet egg. Lin Shen took out the items to show Tian Xun. Tian Xun appeared surprised after looking at them. A Celestial Series battlesuit is exclusively for princes. Never heard of it being given to anyone outside the Imperial family, let alone to someone from other races. This is an immense honor. With this battlesuit on, as long as you don't commit any serious offense, there should hardly be anyone in the Celestial race bold enough to lay a hand on you. This library card is even more valuable. Library number 1 is the highest ranked library of the Celestial race, housing secret techniques of our race and other races. This card's privileges allow you everywhere except the topmost floor. So, the most elite secret techniques are still out of my reach, said Lin Shen. Not necessarily, Tian Xun said with a slightly strange look. Only 3 people can access the topmost floor. They hold the cards numbered 001, 02, and 003, which belong to the Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Consort, and Dean Anne, respectively. Most of us from the Celestial Court can only get cards for the 3rd tier. Even the top 2 floors are out of bounds. Your card has already surpassed the privileges of most of the Celestial race's nobility with seats in the Celestial Court. The rewards the Heavenly Emperor has given you are excessively precious. Chapter 490. Return to the Mother Planet. Isn't being precious a good thing? And it's just borrowing secret techniques after all, not like I can directly master them, so I don't consider them that valuable, Lin Shen said. This card is much more precious than you imagine. Not to mention how valuable those secret techniques are, you haven't seen them, so you can't appreciate their worth. But on the 2nd level, there are many Nirvana-level insights, and even Immortal-level cultivation insights, which you won't find elsewhere. They're of great help to cultivation. This includes a lot of information about the base mutation sites, which are extremely important resources for Ascenders. With just this information, and without the number 7 battlesuit, it wouldn't be much use. But with the number 7 battlesuit and this information, it means that almost all the base mutation sites under the Celestial race's control can be used by you. There are many other benefits that even I don't fully know, since my card only ranks in the 3rd tier and can't access the 2nd level. After a pause, Tian Xun continued, Being precious can be good for you, but being too precious isn't entirely a good thing. There are so many big shots in the Celestial race, but their descendants don't get this kind of treatment. You, a member of other races who just joined the Celestial race, were appointed head of the Celestial Masters Institution right away, which was already quite outrageous and caused envy. Now, with this kind of treatment, I'm afraid you'll become a target of public criticism. I've thought about this issue too, but even without these things, being the dean of the Celestial Masters Institution has already made me a target, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Tian Xun nodded. Indeed, you've brought back so many resources for the Heavenly Emperor this time, it's hard to keep that hidden from others. You're already a target. You'll need to be careful. It's safer on Sky Pinnacle Star, but if you leave and go to other planets, you should have a few Nirvana-level individuals by your side. Otherwise, it's easy to run into trouble. Before my Nirvana, other than coming here, I don't plan to leave Sky Pinnacle Star, Lin Shen stated. How about this? Once things settle down after some time, I'll have Ye Kong and the others follow you. With the 4 of them teamed up, unless a top-tier Nirvana being intervenes, they shouldn't be able to give you trouble, Tian Xun suggested, still somewhat worried. Are they reliable? Lin Shen worried that Ye Kong and the others might pose a problem. Don't worry, I have ways to control them. They wouldn't dare double-cross me, Tian Xun reassured, and after another pause asked, The racial rankings battle is about to start. Are you participating? It wouldn't be of much use for me to participate, as I can't charge up the rankings. Lin Shen shook his head. The ranking list only goes up to 100 million. Races that can make it onto the rankings list must have several top-tier Nirvana beings at least. With your current strength, if you're aiming for the rankings, indeed, you don't stand much chance. Tian Xun then shifted tone. However, going there to observe could be helpful for your combat abilities and knowledge. The universe's races are countless, and each has its own characteristics. A myriad of powers and skills emerge incessantly. Every 10 years, various new abilities and skills appear. It's a good opportunity for training. Can you spectate the rankings battle? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. The entire universe can watch. However, watching is different from actual combat. With your abilities, just participating in the knockout round should be more than enough to ensure your safety, without any great risk. You can withdraw when it's time for the rankings battle. Tian Xun still hoped that Lin Shen would consider participating. I'll think about it, Lin Shen replied, not wanting to get involved in something that brought no benefits. Sure, it's not a major issue. Just decide for yourself, Tian Xun said with shifting beautiful eyes, blinking as she asked. Are you returning tonight? I'm practically home. Where else would I go? Lin Shen said as he wrapped his arm around Tian Xun's waist, intending to do something to make the heart race, when the communicator suddenly rang. A message from Wei? Lin Shen glanced at it and discovered it was indeed a message from Wei Wufu. Although Wei Wufu had a communicator, he usually never sent Lin Shen messages. Isn't Wei on Giant Ring Star? Lin Shen asked Tian Xun with a puzzled look. He went back to the humans' home planet before. It's been over a month now, and he hasn't returned. Tian Xun pondered for a moment before speaking. Why didn't he tell me when he returned to our home planet? Lin Shen quickly opened the message and saw that it was very brief. Just 2 words, return immediately. What happened? Lin Shen felt a shock in his heart. If it wasn't something major, Wei wouldn't have sent such a message, and he swiftly replied, "We'll talk upon your return." Wei's messages were clearly more fluent than his speech. "Go and take care of your business. If you need anything, contact me anytime," Tian Shen spoke softly. Fearing that something significant had occurred, Lin Shen rushed back to the home planet. The last time he left his home planet, he was in a sorry state of flight. This time, his return required no such caution. With his current strength, he could obliterate the Wan family. Even if the interstellar Wan family dispatched a large number of ascenders back, Lin Shen wouldn't be threatened. "It's time to settle accounts with the Wan family," Lin Shen murmured to himself, deciding not to take Big Sister with him. If he went after the Wan family, Big Sister might become a target of theirs if she accompanied him. Upon Lin Shen's arrival back on the home planet, Haidoxiu and Instructor Mew were already waiting for him at the teleportation device. "Why are you back?" Instructor Mew asked with some concern. Since Lin Shen left through Haidoxiu's connections, the return had to follow the same route, and Hai Mansion would have been informed by Haidoxiu. "There's some trouble on Wei's end. He asked me to return." "Is there anything happening in Tiancheng?" Lin Shen inquired. "I haven't heard of any issues in Tiancheng. Just be careful not to let the Wan family know you're back. Don't return to Darkbird Base for now. It's certainly watched by the Wan family spies. We've made arrangements for your return here. No one knows you're back. But you can't stay too long. It won't stay a secret forever," Instructor Mew, unaware of Lin Shen's standing within the celestial race or his current level, advised. With only a few months since his departure, no one would expect Lin Shen to have already gained enough power to contend with the Wan family. "Instructor Mew, thanks for your concern. I'm going to Tiancheng to see what's going on with Wei. We'll talk more later," Lin Shen said as he took out 2 items, handing one to Instructor Mew and one to Haidoxiu. "Alien world specialties. See if they're useful. I must go now." Lin Shen didn't give them a chance to refuse and hurriedly left Seacorn Base toward Tiancheng. "The kid is certainly thoughtful," Instructor Mew said as he opened the box and was momentarily stunned. Chapter 491, Alien World Specialties. Instructor Mew's expression was excited as he took out everything from the box, which contained a total of 6 books. The Celestial Clan's Heavenly Cloud Art, Phoenix Clan's 9 Heavens Divine Wing Skill, Demon Tribe's Great Demon Heavenly Skill. Instructor Mew became increasingly astonished. Can it be true? These are all top-tier evolution skills. Where did he get them from? Haidoxiu was also greatly surprised. Now, the major families venturing into the universe, although they have obtained some top-tier evolution skills, regard them as valuable as life itself. They don't share them casually, not to mention outsiders. Even within their own family, non-core members do not have easy access. Lin Shen unexpectedly brought out 6 books of evolution skills from various clans. It was only natural for Haidoxiu to doubt their authenticity. "He is not that kind of person," Instructor Mew said to Haidoxiu. "See what's in your box." Haidoxiu hastily opened his box to find a sparkling and translucent pet egg within, clearly no ordinary item. "This is a mutated ascension egg." Haidoxiu's expression was odd. "It seems Lin Shen has fared much better than we imagined during his time away. Those 6 books of evolution skills are very likely real." Because of the existence of the Realm King planet, Human Mother Planet nowadays doesn't lack base mutation-level mutant eggs, but ascension-level mutant eggs are extremely precious. The fact that Lin Shen could gift her a mutated ascension egg showed he truly had become successful. What a specialty from an alien world. That kid, he really put thought into this. Instructor Mew's expression was complex, knowing what those 6 books of evolution skills meant and why Lin Shen had given them to him. "Old Mew, this is no light burden. You should be mentally prepared," Haidoxiu said. "If that kid is willing to bring out these evolution skills and I can't produce any results, how can I be fit to be his instructor? Moreover, this is exactly what I intended to do. Even if it costs me my life, I must spread these evolution skills throughout the Mother Planet and not fail his expectations," Instructor Mew said with a laugh. "This deed will benefit generations to come, truly benevolent." Judging from these 6 books of evolution skills, should the Wan family insist on killing him, I will do everything in my power to assist him, even if it costs me my life, Haidoxiu said earnestly. "That might not be necessary," Instructor Mew said with a light chuckle. Haidoxiu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized and said with a laugh, "You're right. If he can send me a mutated ascension egg and take out these 6 top-tier evolution skills, his abilities are probably beyond our reach." "What is this last book of evolution skills? Why haven't I heard of it?" Instructor Mew asked, looking at a book of evolution skills in his hands. "Inheritance evolution skill. You may not have heard of it on the Mother Planet, but this skill is quite famous in the universe, a manifestation of the cosmic rainbow light." Haidoxiu narrated the origin of this evolution skill. The 6 books of evolution skills that Lin Shen gave to Instructor Mew included 5 that were chosen from the stash he had coveted, and the other was the evolution skill recorded on the inheritance fan. During his time in the universe, Lin Shen felt more and more that for a race to develop, relying on just one person is not enough. The entire race has to become strong to truly stand among the powerful cosmic races. Otherwise, humanity would always be nothing but vassals to the powerful cosmic races, cannon fodder to be sacrificed at any moment, just like the Ouyang family, which could be obliterated at any moment. To Instructor Mew and others, those 5 types of evolution skills were top tier, but in Lin Shen's eyes, they were just ordinary, though still somewhat useful for enhancing the overall level of humanity. Deeply influenced by Wei Wufu, Lin Shen sometimes thought about doing things beneficial to humanity. Of course, the premise was that it didn't affect him. Lin Shen flew through the sky unrestrainedly. There were few creatures on the mother planet that could threaten him now. There was no need for caution. Tiancheng was far from as splendid as Lin Shen had imagined. It was just an ancient, dilapidated city. However, beside Tiancheng, there was a huge metallic palace, looking like some ancient ferocious beast sprawling on the ground. Tiancheng Forbidden Area, all visitors, please halt. The guards on the ancient city wall, seeing someone flying towards them, shouted aloud. Lin Shen quickly descended and said to the guards on the city wall, I am Tian, a friend of Wei Wufu. Please pass on my message. Come in, Wei Wufu called from inside. Before the guard above could respond, the city gate was already being opened. Seeing that Wei Wufu had not a single injury on him, a weight lifted from Lin Shen's heart. Wei, what happened? After following Wei Wufu into the city, Lin Shen asked anxiously. Once we're there, I'll tell you. Wei Wufu led the way, guiding Lin Shen further into the city. Lin Shen looked around, and there were quite a few people within Tiancheng. However, many were disabled, missing hands or feet. By their appearance, the injuries had been sustained a long time ago and were not recent. In some houses, there were many injured people being treated, giving off a rather bleak feeling throughout Tiancheng. Wei led Lin Shen through the ancient city to the massive metallic building. Upon closer inspection, the metallic structure was significantly damaged in many places, with numerous people working on its repairs. Once inside the metal building, they found it almost deserted, making the interior space appear quite small. This colossal metallic structure was mostly solid. Grandfather, Lin Shen, has arrived, Wei Wufu said to an old man resting inside the palace. Lin Shen, did Wufu tell you why you are here? Wei Changqing asked, looking at Lin Shen. No, Lin Shen shook his head. A terribly powerful nirvana creature has emerged in the underground space, and we no longer have the power to suppress it. We must venture into the underground space and risk our lives. This mission is fraught with the likelihood of death. If you are willing to join us, then tomorrow you shall go with us to the underground space. Life is given to each of us only once, a gift from our parents, and it should not be forsaken lightly. It is only natural for you to refuse, so if you do, depart now. I am willing to go, Lin Shen said after glancing at Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu's invitation meant he desperately needed Lin Shen's help, and Lin Shen could not and did not wish to decline. Good, this matter is urgent. Rest and prepare yourself. Let Wufu tell you what is needed, and tomorrow you will accompany us to the underground space, Wei Changqing said, not elaborating further but instructing Lin Shen to rest. Wei Wufu led Lin Shen away from Townland Hall to rest in a dilapidated house within the ancient city. Wei, what do we need to do? With not much time, Lin Shen needed to understand as much as possible what the situation in the underground space was. Wei Wufu detailed to Lin Shen the situation, which was even worse than he had imagined. The tide of beasts from the underground space was becoming more frequent, and several Nirvana beings from the Wei family had gone down to investigate, discovering an extremely powerful Nirvana creature in gestation. Several Nirvana beings from the Wei family had just barely managed to escape, with one seriously injured. Now, before the Nirvana creature had fully matured, it already possessed terrifying strength. If it were allowed to develop completely, Tiancheng, protected by the Wei family for 1,000 years, might fall. Therefore, they needed to kill the Nirvana creature before it could fully form. The more Lin Shen heard from Wei Wufu, the more the place nurturing the Nirvana creature seemed to resemble Nirvana land. Chapter 492, Underground Space Times. Strange Nirvana land should have been formed by the planet itself, and the underground space was created when a spaceship crashed into an underground cavity. It's unlikely there's a Nirvana land down there. But according to the Wei family, the underground cavity actually has the ability to breed Nirvana creatures, which is too similar to Nirvana land. If the primeval eggs inside the spaceship can influence and mutate the native life forms into Nirvana creatures, then those primeval eggs must be overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Shen couldn't imagine, if it really was the influence of the primeval eggs, just how powerful these eggs would have to be. Wei Wufu continued with the Wei family's plan. Their task was not to participate in the extermination of the Nirvana creatures, but to destroy the place where the Nirvana creatures were being bred. The main force for exterminating the Nirvana creatures would be Wei Changqing and the other 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family. Including Wei Wufu, there were now only 13 direct descendants of the Wei family left. The rest were either children who had not yet come of age, or those who had married out. This time, the Wei family was staking their last bit of strength. If the operation failed or any unforeseen accident occurred, the Tiancheng Wei family was essentially facing the same as extinction. They only left behind a few female members and one severely injured Nirvana being, who were responsible for protecting the children of the Wei family and leading them away from Tiancheng if the mission failed. From a few days back, the evacuation of Tiancheng's residents had already begun. Even the orphans who grew up in Tiancheng were gradually being moved out. It seemed that the Wei family didn't hold much hope for this operation, otherwise they wouldn't have started evacuating in advance. Didn't you seek help from other families? Lin Shen asked, frowning. Notified, evacuate, said Wei Wufu. Lin Shen was also helpless. What Wei Wufu meant by notify and evacuate was probably to prepare other families for the evacuation of the mother planet. Upon further thought, apart from the Wei family, there were likely no Nirvana-level powerhouses on the mother planet. The role that Ascenders could play was indeed limited. Even if some were willing to help, their effect would be minimal. Wei Wufu then gave Lin Shen some documents to read, all related to the underground space. The more Lin Shen read, the more alarmed he became. If not for the Wei family's staunch defense, countless Nirvana creatures would have emerged from the underground space, and humanity would not have been able to resist at all. Lin Shen's own strength, combined with the various items he possessed, made him unafraid of ordinary Nirvana creatures. Furthermore, with Wei and Phase I Fatty, along with the 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family, the chances of success were still very high. At noon the next day, Wei Wufu brought Lin Shen again to the Townland Hall, and the 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family had all arrived. In the entire Townland Hall, only the 9 of them were left. The other Wei family members were busy preparing for the evacuation. If they failed, they would immediately evacuate Tianqing, preserving the last fire seed of the Wei family. Seeing Lin Shen arrive, Wei Changqing and the others nodded slightly. By accepting Wei Wufu's invitation and coming at this time, they already regarded Lin Shen as one of their own. Once we're down there, don't rush to make a move. After we've surrounded the Nirvana creature, you all try to destroy the thing that breeds Nirvana creatures together. If it's not feasible, retreat immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Changqing said to Lin Shen, Child, I leave Wufu in your care. Sir Qing, I will advance and retreat together with Wei, Lin Shen replied. Wei Changqing nodded slightly and turned to walk deeper into the hall. Depart. Without any further words, everyone followed behind Wei Changqing, heading into the depths of the hall, with Wei Wufu and Lin Shen trailing at the rear. They passed through gateways thicker than city walls. With each gateway crossed, a drawbridge would fall. When they reached the center of Townland Hall, a huge pit appeared before Lin Shen's eyes. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the entire Townland Hall was built over a deep pit, which suppressed the main exit of the space underneath. The beast tides that Tianqing usually encountered were merely base variant creatures that crawled out of nearby cracks. The real big guys were all pinned down here by the Wei family. Inside the pit was pitch darkness, and no base variant creatures could be seen crawling out from it. Wei Changqing took the lead, leaping into the pit, followed closely by the other 6 Nirvana beings, each one jumping in after the other. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances and jumped into the pit together. Lin Shen didn't use his flying ability, allowing his body to fall freely. He had seen methods for entering and exiting the underground space amongst yesterday's resources. His body continued to plummet in the darkness, the pitch-black hole seemingly bottomless, as if he were falling into the abyss of hell. Just as Lin Shen thought he would keep falling endlessly into the abyss, suddenly, a light appeared before his eyes, and then he felt a terrifying force pulling his body down at a rapid speed. Everyone tossed their claw hooks connected to ropes, securing them onto the nearby stone walls. Lin Shen did the same, stabilizing his form, and as he looked down, he immediately saw a sight that was astonishing. Although he had read about the underground space in the data, seeing it with his own eyes was still staggering. The depths of their mother planet were like an independent world, with mountains and rivers, forests and lakes stretching as far as the eye could see. The sky of the underground world was a giant stone ceiling, except it was not ordinary rock, but a type of glowing crystal jade. In the crystal jade-like sky, there were countless fluorescent lights twinkling. In the distance, there were towering crystal mountains stretching from the stone ceiling to the ground, resembling Mount Buzhou from the legends, supporting the heavens and the earth and sustaining the entire underground space. They were suspended above the sky vault, right above a strange spacecraft, broken in two and embedded in a river. One half of that spaceship alone was as large as 3 or 4 football fields, and its broken end looked like lotus root with many irregular holes, resembling a cross-section of a honeycomb. The spacecraft was carved like blue crystal throughout, with a smooth surface like a mirror, and the blue light radiating from its core bathed everything around in a ghostly blue hue. The river's water was also blue, not because of the reflection from the spaceship, but due to being tainted by something, a color similar to sapphire. The strong suction pulled at their bodies, dragging them down. The ropes forged with materials unknown to Lin Shen used by the Wei family creaked as if they could snap at any moment. Before Lin Shen could take a closer look, already a swarm of creatures was flying towards them through the air. Those creatures resembled earthworms with wings like bats, as large as pythons, their bodies seeming to be carved from blue jade, and in their circular mouths a row of sharp teeth was visible. "Down we go," commanded Wei Changqing, with a purple phoenix plume knife appearing in his hand. He casually made a slash, and a sweep of purple blade chi solidified, instantly slaying a large number of crystal-based creatures. The other Nirvana beings also summoned their life bases, slaughtering the crystal-based creatures that fearlessly lunged at them. Chapter 49-3, Coincidence? Lin Shen held the evil ghost blade in his hand and casually slaughtered a few creatures that had slipped through the net while swiftly sliding down with the help of the rope. The underground space actually had a flight restriction. Neither flying abilities nor life bases could take flight. Only those creatures with wings or the like could soar relying on their physical ability to fly. Creatures hanging upside down from the sky vault flapped their wings and dove down. Among them were already ascended creatures beginning to appear. Wei Changqing and his 6 companions were overflowing with purple aura, streaks of which crisscrossed the sky, slaying creatures by the swaths, causing them to plummet toward the mountain ranges. Lin Shen wondered why all of the Nirvana beings from the Wei family had life bases in the form of phoenix plume knives with only slight variations in shape. Why did Wei's life base not take the form of a phoenix plume knife, not even remotely, but was instead a white robe? Considering they all cultivated the purple chi phoenix spell, the differences in their life bases should not be so great. Even if Wei's life base wasn't a phoenix plume knife, it should at least be some sort of weapon like a sword. Under the protection of Wei Changqing and the others, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu landed on a mountain peak beside the big river. Before Lin Shen could take a good look around, he saw hordes of base variant creatures gathering below the mountain, moving toward them. These base variant creatures, oddly shaped like locusts, glowed a ghostly blue and were as big as tigers. Before Lin Shen could act, a phoenix cry sounded. A stroke of purple blade chi morphed into a soaring purple phoenix, spiraling down and annihilating all the base variant creatures. A Nirvana being named Wei Shoucheng slid down the rope and landed right next to Lin Shen and his company. He wielded his phoenix plume knife in a sweeping motion, and with a terrifying display of blade chi, he sheared off half a small mountain teeming with base variant creatures in an instant. The sheared mountain crashed down, causing the ground to shake and tremble non-stop, with thunderous booming that was unceasing. Lin Shen watched in astonishment. The Nirvana beings of the Wei family are so powerful, their strength seems to be on par with Yeya. Lin Shen had originally thought that the Nirvana beings of the Wei family, having undergone Nirvana on the home planet, had chosen the path of minor Nirvana and wouldn't be particularly strong. But the power of this single strike was clearly not a minor matter. The might of this blade instantly sent the nearby base variant creatures fleeing for their lives, cleaning up the area in no time. Wei Changqing and the others also slid down the rope. The creatures in the sky did not pursue them but flew back to the top of the vault, perching on it. The twinkling lights above were the glow emitted from their bodies. Is this the crashed spaceship? Is there anything left inside? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu nearby. Wei Shoucheng knew Wei Wufu had difficulty speaking, so he took it upon himself to say, "This spaceship is made of a special material that even our Nirvana-level strength can hardly damage. From the holes that resemble blood vessels, a blue fluid constantly seeps out, mutating the body upon contact and making it difficult to enter." Lin Shen only knew from the data that the spaceship was the source of infection in the underground space, but he had not expected the spaceship itself to be so resilient. How could such a resilient spaceship suffer such severe damage? What exactly happened at that time? Lin Shen pondered. No one knows what happened at that time. If we could enter the interior of the spaceship, we might find some clues, said Wei Shoucheng, pausing briefly before continuing. The spaceship broke into 2 pieces, and a lot of things fell out during the crash, forming sources of infection all over the underground space, including space capsules containing primeval eggs. This river is particularly heavily infected. It's teeming with ascended creatures. We have to clean them out every so often. The last cleanup was 3 months ago, and now there are probably countless more ascended creatures in there. Our mission this time is not them. Do not approach the big river. All right. Lin Shen followed Wei Changqing and the others as they set out. The underground space was filled with mountains everywhere, and since they couldn't fly, they could only walk along the mountainous terrain. The base variant creatures in the underground space were simply too numerous. Almost everywhere there were groups of them, and ascended creatures often appeared. Fortunately, the strength of the Nirvana beings like Wei Changqing was formidable, slicing through ascended creatures as if they were butchering chickens. The blade technique of the Wei family was described in 2 words, domineering. Lin Shen had previously thought Wei Wufu was already very domineering, but compared to Wei Shoucheng and the others, Wei Wufu seemed much gentler. Stay here and wait, there's a Nirvana creature nesting ahead. Before we proceed, we must eradicate it to avoid any surprises, Wei Changqing said, looking at the water flowing through a gorge as the group reached it. As he spoke, Wei Shoucheng had already rushed to the side of the gorge, unleashing a purple blade chi towards the blue water stream within it. The blade chi split the water flow into 2, then with a clang, it was shattered by a giant purple claw. A purple figure burst from beneath the water, leaping onto the cliffside, its claws gripping the rocks, with a head full of blue eyes that twinkled like light bulbs, fixating on Wei Shoucheng. Lin Shen took a clear look at the creature and couldn't help but be slightly startled. The thing looked remarkably similar to the black-capped mushroom beast Lin Shen had encountered before, except its body was crystal blue, and its mushroom cap was dotted with many bizarre blue eyes. It can't possibly be the same species, can it? Lin Shen wondered doubtfully. The Nirvana creature's claws exerted force, shattering the rocks, and in an instant its form vanished, as if capable of teleportation. Bang! Wei Shousheng's figure also disappeared, followed by a loud crash. Shades of purple and blue clashed continuously amid the mountains, the terrifying shock waves shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces. After a moment, there was the crisp sound of something snapping. The fast-moving shades of purple and blue came to a halt as Wei Shousheng flicked off the blue liquid on his knife. Across from him, the Nirvana creature's head had been severed from its body. So powerful, Lin Shen muttered to himself, feeling a sinking sensation as he witnessed Wei Shousheng's prowess. Among the Nirvana beings of the Wei family, Wei Shousheng was not the most formidable, but even he was so powerful, his strength not far behind Ye Ya's. Such a formidable Nirvana being, when several of them teamed up to attack a Nirvana creature that had not fully matured, didn't gain the upper hand and even suffered hurt. Just how strong was that Nirvana creature? Lin Shen was beginning to worry. Along the way, the 7 from the Wei family cleared out various creatures and even took detours to kill several Nirvana creatures, ensuring that no other Nirvana creatures would come to interfere with their siege on that one. The number of Nirvana creatures in the underground space exceeded Lin Shen's expectations. If these Nirvana creatures were to jointly strike at the Townland Hall, it was unimaginable who else on the mother planet could withstand if the Wei family were to fall. The underground space was vast and boundless. Wei Chongqing and the others could only eliminate Nirvana creatures nearby, while also collecting a lot of Nirvana fluid and a few spirit bases of Nirvana level. However, they did not use those spirit bases themselves, fighting primarily with their own life bases. After several days of battling, the Nirvana creatures nearby had been mostly cleared out. What puzzled Lin Shen was that all these Nirvana creatures looked almost like the black-cap mushroom beast, without any other species of Nirvana creatures in sight. There were many types of base variant and ascended creatures in the underground space, yet there seemed to be only this one type of Nirvana creature, which baffled Lin Shen. Chapter 494, Bizarre Creature. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu followed behind, which basically meant cleaning up the battlefield and collecting various spirit bases and liquids for future use. The mutation rate in the underground space was quite high, although not as exaggerated as in the Realm King planet. It was much stronger than other places. Even the giant ring star didn't have such a high mutation rate. Wei Chongqing allowed them to pick and keep anything useful they found, to take away if possible, and to set aside what couldn't be taken, without delaying the action plan. The nearby Nirvana creatures that could be found had all been cleared out, and several Nirvana beings searched again to make sure no Nirvana creatures were appearing nearby before they headed towards the place that nurtured the Nirvana creatures. Before they reached the place, Wei Chongqing had already admonished everyone to be fully prepared. Lin Shen took out the Celestial Number 7 battlesuit and wore it, then summoned Carapace to protect his whole body, directly entering the superbase form. On one side of his waist hung the Tyrant's pet gun, on the other the scrap sword, and in his hands he held the Inheritance fan. Wei, try this and see if you can get used to it, Lin Shen said, seeing Wei donning the white robe but without a weapon in hand, and tossed the evil ghost blade to him. Wei Wufu caught the evil ghost blade, tried it out, and nodded. It works. After everyone was ready, they continued forward, led by Wei Chongqing. After crossing several mountains, Lin Shen saw a giant log appear between the peaks ahead. It was difficult to estimate how big the log was. It was wedged between two mountain peaks, like a long bridge connecting them. The log was entirely icy blue, as if made of blue jade. It was referred to as a log rather than a jade column because on one side of the log, there was a lonely small twig with a few leaves on it. The leaves were emerald and transparent, even more so than top-grade blue jade, akin to flawless blue crystal. Below that log, there was a shuttle-shaped black bug sack hanging about 13 to 14 meters in length, with a diameter of around 3 meters at its widest. There was an opening beneath the black bug sack with half of a creature's body protruding out, hanging upside down beneath it. The creature was even more bizarre. Its bare upper body exposed outside of the sack resembled that of a very muscular human, with arms and hands indistinguishable from those of a human body. But its head was different from that of a human. Though it had facial features, it had no hair and instead appeared to be wearing a blue steel helmet. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that it wasn't a helmet, but a blue carapace that was growing on its head. On top of the carapace, there were a pair of antennae resembling snail antennae, which were clearly grown from the carapace itself. Although its face looked similar to a human's, even strikingly angular, the presence of the helmet-like carapace and a pair of fleshy antennae, coupled with a layer of transparent mucus covering it, gave off a very unsettling vibe. It hung there inverted below the bug sack, its upper body exposed, hands hanging down, each clutching something resembling oversized wolf's teeth in its dangling hands. As if sensing the arrival of the group, the creature that had its eyes closed suddenly opened them, revealing eyes similar to those of a fly's compound eyes. The eyes were particularly large and made of black crystals, with a honeycomb-like hexagonal structure inside, each a small eye, possibly amounting to thousands in number. Without any pointers from Wei Chongqing, Lin Shen also guessed that this bizarre creature must be what they referred to as a Nirvana creature. Lin Shen looked around but didn't see any features of the Nirvana land, except for the giant ice-blue round log wedged between two mountain peaks, which was utterly inscrutable in origin. That strange Nirvana creature must have been nurtured from the round log. Lin Shen examined the round log because one end of the bug sack was near the log, with at least a kilometer distance to the other end. Lin Shen and Wei's task was to try to bring down the round log wedged between the two peaks, while Wei Changqing and the others besieged the bizarre creature. According to the Wei family's conjecture, the round log lying between two mountains was drawing some energy from the mountains to provide for the nurturing of the bizarre creature. If they could bring down the round log and cut off the creature's energy supply, it would not be so easy for the bizarre creature to be fully nurtured and emerge. Without its source of energy, the creature's abilities might diminish significantly. The bizarre creature watched them coldly but made no move. With a cold command from Wei Changqing, the 7 Nirvana beings of the Wei family split into 2 groups and climbed the 2 peaks. 3 on one side and 4 on the other, they ran across the round log toward the location of the strange being, leaving trails of afterimages so fast that they appeared while they dashed past. Before they even arrived, they unleashed their blade chi in a ferocious assault, with waves of purple blade chi that could cut through mountains and rivers, transforming into intertwining purple chi phoenixes, slashing towards the bizarre creature. Lin Shen had already witnessed the Wei family's phoenix-slaying immortal sword skill, enhanced with purple profound chi, powerful enough to sever mountains. In a one-on-one situation, even Ye Ya might not be able to suppress a Nirvana, being from the Wei family endowed with Nirvana attributes and the phoenix-slaying immortal sword skill. The attribute carried by purple profound chi greatly enhanced their surrounding attribute, the potency of skills and stamina, and the purple profound chi struck with an evil purging effect. This so-called evil purging effect actually meant greater destructive power, functioning effectively against various attributes. In essence, the purple profound chi developed by the Wei family was an exceedingly comprehensive and dominant Nirvana attribute. The more times of Nirvana, the greater the enhancement to oneself. Initially, it might not compare to those with a single Nirvana attribute, but after several Nirvanas, the advantages of purple profound chi would gradually become evident, far surpassing the power of conventional single Nirvana attributes. Regrettably, on their home planet, there weren't many treasures that could suppress the physical impact of Nirvana, so the Wei family members could only rely on their will and some secret techniques developed over generations to counteract the effects of multiple Nirvanas on their bodies. Under such circumstances, members of the Wei family generally completed Nirvana 7 times, and if they attempted an 8th one, there was a high chance that they would have mental issues or even become Nirvana beings devoid of humanity. Among the living Nirvana beings of the Wei family, only Wei Changqing had broken through 7 Nirvanas, reaching an astounding 9 Nirvanas. 6 who had undergone Nirvana 7 times, and 1 who had achieved it 9 times, unleashed their phoenix-slaying immortal sword skill on the bizarre creature. 7 streams of phoenix blade chi attacked the bizarre creature from different directions, and the creature, with a stern expression, started to move its hanging arms. Chapter 495. Cutting tree roots just as the 7 phoenix blade keys were about to slash at the bizarre creature from different directions, the creature suddenly raised its hands, wielding something akin to wolf teeth, and rapidly swung them. The 7 phoenix blade keys were abruptly torn apart in midair, as if they were not the domineering and unmatched purple key phoenixes, but mere paper drawings of phoenixes. Lin Shen watched in shock. The dominance of the purple profound chi combined with the phoenix sword skill had already been witnessed by him, yet to see it effortlessly torn apart by the bizarre creature was nothing short of astonishing. "Let's go," Wei Wufu said, heading towards a mountain. Lin Shen followed closely behind, bolting up the mountain with Wei Wufu. From time to time, flashes of purple light could be seen in the sky, as phoenix sword skill attacks sliced towards the bizarre creature from all directions, filling the sky with dancing phoenix blade chi. Yet, as soon as the blade chis neared the bizarre creature, they were shredded to pieces by the strange fangs in its hands, dissipating like dust. Such powerful blade chis were torn apart without stirring the slightest ripple. The more Lin Shen watched, the more alarmed he became. The bizarre creature, hanging upside down beneath the log, swung the strange fangs in its hands back and forth, leaving behind trails of afterimages, almost like 1,000 armed Guanyin. It managed to tear apart all the blade chis relentlessly unleashed by Wei Changqing and the others, leaving not a single one to touch the creature's body. The two reached a spot near the mountain's summit and carefully inspected the intersection of the cylinder and the mountain. The giant cylinder, over 3 meters in diameter, was embedded into the rock, from where numerous roots thicker than a thigh emerged and buried deep into the stone. With hundreds of roots glowing from within, it seemed as though something inside was using them to channel energy into the large cylinder. Seeing this, Lin Shen understood why the Wei family believed that the cylinder was drawing energy from inside the mountain to transmit to the bizarre creature. Wei Wufu grasped the evil ghost blade with both hands, fully activating its strength, and fiercely slashed at one of the roots. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking jade rang out, and the evil ghost blade was repelled, causing Wei Wufu to lose his balance and stagger back several steps before dissipating the force of the full-powered strike. These roots are too hard. Let's try digging into the rock, Lin Shen suggested, and transformed his inheritance fan into a light sword, stabbing it towards the rock next to a root. His thrust carried the strength surpassing that of an ordinary 10th turn ascender, but as the light sword touched the rock, the concentrated light from the feathery blade shattered, leaving only the hilt formed from the inheritance fan. How can this rock be so hard? Lin Shen immediately realized why the Wei family did not simply send a Nirvana being to split the mountain and dislodge the cylinder. It was probable that even those Nirvana beings would find it difficult to break through the mountain's toughness. There's something wrong with this mountain, Lin Shen remarked, frowning. Together, resolve, problem, Wei Wufu said, as he began to activate the abilities of his white robe, trying to weaken the toughness and resilience of the cylinder's roots. Seeing this, Lin Shen also opened his folding fan, and mysterious light patterns flew from the fan's surface, landing on the roots. While the sixth move of his fan dance, spin, normally worked on living beings, Lin Shen wasn't sure if it would have any effect on something like this cylinder, or if it could even work on inanimate objects or plants, as he had never tried it before. Fortunately, the mysterious light patterns did not disappoint, branding themselves upon the roots. Wei Wufu gripped the evil ghost blade with both hands and struck the same root again, with even greater force. Only a muffled clang sounded as the evil ghost blade left a shallow mark on the tree root. This might work, Lin Shen exclaimed, overjoyed at the sight, and once again transformed the inheritance fan into its light sword form, slashing at another tree root. Indeed, the tree root branded with the mysterious light pattern was marked by a shallow cut from the light sword. Both men hacked fiercely at a tree root each, deepening the cuts gradually, but considering the thickness of these roots, it would probably take about 10 minutes to sever one completely. It's such an effort just to cut one root, and there are at least hundreds of them on the log. This could take forever. Lin Shen had an idea and took out the mutated jade exquisite, commanding it to use the suppressing mountains and rivers skill. The mutated jade seal appeared before Lin Shen, emitting a strange fluctuation. As the ripple undulated, it touched the tree root, and soon a suppressive mountain and river seal appeared on the root. When Wei Wufu slashed down again, the wound on the tree root clearly widened a lot. It's really effective, Lin Shen was beyond thrilled. Just as he was about to use the light sword on his own root, an idea struck him. He returned the inheritance fan to its normal state, clipped it to his waist, and then drew the scrap sword. Placing it against the previously made cuts on the root, he began to saw back and forth. Having only wanted to give it a try, Lin Shen was surprised to find that this method was genuinely effective. He sawed with the scrap sword, actually faster than Wei Wufu's chopping. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Lin Shen had sawed through a root, while Wei Wufu was still working on cutting through his. Although glowing fluorescence could be seen within the root, once it was sawed open, there was nothing inside. No liquid came out, and no light overflowed. The whole root was solid. As if sensing the damage to its root on this side, the bizarre creature suddenly let out a strange screech, like the wail of a malicious spirit. As the bizarre creature went into a rage, it reached out with its strange fang in the air, viciously clawing toward Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The invisible force of strength, with a piercing sonic boom, hurtled towards Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. In Wei Chongqing's hands appeared a purple short knife of the same style as the phoenix plume knife, but much smaller, barely the size of a dagger. Wei Chongqing held the short knife in one hand and the long knife in the other. The two blades rubbed against each other, igniting the purple profound ki like lightning, transforming it into a purple thunderous bolt that forcefully blocked the tearing force of the bizarre creature's claw from reaching Lin Shen and the others. Boom! The thunder exploded, and the claw force shattered. In this head-on collision, neither side gained the upper hand. Sir Qing has used double life base from the primeval eggs for ascension, Lin Shen exclaimed in astonishment. Keep working. Wei Wufu simply kept chopping determinedly, never even lifting his head. Lin Shen quickly resumed sawing at the tree root, with the sounds of thunder and the continuous flashing of purple light at the edge of his hearing. With the power of his dual blades, Wei Chongqing thwarted the bizarre creature's attacks on Lin Shen and his comrades. Wei Shousheng and the others slashed out blade chi even more frenziedly, hoping to inflict wounds on the bizarre creature while it was distracted. The bizarre creature, having spent most of its strength battling Wei Chongqing, was slowed in its reactions and failed to completely block the blade chi from Wei Shousheng and his group. A phoenix blade chi struck directly at the neck of the bizarre creature. Chapter 496, Slaying Nirvana Creatures. But the next second, the creature's neck twisted back into place, its grotesque fly-like eyes resembling countless hexagonal little mirrors that reflected the figures of several people. Here it comes. Stick to the plan, Wei Chongqing shouted loudly. No sooner had Wei Chongqing's voice faded than the 7 of them stood frozen as if in a still frame, maintaining various poses without movement. The bizarre creature, too, halted in place, only its compound eyes, made up of countless little ones, glinting like facets on a gemstone with an eerie glow. Upon seeing this, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exerted their full strength to continue sawing the tree roots. The reason Wei Chongqing had instructed them not to join the battle was precisely because of this strange compound eye skill possessed by the creature. Even if Lin Shen and Wei Wufu joined the fight, once they entered the range of its skill, it was as if their souls were siphoned away, rendering even the strongest abilities useless, for this was no longer a physical battle. Using skills that weaken the body became meaningless against the bizarre creature. At this moment, it was as if they were fighting the creature's soul with their own in a spiritual state, and physical weakening had no impact on the outcome of this battle. All the two could do was hasten their work to sever all the tree roots and wait for the soul battle to end. Suddenly, the surroundings fell quiet. Lin Shen sawed desperately, and Elder Wei chopped with all his might as they broke through the sturdy tree roots one after another. Suddenly, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both looked up, their gazes fixed in the direction of the foot of the mountain. A blue shadow was speeding up from the base of the mountain. Nirvana creatures, the two exclaimed, standing up quickly and gripping their weapons tightly. The blue-crowned creature, with a head full of eyes, rushed up to the middle of the mountain and leapt onto the log, its eerie eyes fixing on them. Suddenly, the blue-crowned creature's mouth opened wide, spewing blue flames like a flamethrower, shooting towards the two. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu dodged the blue flames to the left and right, also activating their skills. Lin Shen pulled out his folding fan, flicked his wrist, opening the fan, and mysterious light patterns rained down on the blue-crowned creature like falling stars. The mutated Jade Linglong simultaneously activated the suppressing mountains and rivers skill, sending ripples surging toward the blue-crowned creature. Wei Wufu's white robe fluttered as an invisible aura spread out from him. The blue flames on the blue-crowned creature burned wildly but were unable to withstand these skills. The mysterious light pattern and the suppressing mountains and rivers stamp branded themselves on the blue-crowned creature at almost the same time. Only this time there were two different forms of light patterns. One light pattern shone brightly while the other, like a dark emblem, branded itself onto the body of the blue-crowned creature. The power of Nirvana on the blue-crowned creature dramatically weakened, and the burning blue flames, now like a turned-down stove, became much less intense. Lin Shen swung the stubborn lone will gauntlets, wave after wave of fist power relentlessly flooding toward the blue-crowned creature. The blue-crowned creature lashed out its claws covered in blue light, attempting to tear apart Lin Shen's fist power. After successive weakenings, the blue-crowned creature's powerful power of Nirvana still tore through 3 layers of fist power, but its remaining force was no longer sufficient to injure Lin Shen. Wei Wufu leaped high into the air, his evil ghost blade slashing down toward the blue-capped creature. The blue-capped creature didn't have time to look up and spew flames again. Beams of blue light shot from the eyes on top of its head, colliding with the evil ghost blade, instantly exploding and producing a terrifying shockwave. Wei Wufu was sent flying by the blast, flipping over to land behind the blue-capped creature. Lin Shen stepped forward forcefully, his fist power rising like towering waves one after another, while on the other side, Wei Wufu, brandishing the evil ghost blade, furiously hacked at the blue-capped creature from all directions. Facing 2 opponents, the blue-capped creature seemed to struggle to keep up, giving off a sensation of being unable to defend itself. In just a moment, it was hit by Lin Shen's sneakily out-of-rhythm finger sand on an acupoint, and its body instantly stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Wufu's evil ghost blade mercilessly chopped at the creature's neck, causing its body to stagger. This time, Lin Shen's surfing fist also roared forth, blasting the blue-capped creature's head towards Wei Wufu's side. The blue-capped creature was like a punching bag between the two men, being battered back and forth. The evil ghost blade sliced horizontally and chopped vertically, cutting into the blue-capped creature's body. Lin Shen's ruthlessly pounding surfing fist constantly bombarded it. Under their tempestuous assault, the blue-capped creature barely had the strength to counterattack. More and more wounds appeared on its body, and its blue, crystal jade-like surface was now covered with dents and cracks. "Wei Qichin!" Lin Shen shouted loudly. Hearing him, Wei Wufu reversed the evil ghost blade and implanted it in the log, pulling out the Chixin wooden fish and starting to strike it, while singing, "The sky is vast, the field is wide, for in my life I've been wildly prideful." The white robe stirred, and the heroic singing, as if accompanied by a bass cannon's effect, resonated with the sound of the wooden fish, impacting Lin Shen's soul, sending shivers down his spine and causing the strength inside his body to become restless. Lin Shen erupted with full power, unleashing the surfing quadruple strike, a wave of fist power surpassing the next, accompanied by the demonic music and singing, slamming into the cracked and dented mushroom cap of the blue-capped creature. Bang! The blue cap along with its head was blasted into pieces by Lin Shen's punch, with blue nirvana fluid spraying out. The cadaver of the nirvana creature collapsed, and both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at the body on the ground, somewhat disbelieving that they had so easily killed a nirvana creature, which didn't even have a chance to use its life base. Without time to think further, they grabbed their weapons and continued to tackle the roots. One by one, the roots were broken by the two of them, and less of them were embedded in the mountain. Wei Chongqing and the others standing on the log remained motionless, as did the bizarre creature. After more than 2 hours, every root that had penetrated the mountain was broken by the two men. Lin Shen felt as though his arms no longer belonged to him, and Wei Wufu wasn't in much better shape, his hands shaking as he clutched the evil ghost blade. Push. Wei Wufu jumped onto the mountain, trying to push the log with his hands, but with his strength, he simply couldn't budge the log wedged on the mountain. Lin Shen also jumped over, and the two men pressed their forehands against the log, straining with all their might, yet the log didn't move an inch. This log is just too heavy, our strength is not enough to push it, Lin Shen tried and immediately knew it was impossible to move. Wei Wufu frowned and said, the other side, roots, no, the other side of the log is too close to that bizarre creature, definitely within its skill range. If we go there, we will surely be drawn into the skill, having no chance to cut the roots on the other side. Lin Shen shook his head. Chapter 49-7. Incorrect plan. The ends of the log where it connected with the mountain had sprouted roots that burrowed into the mountain itself. The original plan was to cut off the roots on this side, push down the log, and use the weight of the log and the momentum of its fall to twist off the roots on the other side. But the log was wedged too tightly and was too heavy, they couldn't budge it at all. Going to the other side to cut off the roots to prevent the log from absorbing the energy from both mountains was not an option either, as that area was within the skill range of the bizarre creature, leaving them in a dilemma. Lin Shen scrutinized the point where the log and the mountain wall were connected. The end of the log was stuck in the fissures of the mountain, flanked by protruding rocks. Unless they could lift this end of the log, pushing it down was out of the question. If they could shave off one side of the protruding rocks, the log itself could slide down. But unfortunately, the rocks here were extraordinarily hard and couldn't be chopped at all. Lin Shen tried, but neither the sway style nor the folding style worked on the rocks. Only the suppressing mountains and rivers skill of the mutated Jade Linglong could affect them. The problem was that only the suppressing mountains and rivers skill was effective. Wei Wufu's white robe skill was of no use either, as it had limited success in weakening the hardness and toughness of the rocks, making it impossible to cut them off like tree roots. Lin Shen looked at Wei Chongqing and the others on the log, whose carapaces were bleeding. Their situation didn't look very promising. Wei, start singing? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and activated all his skills, with super bass change fully engaged. He placed both hands on the scrap sword and directly filed down on the protruding rock. Bang! 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 The sky is so vast, the wild so immense, in this life I've been wildly unruly. Wei beat the wooden fish, singing the enchanting lyrics over and over again. Lin Shen held the scrap sword, treating it like a file and continuing to scrape at the rock. The hardness and strength of the scrap sword were beyond imagination, and under it, the rocks, whose hardness and toughness had been reduced by suppressing mountains and rivers, began to display cuts with each file. If Ye Kong and the others were here, it would be great. With their accompaniment and singing along with Wei, giving me empowerment, the effect would certainly be much better. Lin Shen knew that thinking such thoughts was of no use now. He had to keep on harshly filing the rock. Although he was uncertain if there was enough time, this was the only thing they could do now. Lin Shen had chosen the rock on this side because it protruded more than on the other side, but this part of the mountain itself had a crack, which, if filed down to, might just cause that section of the mountain to split open. Who knows how long he had filed for, but Wei's singing voice was already hoarse, as if his throat had been filled with 3 pounds of sand. Lin Shen suspected that in his entire life, Wei hadn't spoken as much as he sang today. However, the crack that Lin Shen had filed was still over a foot away from the mountain's own crack. Crack, crack. Seeing this, Lin Shen was overjoyed and filed vigorously a few more times. The cracks multiplied, and the sound of the rock splitting was continuous. I bet right. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. Seeing that the rock wedging the log was about to split from the mountain, he quickly called Wei and ran to the other side of the mountain. Crack. Crack. The rock cracked in intervals, but it never completely broke off. Lin Shen gathered all his strength and unleashed the wave-breaking quadruple punch at the mountain. That punch was like the last snowflake that triggers an avalanche, immediately causing a massive rock slide as large swaths of rock tumbled down the mountain. With the rock sliding down, one end of the colossal log, which had lost its support, slid down as well. The immense torque snapped the roots embedded in the mountain one by one, and the log, carrying a terrifying force, smashed down towards the bottom of the mountain. The log crashed against the mountainside, fracturing the rocks, and when the roots at the other end finally snapped, the whole log smashed into the mountain stream with an incredibly terrifying momentum. The ground shook, mountains quivered, and countless rocks rolled down from the mountain. Dust billowed up below, creating a scene like the end of the world. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu lay on the mountainside trying their best to steady themselves, looking down into the ravine, but they couldn't see the situation below. Wei Wufu looked down anxiously. Although he knew that a Nirvana being's body wasn't so easy to damage, if it was smashed by that log, even a Nirvana being's body wouldn't withstand it. However, the chances of that were slim. The log's falling speed was much faster than their bodies would fall. As soon as the shaking stopped, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen immediately rushed down the mountain toward the ravine, but they couldn't see anything in the midst of all the dust. Grandfather, Wei Wufu shouted loudly, but his voice was already hoarse, thin and faint, almost lost. Wufu, we're okay, a voice came from within the dust, bringing Wei Wufu and Lin Shen immense relief. We're okay, another voice resonated amidst the dust, and soon the 7 members of the Wei family emerged from the clouds of dust. Although they all had varying degrees of scrapes and bruises, they seemed to be all right, only their carapaces were somewhat damaged. When the dust settled, Lin Shen and the others could see the log had smashed into the ravine, creating a deep pit. Everyone's eyes searched and quickly found the location of the bizarre creature and the bug sack, down in a lower position. The bug sack was crushed under the log, with the top half of the hideous creature exposed, and the sickeningly slimy substance that connected its body to the bug sack splattered everywhere. Perhaps the contents of the bug sack were squeezed into pulp and squirted out. Such was the terrifying weight of the log that not even a nirvana creature could withstand being smashed like that. As Wei Changqing and the others were about to go finish it off, chopping the bizarre creature into pieces, the creature's body twitched. With its hands pressing against the ground, it propped up its upper body and stared at Lin Shen and the others in a weird pose, letting out strange cackling laughs. Finally down here, I really should thank you, the creature spoke human words, startling Lin Shen and the others. Wei Changqing snapped into action, his swords rubbing together to create an indestructible purple thunderous crackling, slashing towards the bizarre creature. With one hand supporting itself on the ground, the creature swung its grotesque fangs to meet the purple lightning, letting off a thunderous boom as Wei Changqing's attack was blocked. The log swayed a few times, and as it rocked, countless roots could be seen sprouting from where it met the ground. These roots penetrated the earth under the entire log. Streams of glowing light were drawn out from the earth, flowing into the log, which gradually began to glow with said light. This is bad, Lin Shen's expression soured, realizing that their plan had been wrong from the start. Chapter 498, Dongliaz. The roots of the log sank into the ground. The log itself slowly began to turn, moving the bizarre creature and the bug sack to the side. The bug sack, which had been flattened, was rapidly expanding and recovering due to the infusion of energy. The body of the bizarre creature stiffened like a snake lifting its head, its hands grasping the strange fangs. The originally dark skin was now covered with raised blood vessels resembling little snakes, and its waist twisted slowly. It was clear his body was growing rapidly as if it was about to break free from the bug sack. It seems we must resort to that move. Are you all willing? Wei Changqing's gaze swept over the faces of the other Wei family members, and for once his usually firm tone hesitated. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Wei Changqing, without further ado, holding his twin blades, shouted to Wei Wufu and Lin Shen, retreat to the mountain. After witnessing this strike, if it is successful, come down, but if it fails, leave immediately without hesitation. Sir, let me assist you, Wei Wufu stepped forward and said. There's no need. If this move fails, even the strongest aid will be useless. Wei Changqing's face glowed with brilliance as he stepped towards the bizarre creature. Lin Shen had initially wanted to help the Wei family members by using sway style, folding style, and suppressing mountains and rivers, but after hearing what Wei Changqing said, he could only retreat. As Wei Changqing advanced, Wei Shoucheng and the others followed, lining up behind him. The purple profound chi rose from their bodies and miraculously connected together, continuously converging onto Wei Changqing. What is that skill? Lin Shen, having reached the mountain, was astonished by the scene, having never witnessed someone transferring their own strength to another before. Purple profound, chi, Wei Wufu said, eyes fixed on Wei Changqing and the others below. Lin Shen was stunned for a moment before realizing that purple profound chi itself must possess this special function. The 7 members of the Wei family stepped towards the bizarre creature, their purple profound chi growing stronger, igniting each other as it soared wildly, multiplying in a blink of an eye by an unknown factor. The purple profound chi was so intense that it was impossible to see their figures anymore, resembling a purple phoenix flying low through the sky. A spark of purple light ignited at the beak of the purple chi phoenix, setting the entire phoenix ablaze in an instant. The purple chi phoenix transformed into a purple lightning phoenix, its power explosively growing in an instant. The undulating force was unimaginably terrifying, with the dazzling purple lightning illuminating the valley and the sky. No wonder Sir Qing said there was no need to weaken the opponent. With such terrifying strength, if one can't win, even weakening some of the opponent's power would be futile, Lin Shen remarked as he watched the purple lightning phoenix move with the sound of thundering lightning. The surrounding rocks, due to that terrifying power, rose from the ground and disintegrated into dust in mid-air. The earth shook, the mountains swayed, and everything around the terrifying purple lightning phoenix seemed as fragile as tofu. Wei Changqing swung his twin blades, the purple lightning phoenix issuing a phoenix's cry as it left his body and charged towards the bizarre creature on the log. Boom! Thunderous purple lightning burst forth, and for a moment, the whole gorge was illuminated by the purple lightning, nearly blinding the eyes. Wei Wufu stared unblinkingly at the valley, his eyes reddened by the glare until the lightning finally faded, and he saw Wei Changqing and the other 6 fall to the ground, unable to even maintain their base mutation state, their carapaces gone. They were drenched in sweat, their battlesuits completely soaked. The battlesuits they were wearing were actually low-grade goods procured by Wei Wufu. The condition of Wei Changqing and the others was evident to anyone. They had overexerted themselves severely. If this attack didn't have the desired effect, they could only wait for death. Wei Wufu's gaze quickly turned to where the bug sack was located, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. At the spot on the log where the bug sack had been, there was only a pile of black ash. It seemed that the bizarre creature had been incinerated along with the bug sack. Many of the roots that had grown from the log were also affected by the strike, turning into black charcoal, and even the log itself was the same, transformed into a massive blackened husk. Such powerful purple profound chi, Lin Shen, seeing this scene, also let out a long sigh of relief. The combined strike from the 7 people led by Wei Changqing had reached an unimaginably powerful level, likely unrivaled among the Nirvana level. If even such a powerful force couldn't kill that bizarre creature, then there would be no further need for them to fight. Turning and running would be the only option. Just as everyone thought the bizarre creature had been slain, they heard a cold laugh that seemed to come from beyond the heavens. Everyone shuddered and incredulously looked up towards the source of the sound, only to see the bizarre creature, which originally had only its upper body exposed, now standing intact and tall on the mountaintop, its figure slim yet seemingly bursting with explosive strength. Beyond flesh and blood, it had a unique blue exoskeleton. These were not base mutation carapaces but a part of its body, fundamentally different from humans. I never expected that on a primitive planet like this, in such a short period of time, so many at the Nirvana level could evolve and even master such unique skills. The strength of your joint strike almost touched the edge of the immortal laws, said the bizarre creature from a superior position as it appraised Wei Changqing and the others with interest. It seems the god-making egg has been more effective than I thought. Lin Shen. Wei Changqing, sitting on the ground, used all his remaining strength to bellow out. Lin Shen understood what Wei Changqing meant and looked towards Wei Wufu, whose gaze also met his. Lin Shen sighed inwardly. If he forcibly took Wei Wufu away now, Wei Wufu would likely live in agony for the rest of his life. With Wei Wufu's nature, he'd rather die in battle than accept living on in such a way. Sir Qing, I apologize, but I only ever promised to advance or retreat together with Wei, Lin Shen said as he followed Wei Wufu down the mountain, approaching Wei Changqing and the others. Wei Changqing let out a long sigh. At this point, anything else said was meaningless. The bizarre creature leaped from the mountaintop and instantaneously landed on the charred log, its odd compound eyes scanning over them. Wei Wufu stood at the front, facing the bizarre creature, and said firmly, "Go, I'll cover." Lin Shen shook his head, knowing Wei Wufu wanted to fight to the death. But even if he didn't care for his own life, how long could he really hold off the creature? It seems you are not an ordinary Nirvana creature, but come from a race within the universe. How may I address you, sir, and from which race do you hail? Lin Shen did not leave, but, shaking his folding fan, he walked beside Wei Wufu, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, and addressed the bizarre creature. Has it really been such a short time, and you've already entered the interstellar age? That is truly astonishing, the bizarre creature said with interest, appraising Lin Shen. The myriad races of the universe, how many do you really know? I suppose I know a few, but not many. You may go ahead and enlighten me, Lin Shen replied, unperturbed. Considering that you helped me push down the primordial tree, allowing it to absorb enough energy from within 2 realms mountain for my birth, listen well. My name is Dong Li, a member of the god-making race, the bizarre creature said with an air of arrogance, as if it were a great honor for Lin Shen and the others to hear its name. Chapter 499, You Are Not Capable. Lin Shen recalled his knowledge of cosmic races, but found no information about this particular race. At least, in the current universe, the god-making race was definitely not ranked in the top 100, Lin Shen was certain of that. Xiaoqi, tell me about the god-making race. Lin Shen rapidly typed a line of text into his communicator. No need to look it up, you won't find information about my race on the cosmic network, Dong Li said with a cryptic smile. Respected master, the god-making race is not a race but an organization formed by some extremely dangerous individuals. They have long used extreme methods to plunder planetary resources, causing planet destruction and species extinctions. Xiaoqi's voice suddenly rang out. The information left everyone silent for a moment. Lin Shen and the Wei family were silent because the other party was more terrifying than they had imagined. It was probably not just about killing them, but possibly even destroying their planet. The silence from Dong Li seemed a tad awkward. Does the god-making race have a person named Dong Li? Since Xiaoqi had already revealed this, Lin Shen just went ahead and asked directly. Respected master, among the suspected members of the god-making race known so far, there is only one named Dongli Chenghen Dongli. Originally from Dongli Star, he caused the Dongli Star disaster, destroying the planet and nearly exterminating the Dongli clan. He is an extremely dangerous madman of unknown level and strength, with no further detailed information available, Xiaoqi shared, the information chilling despite its brevity. If Dongli was indeed Chenghen Dongli, then he was a madman who could destroy his own home planet and people. With him on the human mother planet, the entire planet could be in danger. Not bad, you can even find out my origins. Which cosmic race does your communicator come from? Changhen Dongli effectively confirmed the information that Xiaoqi had shared. You've come here to destroy our planet and our race? Lin Shen didn't answer Changhen Dongli, instead staring at him intently as he spoke. Destroy your race and planet? Changhen Dongli laughed. You don't qualify for that. In some ways, I gave you uncivilized primitive creatures the opportunity to step on the path of evolution, to enter the interstellar age. Without me, you'd still be ignorant savages, confined to one planet until your species went extinct. So theoretically, I am your savior. So you're saying your arrival on our planet was just an accident? Lin Shen sought to extract more information. Perhaps due to being trapped for too long, Changhen Dongli was very eager to communicate and took the initiative to answer Lin Shen's question. Of course, otherwise, a planet with no real resources and uncivilized barbarians like you wouldn't even deserve a glance from me. Ignorant people think the god-making race are madmen creating terror. What we do is the future of this universe. Changhen Dongli suddenly pointed at Wei Changqing and the others. You all have benefited from the god-making race. If it weren't for the god-making eggs that were abandoned here, how could your short history of evolution produce so many strong beings? God-making eggs? You mean those primeval eggs? Lin Shen's mind stirred. You call them primeval eggs? A fitting name indeed. They are indeed the most original batch of god-making eggs, designed for creating gods, the pet eggs researched. You ignorant beings have no idea of their greatness, Changhen Dongli continued coldly. These god-making eggs were supposed to be delivered to a civilization millions of times more advanced than yours to turn their advanced beings into test subjects. If it weren't for an accident that crashed my spaceship on your planet, you lowly creatures wouldn't be worthy of using the god-making eggs. As he spoke, Changhen Dongli looked up at the underground space with a sinister smile. Fortunately, mistakes have their advantages. I never expected such a primitive civilization to harbor such a miraculous base mutation site, and also that you lowly creatures would prove the viability of the god-making eggs. I will accept this great gift. From now on, this planet will be my testing ground, and you lowly creatures, as my test subjects, should feel honored. I will give you the chance to become gods, a chance that all races in the universe would crave. I too feel very honored, but what exactly do you mean by becoming gods? I only know that the pinnacle of evolution is immortality, and to go a step further, one would have to become a realm king, the supreme being in the universe. I've never heard of a god tier, Lin Shen wanted to know as much as possible. Immortality, realm king, what are those? Who defined immortality, and who crowned the realm kings? What we are resisting and aiming to control is the core order that governs this universe, the true origin of the universe. What we are creating are gods that can rule this universe, not the ignorant beings constrained by cosmic order. Changhen Dongli spoke. What a grand plan, I would like to be part of it. Lin Shen felt the best approach was to appease Changhen Dongli for now, and he praised accordingly. No, you can't. You must die. You all must die. Changhen Dongli looked at Lin Shen mockingly. Although you've used the god-making eggs, it's clear that your evolution hasn't reached the required level, so you're already rejects, of no use anymore. Besides, for the sake of a peaceful experiment, I can't let people discover I'm here, nor can they know of such a miraculous base mutation site here, so you must all die, especially you. After saying this, Changhen Dongli specifically pointed at Lin Shen. Lin Shen was speechless. Sir Qing and his people fought him for so long, I didn't lay a finger on him, and I even helped push down the primordial tree to allow his successful birth. Why should I have to die and be the one specifically named? In truth, Lin Shen was aware that since he possessed such an advanced communicator, he was the most likely to get the message out, which naturally Changhen Dongli would never allow. Compared to that, the battlesuits of the Wei family were all low-grade goods, except for Wei Wufu. Sir Qing and others didn't even have communicators, so obviously Lin Shen posed the biggest threat. Unfortunately, after arriving at the underground space, communication devices no longer had a signal. Even if Lin Shen wanted to send a message out, it was impossible. Moreover, Lin Shen did not intend to send a message out. Changhen Dongli had said this place was a miraculous base mutation spot. If the other races knew, they would probably do everything to come to the human mother planet. Chapter 500, Escape for Life. What is that? Lin Shen suddenly widened his eyes, looking in a certain direction. Changhen Dongli subconsciously turned to look, but saw nothing, and when he turned back, he found Lin Shen speeding through the distant mountains, fleeing for his life. Naive. Changhen Dongli's figure moved like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Shen, reaching out to kill him on the spot. Without looking back, Lin Shen fired a gun behind him, and at the moment he fired, his speed surged, instantly shooting up to over 1,000. Changhen Dongli reached out and caught the pet capsule shot by Lin Shen, and with a slight squeeze, crushed the bullet to bits. Yet, the accelerating speed of Lin Shen made Changhen Dongli's eyes narrow. What's with this guy's speed? That's not the speed an ascender should have. Glancing back at Wei Changqing and the others, Changhen Dongli did not hesitate to chase after Lin Shen. Moreover, the direction Lin Shen was fleeing toward was the exit of the underground space, and Wei Wufu and the others would have to go through there to leave the underground space. Lin Shen fired the pet capsule from the tyrant again, but this time it was not aimed at Changhen Dongli, but rather ahead to maintain his speed of over 1,000. But even a speed-breaking 1,000 was not enough to escape Changhen Dongli's pursuit, as he quickly caught up. Almost in the blink of an eye he was behind him. Without even looking, Lin Shen waved the inheritance fan in one hand back and forth, while in the other hand, the mutated jade exquisite spewed out life base, using the power of suppressing mountains and rivers. Just as Changhen Dongli was about to catch up with Lin Shen, he suddenly saw an influx of mysterious light patterns and fluctuations coming at him, his chi fiercely surging to shatter the mysterious light pattern and the waves. To his surprise, the mysterious light patterns and the waves passed through his body, forming a brand that instantly reduced his speed, and once again the gap between their speeds widened. While speeding up, Changhen Dongli used his strength to erase the brand on his body, but found it had little effect. Interesting, the weakening talent of an ascension level actually had such an effect on me. These innate abilities are already approaching beyond the standard. Changhen Dongli said, not with shock but with glee, a strange smile appearing on his face. Despite facing a triple weakening, he once again caught up, quickly closing the distance between them. Sir, you, go. Wei Wufu did not hesitate for a moment. He stood up and chased after them with all his might in the direction they left. Others might doubt that Lin Shen was only trying to save himself, but Wei Wufu believed that Lin Shen was leading Changhen Dongli away. Despite chasing desperately, Wei Wufu's speed was far inferior to that of Lin Shen and Changhen Dongli, and he was quickly left far behind. Damn it, this guy's too fast. Lin Shen cursed inwardly. Changhen Dongli, even with a triple weakening, was about to catch up with him in just a few breaths, his speed unbelievably fast. Lin Shen fired a shot and leaped straight into the air, soaring into the sky. Courting death, Changhen Dongli almost immediately followed right behind Lin Shen and also leapt into the air. His speed was much faster than Lin Shen's, and just as he was about to catch up to Lin Shen in the sky, he suddenly noticed Lin Shen eerily changing direction in mid-air. Changhen Dongli's outstretched palm failed to grab Lin Shen, and his charging figure rushed past Lin Shen. Changhen Dongli, infuriated with embarrassment, struck out with his hands, unleashing terrifying bursts of energy, attempting to kill Lin Shen right there in the sky. However, Lin Shen was darting and weaving in the sky as if he were on the ground, dodging Changhen Dongli's attacks time and again. This time, Changhen Dongli saw it clearly. Lin Shen was actually stepping on his own feet, continuously borrowing force to move through the air. What kind of talent is this? It seems to somewhat exceed the scope of cosmic laws. Changhen Dongli's eyes brightened, and he actually stopped using his energy to attack Lin Shen, descending and then chasing after him once again. The pet capsules available to tyrants were limited. After firing a few shots, Lin Shen also forced himself to rush towards the high sky. Unfortunately, although the underworld had flying restrictions, there was also a limit to how high one could go. There was a stone ceiling above. Otherwise, he only needed to keep rising into the sky to escape Changhen Dongli's pursuit. Changhen Dongli, who was pursuing Lin Shen on the ground, saw Lin Shen's speed decrease and leaped up again, soaring into the sky. Lin Shen wanted to use his aerial advantage to shake off Changhen Dongli again, but he saw Changhen Dongli clap his hands and send forth a surging force. That force actually pushed against his body, allowing him to change directions rapidly in the air like a jet propulsion system. You can play like that? Lin Shen was shocked, hurriedly firing another shot to increase his speed, then swiftly changing direction in midair. Fortunately, Changhen Dongli's technique only allowed him to thrust rapidly in one direction. Changing directions was much harder for him than for Lin Shen, who ultimately managed to shake him off. Seeing Changhen Dongli fall back to the ground, Lin Shen seized the opportunity, stepping on his feet once more to gain altitude, and directly rushed towards the stone dome, catching hold of a crevice at the top, dangling beneath the dome and watching Changhen Dongli below. Are you also using the god-making egg? Changhen Dongli, seeing Lin Shen stop, surprisingly did not strike again and looked at him with his compound eyes, asking suspiciously, "So what if I am? What does it matter if I'm not?" Lin Shen stalled for time with his words while considering all the possibilities in his mind. Changhen Dongli was indeed at the Nirvana level, but his speed was obviously much faster than that of an average Nirvana level. Lin Shen believed that he didn't have the ability to take a direct hit from Sir Qing and the others' combined strike, he merely dodged it using his speed. If he really had the ability to take them head-on, why would he have dodged? All of Sir Qing and their previous attacks had been directly crushed by Changhen Dongli, yet he dodged the last one, which showed that the blow had exceeded his tolerance. Changhen Dongli's boasts were big, but after all, he was just at the Nirvana level. If he truly disregarded the Immortal and Realm King levels as he claimed, why would he be so afraid of the news getting out? If you have advanced using the god-making egg, you truly stand a chance at becoming a god. I permit you to become my experimental subject, Changhen Dongli spoke, as if he were offering Lin Shen a grace. That's truly an honor, but may I know how you plan to arrange me, your experimental subject, afterward? Lin Shen countered. You can continue to ascend using the god-making egg, from nirvana to immortal to realm king, until you break through the universe's boundaries and become a god controlling the cosmic order. Changhen Dongli's voice was full of enticement. Unfortunately, there aren't many god-making eggs scattered around the underworld, Lin Shen stated.